Chapter 1910. On the ninth floor of the alchemist pavilion, purple chi lingered above the purple origin furnace. The lid of the furnace was tightly shut, so no one could see what was happening inside. Not even the slightest sound could be heard. The more than 500 alchemists gradually withdrew their gazes. Since they couldn't see anything from Xianxia's side, they could only turn their attention to Wuxia again. There weren't many opportunities to observe an Origin King grade alchemy grandmaster at such a close distance. If they didn't seize the opportunity, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Moreover, it was rumored that Grandmaster Wuxia had always been arrogant. Normally, these alchemists wouldn't be able to seize Wuxia even if they visited him in person. It was all thanks to Xianxia that they were able to observe his alchemy here. Thinking so, many people were grateful to Xianxia in their hearts, although they also sympathized with him a little. Because even if he had a conflagrated knowledge it was impossible for him to win against a veteran Origin King grade alchemist in alchemy. Time passed slowly. The atmosphere on the entire ninth floor of the alchemist pavilion was quite solemn. In the beginning, those alchemists would often praise Wuxia's amazing moves and talk about them spiritedly. But as time passed, no one spoke. Everyone's attention and mind were focused on the alchemical furnace in front of Wuxia. On Wuxia, many alchemists seemed to have comprehended something. Obviously, they had gained something, but they didn't have the time to study it carefully. They could only suppress their thoughts and wait until later to recall them. A medicinal fragrance gradually drifted out from Wuxia's pill furnace. The fragrance was light, making people feel comfortable just from smelling it. It was as if there was an invisible little hand caressing every single alchemist, causing everyone to reveal a look of pleasure. Zhan Yuan was the most excited. He looked at the movements in Wuxia's pill furnace and glanced at Xianxia from time to time. A mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth, as if victory was in his hands. He found that there was no abnormal movement over there since Xianxia activated his conflagrated knowledge It was as if there was no alchemy going on there. This made him even more proud. If Xianxia lost, he would become Wuxia's servant. And I am Wuxia's disciple. My status is naturally higher than that of servant. And if I live with Xianxia in the future, wouldn't I be able to order him around at will? Well, the other party is a second-order Origin King. It was better to give him some face. Otherwise, he would become angry out of humiliation. I'm afraid I can't beat him. I'll just let him clean my room every day. Moreover, this person seems to have some foundation in alchemy, so I can let him be my assistant. It was decided then. Zhan Yuan thought of the beautiful life in the future. He was even happier than marrying a heavenly beauty. He wanted nothing more than to dance, and dance to express his excitement. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Wuxia cut a sorry figure. A large amount of sweat seeped out of his body and was evaporated by the high temperature, making him look extremely sloppy. But no one would despise him, because Wuxia was just an origin-returning realm cultivator. Moreover, he was getting on in years. Refining pills for 2 days without rest was unbearable for anyone. However, although Wuxia's appearance didn't look good, his spirit was full of excitement. His eyes were bursting with light. On the other hand, Xianxia's side was calm and indifferent. Nothing eye-catching happened during this period. Only the purple mist in the purple origin furnace was rising. At a certain moment, Wuxia's body trembled. His hands quickly formed a complicated seal. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Grandmaster's self-created pill condensing technique. Is this the rumored red lotus magical hand technique? It really lives up to its reputation. It's no worse than the previous pill condensing techniques. In fact, it's even better. I have also learned this technique, but it's nothing compared to Grandmaster's. This pill condensing technique was originally created by Grandmaster. How can you be compared to Grandmaster? The group of alchemists suddenly became spirited. Every pair of eyes stared at Wuxia's movements, unwilling to miss any detail. If they could see the mystery of this pill condensing technique through Wuxia's pill condensing technique, it would be a great harvest. Wuxia's hands shuttled back and forth like butterflies as he slapped the pill furnace in front of him. Every time he slapped his palm, the shape of a red lotus would appear. It would immediately collapse and imprint itself into the pill furnace, producing a magical effect on the pill that was about to take shape in the pill furnace. This was Zhuoda's self-created red lotus magical hand technique. Zhuoda slapped 81 times in a row. 81 red lotus imprints were imprinted into the pill furnace. After the last palm strike, a crisp, whirring sound suddenly came from the pill furnace. At the same time, the medicinal fragrance that had been drifting in the air suddenly became much stronger. "The pill is done," someone exclaimed as a fanatical look appeared in his eyes. The scene in front of them was very familiar to all the alchemists present. This was obviously the sign of pill completion. And judging from the sound coming from the pill furnace and the medicinal fragrance drifting in the air, Grandmaster Zhuoda's pill refinement was absolutely perfect this time. As expected of a Grandmaster, it only took him 2 days to refine an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill. Even in the entire Star territory, Zhuoda was second to none among all the Origin King grade alchemists. Suddenly, Zhuoda's expression turned solemn. He slapped his pill furnace fiercely and the lid flew up. At the same time, a light blue light shot out from the pill furnace at an extremely fast speed. Zhuoda was already prepared. He stretched out his hand and immediately fixed the light blue light in place. Then, he waved his hand again and threw it into the jade bottle he had prepared in his other hand. Asterisk whirring, asterisk a sound rang out, making everyone's eyes pop out. Zhuoda stood up and laughed loudly. Although he was extremely tired, his face was extremely ruddy. "Congratulations, Grandmaster. Congratulations, Grandmaster. You can refine such a perfect pill today. Grandmaster's promotion to Origin King grade mid-rank is just around the corner. Yes, the Soul Source Restoration pill is an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill. Even if an alchemist of the same level were to refine it, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as easy as Grandmaster's. Grandmaster has already reached Origin King grade mid-rank. Grandmaster is indeed a role model for our generation. We can only admit our inferiority." The group of alchemists began talking at the same time, some taking the opportunity to flatter Yang Kai, some sincerely congratulating him, and so on. Zhuoda held the jade bottle containing the Soul Source Restoration pill in his hand with a smile on his face. He cupped his fists and said, "Fellow alchemists, I'm flattered. This old master was just one step ahead to explore the road. You are all elites in the alchemy world. Your future achievements may not be worse than this old master's." It seemed that Zhuoda's mood had become very good because of the unimaginable smoothness of the pill refining this time. His attitude was also very amiable. "Honored teacher, can this disciple take a look at this spirit pill?" Zhang Yuan was well-versed in the art of flattery. Naturally, he knew what to say at this moment. "Take it." Zhuoda threw the jade bottle in his hand to Zhang Yuan without any hesitation. Zhang Yuan pretended to be frightened and carefully took it. After observing the Soul Source Restoration pill through the jade bottle, he immediately exclaimed, "Honored teacher is really amazing. This spirit pill is transparent in color, full and round, and its medicinal properties are condensed. In terms of quality alone, I'm afraid it is of high-rank quality. If it goes one step further, I'm afraid it might even form pill veins." Some alchemists' expressions became a little unnatural. They knew that their flattery was a little too much. It was already amazing to be able to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill, but they were still asking for pill veins. In the entire Star territory, it seemed that no one had refined an Origin King grade spirit pill with pill veins for tens of thousands of years. Although they thought so in their hearts, no one would say it out loud. Each and every one of them looked at the jade bottle in Zhang Yuan's hand curiously. How could Zhang Yuan not know what they were thinking? After asking for Zhuoda's permission, he handed the jade bottle to another alchemist for observation. As the jade bottle passed through the hands of each alchemist, each of them exclaimed and praised. Zhuoda was so proud of his success that he seemed to have become a few hundred years younger. "Grandpa, your spirit pill is refined. I wonder how that person is doing," Ling suddenly said. Let's go and have a look. Zhuda smiled slightly. Zhang Yuan clapped his hands and said with a smile, Teacher, this disciple has been observing that person for the past 2 days. This disciple thought that since he had a conflagrated knowledge C, his alchemy skills must have reached perfection. Unfortunately what? Unfortunately, he only has a conflagrated knowledge C. Zhang Yuan laughed. Zhuda smiled slightly and reprimanded. Don't underestimate the people of this world. A conflagrated knowledge C has an unimaginable effect on us alchemists. I don't think he is ignorant. Perhaps he is really an alchemist. Teacher is right. But even if he is an alchemist, he is far inferior to teacher, Zhang Yuan said. Zhuda smiled proudly and waved his hand. Just take a look and you will know. Young people nowadays, immediately a group of people under Zhuda's lead came to the vicinity of Xianxia. Congratulations, Grandmaster. As the host, President AIO had always been on Xianxia's side. But since Zhuda had come, he couldn't help but salute him. Moreover, he had learned from the discussions of the crowd that Zhuda had refined the soul source restoration pill. He had mixed feelings in his heart. On the one hand, the soul source restoration pill had been refined. Gubaihu would surely be saved. This made him very happy. On the other hand, this spirit pill was won by Xianxia at the cost of 2,000 years of his freedom. If Xianxia lost, he would certainly feel uneasy. Therefore, AIO didn't know whether he should be happy or worried. He could only pray for a miracle in the depths of his heart that Xianxia could successfully refine the soul source restoration pill. I should congratulate President AIO. Zhuda smiled and stretched out his hand. Zhang Yuan hurriedly presented the jade bottle with both hands. Zhuda handed the jade bottle to AIO and said, The soul source restoration pill has been refined. Mrs. Gu will surely be fine. AIO forced a smile. Many thanks for Grandmaster's help. Of course, this old master is the foreign elder of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Mrs. Gu is President AIO's first wife. Since Mrs. Gu is in trouble, this old master naturally can't stand idly by, Zhuda said with a solemn look. AIO almost couldn't help but curse. This old bastard is telling this king this now. Why didn't he realize this before? He even used Shui Yu's marriage to force this king. He is simply too shameless. Chapter 1911. AIO cursed in his heart, but didn't show it on his face. With his strength and identity, AIO could remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. Master President, honored teacher has finished refining the pill. I wonder if this friend... Zhang Yuan walked out and asked while pointing at Xianxia. In the past, he would never dare to call Xianxia a friend. Although he was an origin great alchemist, Xianxia was a second-order origin king master. He wasn't qualified at all. But now that the situation was settled, Zhang Yuan naturally didn't need to be polite to someone who would be his servant for the next 2,000 years. It was only natural for him to call Xianxia a friend. It seems that he hasn't finished refining yet, AIO said with a flat expression. Zhang Yuan smiled slightly. President, Master is wrong. I think it's not that he hasn't finished refining, but that he can't refine it at all. It has been 2 days. No matter what, there should be some pill fragrance coming out of the pill furnace. Hearing what he said, the hundreds of alchemists who came here were slightly startled. That's right. No matter how fast or slow Xianxia's progress was, it had been 2 days. Grandmaster Zhuda's soul source restoration pill had been refined. Even if Xianxia was slower, there should be some fragrance coming out. But now, there was no fragrance at all. Obviously, there was a problem. What he said makes sense. Zhong Ao, who had been watching from the sidelines, nodded slightly. AIO couldn't help but glance at Zhong Ao. Whose side are you on? Tell me the truth, Zhong Ao said again. AIO didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that these alchemists were all one-track minded. Their attitude towards the alchemic way was extremely strict. They wouldn't blaspheme the alchemic way just because of their close relationship. This is indeed. AIO didn't know what to say. After all, he knew nothing about alchemy. He didn't dare to say anything rashly. Although there is no pill fragrance, there is no burnt smell either. It means that the herbs in Yang Kai's pill furnace are still fine. Shui Yu suddenly stood up, but this doesn't mean that he has failed. Zhan Yuan was stunned. He opened his mouth, but he was speechless. Indeed, Yang Kai's pill furnace did not emit a pill fragrance, but there was no burnt smell of failure. All of a sudden, everyone was confused. What was going on in front of them? Moreover, the great master said before that there was no time limit for Yang Kai. It's only been 2 days. Why don't you wait a little longer? Shui Yu said. Master did say that there is no time limit. Zhan Yuan frowned. He said in a deep voice, but if this person continues to refine like this, wouldn't we have to wait forever? Then there's no way to determine the winner of this competition. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He clapped his hands and said, That's right. I know what he's up to. He must have thrown all the medicinal ingredients into the pill furnace and then didn't ask, wasting time like this. When we get impatient, no one will pursue the matter. Although Zhan Yuan's words were conjecture, when everyone thought about it carefully, it did make some sense. Grandmaster Zhua didn't give Yang Kai a time limit because of his status. If Yang Kai started from this aspect, he could definitely resolve the current crisis. After all, no one would wait here for a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. He was a second-order origin king master, so he must have been in retreat for more than 10 years. What if he took this opportunity to comprehend some profound secret technique? He wouldn't waste time, but the others were different. Zhan Yuan's words made all the alchemists seem to understand Yang Kai's intentions at once. They looked at him with displeasure and hatred. Daring to compete with Grandmaster Zhuo in alchemy was a kind of blasphemy in itself. Now, he was using such a shameless method to delay the competition. It was simply outrageous. Immediately, an origin-grade high-rank alchemist stepped forward and cupped his fists at AIO with a sullen face. Master, please give us an explanation for this matter. If this person is really as unbearable as Grandmaster Zhan said, I hope President Master will give Grandmasters what a justice. Yes, the alchemic Tao is sacred and flawless. It cannot be blasphemed. This kind of person is insulting the alchemic Tao we pursue. He is insulting all the alchemists in the entire star territory. This cannot be tolerated. We ask President Master to give us justice. If you don't give us a satisfactory answer, we will immediately leave Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and find another job. Count me in. This person is simply too hateful. More than half of the hundreds of alchemists stepped forward and demanded an explanation from AIO. Even if they were facing the president of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, these alchemists were not afraid. They looked straight into AIO's eyes. AIO felt a headache coming on. He never expected that things would develop to this point. Just because of a competition, 200 to 300 alchemists were enraged. He knew that if this matter was not handled well, the Yuan Qi of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce would be greatly damaged. These alchemists who stepped forward were all hired by AIO at a high price. They were not alchemists trained by the Chamber of Commerce. They were free to leave the Chamber of Commerce and go to other forces. He believed that other forces would be happy to accept them. While feeling anxious, AIO was also secretly annoyed. He was annoyed that these guys didn't know the gravity of the situation and were blindly heckling him. On the other side, Zhan Yuan couldn't help but grin. He didn't expect that his casual words would have such an effect. However, he and Zhuo were happy to see such a scene. He quietly glanced at Zhuo and found that the other party was looking at him with approval, as if he was praising his limitless future. Zhan Yuan quickly straightened his back. Like a javelin. President Master, today's matter is very obvious. Please give us an explanation. Seeing that AIO didn't move for a long time, the alchemist couldn't help but urge him. AIO frowned, pondered for a moment, and said in a deep voice, Are you sure that Yang Kai is deliberately mystifying and stalling for time? Isn't it too arbitrary to draw such a conclusion? This king thinks that we should observe for a while more. What else do we need to observe? Someone complained, but suddenly spoke up. Everyone, please calm down. What President AIO said makes sense. Moreover, this old master did say before that he wouldn't be given a time limit. Just wait. This is this old master's negligence. These words made the alchemists feel even more indignant towards Wuxia. They felt that a grandmaster like him was forced to compete with a rascal in alchemy. This rascal deserved to die. Grandmaster, you are too kind-hearted. An alchemist shook his head and sighed. Grandmaster, your words will only make some people think that your tolerance is cowardice. This matter must not be tolerated and delayed. That's right. The alchemist who spoke first coldly snorted. He was an old man with a face full of wrinkles. He looked like he had one foot in the grave. But at this moment, he looked directly at AI-O aggressively and said, President, take a look. Which alchemist isn't exhausted and doing his best while refining pills? Even a person like Grandmasters would be exhausted after 2 days of alchemy. But look at this person. He has a calm face and is meditating with his eyes closed. There isn't the slightest fluctuation of Saint Qi in his body. He also hasn't absorbed the power of the earth fire. He has a conflagrated knowledge C, but I don't feel any signs of him activating it. If he isn't stalling for time, then what is? President, if you insist on siding with this person, then we will be disappointed. AIO's face sank. He felt a headache coming on. He raised his eyes and glanced at the void. He wanted to ask Long Tianshang, who was hiding in the void, how to deal with the situation in front of him. But Long Tianshang didn't seem to care at all. Just when AI-O was in a dilemma and didn't know how to calm the crowd's anger, a sneer suddenly rang out. As soon as the voice came out, everyone was startled. They all turned their heads and looked at the source of the voice. They saw Yang Kai, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, had opened his eyes at some point. He was tilting his head and listening to the crowd's conversation with great interest. It was as if he was an outsider. Friend, are you no longer pretending to be a ghost? Zhan Yuan sneered. He was sure that Yang Kai's alchemy furnace only contained classified herbs at this moment. Perhaps he hadn't even condensed the medicinal liquid yet. So, he spoke with great confidence. Do I need to pretend to be a ghost? Yang Kai cast a glance at him. You know in your heart. Zhan Yuan sneered. Young man, what are you laughing at? Swifted narrowed his eyes and asked lightly in a tone that showed he was taking advantage of his seniority. Of course, I'm laughing at your ignorance. What did you say? Everyone was furious. They glared at Yang Kai fiercely. They were all alchemists. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? Aren't you ignorant? A sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. Who told you that an alchemist must be exhausted and go all out? Who told you that you can't meditate with your eyes closed during alchemy? Who told you that you must have the fragrance of pills when you are alchemy? What are you trying to say? I didn't want to say anything. Yang Kai curled his lips and looked at Wuxia. Grandmaster, if I ask you to refine Qi recovery pills at this moment, will you sweat and pant? Of course not. Wuxia snorted coldly. That's right. The reason why you won't is because the level of Qi recovery pills is too low for you. You can refine them easily. You don't need to go all out at all. Your Saint Qi can keep up with the requirements of alchemy. Naturally, you won't be exhausted. You mean the soul source restoration pills are to you what the Qi recovery pills are to me? Wuxia's eyelids twitched. That's right. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Arrogant. Shut up. Yang Kai turned his head and shouted at the speaker. This king is a second-order origin king. I don't feel exhausted during alchemy because I don't need to go all out. I can meditate with my eyes closed because I don't need to worry too much. You didn't sense my conflagrated knowledge, see, because you aren't strong enough. Don't you think it's ridiculous for you to come here and talk nonsense when you don't know anything? The group of alchemists was rendered speechless by Yang Kai's words. Damn it, what this guy said seems to make sense. They were all alchemists. They never considered problems as cultivators. Now that they were influenced by Yang Kai's thoughts, they suddenly didn't know what to say. Chapter 19:12. You're being unreasonable. Zhan Yuan shouted angrily. How can Qi recovery pills be compared with the soul source restoration pill? Exactly. One is a saint grade pill, while the other is an origin king grade pill. The two cannot be mentioned in the same breath, an alchemist said. As you said, Grandmasters is an origin returning realm cultivator, while this king is an origin king realm cultivator. We cannot be mentioned in the same breath. Yang Kai responded with a smile. What a sharp tongue. Some alchemists shook their heads and sighed, as if they were ashamed to argue with Xianxia. Alchemists relied on their abilities to make a living, not their mouths. Zwida smiled faintly. Words are no proof. Seeing is believing. It's useless for you to say more. If you want to win the trust of others, you might as well show them all your means. I believe you will see the truth after you see it. You want to see it? Xianxia tilted his head and smiled wickedly. You're feeling guilty. Zhang Yuan sneered. Xianxia ignored him and looked at President AI. Oh, President, do you remember those people who said they would leave the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? When they leave, give them a bit of severance pay so that they won't be criticized in the future, saying that your Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce isn't generous. AIO's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He couldn't answer at all. Xianxia laughed, stood up, and shouted, Since you question this king's alchemy skills, then I'll show you what alchemy is. As he spoke, his expression suddenly turned solemn. Forming a mysterious seal with his hand, he pointed his finger forward and a mysterious spirit array suddenly appeared in midair. The spirit array then shot into the purple origin furnace in front of him and disappeared. In the next moment, another spirit array appeared and shot into the purple origin furnace again. The third one, the fourth one. As Xianxia's movements changed, more and more spirit arrays appeared in midair. They were like butterflies with wings, dancing and rushing into the pill furnace. This is pill condensing technique. No way. He didn't see any signs of this person refining pills. Why is he using the pill condensing technique? Could it be that he has already succeeded? Impossible. No matter how well sealed his pill furnace was, there should still be a medicinal fragrance wafting out. If there was no medicinal fragrance, it meant that the medicinal liquid had not fused. Why do you want to collect the pills? But this is clearly the pill condensing technique. Have you seen this technique before? Everyone was dazzled. At first, they were discussing spiritedly, wanting to know the origin of this pill condensing technique. But in the end, they came to the conclusion that no one had ever seen this pill condensing technique. It was completely different from the several pill condensing techniques circulating throughout the territory. It even included Zwida's self-created red lotus hand technique. However, all of the alchemists present were discerning people, so naturally, they could see that this set of techniques was extremely mysterious. One after another, seals and spirit arrays flew out, and there seemed to be an ancient and desolate aura permeating the air, as if this set of techniques should not appear at this time. It should have existed in ancient times. All the alchemists had a thoughtful look on their faces as they stared at the scene in front of them in a daze. No one spoke anymore. Even Zhang Yuan, who had been opposing Xianxia all this time, was fascinated by the scene and observed for a moment. He actually comprehended something. He couldn't help but be shocked. After all, when he observed Wuxia using the red lotus hand technique at close range, he didn't see such an effect. When he came back to his senses, a shameful expression appeared on his face. He had actually gained enlightenment because of this annoying fellow's technique. If this were to be spread out, it would be simply embarrassing. Although he thought so in his heart, he couldn't move his eyes away. He was afraid that he would miss any movement of Xianxia's hands. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see any of the spirit diagrams. He was extremely conflicted, but there were just too many spirit diagrams. Originally, they were flying out one after another, but in the end, Xianxia's hands were like butterflies, leaving only afterimages. He couldn't see them clearly at all, and the spirit diagrams flying out were also connected to each other, filling the entire void. Zhong Ao was shocked, Zwida was shocked, and all the alchemists were shocked. Even the layman Shuiyu and AI were dazzled. Their eyes were dazzled, and they were reluctant to close their eyes. But the strange thing was that there was still no pill fragrance. In a vast open space, Xianxia looked solemn. His expression seemed calm, but in fact, he had already exerted all his skills. Everything he had comprehended from the true alchemy enlightenment scripture was being displayed incisively and vividly at this moment. In front of his eyes, there was only the alchemy furnace and everything inside it. There was nothing else in his vision and thoughts. Buzz! A strange sound suddenly came from the purple origin furnace. At the same time, the purple origin furnace's purple light suddenly shone brightly. This voice was not loud, but it poured into the ears of many alchemists like a great bell, causing their minds to tremble. It was as if there were whispers echoing in their ears, describing the mysteries of this world's alchemic Tao and the principles of alchemy. But if one listened carefully, they would not be able to hear anything. Only one or two alchemists' expressions suddenly changed, their brows furrowed as they sat down cross-legged on the spot. All the alchemists were shocked. This is Grand Alchemy Tao Tone. This is the legendary Grand Alchemy Tao Tone. Those alchemists who couldn't pry into the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone looked at their peers who were sitting cross-legged with envy. It was because they had glimpsed a trace of the mysteries of the alchemy Tao from the sound just now. Buzz, another sound came. The shocked alchemist's expressions became even more complicated. After the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone sounded, several more alchemists sat cross-legged and closed their eyes. The entire 9th floor of the alchemist temple was boiling. The blood in every alchemist's body was surging. Everyone's expression was extremely excited. Their eyes were filled with longing and eagerness as they stared at Xianxia's movements. They hoped to hear the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone again. They hoped that they could pry into the mysteries of the alchemy Tao like the few others before. No one wanted to miss this God-given opportunity. Zhuoda was completely dumbfounded. When he heard the strange sound echoing in his ears, he was still a little suspicious. But when he saw the alchemists sitting cross-legged, he was sure that it was really the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone. It was the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone that all alchemists dreamed of. How is this possible? How could this happen? He was already an Origin King Great Alchemist. He had studied the alchemy Tao all his life and devoted all his energy to alchemy. But so far, even the pills that formed pill veins were extremely rare, not to mention triggering the legendary Grand Alchemy Tao Tone. And yet, that young cultivator who was a second-order Origin King was casually and lazily refining pills, causing such a phenomenon. The sound bombarded his ears. Zhuoda felt it was extremely ear-piercing. His face twisted as he wished he could drive the sound out of his ears. "Father, what's going on?" Shuiyu looked at the scene in front of her in confusion. She also heard the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone, but she felt it was a little strange, because there seemed to be a voice whispering to her, telling her to listen. She couldn't hear anything. But looking at the frenzied looks of those alchemists and hearing their exclamations, Shuiyu knew that something extraordinary must have happened. Grand Alchemy Tao Tone. AIO's expression was also shocked. It's actually the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone. What is the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone? Shuiyu asked. It's a kind of heavenly Tao tone. AIO took a deep breath and tried to calm down his fluctuating mood. He explained in a low voice, Martial Tao, Alchemy Tao, Artifact Tao, Array Tao. There's so many of them. They're all branches of the heavenly Tao. A cultivator enters the Tao through martial Tao. It's the same principle. An alchemist can enter the Tao through alchemy. An artifact refiner can enter the Tao through artifact Tao, and so on. Everyone is pursuing the supreme heavenly Tao. It's just that the path they choose is different. The Grand Alchemy Tao Tone is the heavenly Tao Tone. It is said that if an alchemist has enough opportunities during alchemy, he can trigger the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone. If one's perception is strong enough, they can trigger such a phenomenon. This sound is useless to you and me, but if any of them can hear something, they will benefit from it for the rest of their lives. AIO spoke. He looked down at Xianxia, who was sitting next to him. Xianxia was the first to sit down cross-legged, which meant that he had the highest comprehension of the alchemy Tao among all of them, except for Xianxia. It's rare to see someone who can trigger the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone in 10,000 years. This has nothing to do with the level of an alchemist. It's all determined by the heavens. The heavenly Tao Tone contains the mysteries of the alchemy Tao. The pinnacle of the alchemy Tao is the secret of the heavens and earth itself. Shuiyu's face changed slightly. She immediately knew how important this Grand Alchemy Tao Tone was to alchemists. AI suddenly grinned and laughed. The heavens bless my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. After today, who knows how many more alchemy apprentices will appear in my water sky city. Father, you mean? Shui looked thoughtful. Don't you understand? This grand alchemy Dao tone is not only useful to the alchemists here, but also to those with alchemy comprehension. It has great enlightenment and development. If this sound drifts in my water sky city, it will directly increase the number of alchemists in water sky city by tens of thousands. Moreover, their future achievements are absolutely limitless. It's possible for several Origin King grade alchemists to appear. Shui was overjoyed when she heard this. Currently, there were only 3 or 4 Origin King grade alchemists in the entire star territory. Even Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce only had Zhuoda as its foreign elder. If one day in the future, several or even more than a dozen Origin King grade alchemists appeared in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, it would be difficult for the Chamber of Commerce not to grow. No one dared to underestimate the power of an Origin King grade alchemist. No one could underestimate the means of an Origin King grade alchemist. Shuiyu, quickly go out and pass the order. Tell everyone in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce to start searching for candidates with alchemy aptitude in Water Sky City. They must offer generous conditions to recruit them into the Chamber of Commerce, especially those children under the age of 10. They must become members of our Chamber of Commerce at all costs. Aio suddenly shouted in a deep voice. But here, Shuiyu looked at Yang Kai, not wanting to leave. Father will be here. You don't have to worry. Aio waved his hand. Yes. Shuiyu had to leave quickly, preparing to convey Aio's order. After Shuiyu left, Aio muttered with some dissatisfaction, Hey, why isn't it the martial Dao heavenly tone? If it was the martial Dao heavenly tone, he would have a chance to break through to the Third Order Origin King realm. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Chapter 19:13. On this day, the entire Water Sky City was in an uproar. The grand alchemic Dao tone drifted throughout the city. Countless children who were playing were frozen in place after hearing this sound. A thoughtful look appeared on their young faces as they tilted their ears to listen to the voice. They didn't move no matter how their parents dragged them. It was as if a powerful master had cast a powerful spell on them. Most people didn't understand what was going on. Why was there a sound in their ears? They thought they were hallucinating. Even if they covered their ears, it didn't help. When a mini cultivator of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and the guards of Water Sky City were dispatched, the residents of Water Sky City knew that something big had happened. The third young master, Shuiyu, ordered that everyone who heard the grand alchemic Dao tone, regardless of gender, age, or gender, could join the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and enjoy extremely generous treatment. Especially children under the age of 10, the treatment they received made many origin-returning realm cultivator jealous. 500,000 Saint crystals a year, living alone in a palace, with 20 servants serving them. Their status was equivalent to that of a deacon of the Chamber of Commerce. It wasn't until this time that everyone realized that the inexplicable voice echoing in their ears was actually an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. The sudden benefits made the parents of the children dizzy. Coupled with the character of the third young master of Shuiyu and the reputation of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, countless men and women pulled their children towards the center of Water Sky City. No one was willing to give up the benefits that were delivered to their mouths. The grand alchemic Dao tone continued to hum 9 times in a row. This situation lasted for a whole day. A day later, on the 9th floor of the alchemist hall, hundreds of alchemists were sitting cross-legged. With Yang Kai as the center, they surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. Many alchemists who didn't sit cross-legged also showed thoughtful looks. Their expressions were constantly changing. Sometimes they were worried, sometimes they were anxious, and sometimes they were ecstatic. Obviously, they had all obtained some benefits. After 9 rings, there was no more movement inside the purple origin furnace, and the dense purple qi gradually dissipated. Yang Kai had also stopped his pill collection. Since half a day ago, he had sat down cross-legged again and closed his eyes, allowing the great alchemic Dao tone to come from the purple origin furnace. He had gained more than any other alchemist present. After all, the great alchemy Dao tone was the heavenly Dao tone that he had drawn out. That voice that was faintly discernible in the ears of others was incomparably clear to Xianxia. From the unseen world, there was an ancient and desolate voice reverberating by his ears, explaining the profound meaning of the Tao of alchemy to him. The voice was not loud, but its pronunciation was clear. Every sentence, every word was like a brand imprinted in Kai Yang's mind, allowing him to understand without needing to think about it. His gains were much greater than studying the true alchemy enlightenment scripture 1,000,000 times over. The knowledge about alchemy that was poured into his mind was the ultimate mystery of the world itself. Only by drawing out the great alchemic Tao tone could one see through it. Of the more than 500 alchemists, more than 100 were sitting cross-legged. A small half were deep in thought, and the rest were sighing. They didn't have enough luck and perception, so they weren't able to hear anything from the 9 alchemic tones. But now, the expression and demeanor with which they looked at Xianxia had changed. There was no longer any dissatisfaction and disdain, replaced by dignified and respectful expressions. Who would believe that someone who could draw out the great alchemic Tao tone and make it ring 9 times in a row was not an alchemist? Although Xianxia had not yet opened the furnace to take out the pill, they all felt that there was definitely a refined soul source restoration pill inside. This person was not only a second-order origin king cultivator, but also a veritable alchemy grandmaster. Thinking about how short-sighted they were before, countless alchemists felt ashamed. Why wasn't I included? An untimely voice suddenly sounded. Those alchemists who were still awake couldn't help but frown. Looking in the direction of the voice, they found that the speaker was Zhan Yuan, who had been opposing Xianxia before. At this moment, Zhan Yuan had a dazed look on his face. He kept glancing at those alchemists sitting cross-legged on the ground and kept muttering, "Why wasn't I included? I heard it too. Why didn't you let me hear it clearly? I, Zhan Yuan, am an alchemy genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. No one taught me since I was a child. How can I not be included in the secrets of the alchemic Tao?" Hearing his shameless boasting, many alchemists showed a look of disgust. Not being able to hear the great alchemic Tao tone was a matter of opportunity and perception. It couldn't be forced. This was the choice of the heavenly way, and no one could change it. Zhan Yuan's arrogant words naturally made people unhappy. "It's impossible not to include me," Zhan Yuan suddenly shouted with a ferocious expression. He turned his head to look at Xianxia and gritted his teeth. "I understand. It must be you. You triggered the great alchemic Tao tone. You blocked the alchemic Tao tone. It's definitely you." As he spoke, he rushed straight towards Xianxia. Of the more than 500 alchemists present, more than 100 were sitting cross-legged, and more than 100 were deep in thought. It was almost a 50-50 chance, but Zhan Yuan didn't have a share. He was about to collapse. Why could others have such a great opportunity, but not him? If he could get this opportunity, it was possible for him to become an origin king great alchemist in the future. So he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart at all. Presumptuous. A deep roar sounded directly in Zhan Yuan's ears. AI waved his hand at Zhan Yuan as he spoke, and Zhan Yuan was sent flying like a rag sack. Because so many alchemists were comprehending, AI didn't go too far. He tried his best to suppress his movements. Even when he shouted at Zhan Yuan, he directly condensed his Saint Qi and transmitted it to Zhan Yuan's ears. Zhan Yuan flew far away and fell to the ground. "If you dare to be rude again, I will take your life." AI looked at Zhan Yuan coldly. He didn't care about his identity as Grandmaster Zhuo's disciple. In his opinion, the alchemists in the Alchemist Hall were precious treasures. How could he allow Zhan Yuan to disturb them? What's more, the one he wanted to disturb was Xianxia, the one who triggered the grand alchemic Tao tone. If it weren't for the wrong time and place, AI would have killed him. With this, Zhan Yuan finally came back to his senses. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He couldn't believe that he had done such a thing just now. Looking at AI's cold eyes, he felt a chill in his heart. He knew that with his performance just now, he would no longer be valued by President AIO in the future. But I am now Honored Master's disciple. I don't need to care about President AIO. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan calmed down a little and turned to look at Zuoda. In the next moment, he was shocked and whispered, "Teacher, what's wrong with you?" He found Zuoda standing there, on the verge of collapsing. His face was pale. He looked even more exhausted than when he refined a soul source restoration pill. It was as if all his energy had been exhausted. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Zuoling also finally noticed Zuoda's abnormality. She couldn't help but panic. "Grandmaster," Aio stepped forward and looked at Zuoda in surprise. He didn't understand what was wrong with Zuoda. After all, he was an Origin King Great Alchemist. He should have gained something from the 9 alchemic Dao tones. Even if he didn't gain anything, he shouldn't look like he was attacked. Not only was his face ugly, but blood was oozing out of his ears. Zuoda was motionless and didn't speak. Only his breathing showed that he was still alive. "Grandmaster, I advise you not to question the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone. If you question it, it is equivalent to questioning the heavenly Dao and the path you have taken in your life. If you do this, you will be rejected by the Alchemic Dao. The consequences will be very serious." Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, Zuoda suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. His spirit quickly withered. His eyes were full of unwillingness as he looked at Yang Kai. "Grandmaster, what's wrong with him?" Aio asked with a frown. "He's not convinced." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Grandmaster probably thinks that I'm not qualified to trigger the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone, so he's not convinced. But he was taught a lesson by the Alchemic Dao Tone." "Taught a lesson?" Aio opened his mouth wide and his face turned pale. "Don't tell me that the Alchemic Dao Tone is alive. The Heavenly Dao is unpredictable. How can I explain it clearly?" Yang Kai grinned. Aio looked depressed. "How dare you hurt my grandpa?" Zuoling suddenly glared at Yang Kai. Her Saint Chi showed signs of circulating. Yang Kai's face turned cold. "Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. I didn't hurt Grandmaster Zuoda." "Then why did Grandpa vomit blood?" Zuoling asked relentlessly. "Oof." Yang Kai sneered. "You'll have to ask him that yourself." The Grand Alchemic Dao Tone entered his ears. Not only did he not try to comprehend it, he even dared to question the authenticity of the Alchemic Dao Tone. He's lucky that he didn't die on the spot. "What else do you want?" Zuoling seemed to want to say something, but Zuoda raised his hand and stopped her from speaking. He looked at Yang Kai with dim eyes and said, "You are very good. Grandmaster is overpraising me." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "But have you forgotten that there is still a bet between you and me? You did trigger the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone, but so what? Have you refined the Soul Source Restoration Pill? Does Grandmaster want to take a look?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "Open the furnace." Zuoda took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Being able to trigger the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone shows that your alchemy aptitude is heaven-defying, but it doesn't mean that you can refine the Soul Source Restoration Pill. That's an Origin King Grade Spirit Pill. There are countless geniuses in this world, but how many of them can truly grow up? Grandmaster won't cry until he sees the coffin." Yang Kai sneered. "Grandmaster, why don't we call a day?" An alchemist advised. They were all indebted to Yang Kai for triggering the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone. Zuoda was highly respected and was a role model in the alchemy world. No matter who won or lost this competition, it was not what they wanted to see. The best way was to call a day and turn a big problem into a small one. When one person advised, 2 others followed suit. After a while, many alchemists joined the persuasion team. Yang Kai said indifferently, "I have no opinion. It's up to Grandmaster." Chapter 1914. I suddenly had a fever last night. When I woke up this morning, I felt weak all over and my throat was very sore. I have to go to the hospital later. If I didn't update tonight, then I'll update today. Mobile web. It's useless to say more. Open a furnace. Zuoda ignored the persuasion of countless people and looked firmly at Yang Kai. Aio opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but when he saw Zhuda's eyes, he sighed and gave up. Yang Kai nodded gently and said lightly, "In that case, as Grandmaster wishes." While speaking, he stretched out his hand and patted the purple origin furnace on the ground. In an instant, the lid of the furnace flew up. At the same time, a stream of light suddenly shot out from it, and an extremely rich pill fragrance instantly filled the air. "This!" someone couldn't help but exclaim, staring at the flying stream of light without blinking. How could they not know that Yang Kai had already refined the pill? The reason why there was no pill fragrance from beginning to end was entirely because the medicinal properties were too restrained. Only when the lid was opened at this moment did the fragrance of the pill waft out. Lost. Zhuda lost. No matter whether the quality of the soul source restoration pill refined by Yang Kai was good or bad, Zhuda had already lost. After all, he had said before that as long as Yang Kai could refine it successfully, he would consider it his loss. Being able to refine the soul source restoration pill proved that Yang Kai was really an Origin King great alchemist. Everyone couldn't help but breathe quickly. They looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of fanaticism and respect. This kind of gaze should only belong to Zhuda. Any Origin King great alchemist would receive this kind of treatment. The moment the pill flew out of the furnace, Zhuda couldn't help but stagger. He looked at the stream of light in disbelief. The look on his face suddenly became much older. But soon, he gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice, "It's not over yet. Whether this is the soul source restoration pill or not still needs to be verified. Yes, it's not over yet." Yang Kai laughed and flicked his finger at his purple origin furnace again. No one understood why he did this, but in the next moment, something unbelievable happened. Immediately after the first stream of light, another stream of light flew out of the purple origin furnace. A stronger pill fragrance than before filled the tip of everyone's nose. Two. How is that possible? He refined 2 soul source restoration pills at one go. Am I dreaming? Did President AI gave him 2 sets of materials? No. Even if he had 2 sets of materials at one time. What the hell is going on? The crowd of alchemists only felt that the common sense that had been deeply ingrained in their minds for so many years had been subverted. Every pair of eyes stared at the 2 streaks of light that shot out, foolishly looking at them. Kai Yang took out the jade bottle he had prepared earlier. With a wave of his hand, the 2 streams of light obediently fell into the jade bottle as if they were bound by some kind of power. A whirring sound came from the bottle. Am I seeing things? Did 2 spirit pills fly out of the furnace just now? I thought I was seeing things too. What does this mean? After a long while, only the alchemists on the 9th floor of the Hall of Alchemists were whispering to each other. No one dared to come up and ask to check the pills, for fear that what they saw would overturn their understanding. "Master, do you want to test the pills? Do you want to test the pill?" Yang Kai held the jade bottle and asked Zhuda. Zhuda's face fell. He didn't speak, but looked at Yang Kai with complicated eyes. The alchemist didn't speak either. "I'll do it," AI said in a deep voice and stepped forward. He took the jade bottle from Yang Kai. "Then I'll have to trouble President AI. Yang Kai smiled calmly. AI nodded and opened the jade bottle. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he took out a pill from the bottle. The pill was round and plump with a clear luster. Smelling the pill fragrance, it made people feel refreshed. What else could it be but the soul source restoration pill? However, the soul source restoration pill refined by Yang Kai was a little different from the one refined by Zhuda. It was even a little different from the one recorded in the pill recipe. There was a faint layer of golden light lingering on the surface of the pill. Under the light, the soul source restoration pill looked rich and powerful. Everyone could feel the surging vitality coming from it. Even those who didn't understand alchemy would know that this was a life-saving and healing spirit pill. The alchemists were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why the pill refined by Yang Kai was different from the one recorded in the pill recipe, even though it was refined with the same materials. None of them noticed that during the refining process, Yang Kai had dripped a drop of his pure golden blood into the pill furnace. Only when a pill has a spirit can it be called a spirit pill. This was the last sentence recorded in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. Xianxia understood from it that if he wanted to refine a spirit pill, he must have a pill spirit. A monster beast monster core could be used as a pill spirit, and his pure golden blood could also be used as a pill spirit. Moreover, it was even better than a monster beast monster core. After all, his pure golden blood contained unimaginable vitality and vitality. Under normal circumstances, Xianxia wouldn't use his golden blood to refine a spirit pill. Golden blood was extremely precious and was more valuable than a spirit pill. But this time, since he was going to save Shui Yu's little miss, Xianxia wasn't going to be stingy. It was because of his golden blood as a pill spirit that this spirit pill emitted a faint golden light. Everyone could check if this is the soul source restoration pill or not. AIO said as he handed the spirit pill over to the numerous alchemists. The alchemists didn't refuse. One of them accepted the pill while the others gathered around to observe and analyze it. In the end, they determined that this was definitely the soul source restoration pill, and its medicinal efficacies seemed to be slightly stronger than what was recorded. This made their gazes towards Xianxia become more dignified and respectful. They subconsciously felt that Xianxia had modified the soul source restoration pill's pill recipe, which was why it was able to reach this level. If one wanted to refine the soul source restoration pill, they needed to be an Origin King grade alchemist, and to modify the pill recipe of the spirit pill, one needed to be at least an Origin King grade mid-rank or even high-rank alchemist. Every pill recipe had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, experienced countless epochs, and was perfected by countless geniuses. How difficult was it to modify? It was even more difficult to improve a pill recipe. But today they saw it with Xianxia. They immediately understood. Xianxia should be an Origin King grade mid-rank or high-rank alchemist. Thinking of this, all the alchemists were shocked because they discovered that this person not only had a powerful second-order Origin King cultivation, but also had attainments in the alchemic Tao that surpassed all of them. Could he be an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years in disguise? Otherwise, with his apparent age, how could he achieve such a feat? Grandmaster, do you want to check? AIO looked at Zwida, who had a pale face, and asked. Zwida's previous approach and attitude made AIO very unhappy. But at this moment, seeing this alchemy grandmaster of the Star Territory in such a state, AIO couldn't bear it. After all, the other party was also an Origin King grade alchemist. If he really couldn't recover from this setback, it would be a loss to the entire Star Territory. Zwida slowly shook his head. In that case, this competition. AIO was about to announce the result of this competition when the alchemist suddenly became anxious. Someone shouted, "President, there is still one more spirit pill. Take it out and let us have a look." "Yes. What's the matter with the second spirit pill? Let's have a look." 2 spirit pills flew out of the pill furnace just now. This was what everyone saw, but no one could understand what was going on. The alchemist's thirst for knowledge was very strong. How could they allow AIO to be so vague? AIO couldn't help but sigh. He glanced at Xianxia with a complicated look. When he opened the jade bottle, he had already sneaked a peek at the second spirit pill. And when he saw it clearly, he was so scared that he almost threw the jade bottle away. So now, the many alchemists' requests made him feel a little embarrassed. "Are you sure you want to see it?" AIO asked when he saw that Xianxia didn't object. "Of course we want to see it. President, don't hide it." Fine, take a look for yourselves." While speaking, AIO threw the jade bottle in his hand forward. An alchemist dressed like a middle-aged man quickly caught the jade bottle and took a look inside. Suddenly, he froze on the spot as if he was struck by lightning. His whole body trembled violently. His eyes widened as if he had seen something incredible. Brother Zhao, what's going on? Quickly tell us." Someone couldn't help but urge when they saw him looking like he had seen a ghost. The middle-aged man didn't respond. "Damn it, I'll see for myself." The alchemist next to him cursed and snatched the jade bottle away. In the next moment, this alchemist's throat made a meaningless sound. Just like the previous middle-aged man, he stood on the spot with his eyes wide open. The jade bottle passed from one alchemist to another. But every alchemist who saw the spirit pill inside the jade bottle couldn't help but be shocked. If someone who didn't know the truth saw it, they might mistakenly think that the jade bottle contained a poison pill. The strong toxicity emitted from the poison pill had poisoned all these alchemists. Zwuda's expression changed. When he saw the scene in front of him, he already had a vague guess. But the idea that emerged in his mind was something he couldn't believe no matter how hard he tried. He walked forward shakily, no longer having the demeanor of an expert. He snatched the jade bottle from the hands of a frozen alchemist and poured out the spirit pill in the bottle onto his palm. A faint golden light enveloped the spirit pill. The spirit pill was still round, full, and transparent. But this spirit pill was very different from the previous one. There were clear and organized lines on this spirit pill. Just like the meridians in a cultivator's body, they were distributed all over the surface of the spirit pill. If these lines were spread out, they would inevitably form a complicated pattern that contained the truth of heaven and earth. Pill veins, Zwuda exclaimed. His old body shook violently like a willow branch swaying in the wind. It wasn't that Xianxia had never refined pills with pill veins before. He was now an Origin King grade alchemist and had refined countless pills over the course of several thousand years. During this period, there had always been some lucky ones that had formed pill veins. There were even low-level pills that had pill clouds. These spirit pills with pill veins and pill clouds were Zwuda's pride and glory as an alchemist. But this was the first time he had seen an Origin King grade spirit pill with pill veins. Chapter 1915. He lost. He was utterly defeated. When the second spirit pill with pill veins appeared in front of him, Zwuda knew that his loss this time wasn't unjustified at all. Not only could Xianxia refine 2 spirit pills at once, but one of them even had pill veins. This kind of ability was beyond his reach. It wasn't until this moment that the unyielding look on Zwuda's face gradually dissipated. He looked a little disheartened. He took a deep breath and put the spirit pill with pill veins into a jade bottle. He cupped his hands towards Xianxia and said in a deep voice, "Grandmaster Yang's skill is amazing. Zwuda admires you." Xianxia looked at Zwuda in surprise. He didn't expect him to say such a thing. He thought that this old man wouldn't admit defeat so easily with his unyielding look and character. Who would have thought that it would end like this? Seeing that Zwuda was so respectful to Xianxia, many alchemists cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Grandmaster Yang. We had eyes but failed to see before. If we have offended you, we hope Grandmaster Yang can forgive us." Xianxia smiled and said, "Don't blame those who don't know." His magnanimous look made everyone have a better impression of him. Without mentioning anything else, Xianxia himself was a second-order Origin King, and his personal strength ranked among the top in the entire star field. Coupled with his identity as an Origin King grade alchemist, he could be said to be the most valuable and respected person in the entire star field. No one would refute him. What was rare was that he was so broad-minded. He didn't care about everyone's rudeness before. This was definitely the demeanor of a true grandmaster. It was many times better than Zwuda's way of fishing for fame. Linger apologized to Grandmaster. After admitting defeat, Zwuda's temperament seemed to have changed. Not only did he correct his attitude, he even asked his granddaughter to apologize to Xianxia. Zwuling looked reluctant and shyly hid behind Zwuda's back. Zwuda was about to reprimand her. Xianxia smiled and said, "The child is not sensible. Master, please don't make things difficult for her. I don't care about it." Pausing for a moment, he turned to AIO and said, "President AIO, this old master would like to enter seclusion for a year and a half. After my seclusion ends, this old master will fulfill his bet with Grandmaster Yang on time every year. This old master will take his leave first." While they were talking, he returned the elixir refined by Xianxia. Without waiting for AIO's permission, he walked out with Zwuling. AIO did not stop him. He only said, "Take care, Grandmaster." He knew that Zwuda didn't have the face to continue staying here. It was already very rare for him to sincerely apologize to Yang Kai and correct his mentality. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. A famous person like Zhuode would always want to maintain some face. Master, wait for me. Zhang Yuan saw that Zhuode had left. How could he dare to stay here? While shouting, he hurriedly chased after Zhuode. Before, he had always been against Yang Kai, ridiculing him. At this moment, his intestines turned green. If he had known that Yang Kai had such an ability, how could he have been so blind? It was too late to please him. Looking at Zhuode's seemingly old and bleak back, Yang Kai sighed slightly. Aio's heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward and asked, Grandmaster Yang, why are you sighing? After seeing Yang Kai's alchemy skills, he immediately changed the way he addressed Yang Kai. Brother was a close name, but Grandmaster was a respectful name. It could be seen that Yang Kai's status in Aio's mind had undergone a huge change. Yang Kai was the only one who could refine an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill with pill veins in the entire star territory. Moreover, Aio heard that Yang Kai had a good relationship with Xueyu. He even came to Water Moon Star to visit Xueyu. Aio was already thinking about how to keep Yang Kai in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. This was definitely more than a dozen times more valuable than worshipping Zhuode. I'm just feeling sorry for Grandmaster Zhuode, Yang Kai said lightly. Huh? Aio was confused. What do you mean? I'm afraid Grandmaster Zhuode's alchemy Dao won't be able to make any progress in the future. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Aio's expression changed slightly. After thinking for a while, he suddenly seemed to understand something and asked, Is it the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone? Grandmaster questioned the Heavenly Dao Tone before. Fortunately, he came to his senses in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to keep his alchemy skills. He would be excluded from the alchemy Dao and would never be able to refine pills again. Aio was shocked. The Grand Alchemic Dao Tone actually has such an effect. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. President Aio, if you are excluded by the martial Dao, your foundation will also be destroyed. Aio said seriously, if the heavenly Dao Tone were to resound one day, this king would not miss the opportunity. He would definitely comprehend it well. The heavenly Dao Tone is too far away. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Triggering the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone this time was something he didn't expect. He didn't expect such a thing to happen at all, because his opponent was an Origin King grade alchemist, and the spirit pill he was refining was an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill. Yang Kai only wanted to do his best and didn't think too much about it. When he displayed all the insights he had gained from the true alchemic way, it triggered such a heavenly vision and unearthed the ultimate mysteries of the heavens and earth itself. Now that he thought about it, Yang Kai found it a little unbelievable. If he were to do it again, he would never be able to trigger the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone. President, Master, aren't you busy today? An alchemist suddenly glared at Aio. He was an Origin grade mid-rank alchemist, the same level as Zhang Yuan. Usually, he would be very respectful when he saw Aio, but today, he put on such a posture of denouncing him. He wasn't afraid of Aio at all, which surprised Aio. I'm fine. Aio didn't know if he had offended the other party or why he was asking such a question. President, Master handles all the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce, big and small. How could he not be busy? President, you should go up. Yes. President, there are a lot of things for you to deal with in the Chamber of Commerce. What are you still doing here? Farewell, President, Master, all the alchemists said in unison. Aio's jaw dropped as he looked at the hundreds of alchemists in front of him. Suddenly understanding, he laughed in surprise. So that's what you meant. You should have said so earlier. While speaking, he kept shaking his head and scolded with a smile. What kind of character is this father? I'm actually not welcome here. President, you're so long-winded. Some of the alchemists were dissatisfied. They were still waiting to ask Grandmaster Yang Kai about alchemy, but President Aio was just standing here and chattering, occupying the Grandmaster's time. How hateful. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't beat him, They should have swarmed up and beaten him so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Aio's expression turned solemn as he coldly snorted. This king remembers now. Who was the one who said that he wanted to leave my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and find another job? Stand up and let this king see. As soon as this statement came out, many alchemists couldn't help but shrink their necks and quickly hide in the crowd. They were afraid that Aio would target them. Everyone said so before. It was because of his respect for Grandmasters that Aio brought up this matter now. Obviously, he was using his position to avenge a personal grudge. Wherever Aio's gaze passed, no one dared to look at him. Aio's expression suddenly became smug, like a big rooster who had won a battle. When did he become so overbearing in front of so many alchemists and no one dared to look him in the eye? Alchemists had very strange tempers. They didn't care if you were an Origin King Realm Master or not, as long as you delayed their alchemy and hindered their study of alchemy. Therefore, Aio often had to speak carefully when facing these alchemists. Today, he finally tasted the feeling of being high and mighty. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was extremely proud. Not bad, not bad. It seems that the Chamber of Commerce didn't raise you in vain. You all know how to solve this king's worries. You're all very good. President, is there any problem with Madame Gu? Isn't she waiting for the soul source restoration pill? Before the voice from the crowd could finish speaking, Aio rushed out as if he had been injected with chicken blood, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Damn it, I was so proud that I forgot that Madame Gu was still suffering and unconscious. Aio felt extremely guilty at this moment. The guy who got in the way is finally gone. The group of alchemists couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the next moment, they suddenly surrounded Xianxia. Pairs of bright eyes stared at him fanatically as if they wanted to eat him. Xianxia couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Without waiting for them to take the initiative to speak, he raised his hand and said, "Everyone, I know what you want to do. And this king also has some time now. Why don't we find a place to have a good chat? I'm afraid we can't do it here." So many fellow alchemists are still meditating. The more than 200 alchemists who had benefited from the grand alchemic Tao tone were still meditating with their eyes closed. They hadn't woken up yet. Obviously, they had gained a lot. The rest of them didn't benefit from the grand alchemic Tao tone, so naturally, they turned their attention to Xianxia. Listening to the words of a gentleman was better than refining pills for 10 years. How could they miss such a good opportunity? It was just that they didn't know how to bring it up. They didn't expect Xianxia to be so approachable and take the initiative to bring it up. The alchemists were overjoyed. They immediately knew that Xianxia and Wuxia were two different kinds of people. They had asked Wuxia for advice before, but Grandmaster Wuxia's temper wasn't very good. He would either reprimand them or talk about it casually. Most of the time, they couldn't understand the main points. But looking at Xianxia's posture, he was obviously going to talk about the Tao of alchemy. How could they not be happy? Someone immediately suggested, "Let's go to the 8th floor." There is no one on the 8th floor now. Yes, yes, yes. All right. Xianxia nodded. Grandmaster Yang, please. The group of alchemists gestured respectfully with their hands. If someone who didn't know the truth saw this, they would never think that these alchemists were arrogant alchemists. Xianxia wasn't overly modest. The Tao of alchemy and the Tao of martial arts were all about the master. Although he was young, and almost everyone present was more senior than him in terms of seniority, he was far ahead in both the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of martial arts. If he was too modest, he would be hypocritical. So, he took the lead and led the way to the 8th floor. The group of alchemists followed in an orderly manner. Chapter 1916. The environment on the 8th floor of the Alchemist Pavilion was similar to the 9th floor, but the earth fire wasn't as strong as the 9th floor. The crowd didn't pay much attention to it. They just sat cross-legged in the hall, facing Xianxia and listening to him explain the mysteries of the alchemy Tao. If it was before, Xianxia wouldn't be able to explain the alchemy Tao to so many alchemists, even if his alchemy skills were better than everyone else's. Being able to concoct pills was one thing, and being able to explain the Tao to others was another. The latter required one to reach an extremely high realm before one could have this ability. But it was different now. The grand alchemic Dao tone had been ringing in Yang Kai's ears for an entire day, imprinting the secrets of the alchemy Dao into his mind like a brand. His understanding of the alchemy Dao had reached a new height, an unprecedented height. It was easy for him to explain the Dao to these Saint King grade and Origin grade alchemists. Yang Kai talked about the Dao of alchemy for 3 days, from how to choose herbs, distinguish between good and bad pill recipes, to condensing medicinal liquids, controlling the heat, inscribing spirit arrays, and finally to the pill condensing technique. All the alchemists listened with fascination, not noticing the passage of time at all. From time to time, someone would reveal a look of surprise, obviously because the problems that had been troubling them were suddenly solved by Yang Kai's pointers. Yang Kai himself also benefited greatly. Through his explanation of the Tao of alchemy to these alchemists, he gained a higher level of understanding of the grand alchemic Tao tone brand in his mind. In the beginning, he would sometimes ponder on it, but towards the end, he didn't stop talking and just opened his mouth. Everything he said was the secrets of alchemy that ordinary alchemists couldn't even grasp in their lifetime. Some alchemist who woke up from the 9th floor walked to the 8th floor and sat down cross-legged quietly, listening attentively. After experiencing the opportunity of the grand alchemic Dao tone, they once again gained great benefits from Yang Kai. 3 days later, more than 500 alchemists on the 8th floor sat in front of Yang Kai, looking up at him with solemn expressions. Even Zhong Ao was no exception. Yang Kai had already seen him walk in. He just nodded slightly and didn't stop talking about the Tao of alchemy. Suddenly, Yang Kai's voice stopped. The 8th floor of the alchemist pavilion was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's breathing was suppressed to the extreme. When Kai Yang no longer made any sound, everyone knew this time's lecture on the Tao of alchemy Tao was over. There was no one who didn't reveal an expression of wanting to continue. Yang Kai stood up with a smile and cupped his fists. That's all for today. Many thanks for your support. More than 500 alchemists all stood up. Yang Kai's master. Thank you, Grandmaster Yang's hard work. Kai Yang was stunned for a moment, but soon felt relieved. Because of Zhuoda's unintentional pointers many years ago, Zhan Yuan had always regarded himself as Zhuoda's disciple and called Zhuoda his teacher. And 2 for 3 alchemists, they couldn't call himself as teacher. The alchemist profession valued inheritance very much. Yang Kai was so selfless. He taught them his alchemy experience and understanding. Although it couldn't make them succeed overnight, it was definitely a great kindness, especially that magical pill condensing technique. If these people could fully comprehend it, it would definitely bring a huge change to the alchemy Tao of the entire star territory. After all, according to the knowledge of alchemists, one set of materials could only be used to refine one spirit pill. But with the special pill condensing technique, one set of materials could be used to condense 2, 3, or even 4 to 5 spirit pills. This was equivalent to greatly reducing the cost of refining a spirit pill and increasing the amount of spirit pills produced. If this method was popularized, the cultivator in the star territory would no longer have to worry about not having enough spirit pills to eat. In any case, from now on, these 500 alchemists above Saint King grade were Yang Kai's disciples. Even Zhong Ao was no exception. This was definitely a force that would shake the entire star territory. Who could guarantee that among these 500 people, how many of them would become Origin King grade alchemists in the future? Yang Kai didn't act pretentiously. He cupped his fists in return and said, "Everyone is too polite. Grandmaster Yang, this disciple is very concerned about something you said before. This disciple has some doubts in his heart. I don't know if I should ask." A middle-aged alchemist who looked like a beautiful middle-aged woman looked at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Madam, please feel free to ask. If this king can answer, he will not keep it to himself." Yang Kai responded with a smile. "I'm sure you all believe in Grandmaster Yang's character. It's just that, Grandmaster, before you competed with Grandmaster Zhuoda in alchemy, you said that there was an alchemist who was better than Grandmaster Zhuoda, and even better than you. Is this true?" As soon as the statement came out, someone immediately echoed, Yes, 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 I also heard that. But how could such a thing be possible? Grandmaster Yang's alchemy skills have already reached perfection. Who in this world can surpass him in alchemy? Grandmaster Yang said it casually at that time. How could you believe it? I didn't say it casually. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. There is indeed such a person in this world who is better than me in alchemy. Impossible? There is such a person. Grandmaster Yang, you are too modest. The group of alchemists below made an uproar. They didn't want to believe Yang Kai's words at all. They all felt that Yang Kai only said that because he was being modest. After all, everyone had more or less figured out Yang Kai's temperament. He was amiable and didn't put on airs. I'm not being modest. Yang Kai said seriously. It's hard to say now. Maybe I'm a little better than that person, but she was definitely better than me in the past. In the future, she will also be better than me. Who is this person? All the alchemists were shocked. From Yang Kai's expression, everyone knew that he wasn't exaggerating. They all wanted to know who that person was. As far as I know, Grandmaster Wood's alchemy is one of the best in the entire Star Territory. Even if there is someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him, they will never surpass him. The person Grandmaster Yang is talking about, you don't have to guess. That person is not famous. She is a senior sister of mine. Like me, she is an unknown existence. Yang Kai explained. She is Grandmaster Yang's senior sister? No wonder she is so capable. Could it be that Grandmaster Yang is from an alchemy sect? Both his senior sister and junior sister have reached the Origin King grade. Grandmaster Yang, where's your sect? Can this disciple go and find a master? As soon as the statement came out, all the alchemists looked eagerly at Yang Kai. A sect that could cultivate 2 Origin King grade alchemists was definitely a holy land revered by all alchemists. If they could enter that sect, how bad could their future achievements be? There was only one thought in everyone's mind now, and that was to ask where Yang Kai's sect was. Even if they couldn't join it, they could still go and observe. Maybe they could gain something. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. If President AIO heard you, he would never let me go. If AIO knew that these 500 or so alchemists wanted to join High Heaven's sect, he would definitely fight with his life on the line. They were the elites of the entire Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. The spirit pills produced by the Chamber of Commerce depended on these people. If they all left, the Chamber of Commerce's business would collapse. Let's not talk about this anymore. If there's a chance in the future, this king welcomes you to visit. That's all for today. Everyone, go into retreat and meditate. Yang Kai was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave if he kept talking. Hearing him say this, everyone no longer made things difficult for him. What they really needed now was to enter secluded meditation and quickly digest what they had obtained over the past few days. Immediately, many alchemists dispersed and hurriedly returned to their residences to enter seclusion. Zhong Ao, however, didn't leave. It wasn't until the alchemist pavilion was empty that he and Yang Kai were the only ones left that he asked with a strange expression, "Should I call you Honored Master or Grandmaster Yang?" Grandmaster Zhong Ao, how can I bear to hear you say that? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Come on, calling me Grandmaster makes me feel a little ashamed. Zhong Ao rolled his eyes. Who dares to call themselves Grandmaster in front of you? Then let's be like before. Let's not embarrass each other. Yang Kai smiled and patted Zhong Ao on the shoulder before changing the topic. His expression became serious as he asked in a low voice, "Can you break through to the Origin King grade this time?" Zhong Ao's eyes flashed as he looked at Yang Kai in surprise. It seems that I can't hide from your eyes. When the grand alchemic Dao tone sounded, you were the first to sit down. When I was talking about the alchemic Dao just now, you seem to have gained a lot. Obviously, you have made progress. Yes, I have comprehended a lot. Although the grand alchemic Dao tone was untraceable, it allowed me to listen to many mysteries. Combined with your explanation, I have also comprehended a lot. However, the promotion of an alchemist is different from the promotion of a cultivator. It is not something that can be achieved by accumulating enough strength. I still need to enter retreat for a while. If I can refine an Origin King Great Spirit Pill by the time I come out, it means that I am an Origin King Great Alchemist. Then I will wait for your good news. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Yang Kai, thank you, Zhong Ao suddenly said with a serious expression. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before quickly replying, "This is your own opportunity. No need to thank me. You should hurry up and enter retreat. I hope that when you come out, there will be another Origin King Great Alchemist in the Star Territory." "I hope so." Zhong Ao nodded. "Then I will take my leave first." Yang Kai nodded and watched Zhong Ao leave. After Zhong Ao's figure disappeared, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that Long Tianshang's aura had long disappeared. Yang Kai didn't care, and his figure flickered, disappearing from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was already outside the alchemist hall. A familiar figure was waiting anxiously outside. When he saw Yang Kai suddenly appear in front of him, he couldn't help but be startled. But soon he felt relieved. After all, Yang Kai's strength was profound, so it was natural for him to be able to do this. He quickly cupped his fists. "Brother Yang, why are you here?" Yang Kai looked at Shun Tu in amazement. Chapter 1917. It's a new month. Please recommend me. Time really passes by so quickly. The one waiting for Yang Kai outside the alchemist hall was Shun Tuesday. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Shun Tu quickly answered, "Father asked me to wait for you here. Is there something you need from me, President AIO?" Yang Kai asked. "It's nothing, it's just that." Little Mother woke up and heard that it was you who refined the pill for her, so she insisted on thanking you in person. "If Brother Yang has time, please come with me," Shun Tu said seriously. "Sure," Yang Kai nodded. Then the two walked side by side. Gubai, who waking up was within Yang Kai's expectations. After all, AIO had given Gubai who a drop of immortal source liquid before this, which had healed the wounds on her body. The reason why she had been in a coma was entirely due to the damage to her soul. A single soul source restoration pill was enough to solve this problem. What's more, the soul source restoration pill refined by Yang Kai had formed pill veins. Its medicinal effect was several times stronger than an ordinary soul source restoration pill. With this spirit pill nourishing her soul, it would be strange if Gubai who didn't wake up. She could even benefit her soul with the help of that spirit pill. On the way, Shun Tu glanced at Yang Kai from time to time with a strange expression. He seemed to want to say something, but then stopped. The corner of Shun Tu's mouth twitched as he asked solemnly, "I just want to know, are you really an Origin King Great Alchemist? Did you really refine that spirit pill?" He had known Yang Kai for a long time. Although they hadn't had much contact, he had never thought that Yang Kai would not only have great achievements in the martial Dao, but also in the alchemic Dao. Compared to Yang Kai's origin returning realm cultivation was simply trash. In the past, he boasted about his outstanding talent, but now, Shun Tu had been beaten black and blue. "I am indeed an Origin King Great Alchemist. I also refined that spirit pill." Yang Kai nodded and admitted. Shun Tu slapped his thigh in annoyance. He said, "So, the matter of you competing with Grandmasters Wuxia in alchemy is also true? Oh, has the news spread?" Yang Kai was surprised. "I'm afraid that no one in the entire Water Sky City doesn't know about it." Shun Tu said with a sad face, "If I had known earlier, I would have followed you to Water Sky City and missed such a good show. This young master has been unhappy with Wuxia for a long time. It must be very pleasing to see him being attacked. However, Brother Yang, do you know my Lil Miss? Never seen it before. Why? I've never seen him before. Why are you willing to use your 2,000 years of freedom to compete with Wuxia in alchemy?" When Lil Miss learned of this matter, she blamed Father for not stopping you. Yang Kai laughed, "Because I know I won't lose. So what if the stakes are high?" When Shun Tu heard this, he couldn't help giving Yang Kai a big thumbs up and saying, "In any case, Little Miss is a very good impression of you. You will know when we meet later." The two continued talking. Soon, they arrived in front of a manor. This place was also inside Water Sky City, but the surrounding environment was extremely beautiful and quiet. This should be the place where Gubai, who was recuperating. The manor was covered in barriers and spirit arrays. Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense, and was secretly shocked when he noticed how powerful those barriers were. After entering the manor, there was a small bridge over flowing water. The tinkling sound of stringed and woodwind instruments entered their ears, making them feel relaxed and happy. Shen Tu led Yang Kai all the way inside, and no one dared to stop them. Not long after, they arrived at the deepest part of the manor. There was a purple bamboo forest here, and there was a very simple-looking house in the middle of the bamboo forest. Yang Kai sensed the aura of 3 people in the bamboo house. One was President Ai, one was Shuiyu, and there was an unfamiliar aura. Presumably, it was Gu Baihu. Shen Tu stood outside the bamboo house and said loudly, "Father, Master, Brother Yang is here. Please come in." Aio's voice came from inside the house. Shen Tu smiled at Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, please." Yang Kai nodded gently and walked straight forward. After entering the bamboo house, Yang Kai immediately felt 3 pairs of eyes looking at him. Before he could take a look at the facilities in the house, President Ai walked over with a big laugh and patted Yang Kai's shoulder fiercely, saying, "Brother Yang, this AI must thank you properly this time. If it weren't for you, my wife wouldn't have been able to wake up so smoothly." He slapped Yang Kai's shoulder with great force, and although he didn't use any Saint Chi, the sound of his palm hitting Yang Kai's shoulder still rang out. Shuiyu stood to the side with a strange expression. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He cupped his fists and said, "President Ai, is too polite. Shuiyu and I are friends. This trivial matter is not worth mentioning. It may be a trivial matter for you, but for me and my wife, it is a life-saving grace. This AI will never forget this kindness." Aio's expression turned solemn. Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't say anything more. Instead, he turned his gaze to the other side. Ever since he came in, there was a pair of bright eyes in the room that kept sizing him up with a sense of scrutiny. The owner of those eyes was naturally Gu Baihu. When Yang Kai looked back, Gu Baihu smiled at Yang Kai. She didn't look very old, dressed like a woman in her 20s or 30s. Her martial Dao cultivation was at the peak of the origin returning realm. Perhaps because she had just woken up, her face was still a little pale, but it added a sickly beauty to her. Sure enough, she is an outstanding beauty. Yang Kai understood. Otherwise, Ai wouldn't have paid so much attention to her. "You are Grandmaster Yang? Sure enough, you are a dragon among men. Your appearance is extraordinary." Gu Baihu's red lips parted slightly. Her voice was very soft, but it was very pleasant to the ear. Yang Kai's expression changed. He subconsciously felt that Gu Baihu was praising him like this. It was a bit strange. She was just an origin returning realm cultivator, while he was already a second-order origin king. It was a bit rude for her to talk to him like an elder talking to a junior. However, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Mrs. Gu." Gu Baihu coughed a few times and said with a smile, "Grandmaster Yang is too polite. My life was saved by you. I should be the one to visit you and thank you in person. However, in my current situation, it is really inconvenient for me to move around. I can only ask Shen Tu to invite you over. Grandmaster Yang won't blame me, right? How could I dare? Mrs. Gu is an elder Shuiyu. Shuiyu and I are friends. Naturally, I should be the one to visit." Gu Baihu nodded gently. She seemed to be very satisfied with Yang Kai. This made Aio, who was watching from the side, confused. He hurriedly said, "I was just discussing with Mrs. Gu before. How should I thank you? It's just that I really can't think of a good idea at the moment. How about this, Brother Yang? You tell me yourself. What do you want? As long as this AI can do it, I will definitely do it for you." Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He couldn't help but look up at Shuiyu. Feeling his gaze, Shuiyu quickly looked away and pretended to be calm. Gu Baihu observed from the side. Suddenly, she chuckled and said softly, "I suddenly have an idea." "Oh, what idea does Mrs. Gu have? Why don't you tell me?" Aio was overjoyed. He hurriedly looked at her. Gu Baihu smiled slightly. She didn't speak. Instead, she waved to Shuiyu and Yang Kai. The two looked at each other. They didn't know what Gu Baihu wanted to do, but they both came to her bedside. Gu Baihu stretched out her hands. She held Shuiyu's hand in one hand and Yang Kai's hand in the other. Then, she joined them in the middle. Yang Kai and Shuiyu's hands were joined together. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, Grandmaster Yang, are you satisfied with this thank you gift? Yang Kai was startled, but soon he smiled and praised. Mrs. Gu is very intelligent. This Yang is very satisfied with this thank you gift. Shui was also stunned for a moment. When she understood what Gu Baihu meant, her pretty face flushed red. She pouted and stomped her feet. Little Miss AIO's eyes widened. He watched from the side for a while. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He asked in astonishment, Mrs. Gu, what is this? You still don't understand? Gu Baihu glanced at AIO and said leisurely, Grandmaster Yang probably already knew Shui Yu's secret. The two of them might have already fallen in love. What? AIO turned pale with fright. He immediately changed his previous amiable attitude and looked at Yang Kai with hostility. Yang Kai ignored his hostility and smiled faintly. Mrs. Gu is right. I actually knew that Shui Yu was a woman a long time ago. But how did Mrs. Gu find out? I didn't reveal any obvious flaws, did I? I believe Shui Yu wouldn't have told you about this. Gu Baihu smiled gently and said, It's very simple. You and I don't know each other. Why would you bet 2,000 years of freedom with Grandmaster's Wada for me? Since I don't have the ability to make you do this, and neither does my husband. The only explanation is Shui Yu. A man will only sacrifice himself for a woman regardless of the cost. Yang Kai revealed a look of realization. So, Mrs. Gu has already guessed this after waking up? Well, I guessed it, but I wasn't sure. That's why I called you over. Through my observation just now, I'm sure Mrs. Gu is really smart. Yang Kai praised. She could infer that he and Shui Yu were in love with each other from such little information. This was definitely not something an ordinary woman could do. It seemed that this Gu Baihu wasn't just beautiful. Shui Yu, is this true? AIO's old face was so dark that a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. Shui Yu bit her red lips and nodded slightly. You really pissed me off. AIO had a look of disappointment on his face. He had trained Shui Yu as the next successor of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, but he didn't expect that Shui Yu would be in love with another man. When he remembered that he had called Yang Kai brother Yang many times, AIO couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. No wonder this brat had such a strange expression at that time. So this was the reason. Thinking of this, AIO suddenly felt that he had suffered a big loss. Shui Yu is not young anymore. You have raised her as a boy since she was a child. Are you going to let her pretend to be a man for the rest of her life? Gu Baihu looked at AIO and said seriously, Any woman should pursue her own happiness. Grandmaster Yang is the best choice in terms of character, appearance, and cultivation. He is worthy of Shui Yu. What's rare is that both of them have feelings for each other. You don't have to worry about this matter. Chapter 1918. No. AIO's face darkened as he immediately denied. Everything else can be discussed, but I won't agree to this. Shui Yu's face darkened. Husband, you should also consider Shui Yu's situation. Her standards are so high. How many people in this world can catch her eye? Are you willing to see her be alone for the rest of her life? Gu Baihu gently persuaded. The heart of a cultivator is the highest of the martial Tao. It won't be too late to have sex after reaching the great accomplishment stage. AIO's face was still dark, not relenting in the slightest. Gu Baihu suddenly smiled sweetly and said with a smile, It seems that this madam will not be able to talk to you properly. Hearing this, AIO's face changed as he exclaimed, Hey, madam, what do you want to do? I'm not planning anything. Gu Baihu gently sneered. President AIO, you have been ambitious and ruthless for generations. You hold the power of the Chamber of Commerce in your hands, and in your heart, the martial Tao is the highest. I'm afraid this little girl has no place in your heart. You're now some distance away from reaching the great accomplishment stage. Since you said that it won't be too late to have sex after reaching the great accomplishment stage, this little girl can only leave you and not delay your great martial Tao undertaking. While speaking, Gu Bai, who was on the verge of tears, her disheartened expression, coupled with her sickly pale beauty, was truly pitiful. AIO panicked and hurriedly stepped forward, pushing away Yang Kai and Shui Yu, grabbing Gu Baihu's hands and anxiously saying, "Madam, I didn't mean that. I was just teaching Shuiyu a lesson. I didn't say I understand what you mean." Gu Baihu stretched out her hand and wiped the sparkling tears from the corners of her eyes. "President, Master, rest assured, this little girl will rest here for a few days. When I can get out of bed, I will leave. I will definitely not delay your great martial Dao undertaking. When you stand at the peak of the martial Dao one day, this little girl will accompany you. This little girl will accompany you and never leave you." She gently bit her thin lips and tilted her head as if she was heartbroken, tears rolling down her cheeks as she spoke. "Madam," AI was completely dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say at all. He was so anxious that he wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Gu Baihu to admit his mistake. But when he thought about how Yang Kai and Shui were still watching the show from the side, how could he swallow his pride? He turned around and glared at Yang Kai and Shui. "Well, father, master, your daughter will take her leave first." Shuiyu understood and knew that the following scene was not suitable for children. She quickly pulled a Yang Kai and fled. Yang Kai also hurriedly cupped his fists and left with Shuiyu. Before leaving, Yang Kai noticed Gu Baihu winking at him. She had an expression that said, "Don't panic." Yang Kai grinned. He knew that although AI looked like a burly man, he must also be a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Otherwise, he would not value Gu Baihu so much. But then again, if one day Su Yin, Xia Ningchang, or even Shanxing Luo were to use this move on him, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The land of warmth, the hero's mound, the eternal truth. Outside the bamboo house, Shen Tu was nowhere to be seen. He had long since disappeared. The bamboo house's barrier was instantly activated, and no sound could be heard from inside. Even Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense to probe, but he couldn't penetrate it. He could only give up. "Mrs. Gu." Yang Kai thought about it, but didn't know what adjective to use to describe her. After all, Gu Baihu was now his elder. It was inappropriate to evaluate her, so he could only say, "She seems to value you very much. Little Miss is very good to us. And she is very amiable, so we all respect her." Shuiyu smiled. Only she can control father. Don't look at how obedient father is in front of little Mississippi. In front of others, he is a different person. I can imagine. Yang Kai nodded. After all, he was the president of a union. How could he not have some dignity and power? Shuiyu suddenly poked Yang Kai quietly and asked bluntly, "When are you going to marry me?" "HM?" Yang Kai looked at Shuiyu in amazement and said with a faint smile, "Are you so sure that Mrs. Gu can handle President AI? Oh, Little Miss has personally taken action. How could father not compromise? Besides, even without Little Miss, with your identity and cultivation, father will still consider it. So there is no other possibility. Then you can't wait to get married?" Yang Kai stared into Shuiyu's beautiful eyes. Shuiyu blushed and stamped her feet. "So what? With such an outstanding person like you, if I don't take the initiative, how can I have a place in your heart in the future?" Yang Kai was stunned and speechless. Shuiyu coldly snorted and stepped forward, reaching out and poking Yang Kai's chest, gnashing her teeth. "Tell me, in addition to the dragon Lady Shanxing Luo I saw in the Emperor Garden before, how many women do you have? What are their names?" Shuiyu said a few words and poked Yang Kai, a burst of Saint Chi hidden between her slender jade fingers. After a dozen pokes, Yang Kai couldn't help coughing a few times and said with a guilty conscience, "There really aren't many." "What do you mean by not many?" Shuiyu squinted. Yang Kai raised 2 fingers. "Who are they? Are they worthy of you?" "My 2 senior sisters." Yang Kai laughed dryly. "Childhood sweethearts." Shuiyu was surprised and immediately said with some annoyance, "There is no hope for the first branch, and there is no place for me in the second or third branch. Can I only be the 4th branch?" She suddenly became unhappy and ground her teeth. "How many are you going to find in the future?" "There is no future," Yang Kai said sternly. Shuiyu chuckled and said with a fake smile, "Is it really okay for you to say such things? Be careful that I don't catch you in the future. When the time comes, I will tell the 3 sisters. Can you bear it?" There is really no future. Yang Kai made a solemn vow. He looked at Shui Yu with a sincere face, his eyes clear and honest. He reached out and held Shui Yu's soft hand and said tenderly, "It is enough to have you." Shui Yu's face turned slightly red, and her heart was filled with sweetness. She lowered her head and said angrily, "Mushy." "Done." Yang Kai couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. While the two were talking, the door of the bamboo house suddenly opened, and President Ai's sturdy body walked out. Shui Yu was like a frightened rabbit. She quickly pulled her hand out of Yang Kai's grasp and took 2 steps back. Aio's eyes were like thunder and lightning as he looked in the direction of the two. Obviously, he had discovered something, but he didn't say anything. He just snorted coldly and waved at Yang Kai with a sullen face, saying rudely, "Boy, come with me." After saying that, he walked directly in a certain direction, from Brother Yang to Master Yang, and now to this boy. It was clear that President Aio's impression of Yang Kai had changed. Yang Kai smiled and turned to Shui Yu, saying, "I'll go talk to Senior. You can go back first. I'll come find you." Shui Yu opened her mouth and wanted to follow, but she also knew that it was not convenient for her to interrupt the two men's conversation. She could only say, "Be careful. If my father makes things difficult for you, bear with it if you can. Later, I will make it up to you." After saying that, she ran away with a red face. Yang Kai showed an expression of reverie. "Boy, get your ass over here." Aio stood not far away and urged with dissatisfaction, I'm coming. Yang Kai knew that he had fallen into an absolute disadvantage in the confrontation with Gubai Hu. At this moment, he was in a bad mood, so he didn't care at all. Yang Kai trotted to Aio and stood in front of him. With a smile on his face, he cupped his fists and said, "Yang Kai greets the future. Father-in-law master. Boy, what did you call me?" Aio jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Yang Kai laughed dryly. "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Boy, if you want to marry Shui Yu, there's no room for discussion." Aio glared at Yang Kai with an unhappy face. "Really?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Absolutely not." Aio squinted and said in a deep voice. He looked like he would never yield, even if he was struck by lightning. "I see." Yang Kai pondered for a moment. "That boy seems to have nothing to say to Senior. Let's leave it at that for now. I will leave Water Sky City tomorrow." This time, it was Aio's turn to be stunned. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so easy to talk to. He thought that this boy would shamelessly pester him, but he didn't expect him to back off. Aio was overjoyed. If this was the case, then he could give an explanation to Gubai Hu. Anyway, he wasn't the one who forced him to leave. He was the one who took the initiative to leave. It had nothing to do with him. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Yang Kai sigh heavily. But if I leave here, I'm afraid that the 500 or so alchemists of the Hall of Healing will have to leave with me." "What do you mean?" Aio suddenly became nervous. I forgot to tell President Aio that after you left, I gave a lecture on alchemy for a few days. Now, I can be considered as a half-master of those alchemists. They originally wanted to follow me to learn alchemy, but I thought that since we are all family, following me would be the same as staying in the Hall of Healing. So I didn't agree. But now that I don't have such fate with Shui Yu, I won't force it. If I leave, I'm afraid that they will have to leave too." "Half-master?" Aio was shocked and immediately said angrily, "Boy, you are threatening me." He knew that Yang Kai was definitely not joking. Alchemists attached great importance to inheritance. This could be seen when Zhang Yuan left with Zuoda. Yang Kai was now a half-master of those 500 or so alchemists. He had the grace of imparting knowledge to them. As long as he raised his arm, the Hall of Healing would be destroyed. Not a single person would be left behind. Those were the elites of the entire Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Aio felt a chill in his heart. He realized that he had underestimated Yang Kai's ability. I wouldn't dare. Yang Kai looked at Aio with a smile. "You have guts." Aio gritted his teeth and snorted. Yang Kai ignored him and suddenly took out something that looked like a stone tablet from his space ring. He sighed and said, "Originally, This junior was going to give this to senior. Unfortunately, forget it. I don't have to anymore. What is this? AIO asked curiously. A secret art. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Chapter 1919. Originally, AIO was very curious about what Yang Kai had taken out. After all, Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary and his status was not low, so anything he took out would definitely be extraordinary. But when he heard that it was a secret art, AIO immediately lost interest and curled his lips. I was wondering what it was. It turns out to be a secret art. Although my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is based on commerce, we also attach great importance to the martial Tao. As for this secret art, boy, keep it for yourself. The Chamber of Commerce doesn't lack these things. Yang Kai smiled slightly and calmly spat out a line of words from his mouth. This secret art is called Star Refining Art. As soon as his voice fell, AIO's eyes burst with light, and he immediately snatched the stone tablet from Yang Kai's hand at lightning speed. Then, he opened his eyes wide and looked at it carefully. There were 3 ancient characters engraved on the stone tablet. They looked extremely mysterious and were completely different from the characters that existed today. But if one looked carefully, they would find that they were somewhat similar to the 3 characters of the current star refining art. AIO's hands could not help trembling. Senior, don't you think this is a bit unbecoming of your identity? Yang Kai ridiculed from his side. Shut up, AIO shouted angrily. He did not have the slightest intention of guarding against Yang Kai and directly immersed his mind into the stone tablet, studying it carefully. Later, when the embodiment refined the source of the floating continent, it also proved this point. AIO was now at the peak of the second-order Origin King realm. If he could obtain the star refining art and refine the source of Cultivation Star, not only would his future be bright, but his promotion to the third-order Origin King realm would also be absolutely assured. That was why he had lost his composure. Last time, he had asked Shui Yu to bring a large number of masters to the Emperor Garden for the star refining art. Unfortunately, it fell into Yang Kai's hands in the end. After Shui Yu returned, she did not report the truth, so AIO did not know that the star refining art was actually in Yang Kai's possession. Now that he suddenly saw it, he was naturally ecstatic. Yang Kai smiled slightly and stood to the side, waiting. As time passed, AIO's expression changed from excitement to nervousness. Anticipation, excitement, all kinds of expressions flashed across his face. After a long while, he suddenly burst into laughter, and his laughter was carefree. Senior, what did you gain? Yang Kai asked with a smile. As long as Senior is satisfied, I'll take this. I'll think about the matter between you and Shui Yu. Yang Kai smiled and did not force him. Since AIO had said so, it meant that he had agreed. It was just that he couldn't bring himself to do it. Come, follow me for a walk. I have something to ask you. AIO changed his overbearing attitude. He became much friendlier. Yang Kai nodded and said, Elder's orders, I dare not refuse. AIO was very satisfied with his attitude. As he walked forward with his hand behind his back, he said, I want to know, how old are you this year? I'm not too sure either. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. Since leaving Tongxian realm and entering Star's territory, he had been wandering around aimlessly. So how could he have the time to calculate his own age? About 50 to 60 years old. 50 to 60 years old. AIO's face changed slightly. Are you sure you're only that old? 50 to 60 years old. For a mortal, this was already the year when they were about to enter the age of obedience. However, for successful martial artists, 50 to 60 years was just the beginning of their cultivation. Today's Saint Grade Cultivator and Saint King Grade Cultivator were all at this age. Even some Transcendence and Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivators with poor aptitude were much older. As for Yang Kai, he was a second-order Origin King. In the entire Star's territory, which Origin King was not an old monster who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Without the accumulation of time and the flowing time Great Emperor, it was impossible to break through to the Origin King realm. Therefore, after learning that Yang Kai was only 50 or 60 years old, AIO was almost shocked to the core. I check your bone age. You don't mind, do you? AIO looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Naturally, I don't mind. Yang Kai smiled slightly and took the initiative to extend his hand. Ao reached out and put his hand on Yang Kai's wrist, releasing his divine sense to investigate for a while before letting go in shock. Under his investigation, he found that Yang Kai was really only a few decades old and was not lying. After all, although the appearance of a cultivator would not change much due to the increase in strength, the bone age could reflect the age of a cultivator. How did he cultivate? Ao suddenly felt that he had lived for so many years in vain. What shocked him even more was that when he checked Yang Kai's bone age, he found that the vitality in Yang Kai's body was shockingly vigorous. He suddenly realized that this should be because Yang Kai had refined the immortal divine tree. President Ao thought that Yang Kai had really refined the immortal divine tree, which was why he could break through to the second-order Origin King realm in such a short time. He took a deep breath and said sincerely, "With your talent, there is no woman in this star territory who is worthy of you. It is Shui Yu's blessing that you have taken a fancy to her. This king can rest assured that she will follow you." He finally admitted the relationship between Yang Kai and Shui Yu. After all, a character like Yang Kai was hard to come by and was more than enough to be worthy of Shui Yu. But there is one thing this king needs to remind you of. Ao suddenly remembered something and said, "Please speak, senior. Do you know about Shui Yu's special constitution?" Ao asked. "Dragon marrow phoenix body." Yang Kai smiled slightly. If it weren't for this special constitution, Shui Yu would not have been able to hide from the eyes of the entire star territory by pretending to be a man without being seen through. Yes, since you know about the Dragon Marrow Phoenix body, you must also know the greatest role of this constitution. Yang Kai nodded with a strange expression. Ao coughed lightly and said with some embarrassment, "As an elder, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to say this, but I want to remind you that if it is for your own good and for Shui Yu's good, don't be too early. And you understand. It won't be too late to wait until the day Shui Yu's martial Dao becomes successful. I believe with your temperament, you should have enough patience." "I understand." Yang Kai couldn't help but wipe the sweat on his forehead. It was really embarrassing to talk about this topic with his future father-in-law. "Haha, it's good that you understand." Ao patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately and said with a sigh, "Don't blame this king for being unreasonable. When the day comes when you are a father, you will understand why I did everything I did before." Yang Kai said seriously, "Junior understands Senior's love for his daughter." "Good." Ao nodded. "And I want to hire you as the foreign elder of my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Do you agree?" "It doesn't matter. Senior just wants to borrow my false reputation." "It doesn't matter. I knew you would understand. Moreover, a few days ago, you competed with Zhuoda in alchemy and gained the upper hand. You even triggered the grand alchemic Dao tone. I have already sent people to spread the news. I believe that soon, your name will spread throughout Star Territory. With you as my Chamber of Commerce's foreign elder, wouldn't the alchemists in Star Territory roll over? Now, I will make them beg me to join the Chamber of Commerce. I won't have to look at their faces anymore." "Ha ha ha." Ao laughed heartily, as if he had finally gotten his revenge. Yang Kai laughed dryly. He knew that Ao had suffered a lot from those eccentric alchemists. "Also, what about your bet with Zhuoda? What about the dozens of Origin King Great Spirit pills every year? Where do you live? Do you need this king to send them to you?" Ao asked. "No need. Just treat those things as Junior's betrothal gift," Yang Kai said with a smile. Ao narrowed his eyes. "Are you willing? Dozens of pills every year, hundreds of pills every 10 years, thousands of pills every 100 years. Those are Origin King Great Spirit pills, not ordinary pills. Senior, have you forgotten that I am also an alchemist? I can refine spirit pills by myself." Ao laughed involuntarily. "So, this betrothal gift is not enough for you?" Yang Kai grinned. "Plus the star refining art, plus my alchemy junior brothers, and that's about right." Ao said happily. "What if you had a dozen space arrays that cross stars?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ao's expression turned serious as he whispered, "I was just about to ask you about this. Can you really arrange that kind of space array that can directly teleport from one star to another stars? Since Senior knows about this, you should have learned it from Shun Tuesday. Didn't Shintu tell you that he had tested it himself? Shintu told me, but this king found it hard to believe. AIO's expression turned serious. AIO's face turned solemn. My Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce controls a total of 18 cultivation stars, or stars, and medicine stars. Every year, the cost of traveling to and from these stars is astronomical. If you really have this kind of space array to connect them, then you will be the benefactor of my entire Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention marrying Shuiyu. If you want to marry this king's other daughters, you can also marry them. Senior must be joking. Shuiyu alone is enough. Moreover, it has nothing to do with this matter. Good. Shuiyu really didn't misjudge you. Her vision is indeed not bad. AIO said, then suddenly said, "Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed straight ahead. Xianxia didn't know what he was going to do, but he didn't ask much and just followed closely behind. Not long after, the two arrived at a heavily guarded palace. In front of the palace, there was a cultivator in golden armor, and all of them were second-order origin returning realm masters. The palace was surrounded by dense barriers. It was obvious that this was an important place in Water Sky City. "Greetings, President." Seeing AIO coming, many guards hurriedly saluted. AIO nodded slightly and led Xianxia all the way inside. Chapter 1920. After entering the main hall, Xianxia immediately felt a faint fluctuation of space force rushing towards him. Focusing his gaze, he saw a space array at the center of the main hall. It was faintly emitting a fluorescent light. There were many cultivators vigilantly guarding it, and there were also powerhouses secretly observing the surroundings. This should be the main hub of the Water-Moon-Star space array, Xianxia realized. Otherwise, it would not be so heavily guarded. Sure enough, AIO said, this is a spatial formation that connects every major city and important stronghold on Water-Moon-Star. It's extremely important. Xianxia nodded. He scanned it with his divine sense and knew the internal structure of the space array. However, he did not care too much. After all, it was not difficult for him to arrange this kind of space array. "Senior, what do you want me to do by letting me see this?" Xianxia asked suspiciously. "It's not this." AIO smiled mysteriously and gestured for Xianxia to follow him. Then, he walked to the side and entered a side door. There was a spiral staircase. The staircase was dotted with fist-sized luminous pearls, emitting a soft and warm light. It was not dark at all. AIO led the way at the front. After walking for about an incense stick's worth of time, the two of them finally arrived at a certain place underground. The front suddenly opened up. Xianxia was surprised to find that there was another world underground. It was a spacious secret room. Looking around, there was nothing in the secret room. There was only an existence in the center, exuding an ancient and desolate aura, standing there quietly. "This is..." Xianxia raised his eyebrows and hurried forward. With the help of the luminous pearl's light, he circled around the space array that occupied an area of about 5 feet. "This is a cross-cultivation space array?" Xianxia looked at AIO in amazement. "Yes." AIO nodded seriously. "As you can see, this is indeed a cross-cultivation space array. It can teleport from the Water-Moon-Star to another star. It can't be used." Xianxia asked again. "Yes, I don't know what went wrong. According to the ancient records of our ancestors, it has been unusable since tens of thousands of years ago. Over the years, the president of the Chamber of Commerce has always found someone to repair it. Unfortunately, no one was able to repair it. Xianxia, it's not that I don't believe in your abilities, but this is a matter of great importance. I must see for myself. If you can repair this formation, you will be able to do so. I'll believe you." AIO said seriously. "What's so difficult about that?" Xianxia grinned. His expression was unexpectedly relaxed. "Can you really repair it?" AIO's expression suddenly became excited. "Sure." Xianxia nodded. "But senior, where does this array lead to?" AIO frowned slightly. He seemed to have some difficult words to say, but after a moment of silence, he said, "You've confided in me, and you're also in love with Shuiyu. You're not an outsider, so there's no harm in telling you. Have you heard that there are many dark stars in this star territory? Dark stars. Yang Kai raised his brow and said with some surprise, "Are you talking about those stars that can't be entered by conventional means and can't even be seen with the naked eye? They're hidden in the depths of the star territory? You really know about them?" AI nodded. Yes, they are. The star territory is vast, and the secrets it contains are enormous. Although there aren't many dark stars in the entire star territory, they are definitely not few. It's just that ordinary people can't find them. Today, any valuable stars in the star territory have already been divided up by the major forces. For example, my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is in charge of as many as 18. If the major forces want to develop and grow stronger, the safest way is to explore and search for dark stars in addition to expansion and invasion. There are too many unknown factors in expansion and invasion, but searching for dark stars is very safe and convenient. It's just that dark stars are hidden deep and extremely difficult to find. Even if one brushes past them, one may not necessarily find them. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I've heard of this before. It is said that there are heaven and earth arrays in the star territory that hide some stars. The mysteries of these heaven and earth arrays are so profound that even a third-order origin king master may not be able to see through them." While speaking, Yang Kai's heart moved, and he asked in surprise, "Senior means that this space array is actually connected to a dark star?" AIO's face was slightly excited as he nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed connected to a dark star. You may not know this, but the ancestors of my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had some friendship with the great emperors of Starfield. The dark star was discovered by the great emperors. In the end, they told the Chamber of Commerce's ancestors that this space array was personally arranged by the great emperors. It's actually related to yang inflammation." Yang Kai was a little surprised, but he finally understood why the space array in front of him was almost exactly the same as the one he had arranged. Because it was made by yang inflammation, and his own space array was also taught by yang inflammation, it would be strange if it was different. He thought that Yang Kai would show some shock after hearing that the great emperors had some friendship with the ancestors of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. But he found that Yang Kai was actually indifferent. AIO was surprised and couldn't help but raise his evaluation of Yang Kai in his heart. Only a person with a calm mind could be so indifferent. How could he know that Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had spent a lot of time together? In terms of understanding of the great emperors, no one in the entire star territory could surpass him. He continued, "That dark star is an Earth star and is extremely valuable. It's a pity that my Chamber of Commerce has been sitting on a mountain of treasures for tens of thousands of years, but we can't find a way to enter it. We are really ashamed of the trust the great emperors entrusted to us. Yang Kai, if you can repair this space array, you will be the true benefactor of my Chamber of Commerce." This king, when AIO said this, he found that he couldn't continue. He wanted to thank Yang Kai, but when the words came to his mouth, he found that there was nothing he could thank him for. Yang Kai's appearance had brought incalculable benefits to the Chamber of Commerce and himself. What could he use to thank him for such kindness? It would be more appropriate to sell the entire Chamber of Commerce to thank him. "Senior can rest assured. Leave this to me." Yang Kai nodded dutifully. "Good, then this king will wait and see." "How long will it take?" AIO asked excitedly. "Wait a moment." As Yang Kai spoke, he arrived at the base of the space array, which had been in disrepair for many years, and released his divine sense to carefully observe it for a moment before revealing a determined expression. The next moment, Yang Kai took out a variety of materials from his space ring, including the pure space spirit crystals he had taken from the severed world. Scorching flames burst out from his body as the materials in front of him constantly changed shape and were integrated into the space array. Yang Kai's divine sense also shuttled back and forth inside the space array, using his conflagrated spiritual energy to repair the spirit array inside. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai raised his hand and waved it, embedding the pure space spirit crystals into the space array. The entire space array suddenly buzzed, and a clear fluctuation of space force pulsed from it. The originally gray space array actually burst with a faint light at this moment. This, AI was dumbfounded. His jaw dropped, so wide that a fist could almost fit in it. As the president of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and a second-order origin king, he had lived for most of his life and had seen all kinds of bizarre things. He had long been able to remain calm, even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. But at this moment, he was really shocked. He thought that it would not be easy for Xianxia to repair this space array. He thought that it would take at least 1 to 2 months, or even 1 to 2 months. He thought that Xianxia would have to spend a lot of effort and divine power. He thought, but it had only taken a stick of incense worth of time. Xianxia had solved the problem that had plagued countless elites of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce for 10,000 years. Is this kid still human? AI felt as if his entire body was broken. He stared in front of him in disbelief. However, the humming of the array and the fluctuations of spatial power, as well as the faint light, all indicated that the spatial array had indeed been repaired. Just as he was in a daze, he found that Xianxia had taken out some materials and was refining them in his hand. After a short while, a token-like thing was formed. Immediately, Xianxia beckoned to AI and smiled. "Senior, do you want to go over and take a look?" Is this enough?" AIO asked suspiciously. It was not that he doubted Xianxia's ability, but everything he saw was beyond the limits of his imagination. "And this space array is the same as what I learned. It's just that there's a problem with the internal spirit array diagram. It's no big deal after I fixed it. I also reinforced the array foundation and added some space spear crystals. It's enough to keep this space array running for 10,000 years. AI swallowed a mouthful of saliva, but when he recalled that the opposite side was the rich or star that the successive presidents of the Chamber of Commerce have been obsessed with for thousands of years, he could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. With a single stride, he rushed into the array. "Senior, take this and stabilize your soul." Xianxia handed him the newly refined token and exhorted. "Is this the transmission token you specially refined? Without this thing, you can't use the space array?" AIO asked thoughtfully. Obviously, Shun too had reported everything to him, so he knew about the existence of the transmission token. "Yes, but it's not that you can't use it. If you use it rashly, you will be banished to the endless void." Xianxia grinned. Good. With this king can rest assured." AIO laughed, raised his hand, and said, "Let's go. Let this king see how rich that star is." Xianxia no longer spoke, but poured a lot of Saint crystals into the space array, formed a seal, and operated the spirit array. As the dazzling light swallowed Xianxia and AIO, the two disappeared in the next moment. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, on a lonely and desolate star, in a simple palace, a light flickered and lasted for 10 breaths before gradually extinguishing. After the light dissipated, the figures of Xianxia and AIO appeared. As expected of a second-order origin king, AIO's spiritual energy was extremely powerful. Even after being teleported across stars, AIO quickly recovered, unlike Shintu, who was dizzy for half a day. He hurriedly looked around and expanded his divine sense outwards. Clearly, he was checking if there was any danger in the surroundings. Chapter 1921. The two of them were now inside a large hall that exuded an ancient aura. Obviously, it had been here for many years. Because no one had come and gone all year round, it had been in disrepair for many years. Therefore, there were some signs of damage around the hall. Inside the hall, there were at least 100 skeletons sitting cross-legged, scattered all over the hall. These skeletons had long lost their life force and flesh. Even the clothes on their bodies had been eroded by the wind, leaving only white bones. Some of them still maintained their human form, while others were scattered on the ground. It was a horrible sight to behold. After confirming that there was no danger around, AIO's gaze fell on the skeletons around. His eyes couldn't help but dim as he sighed, These should be the disciples of my Chamber of Commerce who didn't have time to evacuate this place. Back then, the space array was damaged suddenly. Some of the cultivator mining on this or star didn't have time to return to Watermoon Star. 10,000 years had passed, and the Ore Star wasn't suitable for cultivators to cultivate. Their cultivation had stagnated, so naturally, they could only die of old age here. Hundreds of people had died in the hall alone. One could imagine how many had died outside. At that time, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce suffered heavy losses. According to ancient records, more than 5,000 disciples had gone missing. In other words, 5,000 Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce disciples had died on this or star. Senior, please restrain your grief. Yang Kai didn't know how to comfort him. Seeing AIO's gloomy expression, he could only say this casually. AIO smiled bitterly. This seat knows. It was something that happened more than 10,000 years ago. I just feel that the Chamber of Commerce has let them down. They spilled their lives and blood here, and after 10,000 years, not many people remember them. Someone will remember them in the future. They probably died here because they wanted to guard the array here. To prevent it from being destroyed by external forces is a great merit in itself. What do you mean? AIO asked in amazement. Yang Kai grinned. Let's put it this way. If you want to teleport across stars, you must have two connected space arrays. If either one is damaged, you can't teleport. The one in Watermoon Star City is damaged, but after I repair it, we can teleport here. This means that the array here is intact. I was worried that if the array here was damaged, I would have to enter the Void Corridor alone to repair the teleportation node. Doing that would have been dangerous for me, but this didn't happen. This means that before they died, they had protected the array very well. For the Chamber of Commerce, isn't this a great contribution? Senior, you should remember them and worship them for the future generations. A look of realization appeared on AIO's face as he nodded repeatedly. You're right. Although this king doesn't know their names, they're indeed heroes of the Chamber of Commerce. Future generations should remember their contributions. When a person is in despair, when faced with death, they will become crazy. Without reason, anything can be done. However, the hundreds of people who had died in this hall did not go crazy and destroy the space array. Instead, they guarded it until the very end. They were probably hoping that one day, someone would come from the Water Moon Star to save them. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that this wait would last for over 10,000 years. As for them, they had long since turned into dry bones. AIO's expression suddenly turned solemn. He walked down from the array and arrived in front of the hundreds of dry bones. With a solemn expression, he said, "This one is the current president of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. AIO. This AI will definitely record it down, and you can all die a worthy death. Although this AI came late, this AI will take you home today so that you can rest in peace. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me." While speaking, he took out an empty space ring and carefully waved his hand. He circulated his Saint Chi and collected the dried bones in front of him into the ring. Then the second, the third, after half a stick of incense worth of time, AIO finished collecting all the dried bones. He turned to Yang Kai and said, "I'm going to go out and look around to see if there are any other disciples. Feel free to wander around. This isn't her star, so maybe you can gain something. Don't be polite. If you find anything, it's your own opportunity." "Okay, then let's meet here in a month. I still have some things to discuss with Senior." AIO nodded. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. After he left, Yang Kai followed him out of the hall. Looking around, Yang Kai found that this or star's environment was very similar to the one he had accidentally discovered. It was dark and cold, and the world energy here was thin. It was not suitable for cultivators to cultivate here, but it contained extremely rich mineral deposits. High Heaven Sect had become extremely rich by relying on the reserves of that or star. Yang Kai believed that if Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce could develop this or star, its financial resources would definitely rise to another level. Thinking of that or star, Yang Kai's heart moved. With a wave of his hand, he released Xiao and Firebird. "Master, what are your orders?" Lu Yin was still in a sexy posture. Her white arms were exposed to the air. She was wearing a fiery red dress that reached her lower abdomen. Her delicate navel was extremely seductive. Yang Kai glanced at her, shook his head. He then looked at the stone mongoose and asked, Xiao, is there anything you like here? In fact, Yang Kai's question was simply nonsense. As soon as Xiao was released, he opened his two bean-like eyes and looked around. He looked extremely silly, but Yang Kai knew that this was a sign of his extreme excitement. For the stone mongoose, who were born to refine mineral essences for their own use, an ore star was simply a paradise for them. As long as they were given enough time, they could even swallow and refine an entire star. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, Xiao nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. Yang Kai grinned and asked in a low voice, is there any remnant star source? Last time on that, or star, Xiao fell into a deep sleep because he swallowed the remnant star's star source. Although he did not become stronger after he woke up, he could ignore the territory of an origin king. This was another level of strength. If he could swallow some remnant star source here, Xiao was bound to grow even stronger. The star source of an star was not the same as the star source of a cultivation star. Because the star source of an star was severely damaged, the world energy here was thin. It was not suitable for a cultivator to cultivate here, so it did not matter whether it existed or not. As long as the mineral deposits existed, the value of an star would not shrink. But a cultivation star was different. Every cultivation star had hundreds of millions of inhabitants. Without the star source, it would quickly become a dead star. At that time, hundreds of millions of inhabitants would suffer. The same was true for a medicine star. The world energy of medicine star was even denser than that of an ordinary cultivation star, because spirit herbs could grow quickly only when the world energy was dense. After hearing Yang Kai's question, Xiao seemed to be a little confused. He scratched his head and stared at Yang Kai blankly, as if he did not know what he was asking. Idiot, it's the thing you swallowed last time and then fell asleep. Lu Yin knocked Xiao's head, making a crisp sound. Xiao finally understood. His eyes lit up and he quickly nodded. Go swallow it. If there are any good things on the way, don't let them go. When it's about time, come here and wait for me. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. Xiao did a somersault in the air, and his short body directly drilled into the ground as if he was weightless, quickly disappearing. In the perception of Yang Kai's divine sense, it had actually penetrated 100 kilometers into the ground in a very short period of time, and it was still moving at an extremely fast speed. Obviously, it was searching for the remnant star source. Master, what do I need to do? Lu Yin asked. You can also look around and see if there are any opportunities that belong to you. This place has been untouched for tens of thousands of years, so there should be some benefits. Maybe there is something waiting for you to collect. Don't you need me to accompany you? There's no need. Yang Kai shook his head. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and stared at Lu Yin in surprise. Your intelligence. In the past, Lu Yin didn't seem to take the initiative to ask him such questions, but today, Lu Yin's behavior was a little different. Lu Yin was also stunned. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed as she looked at him blankly. Yang Kai smiled lightly. It seems that refining the sun's true fire has been of great help to your growth. Unfortunately, Xiao's innate sentience is quite low. Otherwise, he would definitely become smarter and smarter. You should work hard. If one day you obtain an opportunity, I'll find a way to shape a physical body for you, so you don't have to rely on this energy body to survive. Lu Yin's beautiful eyes suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. She bowed and said, Then Lu Yin will thank Master in advance. Yang Kai waved his hand. Lu Yin immediately let out a soft cry and turned into a huge firebird. Like a burning flame, she rushed into the sky. After the two helpers left, Yang Kai released his divine sense to check the situation of the embodiment in the sealed world bead. The formation was the same as Xiao's. They could both devour and refine minerals to strengthen themselves. However, the embodiment had just refined the entire floating continent and was still digesting it. Its mountain-like body was daunting. Seeing it like this, Yang Kai knew that it was not suitable to let it out now. He immediately jumped and flew into the sky. This was a dark star, a star concealed by a heaven and earth spirit array. The ores here were of little value to Xianxia, but the heaven and earth spirit array that concealed this dark star was something he needed to see. If he could find some clues through the natural formation, it would be enough to benefit Xianxia greatly. Looking up, the sky was dark. It was different from any other cultivation star. There was no sun, moon, or stars, or even starlight. There was only a hazy light pouring down from the sky. Xianxia did not know what kind of light it was, but it was because of this light that the entire star was not dark. The whole world seemed to be covered by an invisible lid, forming a world of its own. Xianxia arrived at a height of more than 100,000 kilometers, but did not go any higher, because he felt that the world spirit array had already played a great role here. If he rashly continued to ascend, it would inevitably lead to a fatal situation. Even he might not be able to avoid this kind of fatal situation. This was the wrath of heaven and earth, the power of the laws. Chapter 1922. Xianxia sat cross-legged midair, motionless as he released his divine sense and immersed himself in the surrounding world principles. From Yang Yin, Xianxia learned the importance of comprehending world principles. Only by comprehending world principles could a cultivator surpass the Origin King realm and take a peek into the mysteries of the next higher realm. This was also why Yang Yin said that it was easier for Star Master level characters to grow. Because a Star Master was the master of a cultivation star and had integrated their star source, they could easily comprehend the world principles of their cultivation star and become proficient in comprehending them. Xianxia asked Xiao to swallow the remnant source here because of this consideration. While he was becoming stronger, he had never given up on helping his two great helpers. If Xiao could also comprehend world principles one day, his combat power would definitely rise steadily. At that time, not only would he be able to ignore the might of an Origin King's territory field, he could even easily suppress it. Soon, Xianxia entered a state where he forgot about everything and immersed himself in comprehending world principles. He could clearly feel that there was a mysterious and obscure power flowing around him, but this power was so profound that even he could not comprehend it. This was world principles. Xianxia did not expect to be able to comprehend much. He just wanted to get in touch with them as much as possible to prepare for the future. Time flew by and soon, a month had passed. On this day, Xianxia opened his eyes, a faint light flashing across them as he looked around. Everything that was originally obscure seemed to have become much clearer. He now had a glimpse into the world principles. Sure enough, this is a force more powerful than my territory field. If I can really comprehend world principles, I will be able to control them. Xianxia said thoughtfully, what is the next realm? How can one control such a powerful force? Whether it was the Sure of an Origin returning realm master or the territory field of an Origin King realm master, they were all formed from their own strength, using their own ability to influence their surroundings. But world principles were different. World principles fundamentally controlled the power of heaven and earth, so it was clear at a glance which was stronger and which was weaker. Xianxia stood there quietly and pondered for 3 days. He was still a little confused. He knew, perhaps it was too early for him to consider these things. At that moment, he didn't insist. He turned around and flew down. After returning to the palace, Xianxia sensed Aio's aura. He had obviously returned from the outside. Along with it, there were also Xiao and Lu Yan. However, Xiao seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep again. Her breathing was stable. There was not the slightest fluctuation. When Xianxia walked in the hall, he was surprised to find Aio looking at Lu Yan suspiciously. He didn't know where she came from, but with Aio's eyesight, he could see that Lu Yan didn't have a physical body, but was a condensation of energy. At this moment, Lu Yan was sitting quietly with the stone mongoose in his arms, waiting for Xianxia's arrival. Senior, Xianxia stepped forward and cupped his fists in greeting. You're back. Aio nodded. What's the harvest? Xianxia asked. I've collected more than 2,000 skeletons. As for the rest, I can't find them. However, I found a few battleships that can still be used and many minerals that have been mined. After I return, I'll send people here to continue mining. That's good. Since there's nothing else, let's go back first. All right. AIO didn't beat around the bush. After saying that, he took the initiative to stand on the space array. Yang Kai waved his hand and put away Lu Yin and Xiao. Although he didn't ask Lu Yin what she had gained, he knew from her expression that she must have obtained some benefits. This was because there was still a scorching flame in Lu Yin's body that hadn't been refined and was ready to move. Lu Yin probably found some kind of heaven and earth flame on this, her star. AIO opened his mouth. He wanted to ask about the origins of Xiao and Lu Yin, but after thinking about it, he gave up. He had sensed before that whether it was Xiao or Lu Yin, both of them contained a power that he was extremely wary of. In other words, if he fought them alone, he wasn't confident that he could defeat either of them. This made him feel that Yang Kai was becoming more and more mysterious. At such a young age, he was not even 60 years old, but he was already a second-order origin king. He was also an origin-grade alchemist, could arrange a cross-cultivation star-space array, and had such a powerful subordinate. Was this still an ability that a person could have? Could he really gather such power? Wasn't the creator a little too biased? But when he thought that Xueyu could capture the heart of such a man, he was overjoyed. If such a person became an enemy of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, it would be a disaster for the Chamber of Commerce. No wonder that old man Kuang, Shizong, suffered in Yang Kai's hands. No wonder Purple Star suffered heavy losses. With a flash of light, the two returned to the secret room underwater Sky City. After coming back to his senses, AIO said, Yang Kai, I have personally verified your ability. I will have to trouble you to arrange the space array between the 18 stars of my Chamber of Commerce. If you need any materials, just ask Xueyu. She will do her best to assist you. Next, I need to deal with your star, so I probably won't be able to see you for a while. It's fine. Yang Kai smiled slightly. But this junior has a presumptuous request that I don't know if senior can agree to. No need to be so polite. After going through such a thing, AIO had long regarded Yang Kai as one of his own. So how could he refuse his request? I need your Chamber of Commerce's Star Emperor token, Yang Kai said in a low voice. AIO's expression turned cold. You know that my Chamber of Commerce has a Star Emperor token. Immediately, he showed a look of realization. Xueyu told you, right? Yes. Is it convenient for you to tell me what you want that Star Emperor token for? Although it is something left behind by the great emperors, the divine technique sealed inside has long been activated, so it is of no great use. It is just an inheritance. If you can tell me the truth, there is no harm in giving it to you. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before taking out a jade slip, pouring his divine sense into it, and handing it to AIO. Senior will know after taking a look at this. AIO took it suspiciously and read it carefully. The information in the jade slip was exactly the same as the one Yang Kai gave to Red Moon Tribal Lord. It contained the secret of gathering the 9-star Emperor tokens to open the path to the star boundary. Sure enough, after reading it, AIO was shocked and exclaimed, Is this true? How could this junior dare to joke about such a thing? Yang Kai said solemnly, No wonder you want that Star Emperor token. If that is the case, there is no harm in giving it to you. But these 6 third-order origin kings. If senior is included, this junior already has 4 candidates. AIO looked at him in amazement and said with a smile, It seems that you are already prepared. Then I wonder if senior has any plans to explore the star boundary, Yang Kai said with a grin. AIO fell silent. He was not as enthusiastic as Red Moon Tribal Lord at that time. After pondering for a while, he said, I can't give you an answer right now, but I think that even if I don't go, Marshal Uncle Long will definitely be very interested. Senior Long? Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he nodded. He is a very suitable candidate. Long Tianshang was now a top third-order origin king and fully met the requirements to open the path to the star boundary. With his help, Yang Kai would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Marshal Uncle Long has been studying the secrets of the martial Dao all these years. If I tell him about this, I'm afraid he will be overjoyed and will definitely not refuse. AIO smiled slightly. No one knew about the persistent pursuit of the martial Dao by third-order origin kings. Only when a cultivator reached this realm would they be able to deeply comprehend it. Therefore, Xianxia had expected that it would not be a problem to gather enough people. He only needed to spread the news he had, and there would definitely be hidden old monsters who would take the initiative to come looking for him. It was just that he did not want to cooperate with too many strangers, so he prioritized the cultivator he was familiar with. Don't worry, my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce will definitely send someone. If it is not me, then it will be Marshal Uncle Long, AIO said seriously. But boy, how many Star Emperor tokens have you collected? Including the one from the Chamber of Commerce. I already have 8. AIO narrowed his eyes. What about the last one? It's in Sword Union. Sword Union? AIO raised his eyebrows and suddenly grinned. He patted Xianxia on the shoulder and said, "That's easy. I'll do it for you. Just consider it as returning a favor. You just have to wait for the good news." Xianxia was quite happy to see him take care of everything. His original intention was to go to Sword Union after dealing with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and personally discuss with the Sword Union's master. But now that AIO was here, it saved him a lot of effort. He believed that AIO must have full confidence in him to say so. Then, many thanks, Senior. No need to be so polite. We are family. AIO laughed and put his arm around Xianxia's shoulder affectionately. The more he looked at Xianxia, the more satisfied he was with him. He felt that such a son-in-law was simply impossible to find. In the following days, Xianxia had a rare moment of leisure. Because of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, President AIO was busy taking people to the ore star to mine ores, while Shui was collecting materials to arrange the space array. No one accompanied Xianxia. On the other hand, the alchemists of the Alchemist Hall were extremely enthusiastic. They came to visit Xianxia from time to time, claiming to be his disciple. They came in a big wave, saying that they were here to visit, but what they really wanted to do was clear to everyone. Xianxia had no choice but to go to the Alchemist Hall in person and give a lecture on the Alchemy Dao again. He lectured for 5 days before this group of shameless alchemists were completely satisfied. 5 days later, Shui was ready. All the materials to arrange the space array had been collected. Now, they were only waiting for Xianxia to start. Of course, he would not waste time. He immediately began to arrange the first cross-cultivation star space array in the most secluded location of Water Sky City. In less than 10 days, the array was completed. Xianxia and Shui took a large number of cultivator and boarded an Origin King grade starship to the nearest cultivation star. Chapter 1923. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in a flash. In the past 2 years, Xianxia had been running around, arranging cross-cultivation star space arrays for the 18 stars of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. The stars owned by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce were far from each other, so it took Xianxia a lot of time to travel. Otherwise, with his ability, it would have taken him less than 2 to 3 months to complete the space arrays. Most of the time was wasted on sailing starships. 2 years later, the 18 stars of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce were completely connected, and with the array in Water Sky City as the hub, they could easily teleport back and forth. In the past 2 years, Shui had been accompanying Xianxia. With a beauty accompanying him, the journey naturally wasn't too boring. On this day, the group finally returned to Watermoon Star. Guang was responsible for receiving Xianxia and repeatedly thanked Xianxia on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce for his efforts in the past 2 years. Because of those cross-cultivation star space arrays, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce would save a lot of time and money in transportation in the future. AIO didn't show up, so Shui asked and learned that AIO had gone to a cultivation star that he had already found to refine the source of the stars. This matter was of great importance, and in the entire Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, only Long Tianshang and Guang knew about it. Everyone else just thought that AIO was in retreat. Shui couldn't help showing a worried look when she heard about this. After all, refining the source of stars was too dangerous. Generally speaking, only a cultivator who had reached the third-order Origin King realm could successfully refine the source of stars. Basically, a second-order Origin King couldn't succeed. Back then, Green Mountain Star's Star Master Luo Hai was an exception. Right now, AI-O was only a second-order origin king, and as a woman, she had no other choice. How could Shui not be worried? Yang Kai comforted her and told her about the power of the star refining art, which made Shui feel a lot better. Yang Kai, someone wants to see you. And Guang suddenly walked over to Yang Kai mysteriously and whispered, "Who?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. And Guang smiled. "Come with me, and you will know." Yang Kai didn't ask further. Then he followed Guang into a secret room. In the secret chamber, there were only 3 people, 1 male and 2 females. The male was quite young, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a dignified appearance. The 2 females were like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, as if they were sisters. His left and right servants stood by his side. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, the man in the middle laughed and cupped his fists. "Brother Yang, we meet again." Yang Kai was startled and asked in astonishment, "Brother Gu, why are you here?" He did not expect that the person who wanted to see him on Water Moonstar would be the Sword Union's young master, Gu Jianxian. Yang Kai and Gu Jianxian had met once and spent some time together. Although they weren't close friends, they still found each other pleasing to the eye. It had been a few years. Gu Jianxian's cultivation seemed to be getting more and more powerful, and he was not far from the Origin King realm. If he was given some more time to settle down, he would be able to attempt a breakthrough. The 2 women beside Gu Jianxian were naturally his left and right sword servants, Ling Yu and Xing. These 2 women had grown up together with Gu Jianxian, and the 3 of them had cultivated a set of secret techniques together. When the 3 of them fought together, their combined strength was extraordinary, and their relationship was very good. Gu Jianxian seemed to have never regarded these 2 sword servants as servants, even when he was attacked by the Origin King Realm Master, Li Minghai. Gu Jianxian had even risked his life to protect Ling Yu and Xing. This was also the reason why Kai Yang had a good impression of him. Only such a loyal and righteous person could exist. Only such a person was worth making friends with. "Greetings, young Master Yang." Ling Yu and Xing were not strangers, so after seeing Yang Kai, they quickly bowed and called out, "2 young ladies are too polite." Yang Kai smiled and returned the greeting. "Brother Yang, are you surprised that this Gu has been waiting for you here?" Gu Jianxian looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai pondered for a moment as many thoughts flashed through his mind, but he soon understood and said, "I was a bit surprised, but it was also expected. It seems that Brother Yang knows why this Gu has come here." "I have some guesses, Brother Gu. Please explain." Yang Kai said seriously. Gu Jianxian nodded. "Talking with Brother Yang is really refreshing. Since that's the case, this Gu will speak frankly." Saying so, he took out something from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, please take a look at this." A Star Emperor token. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he quickly took the thing from Gu Jianxian's hand. This was the last Star Emperor token, exactly the same as the ones he had collected before. With this Star Emperor token, he had collected all 9 of the Star Emperor tokens produced by the Great Emperors. Gu Jianxian smiled lightly. "This is something my father asked me to bring to you. He said you need it very much." "Union Master Gu?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before solemnly putting away the last Star Emperor token and asking, "I wonder what Union Master Gu's conditions are." He had never had much contact with Sword Union and only had a slight friendship with Gu Jianxian, so Yang Kai did not believe that Sword Union's Union Master Gu Yun would hand over the Star Emperor token to him just because of this. Obviously, there were other conditions. Gu Jianxian laughed loudly before turning his head to look at Guang and saying, "Naturally, there are conditions. Please elaborate, Senior Yang Kai turned his head to look at Guang. Guang lightly coughed and said, "It's like this, Yang Kai. Before the president went into retreat, this matter was negotiated with you. Union Master Gu is willing to give this Star Emperor token to you, and is willing to become one of the 6, but the condition is that you have to go to Sword Union and help them arrange the ultra-long distance space array." As expected, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He had expected this, but when he learned that Sword Union's request was actually this, he still felt a little exhausted. After all, He had been helping Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce arrange the ultra-long distance space array for a long time, and Sword Union had its own intelligence network, so they would definitely be able to find out. There was no great force that would not be jealous of an ultra-long distance space array. Yang Kai looked at Gu Jian Xian gloomily and asked, "How many cultivation stars does your Sword Union have?" Gu Jian Xian grinned meaningfully. "Not many, a little less than Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Just 17. Yang Kai reached out and rubbed his forehead. It had taken him 2 years to arrange the ultra-long distance space array of 18 stars for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and 17 for Sword Union. It would take him almost 2 years to complete. Brother Yang, capable people do more work. My Sword Union is counting on you, Gu Jian Xian persuaded from the side. Are there any other conditions? Yang Kai asked. Gu Jian Xian gave a dry laugh. Apart from this, the alchemists of my Sword Union unanimously request that Grandmaster Yang hold an alchemy lecture on the Sword Union's home star. This matter has also spread? Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Brother Yang, I'm afraid you don't know your current fame in star territory, right? Gu Jian Xian looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. There was endless envy in his eyes. Today, Brother Yang is the most famous person in star territory. With your second-order Origin King, cultivation, and identity as an Origin King grade alchemist, who can compare to you? Refining a spirit pill and triggering the grand alchemic Dao tone. This matter will be passed down through the ages. And Guang nodded seriously and said, Yang Kai, you have been running around outside for the past 2 years. Perhaps you haven't received any news. But now your great name is indeed well known throughout the entire star region. Gu Jian Xian continued, Of course, my Sword Union will not let Brother Yang work for nothing. For every ultra-long distance space array you arrange, we will pay a sufficient reward. Brother Yang, please do not refuse. This Gu is begging you. As he spoke, he solemnly saluted. Before coming, Gu Zhangyan had said that if he could not invite Yang Kai to Sword Union, he would not need to go back. His father's words were still ringing in his ears, so how could Gu Jian Xian dare to not pay attention? Yang Kai thought for a moment and nodded. Brother Gu, you don't have to do this. I agree to this matter. Really? Gu Jian Xian was overjoyed when he heard this. That's great. When will Brother Yang set off? The distance from here to my Sword Union is not close. Tomorrow, I will go directly to Azure Tree Star. Azure Tree Star. Gu Jian Xian was a little confused, but soon he seemed to understand something and asked in surprise, Brother Yang arranged an ultra-long distance space array on Azure Tree Star? And Yang Kai smiled slightly. He nodded in acknowledgement. That will save a lot of time. Since that is the case, this Gu will wait for Brother Yang's good news. After leaving Gu Jian Xian's place, Yang Kai went directly to find Shuiyu. He told her about his next itinerary, and although Shuiyu was a little reluctant, she was powerless to persuade him to stay. Moreover, she also knew that Yang Kai would be going to a place called the Star Boundary in the near future. If she wanted to follow him, she could only work hard to improve her cultivation. Otherwise, she would only become a burden. You can rest assured, after you leave, I will enter retreat to break through to the Origin King realm. Shuiyu secretly swore, All of your women are so outstanding. I don't want to be at the bottom. Yang Kai chuckled. Don't feel too much pressure. You're also very outstanding. Shuiyu smiled sweetly. By the way, after Senior AI returns safely, remember to give this to him. Yang Kai suddenly took out another object and handed it to Shuiyu. What is this? Star, guide him where to find me, Yang Kai explained. I understand. There's one more thing. That is, there is still one candidate left. Ask your father or Senior Long to pay more attention to them. If there is someone reliable, invite them. Okay, I will remember. The night passed in silence as Yang Kai explained the mysteries of the Origin King realm to Shuiyu and the tricks to condensing one's territory domain. It was not until dawn that the two parted ways. Gu Jian Xian and the 2 sword servants, Ling Yu and Xing, had already prepared and were waiting for Yang Kai to leave. The group went directly to the center of the cross-cultivation star-space array in Water Sky City. Xianxia made some slight changes and connected it to the array on Azure Tree, Star's twin shark island. Then, under the gaze of a group of people, his figure gradually disappeared. When their vision was restored, Xianxia, Gut, Jianxian, and the others had already arrived at Xianxia's palace on Azure Tree Star's twin shark island. Yushi, Hizeo, and He Miao, who had been guarding the palace, hurriedly greeted them. After not seeing them for a few years, Yushi, Hizeo, and He Miao had also made great progress in their cultivation. The sisters Hizeo and He Miao had already reached the origin returning realm. Chapter 1924. His days in Sword Union were almost no different from his days in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Xianxia rushed around, taking starships to cultivation stars, medicine stars, and or stars to arrange cross-cultivation star space arrays. Fortunately, Azure Tree Star was used as a transit point, so it didn't take long. In just a year and a half, the 17 stars of Sword Union were all connected. Xianxia gave a lecture to the alchemists of Sword Union before he was able to leave. At this time, there were only 6 years left until the 10-year agreement between him and Gue Zhu. He returned to Shadowed Star. When Xianxia returned to the sect, everyone in High Heaven Sect was naturally overjoyed. Over 10,000 disciples came to greet him. Xianxia was surprised to find that the level of the cultivator in the sect had risen to another level compared to before he left, especially Su Yin and Xianning Chong, who had both broken through to the Origin King realm at some point. After breaking through, Su Yan's aura became increasingly pure and flawless. Although her ice crystal jade body was an acquired form of cultivation and was not something she was born with, this set of secret techniques from Scarlet Wave, Star's Ice Valley, still possessed great power and was enough to transform her innate physique. With the ice crystal jade body, coupled with the ice phoenix source in her body and the profound frost divine sword in her hand, Su Yin was no longer a simple first-order Origin King. She wouldn't be at a disadvantage against an ordinary second-order Origin King. If she could use the sword fusion technique with Xianxia, it wouldn't be difficult for her to kill a third-order Origin King. After Xianning Chong broke through, her aura became more natural, as if her whole person had merged with the world. Xianxia observed for a long time, but couldn't see any clues, only thinking that this should be because the sacred spirit medicine body had returned to its original state. Fighting was not Xianning Chang's strength, but in the alchemic Tao, she was an absolute genius. After breaking through to the Origin King realm, her alchemy skills had advanced by leaps and bounds, far surpassing the current Xianxia. She had also returned to Tongxian realm several times and witnessed the vitality and development of that land. She knew that only by improving her strength could she bring a more prosperous future to Tongxian realm. So she spared no effort in her cultivation. Her cultivation was alchemy. The only result of this was that High Heaven Sect now had a huge stockpile of spirit pills, and no matter how many herbs flowed into High Heaven Sect, they would all be refined into pills by Xianning Chong. Immediately after, they were sent to be sold all over Shadowed Star. Then, he exchanged for even more medicinal herbs. Apart from the two women, the others also made considerable progress in their cultivation. However, Yuxian had just broken through to the Origin King realm not long ago and had not advanced any further while Gue Zhu had been in retreat. Similarly, he was unable to take that crucial step. He had been stuck in the second-order Origin King realm for a long time. Xianxia rested in High Heaven Sect for a month. He made use of this month to accompany his parents and Grandmaster. The ancestral founder and other relatives were also inseparable from Su Yin and Xianning Chong. It was not until a month later that he suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Other than a few people who knew where he had gone, no one knew where he was now. At night, the sky was filled with stars. High Heaven Sect, atop Medicine Peak, Xianning Chong sat on the stone steps outside the main hall, resting her chin on her hands as she looked up at the sky. Through the starry night, she seemed to be able to see a familiar figure. Asterisk Sha Sha. asked her as hearing the sound of light footsteps. Xianxia turned her head to look, and after seeing the face of the person who had come, she could not help smiling slightly. "Senior Sister Su." Su Yin gently nodded, walked over to Xianxia, and stood next to her, also looking up at the sky. Two peerlessly beautiful women, one standing and one sitting, suddenly became the most beautiful scenery in the world. A gentle breeze blew over, causing her hair to flutter like a waterfall. Su Yin narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and asked, "Junior sister, are you worried about him?" Xianxia slowly shook her head. "I'm not worried. He always returns safely." "Then you're reluctant?" Su Yin asked again. Xianxia's face could not help but blush as she bit her red lips and asked, "Senior sister, are you willing?" Su Yan's white, jade-like cheeks also could not help but blush as she shook her head. "Naturally, I'm reluctant. But it doesn't matter, it's always like this." "Yes, it's always like this." Xianxia smiled softly. "I'm already a little used to it." Su Yin said, "Men are quite worrisome. Back then, we were just small characters in the central capital. Later, we went to Tongxian realm, and then came to the Star Territory. Every time we moved to a new place, our horizons would be much higher. Every time, you would be the vanguard. This time is the same. Although we don't know what the situation is in the star boundary or what dangers there are, all we can do is to not fall behind him too much in terms of cultivation and wait." "Senior sister, are you a little unwilling? I want to be by his side and experience the trials and tribulations together." Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. Thinking about all of Yang Kai's experiences over the years, there had never been a time when she had been by his side when he was in danger. On the contrary, every time she was in danger, Yang Kai would always appear in front of her like a god, using his heroic body to block all of the storms that were about to hit her. While enjoying being protected and cared for, Su Yin naturally felt a little unreconciled. "Even if I have to face a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, even if I have to face the Azura of hell, even if it's just once, I want to walk hand in hand with you. Even if I have to pay with my life, even if my soul is destroyed, I will have no regrets." After a moment of silence, the two women's beautiful eyes pierced through the void and stared into the distance. Outside Shadowed Star, the 10,000-kilometer frontier territory was a dead territory that still contained a large amount of terrifying energy. This was the remnant aura of destruction left over from the battle between the great emperors of Starfield and the Insect Emperor. Here, there was a rich emperor pressure and chaotic world principles that even Origin Kings did not dare to enter. It was because of this dead territory that Shadowed Star had not been discovered by the outside world for so many years and had remained in a semi-closed state. At this moment, Yang Kai was in the center of this dead territory with his upper body bare. He was covered in blood and exuding a golden light. The powerful healing ability of his golden blood was constantly repairing his injuries, but the terrifying emperor pressure around him was also constantly destroying his body. His physical body was constantly being destroyed and repaired. Yang Kai was suffering unimaginable pain and torture. Yang Kai did not use any of his strength to resist the surrounding emperor pressure, and instead only used his physical body to sense the mysteries of this emperor pressure and the profoundness of the world principles. He had cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. His physique was incredibly strong. He had taken countless shadowed heaven pills, and his body contained pure golden blood. All these advantages allowed him to survive in this terrifying place. Any other Origin King would have to circulate their strength to resist the terrifying power of this dead territory. However, the extremely terrifying emperor pressure was still not something he could easily resist. Yang Kai had no choice but to explode the golden blood he had accumulated in his body to maintain his vitality. As time passed, a golden blood cocoon had formed around Yang Kai's body. Looking at him from afar, it was as if he had become a silkworm, his entire body wrapped in this blood cocoon. Only the sound of his strong heartbeat could be heard from this cocoon, demonstrating his surging vitality. Although the torture was unbearable, Xianxia felt that this was a rare experience and opportunity for him, as well as an excellent opportunity to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Wrapped in the blood cocoon, Xianxia took out his 5 elements supreme treasure and madly swallowed the 5 elements yuan qi contained within it, absorbing it into his physique. Not only that, Xianxia also took out the origin essence crystal he had obtained from Purple Star's Clear Sky auction house and began prying into the mysteries of the Third Order Origin King realm. Starfield was completely silent. No one would have thought that in this daunting dead territory, someone would break through their limits and stimulate their potential under great pressure. Xianxia knew that he did not have much time left. Arranging the space arrays for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and Sword Union had wasted a lot of his time, so he could only make up for it in this way. Time passed day by day, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. On this day, the weather was clear and there were no clouds in sight. The blue sky was like a clear mirror. Suddenly, somewhere in the void, a dazzling golden light burst out and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out from a very distant location. All of Shadowed Star trembled, as if something was affecting the destiny of the entire star, causing it to tremble violently. In the next moment, an unbelievable scene appeared. The world energy aura of Shadowed Star suddenly became richer, and from the dead territory, countless rays of light shot toward Shadowed Star. These rays of light were extremely colorful and beautiful, each one like a rainbow, dragging a long tail behind them as they fell towards various corners of Shadowed Star. The cultivator of Shadowed Star was shocked, completely unaware of what was happening. However, they soon discovered that the places where these colorful rays of light fell were like paradise on Earth. The world energy aura was more than 10 times, maybe even 100 times richer than usual. The barren mountains that were usually deserted were suddenly filled with world energy aura. It would not be long before they were covered in lush greenery, filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. Originally, the spirit chi of the cultivation ground was not bad, but now it was even more suitable for martial artists to go into seclusion. Every cultivator felt the blood in their body boiling, and the comfortable environment around them made them ecstatic. They all thought that this was a gift from the heavens. High Heaven Sect, 100 Flowers Peak. The moment this golden light erupted, Wuxia noticed it and turned her head towards the sky. In the next moment, a ghastly figure suddenly appeared beside her, his aura unfathomable. It was Gui Zhu, who had successfully broken through to the Third Order Origin King realm not long ago. Seeing that it was Gui Zhu, Wuxia nodded lightly. Gui Zhu grinned and said, "That boy has come out of seclusion." "So it really was Sect Master coming out?" Wuxia asked. Gui Zhu replied, "Besides him, the Master of Shadowed Star. Who else can affect the destiny of an entire star? He has refined Shadowed Star source, so his strength is closely related to Shadowed Stars. You have lived on this star for a long time. Haven't you noticed that every time his strength improves, it brings great benefits to Shadowed Star?" Chapter 1925. Hearing what Gui Zhu said, Wuxia also gently nodded. The current Shadowed Star is indeed somewhat different from several dozen years ago, but this change is usually done subtly and few people are aware of it. But this time, it is obvious. This means that little Brad has made great progress this time, perhaps even breaking through to the Third Order Origin King realm. Gui Zhu grinned, his figure wrapped in black qi giving him a gloomy look. The faster a Star Master's strength improved, the greater the benefits the corresponding stars would receive. The two had a relationship of shared honor and disgrace. Third Order Origin King realm. Wuxia muttered to herself, not knowing when she would be able to break through to this realm. She was more eager to go to the star boundary than anyone else because there was a star field in the star boundary. The last time the great emperors left, she had not been able to follow them, a matter she deeply regretted. The movement in the distant void was not only noticed by Wuxia and Gui Zhu, but also by countless people on Shadowed Star. Su Yin, Xianning Chong, and Qian Tong, the 3 Origin Kings, needless to say, had much sharper senses than any other cultivator. Many more origin returning realm masters also turned their gazes towards the sky. However, they were unable to see much of what was happening. Only a series of energy rainbows passing through the depths of the star territory and landing all over Shadowed Star, enriching Shadowed Star's world energy. In the distant, dead territory, Xianxia stood naked in the void with a strange expression on his face, his brow furrowed. He couldn't figure out what was going on with him. Over the past few years, he had been cultivating in the dead territory to comprehend the Emperor pressure. In order to comprehend world principles, he had even used his origin essence crystal. He thought he could break through to the third-order origin king realm. But for some unknown reason, he was always a hair's breadth away, causing his cultivation to be stuck at the peak of the second-order origin king realm. The most obvious feature was that he had not condensed his own origin essence crystal in his body. An origin essence crystal contained the essence and insights of an origin king realm cultivator. Without an origin essence crystal, one could not be a third-order origin king. Although his cultivation had not made a breakthrough, under the strong pressure of the dead territory, his 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art had broken through. Of the 5 elements' supreme treasures, except for the sun's true essence, all the other materials had been consumed and absorbed by him. In addition, his territory domain had reached the grand accomplishment stage. So even if he hadn't broken through, Xianxia felt that he was much stronger than before. Is the opportunity not there yet? Or is there something missing? Xianxia couldn't understand. A cultivator Dao, he was destined to experience all kinds of hardships. Nothing could be forced. So though, he was that said Yang had a chance. Yang, confidence, he could break through to the origin. Yang said Yang. Yang said he was Yang of Yang. Forget it. I'll leave it at that for the time being. In any case, my current strength is not much worse than those people, so it's more than enough to open a path to the star boundary. Xianxia soon relaxed and took out a new set of clothes from his space ring to put on. His figure flickered as he directly crossed a few 100,000 kilometers and returned to Shadowed Star. As the Star Master, this kind of thing was a piece of cake for him. After returning to the sect, Xianxia did not alarm too many people and only met with his family. A few days later, he took Su Yin and Xianxia for the cross-cultivation star space array and left Shadowed Star. For the next year, no one knew his whereabouts. A year's time was neither long nor short. One day a year later, High Heaven Sect cross-cultivation star space array suddenly lit up with a white light, and from this light, 2 figures appeared. Yixiyun and Gui Zhu had been waiting here for a long time. After seeing the newcomers, Yixiyun bowed and looked at the majestic man and asked, "Is Your Excellency the President of Hong Luo Chamber of Commerce, AIO?" The man nodded slightly and smiled. "It is this AI. High Heaven Sects, Yi Shiyun greets President AIO. So, is Elder Yi. I've been looking forward to meeting you." AIO hurriedly cupped his fists. He had also learned about the situation in High Heaven Sect from Xianxia. Yi Shiyin then looked at the other person and smiled. "Then this must be Senior Long Tianshang. This one doesn't dare." Long Tianshang's attitude was gentle as he returned the courtesy. "You two came a little early," Gui Zhu chuckled from the side. AIO and Long Tianshang's eyes narrowed as they stared at Gui Zhu at the same time. Although Gui Zhu's aura made them feel a little uncomfortable, both of them knew that he was a master who could stand on equal footing with them, a powerful third-order origin king. So they did not dare to neglect and quickly exchanged pleasantries. "Where is that little brat Xianxia? Why isn't he here to greet us?" AIO was a little unhappy. After all, he was Xianxia's father-in-law in name, so how could his son-in-law not greet his father-in-law? Sect Master has not returned yet, and I don't know where he went, but Sect Master will definitely not miss the time, Yixiyun explained. "That smelly brat." AIO spat disdainfully. He must have been wandering around somewhere and lost track of time. Long Tianshang laughed. "A year ago, he went to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and took Shuiyu away. Didn't he tell you where he was going? AI said with a sullen face. That little brat appears and disappears like a ghost. Before I even agreed, he took Shuiyu away. And at that time, he had 3 women with him, all of them origin kings. I really don't know where he found them. 3 women? Yixian raised her brow. President AI said that 2 of them should be sect masters' 2 senior sisters. They are indeed origin kings, but why is there an extra one? As soon as Yixian's voice fell, she heard someone say, "The extra one is this queen's adopted daughter." As he spoke, the super long-distance space array lit up again, and a graceful and peerless figure appeared from within. Following closely behind her was a burly man who looked like a bear. AI and Long Tianshang were startled and hurriedly looked back. After seeing the face of the newcomer, AIO's eyes almost popped out as he exclaimed, "Qiyu, why is it you, old witch?" The newcomer was Red Moon Tribal Lord of Monster Star, the only Monster King on the entire Monster Star. And from AIO's tone, the 2 obviously knew each other. However, this was not surprising, as there were only so many origin kings in the Star Territory, and those above the Second Order were pitifully few. Even if they had never met, they had heard of each other. Qiyu sneered, "What? You can come here, but this queen can't?" AIO snorted, "I haven't seen you for many years, but your mouth is still as sharp as ever. However, I didn't expect that little brat Xianxia to be related to your monster race. What surprised me even more was that you have also reached the Third Order Origin King realm. Aren't you the same?" Qiyu looked at AIO with a faint smile. AIO narrowed his eyes. "So, you are also one of the 6, aren't you?" Qiyu asked back. "Naturally, Xianxia can be considered this king's son-in-law. How can this king refuse his invitation?" AIO smiled proudly. "Sorry, Xianxia is also this queen's son-in-law," Qiyu sneered. The 2 masters looked at each other and suddenly gritted their teeth and cursed together. How many women does this brat have? A year ago, Xianxia went to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and took away Shuiyu. Similarly, he went to Monster Star and took away Shanxing Luo, including Su Yin and Xia Ning Chong. He now had 4 stunning beauties by his side. Moreover, all 4 of them were First-Order Origin Kings. Shuiyu had also broken through to the Origin King realm during the few years Xianxia was in retreat. She had lived up to her talent. Who isn't a romantic youth? Long Tianshang laughed from the side. "You 2 should be content. Having a character like Xianxia as your son-in-law should be a great bargain." AIO frowned. "Even so, I'm still a little unwilling." Qiyu said coldly, "When he comes back, let's teach him a lesson first." AIO nodded fiercely to the side in agreement. Because of this, the 2 of them instantly stood on the same side. "You are all honored guests of my High Heaven sect. Sect Master has not returned yet, so this mistress will be in charge of managing the sect. Please enter and rest. The scenery of my High Heaven sect is quite good," Yixian said as she stepped aside and gestured. The few of them had no objections and immediately followed Yixian into High Heaven sect, where they were arranged on one of the main peaks. Over the next few days, honored guests arrived one after another. Sword Union's Union Master Gu Tsong-Yun arrived at High Heaven Sect with Gu Jian Xin for the cross-cultivation star space array. The elusive Wu Dao also arrived at High Heaven Sect through the cross-cultivation star space array. Yixian made proper arrangements and did not leave out any feeling of neglect. Today, High Heaven Sect had gathered a total of 6 Third-Order Origin Kings. This was something that would have been impossible in the past. Third-Order Origin Kings had always been elusive, and no one knew where they were in retreat to comprehend the heavenly way. But now, they were all gathered together. Such a rare opportunity excited many of the Origin Kings present. After everyone gathered, they began discussing the martial Dao on one of the main peaks of High Heaven Sect, exchanging their cultivation experiences. The sounds of discussion stirred up the surrounding world energy and spread out in all directions, benefiting many High Heaven Sect disciples. The concept of time had become extremely faint in the minds of Origin Kings. Once the 6 third-order origin kings sat down, an entire month passed. During this month, the voices of the 6 constantly resounded from the top of the main peak, their voices echoing in all directions, filling the void with profound mysteries. Even after more than a decade, there were still traces of the third-order origin kings discussing the martial Tao on this main peak. Many high heaven sect disciples liked to come to this main peak to meditate, hoping to catch a glimpse of its mysteries. A month later, the cross-cultivation star-space array, which had been silent for a long time, flashed again. This time, 5 figures emerged from it. 1 man and 4 women. The one in the middle was Xianxia, and the other 4 were naturally Su Yin, Xianxia, Xianxia Luo, and Shuiyu. Chapter 1926. The cross-cultivation star-space array that Xianxia had arranged in star territory over the years had connected almost the entire territory, making it extremely convenient for him to travel back and forth. In the past year, he had taken his 4 women on a tour of the central capital, spent some time in Tongxian Realm's 9 Heavens Holy Land, visited many beautiful stars, and toured the wonders of star territory. This year was an extremely fulfilling and joyful one for Xianxia and his 4 women, because there were no disputes, no battles, and no cultivation during this year. All they did was help each other in times of need. Everyone forgot everything and cherished what they had. But this day finally came, and Xianxia returned to High Heaven Sect with his 4 women. The moment Xianxia's figure appeared, the third-order origin kings who were discussing suddenly turned their heads towards the space array. "That little brat is back," Long Tianshang grinned. "Smelly brat, you're finally willing to show up," Qiyu coldly snorted, looking quite displeased. Gui Zhu chuckled strangely. "Sectmaster is blessed with many wives, so it's rare for him to remember to return on time. Everyone shouldn't ask for too much." AIO directly sent a message. "Boy, I'll give you 3 days to deal with trivial matters. After 3 days, act according to plan." On the other side of the space array, Xianxia's expression changed as he cupped his fist towards the main peak where everyone was. Immediately after, he turned his head and smiled at the 4 women. "I still have 3 days." No matter who it was, the 4 women couldn't help but look gloomy. Although they had been mentally prepared, when this day really came, they were still reluctant. What's more, they were worried about the unknown place Xianxia was going to. For the next 3 days, Xianxia sat in High Heaven Sect and gathered many of the sect's elders. To discuss the development of the sect, Yi Shiyun was appointed to temporarily take over the role of sect master, while Su Yin Xianxia was promoted to elder, assisting from his side. This way, even if he and Gui Zhu left High Heaven Sect, with 3 first-order origin kings here and the sect's natural spirit array, the sect's safety could be guaranteed unless it was attacked by a third-order origin king. However, even if a third-order origin king attacked, High Heaven Sect still had the power to fight back. After arranging everything, Xianxia finally felt relieved. Subsequently, he also left behind a large number of secret arts, secret techniques, and pills which he hid on one of High Heaven Sect's main peaks for the disciples to practice. 3 days passed in a flash. On this day, the atmosphere in High Heaven Sect was solemn. Countless disciples left their secluded places and gathered in the square, looking up at the man who had single-handedly created High Heaven Sect. The 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju said goodbye to Xianxia with tears in their eyes. Su Yin and the other 3 women also gathered around Xianxia and spoke to him one by one. "When you get there, if you meet someone who can take care of you, take them in as well. When a man goes out, he needs a woman to take care of him. Only then can he feel at ease," Su Yin said earnestly. "Junior brother, you have to take care of your body. Don't try to be brave," Xianxia whispered with red eyes. "No matter what you do outside, you have to give us some space. You have to leave us some space in your heart." Shuiyu's expression was gloomy. "If you dare to abandon us sisters, I'll see you again. The next time we meet, I'll..." Xianxia Luo gestured with her fingers like a sword, a murderous aura surging from her body. Xianxia laughed dryly, and his expression became solemn. He said, "While I'm away, I'll have to trouble you to take care of father and mother. Of course. You can go with peace of mind, Su Yin nodded seriously. It's good to have you around, Xianxia said affectionately. The four women couldn't help blushing a little. Shanqing Luo, saying coquettishly, hurry up and go. The seniors are all watching us make a fool of ourselves. Xianxia chuckled, not caring about the gazes of others as he pulled the four women into his arms one by one, hugging them fiercely, seemingly wanting to retain the softness and warmth of their bodies before turning around and flying off into the distance without looking back. The four women all opened their mouths, but none of them called out. Respectfully sending off Sect Master. I wish Sect Master success and success. I wish all the seniors prosperity and a safe return. Behind him, Yishi Yun's voice sounded. In the next moment, the entire High Heaven sect shouted in unison, respectfully sending off Sect Master. I wish Sect Master success and success. I wish all the seniors prosperity and a safe return. Their voices were like dragons and their auras like rainbows, shaking the nine heavens. Thank you for your blessings. Long Tianshang laughed and responded from afar. Several streams of light quickly shot towards the star field and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was only at this moment that many people began to silently shed tears. Somewhere in the star field, a group of 7 people stood, except for Xianxia. Everyone else was a third-order origin king. For Xianxia, everyone here was basically an acquaintance. Gui Zhu, Qi Yu, and Ai needn't be mentioned. Although Long Tianshang and Yang Kai had only met a few times, they could be considered to have met a few times. Sword Union's Union Master, Gutsang Yun, was a short old man. Yang Kai often exchanged cultivation experiences with this old man when he was in Sword Union for more than a year. Gutsang Yun was a gentle person without any arrogance, so Yang Kai had a good impression of him. The friendship between the two was also quite good. As for the last person, Yang Kai didn't recognize him. Seeing him cast a suspicious gaze towards the last master, Long Tianshang smiled and said, Come, Yang Kai, let me introduce you. This is the oldest and strongest third-order origin king in Star Territory, Brother Wu Dao. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said in surprise, You are Master Wu Dao? Wu Dao didn't look very eye-catching. He wore a gray robe, and his hair and beard were all white. Although he had the demeanor of a transcendent being, he was skinny. If Long Tianshang hadn't introduced him, he wouldn't have thought that this was the legendary Wu Dao. Daolus was the name of a person and the symbol of an era. It was rumored that this person had lived for more than 5,000 years and had experienced countless major events in the territory of the Star Realm. He had witnessed the rise and fall of many forces. Although he was an elusive figure, he was recognized as the strongest origin king realm master in the world. It was Wu Dao. The first time Yang Kai heard the name Wu Dao was on Green Mountain Star. During the Blood Prison trial, Yang Kai met a young man named Su Bin Bai, who was Tyrannical's disciple. Green Mountain Star Master Luo Hai was also here for this reason. Seeing Su Bin Bai in a different light, it could be seen how famous Pathless was. This was simply a living fossil within the territory of the Star Realm. The rarest thing was that although this person's strength was extraordinary, he had always lived in seclusion. He had never done anything to bully others, and his reputation had always been good, earning the respect and worship of many cultivators. Junior Yang Kai greets Master Wu Dao. Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect and quickly bowed. Sect Master Yang is too polite. Wu Dao smiled faintly. Brother Long is just flattering this old master. Why do you take it so seriously? This old master is just a bastard. It's not a big deal that I've lived for a long time, but Sect Master Yang was able to find a way to enter the star boundary, to explore the higher martial Dao. This Wu Dao admires Sect Master Yang greatly. This time, I will have to trouble Sect Master Yang to lead the way. Yang Kai quickly said he didn't dare and looked around, saying, For all of you to disregard your own safety and assist this junior in opening the way to the star boundary. This junior is deeply grateful. Please accept this junior's bow. Saying so, Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. Chi Yu smiled and said, Little brat, don't make this matter sound like it's your own. We agreed to your request entirely out of consideration for ourselves. After reaching the Third Order Origin King realm, if you want to break through, you can only go to the star boundary as a cultivator. Who would be willing to step forward? Wu Dao being able to come here is the best example. Wu Dao smiled bitterly and said, yes. When I heard Brother Long mention this old master knew that I had no choice but to come this time. This old master will not live for long. A Third Order Origin King who had lived for more than 5,000 years. Wu Dao himself didn't have much lifespan left, and if he wanted to take another step forward, he could only break through his own cultivation. Going to the star boundary was his last hope, so how could he not come? That being said, this junior still has to thank all of you. Xianxia felt a little guilty because he hadn't told them all the truth, including the matter of the guardian of the star territory. However, it didn't make sense to say such things now, so Xianxia didn't go into detail. All right, enough with the small talk. Boy, tell us what to do now, AIO urged impatiently. Are all of you going to the star boundary? Xianxia asked. Marshal Uncle Long won't be going. He's just here to assist, AIO explained. My Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is a big business, so someone has to stay behind to oversee it. So this time I will accompany you. Xianxia nodded, expressing his understanding. He had already made proper arrangements for High Heaven Sect with 3 Origin Kings, so that there was no need to mention Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. If Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce didn't have a Third Order Origin King, it would likely be carved up by others in a few years. In that case, Junior will begin. As Xianxia spoke, his expression became solemn as he waved his hand and sent out 9-star Emperor tokens. These 9-star Emperor tokens were originally dull and plain, as the divine technique sealed inside them had already been used, leaving only a trace of Emperor pressure behind. But when they appeared in front of everyone's eyes, the 9-star Emperor tokens began to emit a buzzing sound. Immediately, the lines on the star Emperor tokens began to flash. These lines were extremely complex and seemed to contain a great deal of mystery. Under the premise that no one was controlling them, the 9-star Emperor tokens began to rotate according to a certain trajectory. Gradually, one of the star Emperor tokens was fixed in the center while the other 8 scattered around, forming a regular octagonal array. From the depths of the star territory, there seemed to be some kind of suction force that was pulling in countless scattered energies into this 8-pointed array, causing the buzzing sound of the star Emperor tokens to become more and more obvious as the lines on them became brighter and brighter. At that moment, Xianxia shouted, "Everyone, please pour your Saint Qi into this array." As soon as these words fell, he was the first to erupt with his own strength and pour it into the 8-pointed array. The others did not want to be outdone either. They roared, growled, or remained silent. However, every single one of them used all the power they had in their lives. In an instant, with everyone as the center, the star field within a 10,000-kilometer radius began to shake. Chapter 1927. If a Third Order Origin King attacked with their full strength, it would be enough to destroy a small cultivation star. Inside this star field, a total of 6 Third Order Origin Kings and 1 Second Order Origin King had gathered. 7 people attacking together. How spectacular would that be? If such a huge amount of energy were to erupt, it would definitely be able to destroy the entire star field, turning it into a vacuum. But in fact, such a situation did not occur. The 8-pointed array formed by the 9-star Emperor tokens seemed to have transformed into a bottomless pit at this moment, and no matter how many masters poured their Saint Qi into it, it would still be swallowed up. Everyone's complexion changed as they realized that they had underestimated the means of the Great Emperors. The Great Emperors had created these Star Emperor tokens tens of thousands of years ago, yet they still possessed such great power. It was difficult to imagine what kind of strength the Great Emperors themselves possessed. Exchanging glances, there was no need for communication. Everyone began pushing their strength more and more fiercely into the 8-pointed array. As time passed, the 8-pointed array grew brighter and brighter, and the 8-pointed array itself grew larger and larger. Originally only the size of a wash basin, the 8-pointed array had now grown to the size of a table. Every Origin king wore dignified expressions, as pushing their Saint Chi so crazily was not a small burden for them. However, they were also feeling quite satisfied because some of them had not tried to use their full strength for a long time. They were all standing at the peak of star territory, so who was qualified to make them use their full strength? But now, the 8-pointed array was an opening for them to vent their strength. Yin could not help but laugh loudly, not caring about the loss of his own strength as he desperately squeezed out more of it. It was as if he wanted to see where his limits were. The others naturally did not want to be outdone and began using their own secret techniques. In an instant, the energy they poured into the 8-pointed array increased by a few notches. After a while, everyone's complexion became ugly, because they found that even if they continued to push their Saint Chi, there were still no signs of opening the path to the star boundary. Instead, the 8-pointed array was constantly growing larger. Everyone could not help turning to look at Xianxia, wanting to see some clues from his face. He saw that Xianxia's expression was as usual, without the slightest hint of panic. He was neither too fast nor too slow, and was not at all inferior to the others. His calmness made everyone feel a little more at ease. They all took out recovery pills and stuffed them into their mouths before continuing. This situation lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, the Origin Kings had taken countless pills to maintain the circulation of their strength. Until a certain moment 3 days later, a loud, buzzing sound suddenly erupted in the star field. At this moment, the shining octagonal formation rapidly expanded outwards. Then, it shrank to the size of a house and stabilized in an instant. Rays of profound light flowed as the octagonal array stood quietly in the void like the open mouth of a beast. The 9-star Emperor tokens had long since disappeared. Everyone stopped what they were doing. He stared blankly at the entrance of the octagonal formation in front of him, not saying anything for a long time. "This is the passageway." After a long silence, Guizhu asked. He could feel the power of the void from it. The thing in front of him was somewhat similar to the void corridor, but it was also completely different. It seemed to be more profound and dangerous, causing even someone as powerful as him to feel somewhat apprehensive. Should we enter or not? Yin turned his head and looked around. No one could give an answer. Everyone turned their eyes to Xianxia. Xianxia frowned. He opened his mouth and said, "We will definitely enter. However, let's restore ourselves first." Xianxia is right. Chi nodded seriously. There may be some kind of danger inside. Then let's use half a day to restore ourselves. We don't know how long this thing will last. If we delay for too long and it disappears, the gains will not be worth the losses. Wu Dao voiced his concerns. No one had any objections. Everyone immediately took out pills and sat down to restore themselves. Xianxia directly took out a large number of Saint crystals from his space ring and pushed his Saint Chi to explode them, allowing the rich energy to linger around and assist the masters in restoring themselves. Half a day later, everyone gathered at the entrance of the 8-pointed spirit array again. Xianxia took the lead and said without the slightest fear, "This junior will be the vanguard. Seniors, please bring up the rear." "How can I let you do this?" AIO snorted. No matter what, Xianxia was his son-in-law. As his father-in-law, he certainly couldn't let Xianxia take such risks. If something happened, wouldn't Shui Yu become a widow? Saying so, he was about to be the first to enter. Xianxia stretched out his hand to stop him and said lightly, "I am proficient in the Tao of space. This is a kind of void corridor. It will be more convenient for me to walk in front." Xianxia is right. AIO, don't try to be brave. In this situation, Space Force is more useful. Chiyu nodded in agreement. AIO hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Then be careful, little brat." Xianxia smiled lightly and turned to Long Tianshang. "Senior Long, I'll have to trouble Senior to take care of Shadowed Star. Don't worry, I will come here often. In any case, it is convenient to come and go now. As long as my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce exists, Shadowed Star will be safe." Long Tianshang quickly said. Many thanks, Senior. Yang Kai cupped his fists solemnly before turning around and plunging into the entrance of the eight-pointed spirit array. Immediately after him, Gu Yin, Wu Dao, and Gue Zhu flashed in one after another. Qi Yu also followed closely behind. Aio bid farewell to Long Tianshang before rushing in as well. In the blink of an eye, only Long Tianshang was left. He stared quietly at the entrance of the eight-pointed spirit array with a look of yearning in his eyes. In the end, he sighed, turned around, and flew toward Shadowed Star. After Yang Kai entered the entrance of the eight-pointed spirit array, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He thought that this place would be the same as the void corridor he had passed through before. It should be empty and chaotic. But when he walked in, he found that things were not as he thought at all. This place was not a chaotic void at all. Instead, it was filled with extremely pure energy. There were specks of fluorescent light all around, making one feel as if they were in a sea of starlight. These fluorescent lights danced around like fireflies, as if they had a life of their own, vivid and lifelike. Looking around, Yang Kai was surrounded by this kind of starlight. It was as if he was in a sea of starlight. Yang Kai could not help but let out a comfortable grunt, feeling the fatigue from opening the star boundary passage these past few days had been swept away. With a single thought, the surrounding starlight seemed to be drawn towards him, immediately disappearing into his body. Pure energy was born from the place where the starlight disappeared, wandering through his limbs and bones, filling his body that had not yet recovered. Yang Kai was overjoyed, never having expected such a thing to happen. This is... Someone behind him exclaimed in surprise. Obviously, he was also stunned by the scene here. Yang Kai did not need to look back to know that it was Sword Union's Union Master, Gu Yin. Immediately afterward, Wu Dao, Gue Zhu, Qi Yu, and Aio, all of them no longer had their usual aloof and lofty image. They no longer had the mentality that third-order Origin Kings should have, as they were all shocked by this place. The world energy here is so rich, and it's so pure that it can be directly absorbed without refining. If we cultivate here, wouldn't one day be equivalent to a year outside? What is this place? Have we already reached the star boundary? This should not be the star boundary. Yang Kai shook his head. How do you know? It's hard to say. Yang Kai explained with a wry smile, but I know that this place should be between the territory of the star boundary and the star boundary. Only by passing through here can we enter the star boundary. The environment here is already so superior. Could it be that the star boundary is even better? With this thought in mind, everyone could no longer calm down. If that was the case, breaking through to the next realm was just around the corner. Everyone who could cultivate to the third-order Origin King realm was a peerless genius, and if they had the right environment, their cultivation would definitely soar. I don't know what the situation is like in the star boundary, but we may not be able to stay here for long. Yang Kai did not let everything in front of him go to his head and calmly analyzed. What do you mean? This is a passage, after all. Who can guarantee that it will always be stable? If there is any turbulence, we may be lost here forever. Hearing what he said, everyone could not help but be shocked as they realized that they had overlooked the danger. Aio nodded. Yang Kai is right. I'm afraid this is really not a place to stay for long. Yang Kai smiled. But there is no need to be too nervous. Since we're going to pass through this place, we should try to get as many benefits as possible. I just sense that the starlight here can not only restore one's Saint Chi, it also seems to have the effect of cleansing one's body and soul. You might as well circulate your secret art and absorb it. Cleansing the body and soul. Wu Dao's eyes lit up as he laughed. If that's the case, we can't miss out on this opportunity. Hearing this news, no one dared to neglect and quickly circulated their secret arts to absorb the dense starlight around them like fireflies. But soon, everyone discovered a problem. Among the 6 of them, the speed at which Yang Kai and Aio absorbed the starlight seemed to be more than 10 times faster than the others, especially Yang Kai. Wherever he passed, the starlight seemed to be attracted by some kind of force and rushed towards him like moths to a flame, leaving no trace of starlight behind. Although Ai's situation was not bad, there was still a clear gap between him and Xianxia. As for the others, they were even worse. They had to work hard to use their Saint Qi to attract the starlight and integrate it into their bodies. In terms of efficiency, they were less than 1% of Xianxia's. What kind of secret technique are you two cultivating? Wu Dao was puzzled. Of the 6 people here, Xianxia and Ai were not the strongest, especially Xianxia, who was only a second-order origin king. His cultivation was at the bottom of the group, but now he was absorbing the starlight with the greatest efficiency, something Wu Dao could not figure out. Chapter 1928. The others obviously also noticed this problem and turned to look at Xianxia and Ai in confusion. I didn't use any secret technique. I just circulated my secret art to absorb the starlight. Ai said with an innocent expression as he looked towards Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and said, I also didn't use any secret technique. Everyone here was an overlord of their respective territories. Since they had come here from the star field, it was only natural for them to work together and not engage in mutual deception. As such, no one doubted the words of Ai and Xianxia. That's strange. The two of you, what's so special about you? Gutsong Yun frowned and pondered. Qi Yu's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she muttered thoughtfully, Could it be because you're both star masters? Hearing what she said, everyone couldn't help showing a look of understanding, feeling that this was quite possible. Among the 6 of them, only Xianxia and Ai had refined a star source and were star masters, while the other 4 were not. If there was something different about these 2 compared to the others, there was only one explanation. Thinking about it carefully, this was the only reasonable explanation. Strange, the body of Star-Lord is actually so mysterious. Wu Dao shook his head, a look of regret on his face. If he had known this would happen, he would have tried every means possible to refine a cultivation star. Even if it was extremely dangerous, it was worth a try. The surrounding starlight had the effect of cleansing one's physical body and soul, but this was only what everyone could sense. Perhaps there were more benefits that they had not yet discovered, so naturally the more they could absorb, the better. But now, the other 4 could only look at Xianxia and Ai with great envy as the surrounding starlight continued to pour into their bodies and disappear. Ai couldn't help laughing. A smug look appeared on his face. Xianxia pondered for a moment before saying, How about this? We'll split up. I'll take one side alone. Seniors will take one side. Don't be too far away from each other. Just be able to sense each other's presence. Wherever he passed, there was no longer any starlight. Naturally, he couldn't allow others to follow behind him. Fortunately, so far, no danger had been discovered here, so they could split up. That's fine. Wu Dao nodded, agreeing with Xianxia's proposal. The others also had no objections, so the 6 of them split into 2 lines, with Xianxia on the right and the remaining 5 on the left. The group of 6 people moved forward at a moderate pace. Although Xianxia did not understand why Star Masters had such great convenience here, the starlight here was definitely related to their source. Otherwise, he and Ai would not be so different from the others. It was probably because of the star source in his body that these starlights were so close to him. It was so easily absorbed. After observing the situation on his left and finding that Ai and the others were all fine, Xianxia relaxed and focused on feeling the benefits of the starlight entering his body. Xianxia, Xianxia's is star. But as the starlight entered his body, Xianxia still felt that his physique had improved significantly. His flesh and blood wriggled, and each piece of his flesh seemed to contain heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. Even the pure, golden blood flowing in his body was purified to a certain extent. Pure golden blood was Xianxia's unique treasure. He had always thought that this pure golden blood could not be any purer. But only now did he realize that he had been too short-sighted. Pure golden blood could still be condensed. His body was cleansed, becoming spotless, his bones crystal clear, and even his 5 viscera and 6 bowels glowing like porcelain. This was a sign that his body had become extremely pure. In terms of his soul, Xianxia had also obtained great benefits. Xianxia transformed into his soul avatar and entered his knowledge sea. He saw specks of starlight filling his entire knowledge sea. While absorbing and strengthening his soul, they flew towards the island formed by the 7-colored soul-warming lotus and were accepted by the soul-warming lotus. After accepting the starlight, the soul-warming lotus released a dreamy 7-colored glow that spread outwards like ripples. The glow contained an indescribable mystery, and as the ripples spread, Xianxia's soul became stronger and stronger. Seeing this scene, Xianxia suddenly understood. Previously, he and AIO's performance here was different. The speed at which they absorbed the starlight was unmatched by others, which could be explained by their status as Star Masters. But as a Star Master, he absorbed the starlight 10 times faster than AIO. This was hard to explain. He couldn't figure out the reason just now, but now that he saw the situation in his knowledge sea, he understood. It was actually the soul-warming lotus's doing, with the soul-warming lotus helping him absorb the starlight and fusing it with him. How could AIO compare? Seeing this scene, Xianxia suddenly remembered what Wuxia Feng, the master from Star Boundary's Falling Star sect, had said. Wuxia Feng had said that the soul-warming lotus could evolve further and reach its final form. Xianxia had been extremely surprised at that time because he had always thought that the 7-colored form was the final form of the soul-warming lotus. But now he learned from Wuxia Feng that he was wrong. What would the soul-warming lotus look like if it evolved further? And how to make it evolve further? Xianxia had no idea. But now that he saw the soul-warming lotus actively absorb the starlight, he naturally understood that the starlight here would have a great effect on the evolution of the soul-warming lotus. Letting the soul-warming lotus do as it pleased, Xianxia slowly walked forward. Wherever he passed, he would become like a magnet, attracting all the nearby starlight to him. Feeling the changes in his body, Xianxia enjoyed it. Closing his eyes, Xianxia strolled leisurely. Time passed slowly. There was no sun, moon, or stars here, so no one knew how long they had been here, but at least a month had passed. Suddenly, a low cry came from the left side of Xianxia. Xianxia was startled, thinking that something had happened over there, so he quickly opened his eyes and looked over. But soon, he knew that he was wrong. The 5 people there were safe and sound, but AIO showed a shocked expression, his brow furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. The other 4 also had the same expression. Everyone, what happened? Xianxia asked. Gui Zhu raised his head and said, Sect Master, feel the power in your body and see if there are any changes. He did not directly answer Xianxia's question and instead let him feel it himself. Xianxia immediately understood that this matter was not trivial and did not dare to neglect, immersing himself in it. Soon, Xianxia also showed a look of shock and his expression changed. It seems that you've noticed it too. Gui Zhu laughed strangely. It was precisely because we discovered this problem that we suddenly woke up. What's going on? Xianxia looked at everyone in amazement. Everyone shook their heads, unable to explain. Wu Dao pondered for a long time before speaking. According to this old master's observation, the Saint Qi in our bodies seems to be showing signs of transforming into a higher level of existence. Transforming into a higher level of existence? Xianxia raised his brow. Yes. Wu Dao gently nodded. This old master will state his opinion first. I don't know if it is correct or not, but the situation should be like this. He paused for a moment before continuing. We cultivators from the beginning of our cultivation possess Yuan Qi. After our cultivation reaches the Yuan Qi realm, Yuan Qi will transform into Yuan Qi. Only Yuan Qi can support the secret techniques of a cultivator above the Yuan Qi realm. Low-grade Yuan Qi is not qualified. This is like a child growing up and needing to wear bigger clothes. If the clothes are too small, it will only hinder their movements. Everyone nodded lightly. What Wu Dao said was just common sense. Everyone had cultivated for so long. So how could they not understand this? When a cultivator's cultivation reaches the Saint realm, the Yuan Qi in their body will transform into Saint Qi. Wu Dao's eyes flashed. However, after entering the Saint realm, from the Saint King realm to the Origin returning realm to the Origin King realm, there is no sign of Saint Qi transforming. This old master has considered this problem before and has always wondered what kind of power a cultivator's body should possess above Saint Qi, but he could not figure it out. Today, this old master may have found the answer. Speaking of this, Wu Dao's eyes flashed with excitement. What Senior Wu Dao means is, Yang Kai's brow rose. The Saint Qi in our bodies will transform into a higher level of existence. It should be. Wu Dao laughed heartily. And the starlight here does not only have the effect of cleansing the body and soul, it also helps us transform the power in our bodies. This old master estimates that once all the power in our bodies is transformed, we will be able to take that final step. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked. The masters here, with the exception of Yang Kai, were all third-order Origin Kings, so they naturally understood what Wu Dao meant by taking that final step. Above the Origin King realm, that was a realm that many masters within the Star Territory had pursued for countless years, but had never been able to reach. At this moment, the transformation of the power in everyone's bodies was an opportunity, a ray of light. This was definitely a brand new power they had never encountered before, one that was many times purer and more powerful than Saint Qi. In other words, if two Origin Kings with the same cultivation and the same techniques were to fight, and one used Saint Qi while the other used this brand new power, the latter would definitely win without any suspense. Yuan Qi was stronger than Yuan Qi, and Sheng Qi was stronger than Yuan Qi, so this new power was naturally much stronger than Sheng Qi. I just don't know what this power is called, Wu Dao said with some regret. After all, no one had ever come into contact with a higher level of the martial Dao, so it was natural that they did not know. But I feel that this power seems to be closely related to my life source and soul source. Qi said thoughtfully. All things in the world had their own source. The stars had their own star source, and a cultivator naturally had their own source. The source was the foundation of all things, and without it, everything would perish. The power transformed from Saint Qi in everyone's bodies was closely related to their own essences. Chapter 1929. Yang Kai, you've absorbed the most starlight. How much of the Saint Qi in your body has been transformed? Gu Zhangyan suddenly asked with concern. As soon as his voice fell, everyone couldn't help but turn to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai probed for a moment before replying, about 1%. So much. Wu Dao was taken aback. Everyone else also looked at him with envy. Is it a lot? Yang Kai was stunned. Wu Dao smiled bitterly. It's a lot. This old master has only transformed less than 1/10,000th of the Saint Qi in his body. But even so, this old master has benefited greatly. You've already transformed 1%, so I'm afraid it won't be long before all the Saint Qi in your body is transformed. Yes, I estimate that at my current speed, even if I stay here forever, it will take at least 5 or 6 years to transform all my Saint Qi. Qi nodded. What about President AIO? Everyone turned their attention to another person they cared about. Much worse than Yang Boy. Only about 1/10 of his. AIO shook his head slowly. That's still very fast. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. No one had expected that a Star Master would receive such extraordinary benefits after entering this place. The speed at which Yang Kai's Saint Qi was transforming was something they couldn't hope to achieve. Everyone chatted for a while and felt that they couldn't waste any more time. After all, such an opportunity wasn't something they could come across easily. They immediately split into 2 groups again, one absorbing the starlight while the other hurried on. Somewhere about 100,000 kilometers away from where everyone was. This place was also filled with starlight, just like the environment where Yang Kai and the others were. At this place, there were 3 figures. Among these 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. They didn't look very old and were all dressed like youths, but their auras were extremely powerful. One of them, his face was gloomy as he sat cross-legged in the sea of starlight, like a dormant beast, his aura intimidating. So much so that the other 2 actually stayed far away from him, not daring to approach. All three of them were cultivators at the Third Order Origin King realm. And at the place where the three of them were, there was a semicircular energy shield that enveloped them. It was unknown what was so mysterious about that semicircular energy shield, but it actually blocked the invasion of the surrounding starlight. Therefore, the area around the three of them was completely empty, with not a single thing in sight within a radius of several hundred feet. The man, who was like a dormant beast, closed his eyes tightly. Forming a mysterious seal with his hands, he seemed to be cultivating some kind of secret technique. From time to time, violent energy fluctuations would surge out from his body. Although he was also a Third Order Origin King cultivator, the other man and woman were obviously much weaker compared to this man. Suddenly, the bald man opened his eyes with an impatient look on his face. After looking around for a while, he muttered, "We've already waited here for 5 years. How long more do we have to wait?" Hearing what he said, the woman beside him also opened her eyes, glanced towards the center, and whispered, "Don't be impatient, Brother Fengda. 5 years isn't a long time for you and me, is it? Being able to stay in the Starlight Corridor with the help of the Netherworld Dark Territory Shield provided by Brother Yin Lusheng has already benefited a lot." Hearing her mention Yin Lusheng, the bald man, Fengda, glanced at the man in front of him with some apprehension. Nodding, he said yes. "We have indeed borrowed the Netherworld Darkness Shroud from Brother Yin to continue staying here. Otherwise, the Starlight Passage can only accommodate one person for 2 months before being expelled. But it's not a good idea to keep waiting like this, right? What is Brother Yin waiting for here? Junior Sister Lu, do you know?" Lu Xianyan shook her head slowly. "I don't know, but Brother Yin must have his own plans." Fengda smiled bitterly. "Forget it, let's not talk about it. By the way, Junior Sister Lu, how much Saint Qi has been transformed in your body?" "About 1/5. Lu Xianyan smiled bitterly as she looked at Yin Lusheng with some envy and whispered, "Not as good as Brother Yin. In my opinion, almost all the Saint Qi in his body has been transformed into Source Qi. I'm afraid that as soon as he leaves this Starlight Corridor, he will be able to break through to the Tao Source realm. A Star Master's body is really extraordinary," Fengda sighed emotionally. Fengda also sighed with emotion. "If I had known this would happen, I would have refined a cultivation star as well. How dangerous is it to refine a star's source?" Lu Xianyan shook her head slowly. "Without a great opportunity, it is impossible to succeed. How many Third Order Origin Kings have died in the past 10,000 years on our great desolate star territory while trying to refine a star's source? This mistress has never dared to try because she was not fully confident. In any case, since we can come to the star boundary, it won't be too late to search for a star's source in the future." Fengda slowly shook his head. "That being said, I have heard that in the star boundary, star sources are extremely rare. Many masters even don't hesitate to sever their cultivation to venture deep into the Starlight Corridor and return to the territory of the various star boundaries. You and I missed the opportunity before, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to obtain star sources in the future." Lu Xianyan looked sad, knowing that Fengda was right. "You two are making this king a little restless." Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded. Both Lu Xianyan and Fengda couldn't help shivering as they looked up in fear, just in time to see Yin Lusheng, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, open his eyes. His eyes were extremely cold, seemingly without the slightest emotion, making anyone who looked at them feel extremely uncomfortable. Lu Xianyan squeezed out a smile and said apologetically, "This mistress and Brother Feng were just casually chatting and did not expect to disturb Brother Yin. Please forgive us, Brother Yin." Yin Lusheng looked indifferent and did not say anything. Fengda frowned and said, "Brother Yin, we have been waiting here for 5 years. Do we still have to wait any longer? Do you want to leave this place?" Yin Lusheng glanced at Fengda faintly. Fengda said, "If Brother Yin can tell you exactly what you're waiting for here, then this Feng wouldn't mind risking his life to accompany you. However, since entering this Starlight Corridor, you've been meditating in seclusion here. This Feng is really Are you dissatisfied with my approach? Yin Lusheng's voice was cold. Fengda's expression became ugly as he frowned. I dare not. It's just... Before he could finish speaking, his vision suddenly blurred as Yin Lusheng appeared in front of him at some unknown time. Under the cold gaze of Yin Lusheng, Fengda couldn't help feeling goosebumps rise all over his body. An aura of death enveloped him, causing him to scream in horror, and without hesitation, he launched a counterattack. Don't! Lu Xianyun's pretty face changed drastically as she cried out. Oof! Yin Lusheng coldly snorted. Facing Fengda's terrifying attack, he didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he casually raised his hand and neutralized the attack, then immediately grabbed Fengda's neck with his hand. In an instant, Fengda, who was also a third-order origin king, was suppressed and unable to circulate his Saint Qi properly, allowing Yin Lusheng to lift him up like a little chick. This scene was simply unbelievable, and even Lu Xianyun was stunned in place. Only at this moment did she realize that she had been underestimating this Yin Lusheng. He had definitely transformed all the Saint Qi in his body into Source Qi. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to subdue Fengda in a single move. After all, before coming here, Yin Lusheng was indeed strong, but not to this extent. But after coming here, the distance between them suddenly increased. This was the direct result of transforming one's Saint Qi into Source Qi. Brother Yin, Fengda struggled, but he could not break free from Yin Lusheng's grip, a look of horror flashing across his eyes as he felt death beckoning him, his face turning pale. If we were not both from the territory of Great Desolate Star, do you think this king would be so kind as to let you enjoy the benefits of the Netherworld territory? Not only are you ungrateful, you even dared to question this king's approach. You deserve to die. Yin Lusheng reprimanded coldly as he increased his strength, causing Fengda's soul to fly out of his body. Lu Xianyun's pretty face also turned pale. She wanted to plead for mercy, but when she remembered Yin Lusheng's cruel style, she couldn't bring herself to speak, because she knew that if she provoked Yin Lusheng's anger, Fengda would not be the only one to die. She could only squeeze out a smile and say, Brother Yin, please show mercy. This mistress and Brother Feng know we were wrong. Please forgive Brother Feng. You know you were wrong? Yin Lusheng asked indifferently. Fengda nodded quickly. Don't do it again. Yin Lusheng snorted coldly and threw Fengda aside as if he was throwing a rag sack. Lu Xianyun wanted to help him, but she didn't dare to act rashly and could only look at Yin Lusheng in fear. After punishing Fengda a little, the latter did not attack again, instead crossing his hands behind his back and saying lightly, This king doesn't want to go too far. After all, you and I both come from the territory of Great Desolate Star, and my Netherworld sect also has inheritances in the star boundary. After arriving in the star boundary, you can worship my Netherworld sect, and we will still be a family in the future. Lu Xianyun squeezed out a smile and said, Since Brother Yin has said so, then this mistress will respectfully accept. The reputation of the Netherworld sect in Great Desolate Star's territory was not very good, and it was probably the same in the star boundary, but there were many masters in the sect, and few people dared to provoke it. If they could enter the star boundary this time, perhaps their cultivation would be much smoother in the future. It was just that the Netherworld sect's name would be tainted for no reason, which made Lu Xianyun a little unhappy. But now that things had come to this, she had no other choice. Fengda, who had escaped from death, was also grateful, not daring to disobey in the slightest. Yin Lusheng was very satisfied with the attitude of the two of them, and took the initiative to ask, Do you want to know why this king has not entered the star boundary and instead has been waiting here? Lu Xianyun and Fengda glanced at each other, the former saying, If it is not convenient for Brother Yin to say, there is nothing inconvenient about it, Yin Lusheng said lightly. Since you're going to join the Netherworld sect anyway, you're not outsiders, so there is no harm in telling you. The reason this king has been waiting here is to wait for a cultivator from other stars to enter the star boundary. Chapter 1930. A cultivator waiting for the territory of another star to enter the star boundary. Lu Xianyun and Feng De were taken aback, never having expected that Yin Lusheng would not hesitate to use the Netherworld Dark Territory Shield to isolate the starlight here for 5 years just for this reason. One had to know that the Netherworld Dark Territory Shield was the sect guarding treasure of the Netherworld sect. It was said to have been passed down from the Star Boundary, and its grade had long surpassed Origin King grade. Only a sect like the Netherworld sect, which also had inheritances in the Star Boundary, could possess such a heaven-defying treasure, and every time it was used, the Netherworld Dark Territory Shield would absorb tens of millions of Yin souls. Lu Xianyun suddenly recalled that 5 years ago, Yin Lusheng had gone to a cultivation star in the territory of Great Desolate Star and massacred the inhabitants of more than a dozen cities. At that time, she had thought he had lost all humanity, but now it seemed that he was actually preparing for the Netherworld Dark Territory Shield. You don't understand? Yin Lusheng looked at the two lightly. Lu Xianyun shook her head and said, "Please enlighten me, Brother Yin." Yin Lusheng said, "I am waiting for those Star Masters." As soon as the statement came out, both Lu Xianyun and Feng De showed a look of realization. Lu Xianyun said, "Could it be that the rumored Netherworld sect has a secret technique that can seize the source of stars of others is true?" Yin Lusheng nodded and said, "Naturally. So, Brother Yin wants to seize the source of stars of others?" "No." Yin Lusheng's eyes flashed coldly. "I already have a source of stars, so I won't be able to obtain a second one in a short time." "Then, Brother Yin, I do have one, but I still lack a decent gift for this trip to the Star Boundary's Netherworld sect. If I can prepare such a gift, this king's future will be smooth sailing after entering the Star Boundary's Netherworld sect." Lu Xianyun and Feng De understood. What do you want to do by waiting here for 5 years? Although Yin Lusheng was almost a tyrant in the territory of Great Desolate Star, he was just a third-order Origin King after all. Once he entered the Star Boundary, such a cultivation would be nothing. The Netherworld sect had fierce internal competition. Infighting between disciples was a common occurrence. This time, Yin Lusheng was going to the Star Boundary's Netherworld sect without a backer. Without a backer, he could only rely on himself. As for the Star Lord level cultivator, that was his goal. As long as he could bring such a gift to the Netherworld sect, would he be afraid of not being valued? For a time, Lu Xianyun and Feng De couldn't help admiring Yin Lusheng's foresight. Any third-order Origin King cultivator yearned for the Star Boundary, so spending 5 years waiting here showed how determined Yin Lusheng was. It was just that it would be fine if he could wait, but if he couldn't, then the losses would outweigh the gains. After all, he was always here. Even if all the Saint Qi in Yin Lusheng's body was converted into Source Qi, he wouldn't be able to make a breakthrough and would only be wasting time. As long as this king can gain the attention of the Star Boundary's Netherworld sect, I will definitely not lack cultivation resources in the future, and the day I become an emperor is just around the corner. If the two of you follow me, you won't be short of benefits." Lu Xianyun and Feng De quickly thanked him. "Since you know this king's plan, then don't be noisy and wait patiently." Yin Lusheng waved his hand. Yes, Lu Xianyun and Feng De nodded in unison. After experiencing the scene just now, neither of them could resist. No matter who it was, neither of them had the heart to resist. If Yin Lusheng wanted to kill them, it would only be a matter of waving his hand. The distance between them was just too big. At that moment, a crisp tinkling sound rang out. Yin Lusheng was startled and immediately took out a small bell from his waist. This bell looked inconspicuous, but at this moment, it seemed to be disturbed by something and constantly emitted a soft, ringing sound. "Someone's coming." Yin Lusheng's eyes flashed. He couldn't help grinning. This king has not waited here for 5 years in vain. "I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Otherwise, ha ha ha." His low laughter was extremely harsh, causing Lu Xianyun and Feng De's expressions to change drastically. They secretly mourned for the people who were about to arrive. No matter how powerful and influential these people were in their star fields, no matter how high their status was, they would never be able to defeat them. But meeting Yin Lusheng here could only be said to be their bad luck. If Yin Lusheng had waited until he became a Star Master level cultivator, it would have been fine, as he would probably have given them a quick death. But if he didn't, Lu Xianyin and Fengda were sure that these people would soon understand what it meant to suffer a fate worse than death. After all, the Netherworld sect's methods of torture were enough to make the entire territory of Great Desolate Star tremble. 100 kilometers ahead, Xianxia and the others were safe and sound. He didn't know what the situation of the others was like, but the Saint Qi in his body was transforming into another form at a very fast speed. This kind of power was closely related to his own essence, making him feel more and more comfortable and powerful. However, this transformation speed was still a bit slow. He estimated that at this rate, it would take at least 1 or 2 days. The group of 6 was silent. Suddenly, Xianxia raised his head and looked forward, his brow furrowing. Faintly, he felt the aura of a living being in front of him, but due to the special environment here, even with the strength of his divine sense, he couldn't explore too far, so he wasn't sure. After thinking about it, Xianxia began circulating his Space Force secret technique and adding his Space Force to his divine sense. In an instant, his divine sense crossed the void and probed into the distance. Sure enough, there's someone here. Xianxia's expression suddenly became strange. This was something he had never expected. There was actually someone else in this starlight corridor. Was this a cultivator preparing to enter the star boundary from some other star's territory? Xianxia could only speculate. At the same time, he quickly sent a divine sense message to everyone to stop. On the other side, Yin Lusheng, who was waiting quietly, narrowed his eyes slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on his face. Just now, Xianxia actually felt a strange divine sense float past him, which made him feel a little incredulous because in this starlight corridor, one's divine sense couldn't explore too far. Even Xianxia himself couldn't see more than a kilometer away, so he had to rely on the bell-like artifact to detect the aura of a living person approaching. Was it an illusion? Yin Lusheng muttered to himself before immediately grinning. If it wasn't an illusion, then I must have encountered a master. Interesting. After waiting here for 5 years, Yin Lusheng had already transformed his Saint Qi into Source Qi, and although he had not yet broken through to the Tao Source realm, his combat power was no longer comparable to that of an Origin King. No matter who this person was, since they had entered the star boundary from some other star's territory, their cultivation would definitely not exceed the Origin King realm. Yin Lusheng didn't put them in his eyes. The bell in his hand stopped ringing for a while, which made Yin Lusheng even more certain that he had encountered a cultivator with an extremely strong divine sense. The other party must have discovered the situation here. The truth was just as he thought. After Kai Yang stopped the other 5 people, he told them about the situation over there. There are people here, and 3 of them at that. Chiyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Young boy, are you sure you're not mistaken? Ao also looked suspicious. Since Sect Master Yang said so, he must not be speaking without thinking. Wu Dao frowned. It's just that I don't know what these 3 people want to do, and whether they are hostile. Yes, we are new here, so we should avoid some disturbances. Xianxia, what's the situation over there? Tell me more about it. Xianxia pondered for a moment before saying, in my perception, those 3 people have been standing in place, seemingly waiting for something. As for their cultivations, they're naturally third-order Origin Kings, but one of them gives me a very dangerous feeling. If even you feel danger, they must not be simple. Ao frowned. But since they are third-order Origin Kings, they should be cultivators from another star territory. They probably want to enter the star boundary like us. Could be they got lost here? We'll know once we ask. Guizhu laughed. Guizhu laughed strangely. There are 3 of them and 6 of us, twice their number. Do you think we should be afraid of them? That being said, you should know that after entering this place, there is a huge gap between third-order Origin Kings. Take President Ao, for example. I'm afraid none of us is his opponent right now. Yes, that kind of transformed Saint Qi is extremely powerful. But we can't just stand here, can we? All of you are heroes. When did you start to be so overcautious? As soon as this remark came out, everyone could not help being shocked. Only then did they realize that since entering this starlight corridor and feeling the mysteries of this place, while looking forward to entering the star boundary, their mentality had gradually changed. They could no longer be as arrogant and domineering as before. All right, let's be careful and act according to the circumstances. If they're really lost, then it's fine, but if they're hostile, we might as well fight, Yang Kai said lightly. That's how it should be. Wu Dao nodded in agreement. Then Junior will be the vanguard. Yang Kai smiled slightly and volunteered. I'll do it. You scram to the back. AI-O snorted and stood at the forefront. As an elder, what was the point of having Yang Kai protect him all the time? Chi Yu also smiled and said, this time, you just need to follow obediently. All right then. Yang Kai did not insist. In any case, it was still unclear whether the other side was friend or foe, so it was meaningless to insist now. Immediately, the group of 6 approached Yin Lusheng and the others. As they approached, the ringing of the bell in Yin Lusheng's hand became more and more urgent, more and more frequent. 100 kilometers was nothing to these people, so in less than a stick of incense worth of time, the two groups met. AI-O took the lead and stood about 300 meters away from Yin Lusheng and the others, staring forward with rapt attention. The surrounding starlight poured into his body uncontrollably, allowing him to absorb it. Yin Lusheng's originally indifferent eyes burst into a strong light the moment he saw AI-O, and he couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Good, good, good. This king didn't have to wait for 5 years. Finally, a decent one has come. Chapter 1931. Yin Lusheng laughed heartily as if no one was present, making Yang Kai and the others extremely unhappy, especially AI-O, who was being stared at by him. AI-O couldn't help but feel a sense of danger, causing all the pores on his body to tighten. Out of courtesy, AI-O didn't get angry and instead cupped his fists and said, "This one is AI-O. May I ask how to address you and why you are here?" Yin Lusheng grinned and said calmly, "This king is Yin Lusheng of Netherworld sect from the territory of Great Desolate Star." Which territory are you from? Which territory are you from? Yang Kai and the others looked at each other, not knowing how to answer this question. However, before coming here, they had all heard from Yang Kai that this world was not limited to the territory of the Great Desolate Star, but there were many other undiscovered territories. These territories were blocked by the boundary force and did not intersect with each other, making it impossible for those without the divine technique to pass through. So, when they heard the other party introduce themselves and mention something about Great Desolate Star territory, they could accept it. Don't tell me you don't even know what your own territory is called. On the side, the bald youth Feng De looked at Yang Kai and the others with a strange expression, as if he was looking at a group of country bumpkins. AI-O smiled awkwardly. This, we really don't know. Our territory has been sealed off for tens of thousands of years and has never been in contact with the star boundary, so we don't know what the outside world calls our place. Sealed off for tens of thousands of years. Feng De and Lu Xianyan were surprised, the latter asking curiously, "Then how did you find the Starlight Corridor and come here?" She knew that some territory had problems with the connection to the star boundary, such as the imbalance of the world principles, making it impossible for a cultivator to improve their cultivation. Another example was the collapse of the Starlight Corridor, making it impossible to find the way to the star boundary. So, she was very curious about how AI-O and the others repaired the Starlight Corridor after tens of thousands of years. This, AI-O showed a difficult expression, not wanting to explain this problem. After all, this matter involved the great emperors of Starfield. The other party was a stranger he had met by chance, so he hadn't reached the point where he could confide in them. Lu Xianyan observed his expression and said with a slight smile, "This mistress was reckless." "It's fine." AI-O saw her pleasant expression, and the conflict in his heart lessened a lot. So he asked, "Friends, are you also going to the star boundary?" "Yes." Lu Xianyan nodded. "Then, why are you stopping here? Are you lost?" Lu Xianyan and Feng didn't know how to answer for a while, and instead turned their eyes to Lusheng. AIO immediately knew that the person who gave him the most uncomfortable feeling was the one in charge among the three. He turned his gaze back to Lusheng and was about to ask again, but at this moment, Lusheng suddenly raised his eyebrows. Staring at Kai Yang, who had been blocked by the crowd, his eyes flashed a terrifying light. One was of his. Of desolate to the star territorious. Of them. Of theirs of their. S's ofs. Of the BBBB of them. Of Tino no. Often, at a glance, they would have a rough guess in their hearts. Lu Xianyun and Fonda gave off a good feeling, but Lusheng made everyone unhappy. There was no other reason than the evil qi emanating from his body was too strong. At this moment, seeing him take an interest in Yang Kai, how could they not know that the situation had changed? In an instant, everyone moved slightly, blocking Yang Kai's figure. Ha ha! Lusheng suddenly burst into laughter. There's more than one Star Master. There are two. Sure enough, the heavens are blessing this king. Inside the Starlight Corridor, there was a clear difference between a Star Master and others. It could be seen at a glance by the speed of absorption of the surrounding starlight. Previously, Lusheng's attention was attracted by AIO, so he didn't notice the existence of Yang Kai. Later, he discovered that Yang Kai was hiding in the back. What's more, Yang Kai's absorption speed was more than 10 times faster than AIO's. What made him even more incredulous was the other party was a second-order origin king cultivator. How could he not be happy? After waiting here for 5 years, he only wanted to bring a gift to the Netherworld sect, but now, the heavens had sent him 2 great gifts. Lusheng's eyes instantly became greedy. His friend, AIO's face turned cold as he stood in front of everyone and stared at Lusheng. Friend, Lusheng squinted at AIO, as if he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Step by step, he walked out of the Netherworld dark territory and asked slowly, "Who is your friend? What does your excellency mean?" AIO's face turned gloomy. He didn't expect the attitude of the other party's leader to be so different from the other two. After all, everyone was talking nicely before, so how could the other party suddenly change his attitude? Nothing. Lusheng came to the edge of the Netherworld dark territory and looked ahead indifferently, saying indifferently, "If you ants don't want to die, open your knowledge seas and let this king plant his soul brand. Depending on this king's mood, perhaps he can let you live." What? Ants? Impudence. You want to enslave us? This old master is dying of laughter. AIO and the others were suddenly filled with righteous indignation. Among the 6 of them, aside from Yang Kai, which one of them wasn't standing at the peak of Star Territory, which one of them wasn't a supreme master in Star Territory. They had always been the ones standing at the top, overlooking all living beings. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? It had been a long time since they had heard the word ant. What was even more unacceptable was that Lusheng actually wanted them to open their knowledge seas and plant his soul brand. If that was the case, then they would have to obey Lusheng's orders for the rest of their lives, and their lives would be under his control, being ridden on top of their heads so presumptuously. Even if AIO and the others had good tempers, they would still be furious. Yang Kai's face also instantly turned gloomy, knowing that this was a disaster, not a blessing. Although the other party was only a third-order origin king, since he dared not put them in his eyes, it was obvious he had something to rely on. However, Yang Kai didn't quite understand what he was relying on. Only by really fighting could he figure it out. "Are you angry?" Facing the anger of AIO and the others, Lusheng calmly asked. Lusheng's expression was unexpectedly calm as he said indifferently, "Ants don't have the qualifications to be angry. You have to understand that it is your honor to have this king plant his soul brand on you. Not a disgrace." "Honor my ass," Chiyu cursed. "If you feel honored, you might as well open your knowledge sea and let this queen plant her soul brand on you." Lusheng's eyes flashed coldly as he took another step forward. Finally, he appeared outside the Yellow Springs Dark Territory shield. In an instant, A terrifying aura burst out from his body, pressing down on everyone like a mountain. This aura appeared so abruptly that everyone's face changed drastically. Yin Lusheng raised his finger, and a ray of light suddenly appeared on his fingertip as he pointed it towards Qi Yu's position and shouted, "Underworld prison, finger spear." With a whoosh, a pure energy condensed into an attack. Breaking through the barrier of space, it directly descended in front of Qi Yu. Feeling the terrifying killing intent contained in this attack, Qi Yu's pretty face changed greatly. Forming a seal with her hands, a huge silver-white spider phantom suddenly appeared behind her. This silver-white spider bared its fangs and brandished its claws fiercely. It looked incredibly powerful, and on the spider's forehead there was a crescent-shaped white mark. That mark seemed to emit a faint fluorescent light, and it had the pure power of the moon. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Qi Yu was a descendant of the ancient variant Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, and the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's bloodline flowed through her veins. It was for this reason that she had accepted Shanqing Luo as her adopted daughter and cared for her 100 times over. Qi Yu is a Monster King level master and a Monster Race master of this level. The secret technique unleashed by using the power of the bloodline was naturally extraordinary. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider Phantom opened its mouth. From its mouth, it spat out a mass of white energy, which suddenly turned into a spider web that looked extremely tough, as if it could not be broken. It blocked in front of Qi Yu. Oh, a descendant of an ancient variant? Yin Lusheng seemed to be a little surprised by the scene in front of him, but the expression on his face was still calm. At least it's worth watching. But if that's all, then die. As soon as his voice fell, the finger spear collided with the spiderweb. With a puff, the seemingly sturdy spiderweb could not stop the attack of the finger spear at all and was directly broken through. Seeing this scene, Qi Yu's face turned pale, knowing that the gap between her and her opponent was too big and that the other party's attack was not something she could resist. Heaven and Earth Reversal. With a low shout, Tyrannical stretched out his hand into the void, as if pulling out a long sword from the void. The power on the long sword condensed into a vortex. Tyrannical waved the long sword and slashed forward. Jia 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 Jia. 10,000 souls heaven-devouring great emperor. Gue Zhu laughed strangely as the 10,000 soul banner turned into a black curtain, covering a large part of the world. Endless cries and howls came from the banner, and one could vaguely see distorted faces struggling and squirming on it. It was a horrifying sight. Great Sun Golden Wheel. Gutsong Yun attacked. Tyrant Body Shattering Fist. AIO attacked. The 5 Third Order Origin Kings erupted with all their strength at this moment, each displaying their own secret techniques. In an instant, a violent power rushed forward to block Yin Lusheng's finger spear. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the world shook as endless power sputtered into the void. With a violent noise, AIO and the others all shook and involuntarily retreated a few steps. The finger spear was blocked, and their secret techniques dissipated. But everyone's face was extremely ugly, because the 5 of them had only managed to block a casual blow from the other party with their combined strength. If the other party had used his full strength, how terrifying would the power be? Everyone simply could not imagine. They had never felt so powerless before. Even if they were facing an opponent in the same realm, they would still be filled with fighting spirit, and even if they died, they would bite off a piece of their opponent's flesh. But facing Yin Lusheng, everyone felt like they were facing an insurmountable mountain. They could only look up, but could not see where the peak was. All they could see was clouds and mist. Chapter 1932. AIO and the others were all world-shaking figures, and their mental fortitude was incomparable to ordinary people. But in front of Yin Lusheng's abyss-like strength, the strength they had always been proud of suddenly became like the light of a firefly. Not worth mentioning. After the first blow, no one dared to act rashly. Everyone's expression was extremely dignified as they stared vigilantly at Yin Lusheng, lest he attack again. Interesting. Yin Lusheng smiled indifferently. But it's still too early for you to compete with this king with your current strength. This king will warn you one last time. If you don't want to die, release your knowledge, see defenses. Don't even think about it. Just kill us. Xianxia. This king doesn't have a hobby of being a slave. Although AI, and the others felt something was wrong, they still responded firmly. Good. Since you want to die, then don't blame this king for being cruel and merciless. Yin Lusheng's eyes flashed coldly as his figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Gu Zhangyan. He stretched out his hand and slapped towards Gu Zhangyan. In the center of this palm, there seemed to be an infinite amount of power swirling around it, making it impossible for a master of Gu Zhangyan's level to resist. Gu Zhangyan desperately pushed his Saint Qi, but was unable to break free and could only watch as the palm slammed down towards him. My life is over. This thought quickly flashed through Gu Zhangyan's mind. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, a dazzling five-colored light blooming from his body. Union Master Gu, retreat. Yang Kai's voice entered Gu Zhangyan's ears, and at the same time, Gu Zhangyan was pleasantly surprised to find that the force holding him suddenly loosened. How could he dare to be negligent? Desperately urging his strength, Gu Zhangyan hurriedly fled. Yang Kai suddenly punched out, his fist shrouded in five elements' indestructible sword qi, the five elements mutually restraining each other. An endless cycle. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk when the fist and palm collided, a violent sound rang out. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as the five-colored light around his fist suddenly burst like a bubble. His entire body was sent flying backwards like a rag sack. On the other hand, Yin Lusheng's body swayed, and he was forced to take a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. This scene happened too suddenly, leaving everyone dumbfounded. By the time everyone regained their senses, Yang Kai had already been sent flying. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Yang Kai. The faces of AI, Qi Yu, and the others changed drastically as they hastily flew over. He wanted to find out the truth. Gu Zhangyan and Gu Zhu, who had just escaped death, stood in front of Yin Lusheng, watching him vigilantly, lest he attack again and kill them all. This person, Lu Xianyun, who had been standing in the Netherworld territory, narrowed her eyes as she looked in the direction where Yang Kai had been sent flying. Her delicate face was full of disbelief. He whispered, actually blocked Brother Yin's attack. Not only that, it even made Brother Yin take a few steps back. Although Yin Lusheng's fate was unknown, an Origin King Realm cultivator being able to do this was shocking enough. Not to mention, this guy was just a second-order Origin King. Next to Lu Xianyun, Fonda also opened his mouth wide as his heart trembled. He knew how powerful Yin Lusheng was at this moment. When Yin Lusheng attacked him just now, he could not muster up the courage to resist before his life was in his hands. But this young man from the territory of an unknown star, being able to do this to such an extent made Fonda unable to believe his eyes. He should be dead, right? Fonda thought to himself, but even if he was dead, it was enough to be proud of. After all, he was just a second-order Origin King, yet he had faced Yin Lusheng head-on. But before he could finish this thought, a violent coughing sound came from the other side. He's not dead, Fonda exclaimed, looking like he had seen a ghost, wishing he could gouge his eyes out and place them on Yang Kai. Lu Xianyun also let out a cry as she covered her mouth with her small hand. On the other side, Yang Kai struggled to get up and waved to AI, and Qi Yu, who were flying over. His face was as pale as paper, and the blood in his chest was roiling. Unable to hold back, he coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. Fierce! Yang Kai took a few deep breaths, straightened his body, and narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yin Lusheng. After Yin Lusheng was forced back a few steps by Yang Kai, he had been standing there with a strange expression on his face. He did not take the opportunity to pursue, but instead frowned, as if he was thinking about something. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Yin Lusheng came back to his senses and looked at Yang Kai lightly, nodding. You're also very good. This king misjudged you. It turns out you were the strongest among this group. Huh. Yang Kai smiled arrogantly, spitting a mouthful of blood to the side as he squinted at Yin Lusheng. You flatter me. I just transformed a little more strength in them. Aren't you the same? I'm afraid all the strength in your body has been transformed, right? Yin Lusheng's eyes narrowed as he clapped his hands. Boy, you have sharp eyes. Yang Kai grinned. If not, how could you fight 5 third-order Origin Kings alone? It's not that they aren't strong enough. It's just that they didn't have enough time. Hearing Yang Kai's words, AIO and the others suddenly understood. Before this, they had already experienced the benefits of transforming their strength, but because it hadn't been long, the gap between them wasn't too obvious. Before they could adapt to the new strength in their bodies, they suddenly encountered someone like Yin Lusheng, which made AIO and the others doubt their own strength for a while. After Yang Kai's explanation, they understood that the reason for this scene was not their problem, but Yin Lusheng's. The strength in his body had been completely transformed, so even if they were in the same realm as him, how could they beat him? It was like 2 cultivators with the same strength, one holding a wooden sword and the other holding a divine weapon, so naturally the latter had the absolute advantage. I'm very curious. How long have you been here? Kai Yang calmly asked, trying to extract some information from her. Not long, just 5 years. Although Yin Lusheng saw through Yang Kai's intentions, he didn't hide them. 5 years. So it seems that your excellency is also a star master, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. Your mind is really sharp. Yin Lusheng's eyes lit up as he looked at Yang Kai appreciatively. This king appreciates you very much. If you submit to this king will give you endless benefits and even spare your friends. Yang Kai laughed. If I submit to you, what benefits will you give me? Yin Lusheng raised his chin and said arrogantly, as long as this king has it, then I'll take your life. Yang Kai grinned ferociously. Yin Lusheng slowly shook his head. Courting death. Although you're very smart, you don't even know what this new power is called. So how can you compete with this king? In addition, let me tell you something else. This king only used 30% of his strength just now. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's expression changed drastically. Just 30% was enough to make everyone feel helpless. But if he went all out, die in despair, this king likes to see your expressions. Yin Lusheng laughed and stepped forward, suddenly arriving in front of Gu Yun and Wu Dao. Hell, 7 hells refined flour. Yin Lusheng shouted as he formed a seal with both hands, and a burst of pure source chi burst out. With a push of his hands, an extremely enchanting flower suddenly appeared and shot towards Gu Yun, Wu Dao, and the others. World stabilizing. Tyrannical's expression changed greatly. He spun his sword, and the blade shone brightly. He poured all of his power into the sword and slashed forward. Sun sword, illuminate the 4 directions. Gu Yun's body also released a bloody light as he bit the tip of his tongue and burned his blood essence before spraying it towards the sword in his hand. The 2 of them worked together to block Yin Lusheng's killing move. In front of this king, you are all ants. What qualifications do you have to resist? Yin Lusheng's eyes turned cold as he pointed his finger towards the 2. With 2 soft sounds, the Saint Chi protecting Wu Dao and Gu Yun's bodies was instantly pierced through, causing them to cry out in pain as blood dripped from their bodies. Yin Lusheng stretched out his hand and swept the 2 away like he was swatting flies. In midair, the 2 spat out a mouthful of blood as their bones were dislocated. Kill them. Yin Lusheng coldly snorted as he continued to walk forward unhurriedly. After hearing his order, Fengde and Lu Xianyun, who had been hiding in the Netherworld territory, could only come out. Fengde rushed directly towards Gu Yun with a ruthless look on his face, wanting to kill him. He did not dare to disobey Yin Lusheng's orders. Lu Xianyun found Wu Dao and shouted in a low voice, "Excuse me." Saying so, her jade-white palm shot out towards Wu Dao. Although this move was ruthless, it did not contain any murderous intent. If she had any other choice, she did not want to kill the innocent. After all, her reputation in the territory of Great Desolate Star was still very good. Unfortunately, people under the eaves had no choice but to bow their heads. A black curtain suddenly appeared, wrapped up the injured Wu Dao and Gu Songyun, and flashed directly into the distance. After the black curtain dissipated, Gue Zhu's figure appeared, his whole body wrapped in black qi, only his two flickering eyes flashing with an evil light. "Are you two all right?" Gue Zhu asked in a low voice. "We won't die," Wu Dao responded. "We're in big trouble," Gue Zhu said gloomily. "I just heard that guys say that they have been here for 5 years, which means they spent 5 years transforming the power in their bodies. They are much stronger than us. So what? Even if we die, we can't let them off easily." Gu Songyun showed a fierce look as he watched Fengde and Lu Xianyan approach them. On the other side, Yang Kai took a few breaths as he saw the crisis Gue Zhu and the others were in and whispered, "You too. Leave this to me. You go help them." Ai, O, and Qi were both startled and shook their heads without thinking. They could also see that Yin Lusheng's strength wasn't on the same level as everyone else here. Yang Kai wasn't his opponent at all. If they let Yang Kai fight him alone, they were afraid it wouldn't bode well for him. So how could they feel at ease leaving Yang Kai behind? Chapter 1933. "We'll go with you," Ai-O quickly said. "And if the three of us join forces, we may have a chance to beat him." Qiyu nodded. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "You're thinking too simply. That new power is very strong. If I can't beat him, it's useless even if we join forces. On the other hand, Gue Zhu and the other two might have a chance. You join up with Gue Zhu, and if you find a gap, escape from here." "Then what about you?" Ai-O asked in alarm. "I'll find a way to leave. Don't forget, escaping is my strength." Yang Kai smiled confidently and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Ai-O and Qiyu glanced at each other and nodded. Ai-O quickly saying, "Boy, don't die. Be careful." Qiyu also exhorted before she and Ai-O both flickered and joined up with Gue Zhu and the others. Yin Lusheng saw all of this, but had no intention of stopping them. It seemed that in his opinion, it didn't matter even if the 5 of them joined up. With the strength of Fengde and Lu Xianyan, it was enough to take them down. "You want to fight me one-on-one? Boy, aren't you being a bit too arrogant?" Yin Lusheng looked at Yang Kai calmly and ridiculed. Yang Kai chuckled and said lightly, "As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Everyone's goal is the star boundary, so there's no need to kill each other here, right? Besides, there are no grievances between us. We didn't even know each other before this, so why bother?" "Are you afraid?" Yin Lusheng looked at Yang Kai sarcastically. Yang Kai just smiled and said nothing. "In fact, there's no harm in telling you," Yin Lusheng said. "This king wants to strip the star sores from your bodies. It's a gift to the Star Boundaries Netherworld sect, so whether you live or die makes no difference to me. If you're afraid, submit to this king, and I can spare your lives." "Strip the star's source?" Yang Kai's face changed slightly. "So this is your purpose. Indeed, this king has been waiting here for 5 years. You guys are finally here. Tell me, isn't your luck very bad?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "It's not that great, but your luck isn't that great either. You still haven't given up?" Yin Lusheng's face turned cold. "How can I give up when I haven't even fought?" Yang Kai's face darkened. His figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of Yin Lusheng, opened his hand, and pressed it down, shouting, "Secret technique, exile." A ring of pitch-black energy swirled around the giant hand, spinning like a vortex and suddenly expanding. Like the mouth of a beast, it bit towards Yin Lusheng. Unable to agree, Kai Yang had already made the first move to gain the upper hand. "This is..." Yin Lusheng's pupil shrank as he felt the strange power contained in the black vortex. His expression became solemn for the first time as he stretched out his hand and pointed forward, sending out a powerful force as he shouted, "Break for me!" Asterisk bang. Asterisk Yang Kai's secret technique was suddenly disintegrated. His body shook slightly, but he did not give up. Instead, his hands fluttering like butterflies. A low voice sounded, Secret technique. Moonblade. Asterisk Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Asterisk a series of pitch-black blade-like attacks formed and shot towards Yin Lusheng. It really is a space secret technique. Yin Lusheng's face was shocked as he looked at all this in front of him in disbelief. When Yang Kai displayed the exile secret technique just now, Yin Lusheng had already guessed it. It was just that he wasn't too sure, but now that he saw the space force contained in these countless moonblades, he immediately knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. And it was not just an ordinary mastery. Being able to operate the Tao of space to this extent showed that this person's attainments in the Tao of space were extremely deep, at least at the Grandmaster level. Yin Lusheng's eyes couldn't help but fill with jealousy. The Tao of space was simply too obscure and difficult to master, but since ancient times, every cultivator who had mastered the Tao of space had made great achievements. Yin Lusheng was the strongest master on Great Desolate Stars territory and had dominated the territory for countless years. After breaking through to the Third Order Origin King realm, he had also studied this obscure Tao of space. However, he had never been able to find a way to master it, and had finally given up helplessly. But now he actually saw the Tao of space bloom brilliantly in the hands of a Second Order Origin King cultivator. This shocked and angered him. How could a power he could not master be used so flexibly by someone else? Was he inferior to him? With this thought in mind, Yin Lusheng's eyes suddenly turned red and a cold, murderous intent filled his body. So what if you possess the Tao of space? In the face of absolute strength, you can only crawl at this king's feet and tremble. Yin Lusheng roared as he stretched out his hand, and the Netherworld Dark Territory shield he had arranged in the distance seemed to be summoned and turned into a stream of light that shot towards his body and enveloped him. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk countless moon blades slammed into the Netherworld Dark Territory shield, but were unable to break through it, only causing ripples on its surface before disappearing. Yang Kai's face changed slightly as he instantly realized that the grade of the other party's defensive artifact was definitely extremely high. Otherwise, it would not have been able to withstand his moon blade attack. Yin Lusheng looked down at the moon blades raging around his body and sneered sarcastically. This king's Netherworld Dark Territory shield is a Tao Source grade artifact from the Star Boundary. But with your means? Even if you attack it for 10,000 years, you won't be able to break it. As he spoke, he braved the countless moon blades and arrived in front of Yang Kai before suddenly throwing out a punch. Yang Kai's face sank, and he was about to use his space secret technique to teleport away. But in the next moment, he found that something was wrong. The surrounding space was extremely viscous, and the space secret techniques he used in the past were greatly hindered here. Yin Lusheng grinned fiercely. This is not your star territory. This is the Starlight Corridor, the intersection between your star territory and the star boundary. The world principles here are hundreds of times stronger than your star territory, so your space secret techniques will be greatly restricted here. As soon as he finished speaking, his fist had already arrived in front of Yang Kai's chest. Before the fist arrived, the surging force caused Yang Kai's bones to crack and his skin to ache. It was conceivable that if this punch hit, Yang Kai would either die or be seriously injured. At this critical moment, Yang Kai shouted, "Dragon transformation!" A resounding dragon roar rang out, penetrating the 9 heavens and shaking the entire world. Yin Lusheng was dumbfounded, but in the next moment, he felt an ancient and desolate aura suddenly surge from Yang Kai's body. This aura was so strong that it made Yin Lusheng shudder. Dragon scales condensed from Saint Chi covered Yang Kai's right arm, transforming his right hand into a dragon claw in an instant. At the same time, a palm-sized dragon scale appeared on his chest. This was a real dragon scale, an artifact of a true dragon. This dragon scale was obtained from Purple Star's vault and had long been refined by Yang Kai into his body. Coupled with his golden divine dragon source, he could already display a trace of a true dragon's power. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk Yin Lusheng's fist smashed into Yang Kai's chest, but the expected scene of him taking Yang Kai's life with a single punch did not occur. Instead, he felt a tingling pain in his fist. Yin Lusheng involuntarily took a few steps back and raised his fist to look, only to be completely stunned. He found that his fist was bleeding. On the other hand, Yang Kai, although greatly shaken, was not seriously injured. Yin Lusheng's eyes turned to the dragon scale on Yang Kai's chest, and his eyes flashed for a moment before bursting with a greedy light. A real dragon scale? You can actually refine it into your body? At this moment, as if he had discovered some kind of treasure, his expression became fanatical. After all, this was a real dragon scale, and in terms of value, it was far above his Netherworld Dark Territory shield. If he could obtain this piece of dragon scale, how could his future achievements be any worse than before? Such a treasure, what qualifications do you have to possess it? Yin Lusheng shouted as he madly attacked Yang Kai. Give it to this king quickly. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. Kai Yang was also enraged. Since his debut, although his path had been bumpy and he had encountered countless powerful enemies, he had always been able to turn misfortune into blessings. But this time, he had encountered an enemy that even he couldn't easily win against. The heart of martial Dao lay in perseverance, unbreakable courage, and moving forward bravely. Facing such a powerful enemy like Yin Lusheng also aroused Yang Kai's fighting spirit. He met his enemy head-on without fear, taking a stance of fighting with his life. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the two men's fists and feet collided. Yang Kai displayed his dragon transformation secret technique, coupled with the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. His strength had reached an inestimable level, but even so, he was still not Yin Lusheng's opponent. The power surging out of Yin Lusheng's body was like a tsunami that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art around Yang Kai's body was constantly being destroyed, and every time it reformed, it would be shattered by Yin Lusheng's move. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was covered in blood. If it weren't for the real dragon scale protecting his vitals, Yang Kai estimated that he would have already died here. On the other hand, Yin Lusheng's whole body was wrapped in the Netherworld Dark Territory cover, and no matter how Yang Kai attacked, he could not break through his defenses. He was already in an invincible position. Boy, accept your fate. You are not my opponent. Yin Lusheng laughed wildly and continued to deal damage to Yang Kai. Come out. Yang Kai suddenly roared. The next moment, the stone mongoose, Xianxia, and firebird Lu Yin appeared together. As if sensing Yang Kai's urgency, Xianxia directly transformed into a stone giant as soon as he appeared, a layer of lava armor covering his body as he brandished the heaven-shaking pillar and smashed it towards Yin Lusheng. Lu Yin, on the other hand, transformed into a firebird and spat out violent thunderfire from his mouth. Yin Lusheng's eyes shrank. Although he was surprised that Yang Kai had suddenly summoned 2 helpers, he didn't care too much about it. He ignored the attacks of the firebird and Xianxia, looking as if he wanted to kill Yang Kai. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the heaven-shaking pillar smashed into Yin Lusheng's body, and as a violent force hit him, Yin Lusheng realized that he had underestimated the power of the stone giant. Even with the protection of the Netherworld Dark Territory cover, he was still hit and almost fell to the ground. Under this violent force, even the Netherworld Dark Territory cover itself flashed wildly. Chapter 1934. What the hell is this? Yin Lusheng's eyes flickered as he stared at Xianxia in shock. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't tell whether Xianxia was a living creature or a puppet. The stone mongoose race was too rare, and if Yang Kai hadn't received guidance from Yang Yin, he probably wouldn't have known about Xiaoxiao's origins. Although Yin Lusheng had dominated the territory of Great Desolate Star for countless years, there were always some existences he didn't know about. The stone mongoose was one of them. After transforming into a stone giant, Xiaoxiao's strength was extraordinary, and with the heaven-shaking pillar weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms, his violent power was enough to shatter the void. After succeeding in his attack, Xiaoxiao didn't stop, raising the heaven-shaking pillar again and smashing it down. Fine, Yin Lusheng shouted in a low voice as his territory surged out, wanting to use the power of his territory to affect Xiao Zhao's actions. But his plan failed as Xiao Zhao's actions were not restrained in the slightest in his territory. Instead, an obscure and inexplicable force lingered around Xiao Zhao's body, stirring up Yin Lusheng's territory into chaos. Is this principal strength? Yin Lusheng's face changed wildly as he felt the mysterious power exuding from Xiao Zhao's body. Principal strength was a kind of power that only Dao Source Realm cultivators could sense. It was a kind of power that was obtained through the sublimation of one's domain. Even Yang Kai had not been able to grasp it until now, but now he had seen it in the body of an unknown existence that resembled a puppet. This made him extremely surprised. Did you also swallow some kind of source? Yin Lusheng's eyes were sharp as he instantly guessed the reason why Xiao Xiao had mastered principal strength. Roaring, so what if you have principal strength? You want to act presumptuously in front of this king with your incomplete power? Scram! As he roared, suddenly he formed a seal with both hands, and a powerful force quickly condensed around his body as he shouted, Nether Prison, Bone Spear. A bone spear that was as white as jade suddenly appeared in front of him. That bone spear was so white that it was flawless. The sinister power that lingered in the air trembled slightly and then suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the bone spear appeared in front of Xiao Xiao. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk the bone spear hit Xiao Zhao's chest. Xiao Xiao roared furiously as he was sent flying by a huge force. Gravel flew out from his body as if he had suffered a serious injury. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he had been sent to. Asteriskly, asterisk the firebird's cry sounded from the sky. Countless violent thunderbolts rained down like a rain of arrows, enveloping Yin Lusheng's location. Mutated thunderfire. It seems you've refined a lot of heaven-earth flames. Yin Lusheng glanced at the firebird and grinned. Good. This king just happens to be short an artifact spirit, so you can make up the numbers. Xiao 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 was Xiao Zhao's nether. Xiao 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 Xiao. While speaking, Sheng Xiao of Xiao Xiao. Xiao S. Xiao was SS. Xiao S. Shocked, Lu Yin flapped her wings and hurriedly dodged. But the huge palm seemed to have a life of its own, following Lu Yin like a shadow. No matter where she ran, she still couldn't get rid of it. In the end, she was slapped down by the palm. The palm turned into a cage. Lu Yin was imprisoned in it. Lu Yin continued to cry and spit out thunderbolts, burning the cage in an attempt to escape. But looking at her posture, she wouldn't be able to get out for a while. At this moment, Yang Kai appeared in front of Yin Lusheng like a ghost. If it weren't for the Netherworld Territory Shield, Yang Kai would have stuck to him. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he gripped the verdant dragon bone sword in his dragonized right arm, circulated his strength, and slashed down viciously. Don't bother me, Aunt. Yin Lusheng roared as the evil qi around his body condensed into a huge phantom of a human head. This phantom opened its mouth wide and roared at Yang Kai. The invisible force easily destroyed Yang Kai's knowledge C's defenses, causing his knowledge C to become turbulent. Soon, Yang Kai's entire body began to feel dizzy. Such a strong divine sense attack. Yang Kai's heart sank. If he didn't go all out this time, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to escape. Although this Yin Lusheng was not the most powerful enemy Yang Kai had ever encountered, he was definitely not someone Yang Kai could match. Although Wu Shengfeng, whom Yang Kai had encountered before, was much more powerful than him. At that time, he had Yang Yan's help, so Wu Shengfeng was no match for Yang Yan. But now, he could only rely on himself. Suppressing the discomfort in his mind, Yang Kai poured all his strength into the Dragonbone sword and slashed at the Netherworld Territory Shield. With a loud vibration, Yang Kai was sent flying through the air, his body bleeding profusely, his appearance extremely miserable. Do you still want to resist? Yin Lusheng looked at Yang Kai coldly, a look of victory on his face. After he landed on the ground, Yin Lusheng calmly said, With your ability and aptitude, I'm afraid you are one of the top existences in your star territory. Even compared to this king, you're not inferior, but you appeared in the wrong place at the wrong time. This is your fate, boy. Accept it and let this king subdue you. Xianxia struggled to stand up and glanced up at the battlefield not far away, his expression cold. Over there, Gui Zhu and the other four were still not Fengde and Lu Xianyan's opponents. It was not because of the gap in their cultivations, but because of the difference in the strength of their bodies. These three masters from Great Desolate Stars territory had spent 5 years in this starlight corridor transforming the strength in their bodies. But what about them? They had only been here for a little over a month. How could they be compared to these two? Therefore, not long after the battle began, Gui Zhu and the others had been defeated. Gui Zhu's condition was very bad, and the black qi around his body seemed to have dissipated, revealing his body. Aio's abdomen was bleeding profusely, obviously having suffered a serious injury. The heavenly moon demon spider phantom floating behind Qi Yu was dim. Wu Dao's face was pale, and Gu Yun was coughing up blood constantly. He had already reached the end of his road. The bald man's attacks were ruthless, while the woman seemed to be holding back. But even so, Gui Zhu and the others could not hold on for long. As for his two assistants, Xiao had been sent flying, and Lu Yin was still struggling in the cage. His life was not in danger, but once he was defeated, Lu Yin's consciousness would be erased, and he would be poured into Yin Lusheng's artifact to become its artifact spirit. The 6 of them had traveled together with an infinite yearning for the star boundary. But who could have expected that such a scene would await them? Xianxia's heart sank. Give up. You and the other person have star source, so this king won't kill you. But as for the others, Yin Lusheng said indifferently. So far in the battle, he had suffered a small loss and was beaten into a sorry state, but there was not the slightest wound on his body. Fengde, leave the one with star source and kill the others. Yin Lusheng suddenly ordered. Yes. Fengde grinned fiercely, his already violent attacks suddenly becoming more violent, as if he wanted to vent the humiliation he had suffered at Yin Lusheng's hands and take revenge on Gui Zhu and the others 100-fold. For a time, the situation of Gui Zhu and the others became more and more worrisome. Xianxia took a deep breath, retracted his gaze, and looked at Yin Lusheng. You want my star source? I can give it to you. Oh, finally giving in? A sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of Yin Lusheng's mouth. You'll have to take this move first. Xianxia's face suddenly became ferocious as he raised his hand and summoned a purple bead into his palm. This bead was about the size of a pigeon's egg and looked extremely beautiful, with tiny arcs of lightning flickering inside it. This is... Yin Lusheng frowned, feeling a sense of foreboding, as if this inconspicuous bead could bring him great danger. Before he could figure out the grade of this bead-like artifact, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from it, one that seemed to exterminate all living things, as if it was the summons of the Grim Reaper. Yin Lusheng's expression finally changed as he exclaimed in horror. You also have a Dao Source grade artifact? He had mistakenly thought that the Annihilation Thunder Bead was a Dao Source grade artifact. Xianxia grinned. Are you afraid? Yin Lusheng's expression fluctuated before he finally calmed down and shouted. So what if you have a Dao Source grade artifact? You can break this king's defenses first. Saying so, he rushed straight towards Xianxia. Although he didn't quite believe that the bead in Xianxia's hand could break the defenses of his Netherworld Dark Territory shield, there was nothing wrong with being careful, so he wasn't prepared to give Xianxia a chance to use it. Xianxia stood in place and didn't move, allowing Yin Lusheng to rush towards him as he poured his strength into the Annihilation Thunder Bead like a flood. As his strength surged, the arcs of lightning inside the Thunder Bead seemed to have been given life and began to dance about. Shio. With a soft sound, a faint purple light suddenly shot out from the Annihilation Thunder Bead. This purple lightning arc flashed and disappeared, seemingly without any lethality. However, It was this inconspicuous purple lightning arc that directly penetrated the netherworld dark territory shield around Yin Lusheng's body. No matter how Yang Kai attacked, even taking a small hit from it, the netherworld dark territory shield was as fragile as a bubble in front of this purple lightning arc, unable to withstand a single blow. Yin Lusheng's forward figure suddenly froze, as if he had been struck by a spell, his eyes trembling violently as he looked down in disbelief. The next moment, he discovered a horrifying scene. A small hole had appeared in his netherworld dark territory shield. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk, a crisp sound rang out, followed by a series of crashing sounds. The netherworld dark territory shield collapsed. This Tao Source grade artifact directly reverted to its original form, its light dim, obviously having lost a great deal of its spirituality. An Emperor artifact? Yin Lusheng paled in horror as he looked at the Annihilation Thunder Bead in Yang Kai's hand in horror. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated Yang Kai's strength. The bead in his hand was not a Tao Source grade artifact. It was clearly an Emperor artifact of a higher grade. Chapter 1935. Only an Emperor artifact could possess such terrifying destructive power, able to cause the netherworld darkness shroud to lose a great deal of its spirituality with a single blow. Tao Source grade artifacts simply did not possess such power. Who is this little brat? Not only does he have a real dragon scale, but he also has an Emperor artifact. Didn't they say that the star territory he is in has been sealed off for tens of thousands of years? Why does he have such a strong heritage? At this moment, Yin Lusheng's eyes trembled violently. Asterisk poo. Asterisk unable to hold back. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Only now did Yang Kai discover to his shock that the Emperor artifact's attack had not only broken his netherworld darkness shroud, but had also caused him serious injuries. The destructive power inside his body was wantonly destroying his physique and meridians, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not suppress it. Yin Lusheng suddenly became nervous, but at the same time, he also felt a little lucky. Fortunately, Yang Kai's strength was too low to display the full power of the Emperor artifact. Otherwise, even a Tao Source Realm Master would have been annihilated by that blow, let alone him. That Emperor artifact, I must snatch it no matter what. If the value of the Dragon Scale is below the Netherworld Dark Territory, then the value of this Emperor artifact is above the Dragon Scale. Even in the Star Boundary, it is a supreme treasure that can only be found by chance. Yin Lusheng stretched out his hand and madly tapped on his body, desperately circulating his strength to suppress his injuries, at the same time taking out a large number of spirit pills and stuffing them into his mouth. At the same time, he took a step forward and dragged his severely injured body towards Yang Kai. But at this moment, a cry of alarm suddenly came from not far away, as Lu Xianyan shouted, "Brother Yin!" Yin Lusheng was taken aback. Turning his head to look, he could not help but be shocked. A huge gully had appeared in the starlight corridor at some point, like a natural chasm. It stretched across the corridor like a crack, and inside this crack was a chaotic void, with countless starlight being drawn in by an inexplicable force. The starlight poured into the crack. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk countless more cracks appeared in the starlight corridor. At this moment, the entire starlight corridor seemed to have turned into a broken mirror, crisscrossing with cracks. Damn it! Yin Lusheng's face went pale as he knew that the power of the Emperor artifact just now had shaken the stability of the starlight corridor, and it was likely that this place would soon collapse. Damn it! Yin Lusheng cursed. He had never expected such a result. He had thought that he would have to wait here for 5 years. By converting all the Saint Qi in his body into Source Qi and supplementing it with the unbreakable defense of the Netherworld Darkness Shroud, Yang Kai could kill anyone he wanted, be it Buddha or Buddha. But how could he have known that a variable like Yang Kai would appear? The Starlight Corridor was a path for cultivators from the star field to travel to the star boundary. Generally speaking, the cultivators who entered here were all Origin Kings, and no matter how much trouble an Origin King caused, it was impossible for them to affect the stability of the starlight corridor. Yang Kai was origin star origin core of origin yang yang. How could yang have? Was of course yang, of course phone, of course of other times. Of course. Fengde's face was also pale as he felt the collapse of the starlight corridor. For a moment, he was like a headless fly, no longer in the mood to kill Gui Zhu and the others. This place is about to collapse, Yin Lusheng said quickly. He immediately turned his head and glared at Yang Kai fiercely. Since you can't be captured alive, all of you must die. Kill them for me. His last sentence was directed at Fengde and Lu Xianyan. Yang Kai's face changed. Don't even think about it. Saying so, regardless of his own losses, Yang Kai madly poured out his golden blood to supplement his body, which had been drained by the use of the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Rich space force surged out. Yang Kai seemed to have gone mad as he stretched out his hand and slammed it towards the void. Layers upon layers of space force appeared. Like a ripple, this starlight corridor, which was already unstable, became even more unstable in an instant, and in just 2 breaths of time, it began to shatter. Like ferocious beasts that were about to devour people, enormous spatial rifts appeared one after another. Yin Lusheng seemed to be aware of Yang Kai's intentions and rushed over madly. Yang Kai ignored him and immersed himself in manipulating space force, influencing the changes in the starlight corridor with his own power. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk like a mirror being shattered. The entire starlight corridor instantly shattered and countless void cracks formed. Yang Kai, AIO suddenly shouted as the place where he and everyone else were was swallowed by a void crack. As soon as his voice fell, he disappeared into the chaotic void. Yang Kai endured the discomfort in his body and poured his divine sense into the void crack to guide AIO and the others. A tender cry rang out as Lu Xianyan was also swallowed by another void crack. The next moment, Fengde's figure also disappeared. Asteriskly, Firebird Lu Yin finally broke free and flew towards Yang Kai, but what blocked her way was another void crack. This void crack was like a heavenly river, separating her from Yang Kai. Lu Yan's eyes were full of anxiety, but she could not reach Yang Kai no matter how hard she tried. After 3 breaths, she was also swallowed by a void crack. Xiao Zhao's whereabouts were unknown, and at this time, only Yang Kai and Yin Lusheng remained in the starlight corridor. Yin Lusheng's expression was ferocious as he arrived in front of Yang Kai, his huge bone spear flickering with a cold light as he pointed it at Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai sneered. Today's enmity will be repaid 100-fold in the future. I'll remember you. Saying so, he took the initiative to jump back into the void crack behind him, his bone spear stabbing empty air. Damn it, Yin Lusheng roared madly. Seeing more and more void cracks appearing around him and space becoming more and more unstable, he could only grit his teeth and take the initiative to jump into the nearest void crack and disappear. After everyone left, the starlight corridor suddenly exploded, and countless void cracks swept through the area like sharp blades. It was conceivable that if there were any living creatures left here, they would only end up crushed to pieces. This scene lasted for half an hour. Only then did the starlight corridor slowly recover under the might of the world principles here. In the mountains, Yang Kai lay quietly in a valley, motionless, looking up at the gorgeous star field. His expression was as tranquil as an ancient well. There was no sadness or joy, only indifference. The encounter and battle with Yin Lusheng and the others made Yang Kai realize his shortcomings in an instant. A group of 6. They were all top existences in star territory, but they had been toyed with by Yin Lusheng alone, almost unable to resist. In the end, if they had not used the Annihilation Thunder Bead, all 6 of them would have died. Yin Lusheng also came from star territory, but from a place called the Great Desolate Star. He had not even entered the star boundary, yet he already possessed such great strength. He was a true cultivator of a higher realm. What kind of heaven-defying means did he possess? Yang Kai yearned for such a place. As for Gui Zhu and the others, Yang Kai was not too worried. After all, the five of them were together, and at the last moment, Yang Kai had separated his divine sense to guide them, so they would not get lost in the void. As for the Firebird and the Stone Mongoose, Xiao, after this battle, they had also separated from him. Yang Kai was worried about the two of them. After all, the Firebird was the manifestation of an artifact spirit, so it was easy for her to be targeted, and Xiao's form was special, so if he was caught, he would likely become a slave. However, it was useless to worry now, as Yang Kai himself was not out of danger yet. Using the Annihilation Thunderbead had drained all of his strength, and at the last moment he had also used a space secret technique to interfere with the collapse of space in the Starlight Corridor, so this time he had completely exceeded his limit. Since arriving here, Yang Kai had not moved again. While silently inspecting his injuries, Yang Kai restored his strength. His injuries were not serious. He had just overdrawn his strength. After all, he had the protection of the dragon scales. Even someone as strong as Yin Lusheng was unable to cause any substantial damage to Yang Kai. This should be the star boundary, right? Yang Kai was a little uncertain, because if he were to lie here and look up, everything he saw seemed to be somewhat different from what he saw in star territory. In the sky, there were huge nebulas, each with its own unique shape, looking extremely beautiful. Such a scene could not be seen in star territory. In the night sky of star territory, there were only twinkling stars. Moreover, Yang Kai could vaguely perceive the direction of his star territory. There seemed to be something that gave him a close connection with star territory, allowing him to perceive the location and existence of his homeland, no matter where he was. Yang Kai frowned, not understanding why this was the case. After waiting for a long time, when his soul had recovered a little, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, struggled to take out a variety of healing pills from his space ring, and stuff them into his mouth. Immediately, he manifested his soul avatar and entered his knowledge sea. He vaguely sensed that the key to connecting him to his hometown was in his sea of consciousness. Looking around, Yang Kai carefully observed his surroundings. When he looked up into the sky above his knowledge sea, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he finally understood what it was that made him connect with his homeland. A star. It turned out to be a star that he had always regarded as a useless tool that could only be used to identify directions. At this moment, looking at the star again, Yang Kai was surprised to find that its shape was exactly the same as the nebula he had seen in the star field. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a thoughtful look. In that case, one of the countless nebulas that he saw before was really the star field where his hometown was located. So the shape of that nebula was exactly the same as the star in his knowledge sea. And the other nebulas were the territory of other stars. Considering all this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little shocked. According to his previous observations, there were countless territories in the star field. If each nebula represented an independent territory of its own, then this world was simply too big. Even someone as strong as an emperor wouldn't be able to see the whole picture. When Wu Shangfeng saw the star in his knowledge sea, he was extremely excited, causing Yang Kai to realize that this star seemed to be related to some huge secret. Later, when he asked Yang Inflammation didn't say much. However, Yang Kai guessed that this star probably had a lot to do with becoming a star territory guardian. Chapter 1936. After learning that the star chart in his knowledge sea had a lot to do with the star field of his homeland, even allowing him to perceive its location, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. As a result, no matter where he was, as long as he looked up, he would be able to see the existence of his homeland, as well as a familiar figure. This made his heart feel enriched. Even if he was alone at the moment, he did not feel lonely. I wonder if I can still draw upon the power of the stars and the star boundary. I'm the Star Master of Shadowed Star. When I was in the territory of Homeward Star, no matter where I am, I can draw upon the power of Shadowed Star to enhance my strength. Now that I am in the star boundary, I wonder if I can still do so. Considering all this, Kai's soul returned to his body and began activating the star's source of shadowed star in his body. At the same time, he paid close attention to the changes in the territory of Homeward Star. Suddenly, a spot of light flickered somewhere in the nebula, and a faint ray of starlight shot straight towards him across the vast distance of Homeward Star's territory. In the blink of an eye, this starlight rushed into Kai's body. It's actually possible. Kai was greatly surprised. He had only intended to experiment on a whim, but he had not expected that even in the star boundary, he could still draw upon the power of Shadowed Star. However, perhaps the distance was too great, so even if he could draw upon it, it would not have much effect. The faint starlight entering his body did not provide much help to Kai. Perceiving this, Kai quickly cut off his connection with Shadowed Star. After all, he was in a strange place at the moment, so if this phenomenon continued, it would likely bring about an unexpected disaster. He was already beginning to regret his rashness. Immediately afterward, closing his eyes, Kai began circulating his secret art to refine the medicinal efficacies and replenish his lost strength. The surrounding environment was extremely comfortable, and the world energy was extremely rich. Compared to any other place in Homeward Star's territory, the world energy here was much richer. Moreover, compared to Homeward Star's territory, the world energy here was slightly different. There seemed to be some subtle differences that could not be explained. Under such circumstances, Kai estimated that he would be able to return to his peak state in a few days. As for what he should do next, Kai hadn't decided yet. But the most important thing right now was to find Gui Zhu and the others, especially Firebird, Lu Yin, and Xiao Xiao. Kai was always worried about them. As time passed, the mountain was completely silent. It was as if there wasn't even a single beast. There was only the sound of the wind and the rustling of fallen leaves. Suddenly, Kai opened his eyes and stared coldly at a certain spot in the sky. There, at some point, a figure had appeared and was quietly floating in the air. The moonlight shone down, revealing this person's slender and beautiful figure. "It's you." The man looked at Kai with a surprised expression. "Die." Kai suddenly shot up from the ground like a cannonball. While in midair, he had already used his dragon transformation secret technique, transforming his entire arm into a dragon claw, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar. A violent force swept through the air. Kai rushed towards the woman. "Wait!" The woman was shocked, using her secret technique to resolve Kai's attack while quickly retreating, hurriedly saying, "There's been a misunderstanding between us." Kai didn't say a word. The dragon claw tore through the void and reached towards her chest. It was as if he wanted to grab her heart. The woman was shocked and frowned. "Stop. In your current state, if you continue to force yourself, I'm afraid you'll only worsen your injuries. There's no need for you to cry like a cat crying for a mouse." Kai coldly snorted, increasing the strength of his hand as space force swirled around his body. His figure flickered, breaking through the woman's defenses in the blink of an eye, appearing directly beside her and sending out a palm strike. The woman cried out and drew a semicircle with her white hand, creating a defensive barrier that blocked Kai's blow. At the same time, she quickly retreated, her beautiful eyes staring at Kai in disbelief. "You're seriously injured, yet you still have such powerful strength. You really aren't an ordinary person. No wonder you were able to escape unscathed from Brother Ian." Kai frowned and did not attack again. He had not recovered much of his strength yet, so he could not kill this woman in a short time, so it was not appropriate for him to attack again. Seeing him calm down, the woman squeezed out a smile and said, "Can we have a good talk now? If you have something to say, say it." Kai did not give this woman any face and said coldly. The other party frowned. Although she was a little annoyed, she knew that she could not blame Kai for his attitude, so she could only say, "You haven't recovered from your injuries yet, and I'm also afraid of the Emperor artifact in your hand, so it's best for us not to have any conflicts. As for what happened before, I had no choice." Kai looked at her coldly and nodded. "Go on." This woman was the Third Order Origin King Cultivator who had been with Lu Sheng in the Starlight Corridor. At that time, She had joined forces with the bald youth to attack Guizhu and the others. Xianxia had observed her before and knew that her attacks were different from the bald man's. She had no murderous intent, so hearing her say this now, he believed her. If it had been Yin Lusheng or the bald youth here, Xianxia would not have stopped. If it weren't for these three, how could he have been separated from Guizhu and the others? How could he have let Xiaoxiao and the firebird Lu Yin wander alone into the void? It could be said that Kai Yang hated these three people to the bone. Let me introduce myself first. This mistress is Lu Xianyun, and like Brother Yin, I come from the territory of Great Desolate Star. Lu Xianyun opened her red lips and said, looking at Xianxia with her beautiful eyes. Xianxia's eyes flashed, and he quickly said, Xianxia, so it's Brother Yang. Lu Xianyun pursed her lips and smiled. Then we know each other. I want to explain to you that although Brother Yin and I both come from the territory of Great Desolate Star, we are not from the same sect. Before this, I was forced to act against your companions. This mistress apologizes to you here. If apologies are useful, what's the point of cultivating? Xianxia sneered. Think what you want. Lu Xianyun smiled lightly. Lu Xianyun smiled indifferently. She was also an overlord-level character, so for her to put down her face and explain so much to Xianxia was because she felt guilty. Xianxia had some grievances. Naturally, she could understand. Now that Brother Yin is not here, this mistress no longer needs to act according to his wishes, so I think it's best for us to bury the hatchet. Bury the hatchet is fine, but as for the rest, forget it. You can go now. I need to heal my wounds, so I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Xianxia closed his eyes and said coldly. Lu Xianyun smiled and said, Brother Yang, there's no need to be so unapproachable. What do you want? Lu Xianyun smiled. How about we cooperate? You and I both come from the territory of an inferior star. We are new here and are not familiar with this place, so we should cooperate. What do you think, Brother Yang? Xianxia did not answer immediately and instead fell into contemplation. Lu Xianyun continued, since you want to cooperate, this mistress might as well be frank. Brother Yang, although you're only a second-order origin king, your performance is far from what a second-order origin king cultivator can show. If your companions were here, this mistress would not be interested in cooperating with them. So it's my honor? Xianxia's mouth curled into a smile. You can't say that. This mistress just doesn't want to wander the star boundary alone. The star boundary is much more dangerous than the territory of a superior star. Hearing what she said, Xianxia suddenly became interested. You seem to have some understanding of the star boundary. I don't know much, but I believe I know more than you do. Lu Xianyun smiled slyly. Xianxia snorted. You also know that our superior star territory has been closed for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, information is blocked. Saying so, he simply sat down cross-legged. Since he was sure that Lu Xianyun was not hostile to him, Xianxia did not bother to be on guard against her. It was better to take some time to restore his strength. Brother Yang, what does this mistress want to know? This mistress can tell you everything she knows. It can be considered a show of sincerity in cooperating with you. Seeing Xianxia relax, Lu Xianyun immediately understood the change in his heart and could not help smiling. There are many things I don't understand, Xianxia said lightly. How did you find this place? Oh, I came out of the void crack. I was nearby when I saw starlight fall and thought some kind of treasure had appeared, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect that it would be Brother Yang recovering here. Lu Xianyun smiled. Xianxia wore a depressed expression, knowing that his actions just now were truly reckless. Fortunately, it was only Lu Xianyun who had been attracted here. If it had been a powerful enemy, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Then let's talk somewhere else. Xianxia thought to himself and did not dare to stay any longer. Lu Xianyun nodded, sure. Saying so, the two of them flew into the air and rushed into the depths of the mountain. Somewhere 100,000 kilometers away from their previous location, inside a cave, Xianxia and Lu Xianyun sat cross-legged a few meters apart. Xianxia went straight to the point. I have a question that I need to ask. Brother Yang, please speak. Lu Xianyun reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear, her figure radiating charm. Why did you think of cooperating with me? Weren't we enemies before? Yang Kai stared straight into her eyes, as if he wanted to peer into the depths of her heart. Lu Xianyun smiled lightly, because I don't think Brother Yang is an evil person, but rather a trustworthy person. Oh, Yang Kai smiled sarcastically. Lu Xianyun said seriously, I'm not a little girl anymore. I've lived for so many years, and I have a good eye for people. I don't dare to say that I'm 100% correct, but I have my own scale in my heart. Brother Yang's previous actions in the Starlight Corridor were all witnessed by this mistress. So, I feel that you should be a person who values friendship and righteousness, and also have considerable strength. The latter is the main point. Yang Kai curled his lips. Lu Xianyun nodded. I don't deny this, but if you are not the right person, I would not have taken the initiative to cooperate with you. Good, since a woman like you is so open and honest. If I say anything else, it would seem too pretentious. Yang Kai nodded. You and I can cooperate. I also want to know more about the star boundary, but remember, if one day you dare to stab me in the back. Ha. Yang Kai grinned strangely, causing Lu Xianyun's tender body to inexplicably shiver as she nodded seriously. Rest assured, this mistress is not a treacherous person. That would be for the best. Then it's settled. Lu Xianyun looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai nodded. Chapter 1937. Inside the cave, while healing his wounds, Yang Kai asked Lu Xianyun about the star boundary. This woman was quite frank, not hiding anything from him, greatly improving Yang Kai's impression of her. So, the realm above the Origin King realm is the Dao Source realm, and above that is the Emperor realm. Lu Xianyun nodded. Only when a cultivator reaches the grand accomplishment stage, and sure, can they break through to the Origin King realm and comprehend their territory field. Only when they reach the grand accomplishment stage in their territory field can they break through to the Origin King realm and comprehend principal strength. What a Dao Source realm cultivator controls is principal strength. Principal strength. Yang Kai showed a look of reverence. Lu Xianyun smiled lightly. Brother Yang, don't think too much about it. Even a Dao Source realm master can only use simple principal strength. I've heard that only after reaching the Emperor realm can one control principal strength. Only then can one truly change the world with a single thought, and one's words become law. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. Of course, comprehending principal strength is only one of the basic requirements for breaking through to the Dao Source realm. The other most important condition is to transform one's own strength into Source Qi. Source Qi. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Is that what the new power in our bodies is called? A power one level higher than Saint Qi is Source Qi. Brother Yang must have also felt that this new power is closely related to our own Source Qi, which is why it is called Source Qi. I did feel that way. In the Starlight Corridor, the biggest role of the Starlight is to promote the transformation of Saint Qi into Source Qi in an Origin King's body. So the more Starlight one can absorb in the Starlight Corridor, the better, Lu Xianyun explained. Then you spent 5 years in there. Didn't you absorb a lot of Starlight? Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly and shook her head. Brother Yang is thinking too much. Although we stayed there for 5 years, the time we absorbed the Starlight was less than 2 months. In less than 2 months, I spent the rest of the time hiding in the Yellow Springs Darkness Shroud. Underworld Nether Territory Shield? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That's right, it's Brother Yin's defensive artifact. It's a Dao Source grade artifact, and I've heard that it was passed down from the Star Boundary's Netherworld sect. This time, Brother Yin carried it with him. And if it weren't for it, we would have been expelled from the Starlight Corridor long ago, and we wouldn't have been able to stay there for 5 years. What do you mean? Yang Kai was stunned. The Starlight within the Starlight Corridor can bring enormous benefits to a cultivator, especially to cultivators like us who travel from the territory of low-level planets to the astral boundary. It could be said that the Starlight was the first opportunity we encountered. But Brother Yang, do you really think a cultivator can stay inside as he pleases? Lu Xianyun smiled sweetly. That's impossible. No one can stay in the Starlight Corridor for more than 2 months. Once the time is up, they will be expelled by the world laws of the Starlight Corridor. Kaiyang finally showed a look of understanding. He had some doubts before. If every cultivator could stay in the Starlight Corridor for several years, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for cultivators in the territory of low-level planets. Because as long as a guy like Yin Lusheng controlled the Starlight Corridor, no one would have an easy time. Now, after listening to Lu Xianyun's explanation, Yang Kai realized that it was the Netherworld Dark Territory Shield. The starlight in the Starlight Corridor can accelerate the transformation of Saint Qi into Source Qi in our bodies. So naturally, the more we absorb, the better. This is especially true for Star Master level cultivators. Because they possess Star's source, they have an extremely high affinity with starlight. The absorption rate is much faster than ordinary cultivators, Lu Xianyun explained. Suddenly, she paused, her pair of beautiful eyes widening as she looked Yang Kai up and down with a stunned expression. What's wrong? Yang Kai frowned. Strange. Lu Xianyun frowned. She asked in surprise, Brother Yang, aren't you a Star Master? Before in the Starlight Corridor, she had clearly seen it. The surrounding starlight was like a whale sucking water into Yang Kai's body. That was definitely the most obvious sign of being a Star Master. Even Yin Lusheng couldn't match such a speed. The other Star Master accompanying Yang Kai wasn't even 1/10 as fast as he was. I am a Star Master. Yang Kai didn't conceal this. After all, he had been exposed in the Starlight Corridor before. But why don't you have the light of stars on you? Lu Xianyun's expression became even more strange. What do you mean? Yang Kai looked at her with a puzzled look. Lu Xianyun explained, let's put it this way, when a Star Master level cultivator first enters the star boundary, because they absorb too much starlight in the Starlight Corridor and are unable to refine it for a while, a layer of light from stars will appear on their body. This layer of light from stars is extremely obvious, and only when a Star Master finishes absorbing all the stars will this layer of light disappear. But Yang Kai looked down at himself and didn't find any trace of a light from stars. However, with a thought, he checked his knowledge see and found that it was full of starlight, especially in the area where the rainbow soul-warming lotus was located, where the starlight was unimaginably rich. He suddenly felt relieved, knowing that the starlight he hadn't absorbed for a while had gathered in his knowledge sea. Lu Xianyun wasn't wrong. It was just that his situation was a bit special. This matter was related to the rainbow, soul-warming lotus, so Yang Kai didn't explain. Is it related to the Starlight Corridor's final collapse? Lu Xianyun frowned and thought of a possible explanation. Perhaps. Yang Kai immediately seized the opportunity. Lu Xianyun glanced at him and didn't pursue this issue any further, smiling slightly and saying, but this is also good. Without the light of stars, Brother Yang will be much safer. Why is that? Yang Kai asked. It's because of the star source, Lu Xianyun explained. Why would Brother Yang target you? It's because he wants to deprive you of the star's source. In the star boundary, the source of stars is a good thing. A cultivator with the source of stars can more easily comprehend the world principles and break through to the Tao source realm and become an Emperor Realm Master. So, everyone covets the source of stars. If you have the light of stars outside your body, wouldn't it be telling others that you are a Star Master who just came out of the Starlight Corridor? Wouldn't others have ideas about you? You should know that in the star boundary, there is more than one secret technique to deprive others of their star's source. This mistress would like to advise you not to let others know that you are a Star Master in the future. Otherwise, it is very likely to lead to a fatal disaster. Damn it! Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. Lu Xianyun was startled and asked in amazement, what's wrong? My companion. Yang Kai thought of A.I.O., who was also a Star Master, and his face sank. A.I.O. knew nothing about the star boundary, and he had absorbed a lot of starlight in the Starlight Corridor. If he came to the star boundary at this moment, he would definitely see the light of stars. If what Lu Xianyun said was true, then A.I.O.'s situation was probably not good at the moment. Lu Xianyun also reacted and thought for a while before saying, the Starlight Corridor collapsed, and everyone was swallowed by the void cracks. You can't do anything about it. You can only pray that the heavens help him. Also, there are two sides to everything. Although a Star Master cultivator is easy to be targeted, if he meets a noble master, he may be valued. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, Lu Xianyun took the initiative to explain, maybe your friend will meet a master who will accept him as a disciple. Star Masters who come from the territory of a low-level star are very popular in the star boundary. All Star Masters have great potential for development. Some great sects even like to recruit people like you and your companion as disciples and focus on nurturing them. Is that so? Yang Kai was surprised. Of course. Lu Xianyun nodded seriously. There are 10 peak emperors in the star boundary, and rumor has it that 6 of them came from the territory of a low-level star and were all Star Masters before. 10 peak emperors? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Who are they? He suddenly thought of Yang Inflammation and wondered if Yang Inflammation was qualified to be among the 10. Lu Xianyun smiled embarrassedly. I'm not sure. Everything I know is from Brother Yin. His Netherworld sect has an inheritance in the star boundary, so he knows more than we do. However, the 10 peak emperors are all world-shaking figures that are beyond our reach. And, Brother Yang, you can count on it. As for this mistress, I'll be satisfied if I can cultivate to the level of an ordinary emperor in the emperor realm. Speaking of this, Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly. Yang Kai said, don't be too modest. Who can say for sure when it comes to cultivation? Maybe one day you'll soar to the sky. Lu Xianyun smiled. Then I'll take advantage of Brother Yang's auspicious words. Yang Kai nodded. Although he was anxious for AIO in his heart, there was nothing he could do. He could only hope that AIO would discover something was wrong and hide for a while until he finished absorbing and fusing with the starlight. He believed that AIO would not act rashly. After all, he was a veteran. After chatting for a while, the two of them felt a lot more cordial, and the atmosphere was no longer as tense as when they first met. Yang Kai also had a certain understanding of Lu Xianyun's character. He knew that a person like her would not attack them unless she was forced into a corner. Previously, in the Starlight Corridor, she was helpless, so it was not her fault. Yang Kai was not in a hurry to enter secluded retreat to heal his injuries, so he slowly recovered his strength while continuing to chat with Lu Xianyun. Unfortunately, Lu Xianyun herself didn't know much about the matters of the star boundary, so she only spoke for half a day before she told him everything she knew. Afterward, the two of them talked about the situation of their respective star territory. Although it was just a casual chat, Yang Kai also found that the territory of their great desolate star was not much worse than the territory of his homeworld star. The territories of the two stars were almost the same in every aspect. The difference was that in the great desolate star territory, there was Yin Lu Sheng, who ruled supreme, while in the territory of Yang Kai's homeworld star, there was no real hegemon, but rather a tripartite balance of power. Chapter 1938. The more information he learned about the star boundary, the more Yang Kai discovered the brilliance of this new world, and the more aware he was of his own shortcomings. He was full of longing for greater strength. As the two of them were talking, suddenly, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. What's wrong? Lu Xianyun looked at him with a puzzled look, but in the next moment, she also noticed something and her whole body suddenly stiffened, her pretty face turning pale as she stared at Yang Kai. Kai Yang raised a finger and placed it in front of his mouth, gesturing. But before Lu Xianyun could make any response, a light suddenly flashed at the entrance of the cave, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. The two of them instinctively circulated their Saint Qi, stood side by side, and stared vigilantly at the newcomer. The newcomer had no intention of hiding his whereabouts, and simply stared at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun coldly as he sneered, "Two little mice, your vigilance is quite high." With the help of the dim light, Yang Kai was able to see the other party's face. This was a man who seemed to be in his 30s, dressed in white robes, and had an extraordinary temperament. But what made Yang Kai concerned was the other party's aura. It was unfathomable, far greater than the pressure he felt from Yin Lu Sheng in the Starlight Corridor. Dao Source Realm. This thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and his face became even uglier. He and Lu Xianyan were both well-known figures in their respective star territories, so the two of them hiding in the cave and talking naturally concealed their auras. If it were an ordinary Origin King, it would be impossible for them to detect them. But if the other party was a Dao Source Realm Master, being able to discover the existence of the two of them made sense. Xianxia didn't know how powerful a Dao Source Realm Master was, only that a cultivator of this realm was not someone he could compete with right now. Asterisk Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air came from outside, and three figures followed the man into the cave. One of them asked, "Brother Ko, what did you find?" The other person was surprised and said, "Hey, there really are two guys hiding here. Brother Ko is really amazing. You can even detect them." The last person laughed out loud. Brother Ko is an expert of the First Order Dao Source Realm. These two fellows are about the same level as us. How can they play tricks under Brother Ko's nose? These people were all men. After entering the cave, they all looked at Xianxia and Lu Xianyan with a sarcastic expression. The one who spoke first looked at Xianxia and Lu Xianyan with a meaningful look in his eyes. Then, he looked at Xianxia and Lu Xianyan's good figure and chuckled. Obviously, he thought that Xianxia and Lu Xianyan were hiding in this small cave and doing something shady. Although Lu Xianyan looked embarrassed, she didn't dare to say anything. Xianxia was also silent. There were three Third-Order Origin Kings on the other side. The leading Dao Source Realm Master was not someone he and Lu Xianyan could contend with, so Xianxia could only act according to the situation. Fortunately, the other party had not taken action directly. Otherwise, he and Lu Xianyan would have been in deep trouble. The leading Brother Ko glanced at Xianxia and Lu Xianyan coldly, the look in his eyes becoming more and more contemptuous as he coldly snorted. "So little source chi in your bodies. Where did the two of you come from, and what are you scheming in my Blue Feather sect?" Blue Feather sect? Xianxia and Lu Xianyan looked at each other in confusion. However, the two of them also guessed that this was probably the territory of a sect called Blue Feather Sect, and the two of them had accidentally intruded, so they were discovered by the other party's disciples. Considering all this, Xianxia calmed down a little and cupped his fists. "Greetings, friends. We did not know this was your sect's territory. We accidentally intruded. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. You can rest assured, we will leave immediately." Saying so, Xianxia winked at Lu Xianyan. Lu Xianyan understood immediately. She quickly followed Xianxia out of this dangerous place. The leading man, surnamed Ko, and the other three stood at the entrance of the cave, motionless. They had no intention of evading at all. The man surnamed Ko sneered. "Accidentally intruded? You can deceive little children with such words, but do you want to deceive this Ko as well? Tell me honestly, are you guys from the Daybreak Pavilion?" "Daybreak Pavilion?" Xianxia frowned and shook his head. "Sorry, I've never heard of it." "You're quite good at acting." One of the men behind the man, surnamed Ko, sneered and said, "Brother Ko, don't talk nonsense with them. Just take them back and give them a good explanation." "Do you think they won't tell the truth? Daring to trespass into my Blue Feather sect's territory, this group of Daybreak Pavilion people don't put us in their eyes at all." The man surnamed Ko also said with a cold expression, "It's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and formed a seal, letting out a low shout as he pointed towards Xianxia and Lu Xianyan from afar. Two bursts of power shot out and hit Xianxia and Lu Xianyan's chests, who were caught off guard. The two of them turned pale with fright. Just as they were about to resist, they were shocked to find that something like a rope had appeared on the surface of their bodies. These ropes were densely packed with rice grain-sized rune patterns that flickered incessantly, completely restraining the power in their bodies. The more the two of them struggled, the stronger this secret technique became. Xianxia and Lu Xianyan's complexion changed drastically. With just a casual move, the two of them had completely lost their ability to fight, allowing Xianxia and Lu Xianyan to fully realize the horror of a Dao Source Realm Master. After doing all this, the man surnamed Ko no longer looked at Xianxia and Lu Xianyan, waving his hand and saying, "Take them away." Saying so, he turned around and walked out, not giving the two of them any chance to refute. Xianxia was annoyed, but he knew that now was not the time to act out. The three cultivators who followed the man, surnamed Ko, swarmed up and pushed Xianxia and Lu Xianyan away. Lu Xianyan twisted her body and gritted her teeth. "Don't touch me. I can walk on my own." The cultivator who had been sizing up Lu Xianyan before sneered. "This little girl is quite grumpy. I like it, but I don't know if she can withstand the torture later." The other two showed a knowing expression. This made Lu Xianyan feel even more sad. In any case, she was an overlord of the Grand Desolation star field. She had not even had the time to appreciate the splendor of the star boundary when she was captured and imprisoned. She had never encountered such a thing in her life and was simply unable to accept it. And listening to the conversation of these three, it seemed that she would have to endure some kind of torture after arriving at Blue Feather Sect. Lu Xianyan couldn't help but pale at the thought of the treatment she might receive. She looked at Xianxia for help. "Friends, there seems to be a misunderstanding between us. Can you listen to my explanation?" Xianxia made a final attempt with a sullen face. "Explanation? Wait until we arrive at the sect. It won't be too late for you to explain later." The cultivator, surnamed Ko, snorted coldly. "Yes, hand over your space rings first, if you don't want to suffer more." Xianxia glanced at Lu Xianyan and slowly shook his head, taking off his space ring and throwing it to the nearest person. In fact, there weren't many valuable things in his space ring, only some items that he would use on a daily basis, the truly precious treasures. They were all stored in the Demon Mystic Tome. So, handing over his space ring didn't have any psychological burden for him. On the other hand, Lu Xianyan's expression was one of struggle and unwillingness. If it weren't for the fact that her strength was sealed, she would have fought. Everything she had was stored in her space ring, so how could she be willing to hand it over? But now that she was under the eaves, she had to bow her head. Like Xianxia, she could only take off her space ring and throw it at one of the cultivators. After taking the two space rings, the cultivator didn't check them for himself and instead offered them to the leader, Brother Ko. Brother Ko was very satisfied and put away the space ring. A moment later, the group exited the cave. Brother Ko casually pulled out an object, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a dragon and phoenix engraved ship. It was an extraordinary ship. The ship wasn't big. It was only divided into 2 decks, but it was more than enough to accommodate the group. Brother Ko casually waved his hand and wrapped Xianxia and Lu Xianyan with his own strength before lightly landing on the deck. The others also flickered and landed on the ship. Soon after, Brother Ko urged his strength and activated the ship's spirit array. In the next moment, outside the ship, a thin layer of energy flashed and wrapped around the entire ship, allowing it to fly forward at an extremely fast speed. Both Xianxia and Lu Xianyan looked at all this in amazement, their eyes filled with amazement. In their respective star territory, neither of them had ever seen this type of flying artifact. The most they had seen were star shuttles and starships. Although this ship didn't look as large and magnificent as a starship, in terms of refinement, it was by no means comparable to a starship, and in terms of practicality, it was far superior to a star shuttle. This kind of existence was a cross between a star shuttle and a starship, and was very suitable for traveling. Brother Ko and the others didn't pay attention to Xianxia and Lu Xianyan. After all, the two of them had their strength sealed and couldn't play any tricks. However, after seeing the expressions of the two, the disciples of Blue Feather Sect couldn't help laughing and whispering to each other while pointing at Xianxia and Lu Xianyan, seemingly mocking them. The two of them noticed this and couldn't help feeling embarrassed. The original overlords of star territory acting like country bumpkins after arriving in the star boundary was indeed a bit inappropriate. Brother Ko saw the reactions of the two and frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything and simply focused on controlling the speed and direction of the ship. After flying for about half an hour, a dense cluster of buildings suddenly appeared in the mountains ahead. Xianxia and Lu Xianyan immediately knew that this was the entrance to Blue Feather Sect. The two of them were naturally very curious about this star boundary sect and couldn't help standing up from the deck to look around. In the next moment, the two of them were shocked. As far as the eye could see, there were mountains and rugged mountains that stretched out for tens of thousands of kilometers. Obviously, this was the territory of Blue Feather Sect. The entire sect stood in the middle of a mountain range, giving off an aura that seemed capable of swallowing the heavens and earth. This kind of momentum was not something any sect in the star field could compare with. Even Xianxia's High Heaven sect was not on the same level as this Blue Feather sect. Chapter 1939. Your Breaking Sun Pavilion's headquarters is no worse than this place. Is there any need to make such a fuss? Brother Ko narrowed his eyes, a faint light flashing across them as he looked at Xianxia and Lu Xianyun, who were still in shock. Xianxia turned his head and quickly said, "Like I said, we are not from Breaking Sun Pavilion, and this is our first time here, believe it or not." Brother Ko nodded lightly and did not say anything more, simply standing on the deck with his hands behind his back, giving off an air of confidence. When they arrived above Blue Feather Sect, Brother Ko tapped his foot and the ship descended straight down. Down below, many cultivators who saw the ship approached, and after discovering that it was Brother Ko and the others, they all cupped their fists and greeted them. This Brother Ko seemed to have a lot of prestige in Blue Feather Sect, so many disciples knew him. There were also some people who were curiously looking at Xianxia and Lu Xianyun, wondering how Brother Ko had managed to capture these two. Xianxia vaguely heard them talking about Breaking Sun Pavilion and seemed to suspect that he and Lu Xianyun were spies for Breaking Sun Pavilion. Breaking Sun Pavilion and Blue Feather Sect definitely have some kind of grievance, Kaiyang concluded in his heart. At the same time, he and Lu Xianyun were also secretly looking around at the cultivator and were immediately taken aback. There were about 70 to 80 cultivators gathered around them, and of these 70 to 80, more than half were Origin King realm cultivators. There were even a dozen third-order Origin Kings, and Xianxia felt that they were even stronger than Yin Lisheng. In a one-on-one fight, if not for the Dao Source Grade artifact, the Underworld Dark Territory Shield, Xianxia was 100% certain that Yin Lisheng would not be their opponent. Through the information he had obtained from Lu Xianyun before, Xianxia quickly understood. These dozen people should have successfully transformed all their Saint Qi into Source Qi. But the reason they had not been able to break through to the Dao Source realm was because their comprehension of principal strength was not enough. This had become a barrier to their breakthrough. This barrier was the huge gap between the Dao Source realm and the Origin King realm, and the most basic reason why Brother Ko could command such awe. This was the first sect Xianxia encountered after arriving in the Star Boundary, and what he saw shocked him greatly. Several dozen Origin Kings gathered together. This was something unimaginable for a cultivator in Star's territory. In Star, Origin territory, not to mention those old masters, even First-Order Origin Kings were lofty existences that ordinary cultivators rarely see. But here, they were like weeds in the fields. They were everywhere. But they were even the Emperor realm and Origin realm cultivators, or even to the realm, or even to that point, to mention to the Emperor realm. Of the 70 to 80 people, more than half were Origin Kings. There were also Origin returning realm cultivators and Saint King realm cultivators, but the lower the realm of a cultivator, the fewer there were. In the Star Boundary, the strength of a cultivator was not something that could be achieved overnight. Although the cultivation environment here was countless times better than in Star territory, a cultivator's cultivation and strength always increased bit by bit. Even in the Star Boundary, the cultivators here cultivated from the bottom up bit by bit. Saint Kings would appear. Origin returning realm cultivators were naturally not surprising. Just as Xianxia and Lu Xianyun were secretly shocked, Brother Ko pointed to a cultivator who had been following him and said, "Chui Jing, send these two to the Bone Prison. I'll report to Protector Bien. Let's see how to deal with them." Send them to the Bone Prison? The cultivator named Chui Jing was a little stunned when he heard this. It seemed that Brother Ko's treatment of Xianxia and Lu Xianyun was a little unexpected. However, he didn't ask any questions and simply nodded. Yes. Saying so, he beckoned to Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun and said coldly, "Come down. How long do you want to stay on this ship?" Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun sighed helplessly and could only jump off the ship. "Follow me," Cui Jing said and led the way. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun followed silently. Both of them knew that it was useless to explain anything now. Since Brother Ko didn't trust them from the beginning, he definitely wouldn't trust them now. So they could only take things as they came. Fortunately, although the two of them had their strength sealed, they didn't suffer any injuries. Along the way, they seemed to be heading toward a mountain peak. Halfway there, Yang Kai asked tentatively, "Dare I ask this friend, where's the bone prison?" Cui Jing turned around and glanced at Yang Kai with a sneer, snorting, "Who's your friend?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he cupped his fists and said, "This one has offended you. May I ask if this senior brother can explain to the two of us what this bone prison is?" Yang Kai's attitude made Cui Jing very satisfied, so he put on a kind face and said lightly, "You know from the name, it's naturally a place where people are imprisoned. Over there, ha ha ha, you'll know when you get there." A series of low chuckles caused Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun's expressions to change slightly, subconsciously feeling that this bone prison was definitely not a good place to go. The bone prison was indeed located at the foot of a mountain peak, and there were blue feather sect disciples guarding it. After Cui Jing handed over Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun to the disciples here, he left directly, not even sparing a glance at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun. This disciple was also a third-order origin king cultivator, and his aura was extremely vigorous and deep, making him look extremely difficult to deal with. After Cui Jing left, this disciple squinted his eyes and looked Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun up and down, curling his lips as he muttered, "Damn, that Cui Jing bastard. Every time he captures someone, he takes away their space rings, causing Father here to have nothing to drink." After muttering to himself for a while, this disciple turned to Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun and said, "Stop pretending. Hand over the rest of your things." "What things?" Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were stunned. "The artifacts you refined in your body." "Don't tell me even those things were taken away by Cui Jing," the blue feather sect disciple sneered. As soon as the statement came out, not only did Lu Xianyun's pretty face change slightly, but Yang Kai's face also became ugly. It was common knowledge that a cultivator could refine artifacts in their body and summon them whenever they needed to. Previously, Brother Ko and the others had only asked Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun to hand over their space rings, not the artifacts they refined in their bodies, so they hadn't been too ruthless. But as soon as they arrived at the bone prison, the cultivator guarding this place actually asked them to hand over the artifacts they refined in their bodies, so the two's expressions naturally became ugly. Artifacts that could be refined in a cultivator's body were obviously the best artifacts the cultivator possessed and were the most frequently used artifacts. They were connected to the cultivator's mind and soul, so if they were destroyed or taken away, the cultivator's mind would definitely be damaged. Comparing this person's request to what Brother Ko and the others had done before, Yang Kai suddenly felt that Brother Ko and the others were being kind. However, Yang Kai only refined 3 artifacts in his body. The Verdant Dragonbone Sword, the Annihilation Thunder Bead, and the Sealed World Bead were the only 2 Emperor artifacts he had refined in his body. No matter which of these 3 were, it was impossible for him to hand them over. Although he didn't know what Lu Xianyun's natal artifact was, she obviously wouldn't give in so easily. However, the other parties seemed to have expected this, and seeing Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun remain silent for a long time, he sneered and said, "Do you want me to use force? If you don't want to hand over this woman, I, Xianxia, am not a man who doesn't know how to be gentle with women." Ha ha. Speaking of this, he let out a series of obscene laughter. How could Lu Xianyun not know what he was thinking? She immediately hid behind Yang Kai without a trace. Xianxia's expression became cold as he narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai and said, "I can refuse to hand over this woman, but you can't." "I don't have any artifacts in my body," Yang Kai quickly said. Xianxia coldly snorted. "Who do you think you're trying to fool? Since you're so stubborn, Don't blame me for not giving you face. Saying so, he suddenly pulled off a bag that had been hanging from his waist. The pouch looked small and exquisite, and no one knew what was inside. It was bulging, and it seemed to be a living thing that was constantly wriggling. Xianxia Ran sneered, opened the bag, and poured out something from it. After seeing what this thing was, Lu Xianyin couldn't help crying out in alarm, her pretty face going pale. This thing was actually a small snake, but it was somewhat different from ordinary snakes. It was snow-white in color and looked flawless, as if it had been carved from fine jade. With Xianxi's knowledge and experience, he couldn't recognize the name of this small snake-like spirit beast or what its purpose was, but Xianxia Ran taking out this monster beast at this time obviously had something to do with snatching the cultivator's natal artifact. Xianxia Ran undoubtedly attached great importance to this spirit snake, so he took it out very carefully. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Xianxia in front of him, grinning fiercely as he said, "Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't cry out in pain later." As soon as these words fell, Xianxia Ran's hand shook slightly, and the white spirit snake shot towards Xianxia like an arrow, piercing the skin on the back of his hand. A strange scene occurred. The white spirit snake bit through Xianxi's skin and, like smoke, drilled into Xianxi's body through the wound, shuttling through his meridians and flesh. In an instant, Xianxi's body trembled violently as an unbearable pain spread from his muscles and meridians, causing his face to become extremely red. If it weren't for his strong willpower, Xianxia would have screamed miserably already. "Brother Yang," Lu Xianyin called out, fearing that Xianxia would suffer some kind of accident. Xianxia let out a low roar from his throat, like a wounded beast, his scarlet eyes staring straight at Xianxia Ran in front of him. Xianxia Ran didn't show any fear and simply laughed. "Don't worry, you won't die. This treasure-seizing snake of mine doesn't have any other skills. It only knows how to snatch the artifacts refined by others. After it takes away the artifacts, you will naturally recover." Sure enough, Xianxia felt a bad premonition. The purpose of this spirit snake was exactly as he had guessed before, a strange existence that could wantonly snatch artifacts from others. For a time, his heart sank to the bottom. Chapter 1940. The three artifacts that Xianxia had nurtured and refined in his body couldn't be easily shown to others. Even in the star boundary, these three artifacts were existences that could cause a reign of terror. Needless to say, the Emperor Artifact and Emperor Beads were treasures passed down by Yang Yin and another Emperor Realm Master. They were of extremely high grade and powerful enough to make any cultivator below the Emperor Realm fight for them. Even those in the Emperor Realm would covet them. Although the Verdant Dragon Bone Sword's grade was not high, that was because Xianxia had not completely refined it into a real artifact, so the Dragon Bone Sword was basically a semi-finished product. Its main materials were the spine of a true dragon and the dragon bead. This was the body artifact of an ancient true dragon and was on the same level as the dragon scale Xianxia had fused with. In terms of value, even if it was not as good as a top Emperor artifact, it was not far behind. Therefore, as soon as the treasure-seizing snake entered his body, Xianxia felt something was wrong. No matter which of these three artifacts was taken away, Xianxia could not bear it. But now that his strength was sealed, he could only silently endure the pain caused by the treasure-seizing snake's rampage through his body, unable to resist. What's more, even if he was restored to his peak, he may not be Xianxia Ran's opponent. Xianxia Ran sneered to the side, his eyes filled with cold expectation. Obviously, this was not the first time he had done such a thing, grinning fiercely as he said, "It's not too late for you to regret now. If you don't want to suffer, just cooperate obediently. You should know that although artifacts are precious, without your life, you can't use them no matter how many you have." Xianxia stared at him coldly without saying a word, his eyes filled with hatred. It was as if he wanted to carve the appearance of this person into the depths of his bones. Xianxia Ran curled his lips and said, "Stubborn, since that's the case, don't blame me." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and formed a seal. The treasure-seizing snake, which was already rampaging through Xianxi's body, became even more ferocious. Yang Kai's screams rang out. All of a sudden, a voice was heard. He could clearly feel the trajectory of the treasure-snatching snake in his body. He did not know what kind of talent this monster beast had. It had an unimaginable sense of smell and tracking ability when it came to finding secret treasures refined in the cultivator's body. It seemed that any secret treasure that was hidden could not escape its detection. It quickly found the location of the Dragonbone sword. It went straight in that direction. Yang Kai endured the pain, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He wanted to control the Dragonbone sword to dodge, but he was unable to do so. It didn't take long for the treasure-seizing snake to reach the Dragonbone sword. Without even looking at it, it opened its mouth wide, as if it were about to swallow the sword and take it by force. If it succeeded, Yang Kai's losses were huge. However, something unexpected happened. The treasure-seizing snake had only completed half of its swallowing action when it suddenly retreated in panic, as if it had been frightened by something. He avoided the Dragonbone sword in a straight line. At that moment, Yang Kai clearly felt a faint dragon aura emanating from the Dragonbone sword, and it was embedded in the dragon pearl where the Dragonbone sword was. The dragon soul slowly opened its eyes and glanced at the treasure-seizing snake. It was this dragon aura and the dragon soul's glance that scared the treasure-seizing snake away. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He only needed to think for a moment to understand why such a thing happened. It was not that the Dragonbone sword's grade was too high, but the Dragonbone sword's dragon aura and the remnant dragon soul had a natural restraining and deterring ability for the treasure-seizing snake. It was not surprising. True dragons were ancient divine spirits. It was rumored that flood dragons, pythons, and snakes were all transformed from true dragons after countless generations of dilution. Naturally, they had a natural restraining power against these three creatures. The treasure-seizing snake was also a kind of snake. How could it dare to be presumptuous in front of the old ancestor's aura? So it immediately retreated far away. Xianxia, who had been observing, could not help but frown. He did not know what had happened to his treasure-seizing snake. The treasure-seizing snake had failed to immediately seize the other party's artifact. In the past, as long as his treasure-seizing snake moved, it would not take more than 10 breaths. It would be able to snatch the artifacts of others easily. But today, something seemed to have happened. Xianxia could not help glancing at Yang Kai meaningfully, but he did not care too much and continued to wait. The treasure-seizing snake did not dare to swallow the Dragonbone sword and could only look for other artifacts. Its next target was the Annihilation Thunder Bead. The Annihilation Thunder Bead naturally didn't have the dragon's might to deter it, but the Annihilation Divine Lightning within it wasn't something that the treasure-seizing snake dared to provoke. Thus, it merely circled around the Annihilation Thunder Bead before leaving dejectedly. With the treasure-seizing snake's ability, it did not dare to touch an Emperor artifact like the Annihilation Thunder Bead. The only result of forcibly snatching it was being turned to ashes by the Annihilation Divine Thunder. The treasure-seizing snake was also somewhat intelligent and knew how to seek benefits and avoid disaster. Soon, it arrived in front of the sealed world bead. Seemingly because of the experience it had gained from the Dragonbone sword and the Annihilation Thunder Bead, the treasure-seizing snake did not rush to swallow the sealed world bead this time, and instead wandered nearby, carefully observing. After determining that the sealed world bead did not sense any danger, the treasure-seizing snake opened its mouth and swallowed the sealed world bead before attempting to withdraw from Yang Kai's body. But it was already too late. The moment the sealed world bead entered its stomach, a surge of world force erupted in its abdomen. In an instant, a large hole appeared in the treasure-seizing snake's abdomen, and it hissed as it fled in panic. The sealed world bead was a world of its own, and Yang Kai had only been able to absorb it into his body because he had refined it before. Swallowing the treasure-seizing snake was equivalent to swallowing an entire world. With its ability, how could it possibly bear such a thing? It was already lucky that it did not explode on the spot. The treasure-seizing snake finally discovered that everything in Yang Kai's body was not so easy to plunder. It still possessed a bit of intelligence. So after suffering such a heavy blow, How could it dare to stay? At the same time, Xianxia Ran's expression changed as he shouted, "What's going on?" He had some connection with the treasure-seizing snake, so the moment the treasure-seizing snake was injured, he was aware of it. In a panic, he quickly formed a seal with both hands, trying to urge the treasure-seizing snake to come out. Yang Kai endured the unbearable pain and suddenly took a few steps back. Asterisk Shio. Asterisk from somewhere in his chest. A small blood-stained snake shot out, its forked tongue darting out, as if it had been wronged, and shot towards Xianxia Ran. On the abdomen of the little snake, there was a bloody hole, its internal organs exposed to the air, causing Xianxia Ran's heart to ache. But at this moment, Yang Kai did something that both Xianxia Ran and Lu Xianyun could not believe. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed the treasure-seizing snake in the palm of his hand. Pinching the snake's head, Yang Kai exerted a little force with his thumb and index finger and crushed the little snake's neck bone. Yang Kai's strength was indeed sealed, but his physical strength could not be sealed at all, so his actions were as quick as lightning. By the time Xianxia Ran reacted, the treasure-seizing snake had already died. Yang Kai grinned at him and then stuffed the little snake into his mouth and began to chew on it. Yang Kai's mouth was full of blood, making him look like a bloodthirsty beast, his scarlet eyes flashing with a terrifying light. "You?" Xianxia Ran was stunned. He did not expect things to develop to this point. Because Yang Kai's strength was sealed, Xianxia Ran did not expect the other party's speed to be so fast. By the time he wanted to rescue him, it was already too late. The treasure-seizing snake had already become Yang Kai's food. Lu Xianyun's tender body could not help trembling. She and Yang Kai were now grasshoppers on the same rope, and in her opinion, Yang Kai's actions were simply pushing them into a fiery pit. Did he not know that people under the eaves had no choice but to bow their heads? "This is bad, this is bad. I really shouldn't have cooperated with this person. He looked quite steady before, so how could he make such a crazy move?" Lu Xianyun's intestines turned green with regret as her face became extremely ugly. "You court death." Xianxia Ran was furious as he took a step forward, his eyes turning red as he arrived in front of Yang Kai and sent out a fierce palm strike. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk how could Yang Kai block the violent blow of a third-order origin king in his current state? Thus, he was immediately sent flying like a ragged sack, crashing into the mountain wall several hundred feet behind him, creating a huge human-shaped crater on the mountain wall. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Yang Kai slid down the mountain wall. "Brother Yang!" Lu Xianyun exclaimed in horror. Although she did not understand why Yang Kai suddenly acted so crazily, seeing him being hit by a palm strike, she could not help calling out nervously. After all, she and Yang Kai both came from the territory of a low-level star and had some common interests. On the other hand, none of the Blue Feather Sect disciples were good people, so if Yang Kai died like this, and she was the only one left, her fate would be miserable. She subconsciously did not want Yang Kai to die like this. However, she also knew that Yang Kai's chances of survival were not high. Just now, Xianxia Ran had not shown any mercy in his furious attack. Even if she had taken that blow, she would have died, let alone Yang Kai, a mere second-order origin king. Cough, cough. A violent cough came from the mountain wall as Yang Kai struggled to stand up, spat out the treasure-seizing snake's flesh from his mouth, and swallowed the snake gall. Lu Xianyun's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the disheveled, yet arrogant Yang Kai, like she was looking at a monster, her heart shaking wildly. He survived? How did he do it? He didn't die. Xianxia Ran was also stunned. His furious attack just now was intended to take Yang Kai's life directly to avenge his treasure-seizing snake. After all, although the treasure-seizing snake could not be used in battle, its ability to rob others of their innate divine technique and refine artifacts was already a precious treasure. Xianxia Ran had spent a lot of money to buy it from someone else, so now that it had died tragically at Yang Kai's hands, how could he let this go? So, after seeing that Yang Kai was not dead, Xianxia Ran's eyes suddenly became cold as he walked towards Yang Kai step by step, like an erupting volcano. his anger and powerful momentum surging toward Xianxia. Chapter 1941. Xianxia didn't show any fear and instead grinned. If you kill me, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain yourself. You're just a mere prisoner. What qualifications do you have to bargain with me? Even if I kill you, no one will care. Is that so? Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother Ko said that he was going to ask Protector Bien how to deal with us. Tell me, if Protector Bien learns that you killed me, what will happen to you? Hearing the words Protector Bien, Xianxia Ran's eyes flashed with a strong sense of dread, and his anger seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of cold water, suddenly cooling down. I made the right bet. Seeing him like this, Xianxia felt relieved. Judging from the behavior of the Blue Feather Sect disciples he had met, this sect did not seem to be a good one. The cultivator inside was also not a good person. Xianxia guessed that the rules were extremely strict, and once violated, he would be severely punished. That was why Xianxia had used the name of Protector Bien, whom he had never met before, as a banner. Xianxia Ran was really shocked. As Xianxia had said, if he killed Xianxia before Protector Bien gave the order, it would definitely be overstepping his authority. If Protector Bien found out about this, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Therefore, he didn't dare to kill again. However, the treasure-seizing snake had been bitten to death by Xianxia, so it was impossible for him to just give up. So Xianxia Ren only hesitated for a moment before walking towards Xianxia fiercely and saying, "Little brat, you can rest assured that if Protector Bien wants you dead, I will personally send you on your way and allow you to live for a few days." Xianxia heard this and curled his lips fiercely. But now, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Your physique seems to be quite extraordinary. I hope you can take this blow. As soon as these words fell, Xianxia Ran rushed in front of Xianxia and condensed his burning anger and violent source qi into his fist before slamming it towards Xianxia's abdomen. Asterisk home. Asterisk Xianxia felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body was curled up like a shrimp, twitching in pain. But before that, he had already spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a storm, it sprayed towards Xianxia Ran. Caught off guard, the latter's face was covered in dirt. After being provoked again and again, how could he endure it? Almost instinctively, he lifted his leg and swept it wildly at Xianxia's neck. The next moment, Xianxia flew out and fell to the ground, motionless. From the looks of it, he seemed to have fainted. "You're lucky." Xianxia Ran coldly snorted, turned his head, and glared fiercely at Lu Xianyun before shouting, "Drag him over and follow me." Now that the treasure-seizing snake was dead, even if Xianxia Ran wanted to snatch Lu Xianyun's artifact, it would be impossible for him to do so he could only lock them up in the bone prison before torturing them. Lu Xianyun heard this. Quickly trotting over to Xianxia's side, she stretched out her finger to check his pulse, and after confirming that he was still alive, she couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Thinking about it for a moment, Lu Xianyun stretched out her hand, picked up Xianxia, and then carried him on her back. Following closely behind Xianxia Ran, they walked into the cave at the foot of the mountain in front of them. Suddenly, a gloomy feeling lingered all over her body, causing Lu Xianyun to subconsciously shrink her neck. Inside the mountain, vaguely, there was a burst of tragic screams echoing in the air. Just listening to it made one's hair stand on end. Xianxia Ran led the way in front and sneered as he walked. Only a few people can come out alive after entering the bone prison. If you don't want to suffer any inhumane treatment, give me your artifact as soon as possible. Hand over the artifact to me as soon as possible, and I'll let them give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll know what it means to live a life worse than death. Lu Xianyun's pretty face turned pale as her tender body trembled slightly, biting her bloodless lips, not uttering a single word. The deeper they went, the darker and more humid the environment became, and an unpleasant stench filled the air, causing Lu Xianyun to frown involuntarily. All the way down, they seemed to have penetrated 1,000 meters before arriving at a dungeon-like place. The cells were divided into many different sections and seemed to be made from the bones of some monster beast. making them extremely sturdy. Inside the dim cells, a pair of scarlet eyes stared at Xianxia Ran and the others like wild beasts, causing Lu Xianyun's hair to stand on end. Kill me, I beg you to kill me. A miserable howl came from somewhere, an extreme thirst for death. Lu Xianyun really couldn't imagine what kind of torment this person had endured to make him want to die so badly. But in this place, death was obviously an extravagant hope, and the sound soon turned into an extremely mournful howl. Lu Xianyun's cheeks were pale and bloodless as she felt that this might be her fate in the future, causing her to suddenly feel sad. Get in. Xianxia Ran suddenly stopped in front of cell, opened the door, and motioned to Lu Xianyun. Lu Xianyun didn't dare to disobey, and could only carry Yang Kai into the cell. Xianxia Ran closed the cell again before sneering, reaching out and patting the bone bars, saying gloomily, "Two newcomers have arrived, take good care of them." Saying so, he turned around and left. At the same time, in the originally silent cell, several scarlet eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Xianyun was taken aback. Only now did she realize that there were actually 4 people imprisoned in this cell, something she hadn't noticed when she first came in. Huh? A woman? Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out, and the cultivator who was originally imprisoned here sniffed lightly, apparently smelling the faint fragrance coming from Lu Xianyun's body, causing him to suddenly become excited. A woman actually came? Ha ha! Our brothers are in luck. Someone immediately laughed. When these words were spread out, it immediately caused a commotion in the next cell. Countless prisoners crowded to the side of the fence and looked at the place where Lu Xianyun was with great interest. They constantly let out obscene laughter, as if they were looking forward to something. Lu Xianyun's face sank as she quickly retreated to the innermost position, leaning against the wall behind her as she stared ahead vigilantly. Inside the cell, a tall and sturdy man slowly stood up. This man was at least 20 feet tall, and his huge body gave people a strong sense of oppression. Although the power in his body was also sealed, his whole body still emitted a ferocious aura like that of a wild beast. "This woman is mine," the burly man said lightly, but there was an irresistible majesty in his voice. The other 3 men hesitated for a moment before one of them said, flatteringly, "Since 7th Brother Zong has spoken, we brothers will naturally give him some face, but after 7th Brother Zong is done with her, after that, do as you please." 7th Brother Zong said coldly, "Many thanks, 7th Brother Zong." The 3 men quickly thanked him and took the initiative to step back with lewd smiles on their faces, waiting for the show to begin. The burly man named 7th Brother Zong stared at Lu Xianyun, and it seemed that it was only now that he was able to clearly see Lu Xianyun's appearance with the help of the dim light, and he couldn't help nodding. "Good. She's actually a top-grade woman. These bastards from Blue Feather Sect have finally done something good. What do you want to do?" Lu Xianyun calmly stared at 7th Brother Zong and asked. She did not panic because of this, because she knew that in this kind of place, it was useless to reason. Only strength had the right to speak. Now that everyone's strength was sealed, they could only rely on their physical strength. Looking at the iron-like body of 7th Brother Zong, Lu Xianyun felt immense pressure. "Don't you know what I want to do?" 7th Brother Zong coldly snorted, not putting the petite Lu Xianyun in his eyes at all. "If you don't want to suffer, just obediently enjoy it." Ha ha ha. 7th Brother Zong's words are really interesting. "That's right, little girl. I advise you not to provoke 7th Brother Zong. He has very high attainments in the body refinement technique. With your small body, you can't possibly be his opponent. If you can't resist, then obediently enjoy it. Are you afraid that 7th Brother Zong won't satisfy you? Disgusting, despicable." Lu Xianyun ground her teeth and cursed. "Ha, if you curse him like that, you'll only stimulate his bestial desires. It's better if you don't make a sound." Suddenly, Yang Kai's voice came from behind. Lu Xianyun was startled at first, but immediately became happy and called out, "You're awake?" "Oh, I didn't faint." Yang Kai said, taking the initiative to jump down from Lu Xianyun's back, stretching out his hand and rubbing his forehead and abdomen, grimacing. That bastard was really heavy-handed. I was almost crippled by him. Damn, I'll make him pay for it later. Lu Xianyun stared blankly at Yang Kai, completely shocked by his words that he wasn't unconscious. This person, what kind of freak is he? Xianxia Rant's attack wasn't even qualified to knock him unconscious. So just how strong was his endurance? In a daze, she even forgot about the dangerous situation she was in. Oh, you have a lover? Xianxia stood 10 meters away from Yang Kai, looking down at him condescendingly, his eyes filled with disdain and ridicule. Ha! This friend must be joking. I and this girl are just friends. Yang Kai explained. Xianxia coldly snorted. Whether you are a friend or lover, I'll warn you if you don't want to die, scram. You are very arrogant. Yang Kai looked up at the burly man in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Since that's the case, I'll also warn you if you don't want to die, scram. The same words were returned to him verbatim. The prison cell suddenly fell silent. The other 3 men hiding in the darkness stared at Yang Kai with their mouths wide open, as if they were looking at a dead man. Suddenly, one of them reacted and shouted, "Not good. Quickly retreat. Boss Zong is very terrifying when he is angry." The other 2 men also shivered, a look of panic appearing in their eyes. As if recalling something bad, they also hurriedly retreated to the outermost edge. Only then did Xianxia let out a cold laugh. You're very interesting, but angering me won't do you any good. I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel in front of me and lick my shoes clean, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, next year today will be the anniversary of your death. Chapter 1942. Fuck. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing, clearly in a bad mood. Since entering the Starlight Corridor, it seemed that none of the people he had met were easy to deal with. First, he met Yin Lusheng, who attacked him for no reason. Then he met Big Brother Ko, who captured him and brought him to Blue Feather Sect for no reason. Then he met Xianxia Ran in front of the Bone Prison, who tried to snatch his artifact for no reason. And then there was this burly man. Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had only been in the Star Boundary for a short time, but all he had encountered were some unpleasant memories. Were the people of the Star Boundary all so fierce and aggressive? Or was he just unlucky? No matter what the reason was, Yang Kai couldn't bear it any longer. The repeated encounters made the anger in his heart surge like a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Xianxia's provocation and shameless boasting were obviously a fuse that completely ignited the anger in Yang Kai's heart. So after hearing Xianxia's threat, Yang Kai was not only not afraid, he even asked with interest, "Listening to what you mean, it doesn't seem to matter if someone dies here?" Xianxia sneered. "This is Blue Feather Sect's Bone Prison. What does it matter if a few people die here and there?" Understood. Yang Kai gently nodded before suddenly raising his head and grinning, revealing his white fangs as he gloomily declared, "Then you're out of luck." As soon as his voice fell, he rushed in front of Xianxia, took a step forward, assumed a melee stance, and threw out a straight punch. This punch seemed to contain all of the dissatisfaction and anger that Kai Yang had suffered recently, and its momentum was like a rainbow. It was as fast as thunder. Xianxia was tall and burly, and he had extremely high attainments in body tempering, so he didn't put Yang Kai's attack in his eyes at all. He just sneered, "Interesting, someone actually dares to provoke this zone. I'll crush all your bones as punishment." Saying so, he also threw out a straight punch. It met Yang Kai's fist head-on. When the 2 fists collided, the cold expression on Yang Kai's face turned into a sinister smile. Xianxia's disdain suddenly turned into astonishment, and then horror with a cry of alarm. Xianxia's towering body was sent flying backwards, and in mid-air, the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Bang! Xianxia's body slammed into the bone bars of the bone prison and fell heavily to the ground. Before he could get up, Yang Kai had already leaped out like a fierce tiger, riding on his body. His fists turned into a storm of attacks, raining down like raindrops. Bang, bang, bang. Within the small bone prison, waves of continuous rumbling sounds came out like war drums, shaking people's hearts. Inside the bone prison, the three people who were originally prepared to watch a good show were now dumbfounded. Their eyes widened as they looked at the scene not far away. Xianxia was also dumbfounded. While she was shocked, she also felt a trace of excitement. In this kind of place, the stronger Xianxia was, the safer she would be. In any case, she and Xianxia were now allies on the same side. In the other cells, there were also bursts of screams and shouts. The cultivator imprisoned here had been tortured all year round. Their ferocity had been honed to the bone. What they were most happy to see was this kind of bloody struggle. It was also a kind of pleasure for them to pass the time. Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk the muffled sounds continued to ring out, accompanied by a faint splash of red blood mixed with the sound of breaking bones. The commotion in the cell alerted the guards. Soon, 2 Blue Feather Sect disciples came to investigate. After discovering that it was Xianxia, who had just been imprisoned, who was showing off his strength, they just sneered and showed no intention of stopping him. Instead, they stood in place and watched for a while before leaving. Xianxia was right. In this Blue Feather Sect bone prison, what did it matter if a few people died? As such, the Blue Feather Sect guards did not try to stop him at all. As time passed, Xianxia, who had been pinned to the ground by Xianxia, began to howl miserably as he cursed out loud, but soon he no longer had the strength to do so. Only moaning and begging for mercy remained. Xianxia was like a mad beast, ignoring him completely. In the end, Xianxia didn't even groan. By the time Xianxia stopped and stood up, Xianxia's whole body was lying there like a puddle of mud, covered in blood and broken bones, clearly dead. Shaking off the blood on his hands, Kai Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately, he felt refreshed, and the depression he had been suppressing in his heart had disappeared in a flash. Seeing Xianxia stand up, the other 3 people in the cell all retreated to the corner in horror, staring at him with trembling eyes, fearing that Xianxia would kill them all. They knew Xianxia's ability very well. Under the premise that everyone's strength was sealed in this bone prison, whoever had the strongest physique would have the advantage. All 3 of them had suffered at Xianxia's hands before, so even if they joined forces, they were definitely not his opponent. However, this newcomer had actually beaten Xianxia to the point where he couldn't even fight back. It was easy to imagine how strong his physique was. How could they not be afraid? Fortunately, Kai Yang didn't have any intention of attacking again. Instead, he walked straight to the corner of the room and sat down cross-legged. This made the 3 of them sigh in relief. They felt as if they had just escaped from death's door. Xianxia also didn't disturb Xianxia, knowing that his mood was unstable at the moment, so she simply sat down cross-legged near Xianxia to restore her strength. After an unknown amount of time, the door of the cell suddenly opened. The 2 Blue Feather Sect guards who had been here before stood at the door with cold faces and beckoned to Xianxia. "Little brat, get out here." Xianxia raised his eyes to look at them before standing up slowly. Xianxia tugged at his clothes from behind with a worried look on her face. Xianxia smiled lightly. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. They won't dare to kill me." As long as Protector Bien, who he had never met, didn't say how to deal with him, these Blue Feather Sect people wouldn't dare act recklessly. For this alone, Xianxia felt that he should thank Protector Bien. After saying so, Xianxia turned his head to look at the other 3 men in the cell and sneered, "If you don't want to die, don't move. If I come back and find that my companion has suffered any harm, you know what the consequences will be." The 3 men had long been deterred by Xianxia's ferocity. Xianxia's body was still lying in place, untouched, so how could they dare to say anything? All of them nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. "Dilly-dallying, do you want to die? Get out here quickly." The guard at the door urged impatiently. Xianxia curled his lips and walked out. Outside, the 2 guards looked Xianxia up and down, one of them sneering, "I heard you made Brother Yin suffer a big loss. Boy, you're quite capable, killing Xianxia on your first day here. He's not a guy to be trifled with. For this alone, our brother admires you. However, Brother Yin told us to take good care of you, so don't blame anyone. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for having eyes, but failing to see and provoking someone you shouldn't have. With the two of them speaking one after another, Kaiyang quickly understood the whole story. He didn't say much and just motioned for the two to lead the way. The two guards glanced at each other and couldn't help giving Yang Kai a thumbs up, smiling meaningfully, "You've got guts." Soon, Yang Kai was taken to a dark cell. Inside, he was tied up and the two Blue Feather Sect disciples were using all kinds of torture on him. It wasn't until half a day later that the dying Yang Kai was thrown back into his cell. After seeing Yang Kai's miserable appearance, Lu Xianxia was almost scared silly, thinking that Yang Kai would soon die. If Yang Kai died, she would fall into a state of isolation and helplessness. In this kind of place, the fate that awaited her could be imagined. But what she never expected was that Yang Kai, who seemed to be on the verge of death, actually sat up cross-legged an hour later and assumed a meditative posture. On the second day, Yang Kai was full of energy again. Although he looked a little distressed, his injuries didn't seem to be too serious. Even the scars on his body had disappeared, and the blood clots on his body had all fallen off, revealing new skin. Lu Xianxia found that she was becoming more and more unable to see through Yang Kai and instinctively realized that this person was hiding some unimaginable secret. Over the next few days, this was the case. Every day, Yang Kai had to endure the torture of the two Blue Feather Sect guards before being thrown back into his cell half dead and forced to meditate to recover. As time passed, Lu Xianxia was shocked to discover that Yang Kai's body seemed to be changing little by little, becoming stronger and stronger. Inside his body, which had been sealed, there seemed to be an unimaginable surge of power. Once the seal was lifted, this power was bound to be fully unleashed. In fact, this was indeed the case. The torture of the two Blue Feather Sect guards allowed the Starlight Yang Kai absorbed in the Starlight Corridor to quickly integrate into his body, promoting the transformation of his Saint Qi into Source Qi. Yang Kai had absorbed an unimaginable amount of starlight in the Starlight Corridor, and some of it had been integrated into his body as a catalyst to transform the strength in his body, but most of it had been hidden in his knowledge sea. This was why he, as a Star Master, did not have the light of stars on his body. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai could guide the starlight from his knowledge, see, and integrate it into his body to promote the transformation of his strength. But now that his strength was sealed, he could not guide it at all. On the contrary, the torture of the two Blue Feather Sect guards allowed him to see a glimmer of hope. When his body was destroyed and in the process of repairing itself, the power of the starlight actively poured out of his knowledge sea and into his body, forcibly transforming his Saint Qi into Source Qi. After discovering this, Yang Kai could not help feeling overjoyed. So in the face of the torture of the two guards, not only did he not feel uncomfortable, he actually enjoyed it, hoping they would torture him as miserably as possible. Chapter 1943. Time flew by and soon, 10 days had passed. Yang Kai woke up from his meditation and silently sensed his physical condition before shaking his head in dissatisfaction. Too slow, the rate at which the Saint Qi in his body was transforming made him somewhat dissatisfied. As an Origin King Realm cultivator, the purer the Source Qi in one's body, the more power one could display. At this moment, only a little more than 1/5 of the Saint Qi in Yang Kai's body had been transformed into Source Qi. At this rate, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours to completely transform the Saint Qi in his body. Seeing him open his eyes, the 3 prisoners in the cell all showed flattering smiles, but no one dared to speak. Yang Kai's ferocious and valiant image had been deeply ingrained in their bones. In this place, it would be easy for Yang Kai to take their lives. Life and death were not in their control, so how could they not flatter Yang Kai? Even Lu Xianxia had been flattered by these 3 over the past few days. Although Yang Kai looked down on these 3 fellows who bullied the weak and feared the strong, he still inquired about some information from them during their usual chats. There was all kinds of information about Blue Feather Sect and the Star Boundary. As Yang Kai expected, Blue Feather Sect was not a good sect, but it was not an evil sect either. It was just that the disciples of the sect were somewhat unscrupulous. There was also Daybreak Pavilion nearby, which often had friction with Blue Feather Sect, but the strength of the two could be said to be on par. Not to mention Blue Feather Sect, the entire star boundary was divided into 4 territories: north, south, east, and west. Each territory occupied an endless amount of land, and even a Tao Source Realm Master would not be able to cross it in their lifetime. It was possible that even a Tao Source Realm Master might not be able to cross a large territory, which showed just how vast the star boundary was. Under each domain, there were countless provinces. As for Blue Feather Sect, it was a sect located in the southern territory of the star boundary, Qi Province. Qi Province covered an area of 80 million kilometers and was basically unranked in the entire southern territory, whether it was in terms of the number of masters, comprehensive strength, or area. This was the case. And in a place like Qi Province, there were countless existences like Blue Feather Sect. This information made Xianxia feel the grandeur of the star boundary. This was definitely a world much vaster than the territory of the star boundary. The few words revealed by the 3 of them were like an epic painting slowly unfolding in front of Xianxia, filling him with longing for the vaster sky. However, these 3 were not Master Realm Masters, just First Order Origin King Cultivator. They hadn't even left Qi Province, so they weren't clear about the situation in the outside world. However, this information was enough for Xianxia to digest for a long time. At this moment, he was frowning as he inspected the changes in the energy in his body. Suddenly, Kaiyang raised his head and furrowed his brow. Ha, brat, you're indeed a little unusual. You can actually detect this old man's divine sense. A voice suddenly sounded in Xianxia's ears. It was indiscernible and traceless, making one unable to grasp it. Xianxia remained calm and collected as he looked around, but didn't see any flaws in the people being held in the nearby cells. Don't bother looking. This old man is locked in the innermost layer. You can't see him, the voice sounded again. After being locked up here for more than 10 days, Xianxia also knew that the more powerful a cultivator was, the deeper they would be locked up. The owner of this voice who suddenly spoke said he was locked in the innermost layer, so his strength was definitely not low. He was likely a Tao Source Realm Master. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to hide from others and send a divine sense message to Xianxia. Xianxia pondered for a moment before asking, "Who is Senior? Do you need something from me?" "Naturally, there's something, and it's a good thing," the voice laughed. It was somewhat uncomfortable to hear. "Ever since you came in and killed Zhongqi, this old master began to pay attention to you. If this old master is not mistaken, you've cultivated some extremely profound body tempering technique. Yes? So what?" Xianxia frowned but did not try to deny it. Since others had been paying attention to him, there was no way he could hide the situation of his body. "If that's the case, this old master wants to ask you for a favor. Senior, please speak frankly. Release this old master," the owner of the voice said. Xianxia could not help sneering. Senior must be joking. This junior is just a prisoner now. How could he possibly have the ability to release you? Since this old master has said so, naturally he has a way. The man coldly snorted. "I can teach you a secret technique that will allow you to undo the seal on your body and restore your strength. With your ability, as long as you can restore your strength, no one in this bone prison will be able to stop you. At that time, it will be easy for you to release this old master." Hearing this, Xianxia could not help but light up. The man continued, "You don't want your fate to be held in the hands of others, right? This old master's secret technique can definitely allow you to undo the seal on your body." These words were low but contained an irresistible force, causing Xianxia to almost agree. But in the next moment, he was startled and realized that something was wrong. The person in his mind must have used some kind of secret technique to affect his thoughts, so he could not help coldly snorting and saying, "Senior using this kind of trick to deal with Junior. Isn't it a bit inappropriate?" The voice laughed loudly. "Boy, you're strong. This old master was wrong. How about this old master apologize to you?" Seeing him readily apologize and admit his mistake, Xianxia was speechless for a moment. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai said, "Since you have a secret technique to restore your strength, why don't you use it yourself? Instead, you want to borrow my hand?" The voice replied, "If I could use it myself, why would I need you? Not only is this old master's strength sealed, but his joints are also locked by those bastard chains made of spirit-suppressing gold. I can't use any secret technique at all. What's more, even if I were to restore my strength with these spirit-suppressing gold chains, I wouldn't be able to use any of it. So that's how it is." Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Although he had never heard of spirit-suppressing gold before, from the information revealed by this man's words, Yang Kai could determine that this thing was definitely a nemesis of Source Chi. Otherwise, a Dao Source Realm Master would not be imprisoned here and unable to escape. Let me ask you one more thing. There's so many cultivator in this bone prison, so why did Senior choose me? With your eyesight, it shouldn't be difficult to tell that my strength isn't high, right? Yang Kai asked cautiously. This old master naturally knows what level you are at. There are many people in this bone prison who are stronger than you. However, spirit-suppressing gold is not afraid of Source Chi and can only be destroyed by brute force. This old master thinks you are quite suitable. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai understood why this man had asked him if he had cultivated some kind of profound body tempering technique from the beginning. It turned out that it was because of the existence of spirit-suppressing gold. Yang Kai's mind couldn't help becoming active. Although he didn't know who the person talking to him was or how strong he was still imprisoned here and didn't know what his fate would be tomorrow. If Protector Bien gave the order to kill him, Yang Kai believed Xianxia Ran would be more than happy to send him on his way. If he could really obtain the secret technique to unlock this seal from this person, then he would still have the strength to fight back and not be placed on the chopping block like a fish on a fish. As for whether or not he would rescue this person when the time came, that would depend on his mood. Seeing Yang Kai fall into contemplation, the man quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, "This old master won't hide it from you. This old master has the cultivation of the third order Dao Source realm and is only a step away from the Emperor realm. If you can save this old master will be sure to thank you." The third order Dao Source realm. Yang Kai was shocked. Brother Ko he had encountered before was only in the first order Dao Source realm, yet he had already made Yang Kai feel like he was no match for him. If he was in the third order Dao Source realm, he could easily kill him. Before knowing what kind of temperament this man had, Yang Kai didn't dare to agree rashly, lest he end up losing the rice he had used to steal a chicken and end up worse off. I know what you're worried about, but you can rest assured that this old master always keeps his word and will not deceive you. If you feel that this is inappropriate, this old master can make a soul oath. Yang Kai frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, "This junior can feel Senior's sincerity, but this matter, let me think about it first before giving an answer. No rush, think about it carefully." The man smiled meaningfully, not showing any intention of urging him. "By the way, may I ask what Senior's name is?" "Wu Meng Chuan." Yang Kai silently memorized this man's name and began to consider the gains and losses of agreeing or not. In fact, according to his thoughts, he should agree first. No matter what, he had to obtain the secret technique to lift the seal and restore his strength. But with his current strength, even if he restored his strength, he wouldn't be able to leave Blue Feather Sect. At that time, he would still have to rescue Wu Mengchuan and use his strength in the third order Dao Source realm. But if that was the case, only the heavens knew how this Wu Mengchuan would deal with him in the end. So Yang Kai was a little hesitant for a while. Just as he was feeling a little embarrassed, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the passage. Yang Kai raised his head in surprise and frowned slightly. These days, he was taken out by the two guards every day to be tortured, but this time, it seemed that it wasn't time yet. He didn't know why the guard came in at this time. After a while, the two guards who had been torturing Yang Kai appeared at the door of the cell with a strange expression on their faces. After opening the cell, they beckoned to Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun. "Both of you come out." Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun glanced at each other, but didn't resist, and stood up obediently. Lu Xianyun's tender body trembled slightly. She subconsciously thought that she was going to suffer the same fate as Yang Kai. On the contrary, Yang Kai asked thoughtfully, "Do you two have any orders?" One of the two guards looked Yang Kai up and down and grinned. "You're lucky. Protector Bien wants to see you." "Protector Bien?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. After being locked up here for more than 10 days without receiving any orders from Protector Bien, Yang Kai thought that the other party disdained to pay attention to him and Lu Xianyun, but he didn't expect that the other party would only want to see him today. Regardless of why the other party wanted to do this, Yang Kai saw a glimmer of hope. He exchanged a glance with Lu Xianyun and discovered that her beautiful eyes were also shining brightly. She had obviously realized this as well. Chapter 1944. Since Protector Bien wanted to see Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, the two guards in the bone prison naturally did not dare to disobey and brought the two out after entering the bone prison. "Little brat, this old master's agreement with you is still valid. If one day you have nowhere to go, you can come to this old master." Just as Yang Kai was about to leave the bone prison, Wu Mingchuan's voice sounded in his ear again. Yang Kai did not stop, as if he did not hear anything, and soon disappeared, leaving behind the envious eyes of the imprisoned cultivator in the bone prison. When he arrived outside, Yang Kai immediately noticed a pair of resentful eyes staring at him. Looking up, he saw Xianxia, who had previously made things difficult for him. He was responsible for guarding the entrance to the bone prison, so naturally, he would be here. Yang Kai had bitten his treasure, seizing Snake to death. So, Xianxia hated Yang Kai to the bone. The torture Yang Kai had suffered these days was all because of his instigation. "Little brat, your lucky Protector Bien actually took the time to see you. But don't be complacent. One day you will fall into my hands, and I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death." Xianxia sneered. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he cursed all 18 generations of his ancestors in his heart, hating himself for not being strong enough. Otherwise, he would have killed all of these Blue Feather Sect disciples on the spot. However, he also knew that the other party was too strong. So even if he went all out, he would only end up in a miserable state. So he could only endure for the time being and turn a deaf ear to Xianxia's provocation. "Enough, Brother Yin. Don't be angry. Protector Bien wants to see these two, so we won't delay." The bone prison guard smiled slightly and said to Xianxia. Then, he casually tossed out an object. This was also a flight-type artifact, but it was completely different from the ship Brother Ko had used before. This flight-type artifact was more like a war chariot and was not as spacious as a ship. However, it was still large enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people and looked extremely ferocious and imposing from the outside. The owner of the war chariot jumped up and waved his hand. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were swept into the war chariot. In the next moment, the war chariot turned into a stream of light and shot toward a certain place in Jade Plume Mountain. They did not speak for the rest of the journey. Soon, the war chariot arrived at a mountain peak. On the mountain peak was an enormous palace. The war chariot landed before the palace. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun got off the chariot. The bone prison guard took back his flight-type artifact and stepped forward to whisper a few words to the guard at the entrance of the palace. "Go on in. The Guardian Master is waiting inside." The palace guards didn't want to make things difficult for them. Instead, they let them in. "Good luck to both of you." The bone prison guard had no intention of following them in. Instead, he smiled at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun before summoning the war chariot and returning the way they came. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun looked at each other. They knew that this was a blessing, not a curse. If it was a curse, they couldn't avoid it, so they could only grit their teeth and hope that Guardian Bien wasn't a difficult person to talk to. The two of them still had their strength sealed at this moment, so they couldn't do anything in this Blue Feather Sect where there were many masters. Ignoring the curious gazes of the guards on both sides, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun walked into the palace step by step. Inside the palace, there was a spacious space, and 2 people were waiting at the front. As soon as Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun appeared, the 2 people's eyes turned straight towards them. In an instant, Yang Kai felt his skin tighten. A feeling of being watched spread throughout his body, making him extremely uncomfortable. Looking back, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He found that one of the two people was his brother Ko, who had captured him and was standing next to the other person at this moment. As for the second person, she had a graceful figure. It was a beautiful woman with a charming demeanor. She was lying lazily on a chair, wearing a light blue palace dress, her beautiful hair coiled into a bun, her neck white. She seemed to be fiddling with something in her hands, a faint smile on her face as she stared at Yang Kai with great interest. This woman was obviously an extremely charming woman, but Yang Kai could feel that there was a kind of power hidden inside her that he didn't dare to look directly at. Could this woman be Guardian Bien? Yang Kai was shocked. Are these the people you captured a few days ago? When Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan approached, the beautiful woman asked slowly. Her voice was sweet and greasy, and it was very pleasant to listen to. When it entered his ears, it was as if there was an invisible hand that was teasing his heartstrings, causing his blood to involuntarily surge. Her question was obviously directed at senior brother Ko. Brother Ko hurriedly bowed and lowered his eyes, seemingly not daring to look at the beautiful woman, respectfully replying to Master, "It is these two." The beautiful woman nodded slightly. Her beautiful eyes glowed with a strange light. Her red lips wriggled as she said indifferently, "Release their restrictions." Hearing this, Brother Ko immediately formed a series of hand seals and pointed at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan. Two streaks of light shot out and poured into the two's bodies. In the next moment, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan involuntarily let out light groans as the strength they had been restraining began to flow through their bodies again, making them feel very happy. The beautiful woman suddenly chuckled lightly and then, under the stunned gazes of Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan, slowly raised a jade hand. As soon as this jade hand was raised, both Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan felt as if something had suddenly changed around them. A dignified and austere atmosphere suddenly filled the air, causing both of their expressions to change at the same time. Brother Ko, on the other hand, seemed to have expected this and was not surprised at all, simply observing the reactions of the two indifferently. The beautiful woman gently waved her jade hand and condensed the surrounding world energy into a terrifying attack that shot towards Yang Kai and Lu Xianyan. "What are you doing?" Lu Xianyan exclaimed in shock. At the same time, she bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence to summon a mirror-like artifact. As soon as this artifact appeared, it split into two, then four, then eight. In an instant, countless small mirrors appeared around Lu Xianyan. These mirrors were like the depths of the sea, pulsing with a dim light, causing those who saw them to feel awestruck. She also knew that the other party was a Dao Source Realm Master, and most likely not an ordinary one at that, so she immediately used her most powerful artifact to defend herself. She didn't even think about contending with the beautiful woman. She only wanted to block her opponent's attack. Yang Kai, on the other hand, roared as a five-colored light burst from his body and his five elements indestructible sword Qi wrapped around his body. Flicking his 10 fingers, he sent out a series of golden blood threads to meet the terrifying attack descending from the sky. Asterisk Qi 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 Qi. Asterisk, a soft sound rang out as the golden blood threads transformed into various forms under the control of Yang Kai's mind. But like snowflakes in early spring meeting the blazing sun, they were unable to withstand a single blow. The great force that descended from the sky caused the golden blood threads to flicker wildly. Lu Xianyan shouted as all the mirrors around her suddenly merged into one and formed a barrier above her and Yang Kai's heads. Asterisk Walla. Asterisk the next moment, the mirrors shattered and Lu Xianyan's face paled as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The mirror-like artifact reverted back to its original form, its light dimming slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai shot up into the sky. The five-colored light that represented his five elements indestructible sword, Qi, tearing open a gap in the oppressive attack, allowing him to escape. Twisting his body mid-air, Yang Kai pounced towards the beautiful woman who had been sitting lazily on the chair with a fierce expression. The beautiful woman remained motionless, a smirk still hanging on her face. Big Brother Ko, who was standing next to her, stepped in front of the beautiful woman and sent out a palm strike towards Xianxia. This palm strike seemed simple, but there was a violent energy swirling around it. As soon as Xianxia came into contact with it, he felt as if his defenses were being flattened, as if they were dried weeds and rotten wood. An irresistible force was rushing towards him. Xianxia couldn't help letting out a muffled groan as he was sent flying backwards. Lu Xianyun looked flustered, thinking that she was doomed this time. So she grit her teeth and pushed all her strength to attack the beautiful woman and Big Brother Ko. She actually wanted to die together with these two. Xianyun, stand down. Xianxia shouted from midair before crashing to the ground. Hearing Xianxia's shout, Lu Xianyun also stopped obediently and stared ahead vigilantly, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The beautiful woman chuckled again as her beautiful eyes paused on Xianxia, a hint of scrutiny flashing across her eyes as she nodded lightly. Ko Wu, what did I say? They really were able to block my attack, right? Hearing this, Ko Wu bowed respectfully. Master's vision is like a torch. Ko Wu admires it greatly. The beautiful woman giggled, the twin peaks of her breasts trembling as she pursed her lips. Don't flatter me. Although this queen only used a little bit of my strength just now, it's not bad that these two were able to block it. What Master says is correct, Ko Wu nodded again. The two of them didn't lower their voices, so Xianxia and Lu Xianyun heard them clearly. Xianxia wasn't surprised, but Lu Xianyun's brow furrowed as a look of dissatisfaction appeared on her face, as if she had been fooled. You seem to have noticed something? The beautiful woman looked at Xianxia and asked unhurriedly. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. If Master really wanted to kill us, why would you have someone bring us here? The previous attack was obviously just a test. The beautiful woman heard this and smiled. Boy, you're a bit interesting. Then do you know why this queen wants to see you? Xianxia frowned and quickly said, Please enlighten me, Master. The beautiful woman nodded and reached out to pick up 2 space rings from the table next to her, tossing them out casually, causing them to turn into 2 streams of light that shot towards Xianxia and Lu Xianyun respectively. The two of them caught the space rings and swept them with their divine senses, suddenly showing strange expressions, because they discovered that these were the space rings that belonged to the two of them that Ko Wu had taken away before, and none of their things were missing. Master, what do you mean by this? Xianxia frowned. If this queen is not mistaken, you came from a certain star territory down below, yes? The beautiful woman looked at the two of them and asked with a smile. Lu Xianyun was startled and glanced at Xianxia subconsciously, thinking that his identity as a star master had been exposed and couldn't help worrying. Chapter 1945. Xianxia's expression remained calm as he pondered for a moment before speculating. Master came to this conclusion based on the things in our space rings? Indeed, the beautiful woman nodded lightly. Only a cultivator from the star territory down below would have so much garbage. Lu Xianyun was very annoyed that her treasures were being evaluated as garbage. But when she thought of the other party's strength, status, and methods, she could only remain silent. Perhaps the treasures that were very valuable to her were indeed garbage in front of this young master. On the other hand, Xianxia did not care at all because his space ring was originally filled with garbage to deceive others. Even if there were a few decent things inside, they were of little value, so it was not an exaggeration to call them garbage. Xianxia smiled lightly and said, So, our suspicions have been cleared? The suspicions he was referring to were naturally related to the spies from Daybreak Pavilion. The beautiful woman smiled lightly. You can say that. However, this queen is very curious. Which star territory do you come from? Great Desolate Star Territory. Xianxia immediately replied without hesitation. Lu Xianyun was tactful enough to not say anything. Oh, the beautiful woman said thoughtfully, I have heard of this star territory. There seems to be a sect in the star boundary that has some relationship with this star territory. Master, are you talking about the Netherworld sect? We are not from that Netherworld sect. Xianxia naturally knew that the other party was probing him, So he immediately answered while smiling coldly. On the contrary, we have some grievances with the people from Netherworld's sect. Is that so? The beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai with a faint smile, her beautiful eyes exuding a strange light, as if she wanted to pierce into the depths of Yang Kai's soul. She wanted to see if he was telling the truth. Yes, in the Starlight Corridor, we were plotted against by the people from Netherworld's sect. Yang Kai coldly snorted, his eyes filled with resentment. It was as if he had an irreconcilable enmity with the Netherworld sect. The beautiful woman nodded and did not say anything more. She pondered for a moment before saying, "Since you are not spies from Daybreak Pavilion and are from the star territory down below, this queen will be your choice. This queen can give you two choices. I'd like to hear the details. 1. Leave my blue feather sect right now. The further the better." The beautiful woman raised a white finger and smiled gently. Hearing her say this, Lu Xianyun's expression changed, and she almost agreed, but before she spoke, she subconsciously glanced at Yang Kai and found that his face was indifferent. He quickly swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "What about the second one?" Yang Kai asked. "The second is naturally to join my blue feather sect and become a disciple of my blue feather sect. Although my blue feather sect is not a great sect in the Southern Territory, it still has a strong foundation. If you join, you will have a place to settle down and will be protected in the future. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, I can also help you solve them." "Is there such a good thing?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He seemed to be greatly moved. The beautiful woman smiled, but didn't say anything. She was very satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude. Yang Kai thought for a while and asked, "I have another question. Speak." The beautiful woman raised her chin slightly, her expression proud and cold. "Our strength is not very high. So why does Master want to accept us into the sect?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. The beautiful woman covered her mouth and smiled. "Because you come from the lower star territory. A cultivator like you is very valuable. But unfortunately, you're not a star master. If you were a star master, you would be able to receive even more care. So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lu Xianyun had also mentioned this to him before. The cultivators who came from low-level star fields were all top-notch geniuses of their respective star fields. So when they came to the star boundary, they were all extremely talented. They were very popular with the great sects, even if they were not a star master. They would also receive the favor of many masters. The beautiful woman's explanation made sense. "So what is your choice?" The beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai and asked, "What is there to hesitate about?" "Naturally, I want to join the blue feather sect." Yang Kai didn't even think about it and directly agreed, then immediately turned his head and asked, "Xianyun, what do you think?" Lu Xianyun looked at him blankly, not having expected Yang Kai to make such a hasty decision. When she was asked this question, she couldn't help feeling a little helpless. However, after meeting Yang Kai's eyes, Lu Xianyun nodded. "Then we will follow Brother Yang's wishes. I will also join." Hearing this, the beautiful woman smiled, stood up from her chair, and said, "Then from now on, you will be disciples of my blue feather sect and will be under the jurisdiction of this queen for the time being. Kowu, take them to arrange a place to live and let them cultivate well. Don't let this queen down." After saying this, the beautiful woman turned around and left. Kowu respectfully nodded behind her. After the beautiful woman left, Kowu looked at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun with a smile and said, "Then from now on, we will all be fellow sect members. Big Brother hasn't asked what your names are yet." Yang Kai greets Big Brother Ko. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists, appearing very familiar. Although Lu Xianyun felt awkward, she could only report her name. After learning the names of the two, Kowu said, "So it's Junior Brother Yang and Junior Sister Lu. Junior Brother has offended you two Junior Brothers a few days ago. Please don't take it to heart. This Big Brother also has a task to complete. Big Brother Ko is too serious. What happened before was our fault. We don't blame Big Brother." Kowu nodded and beckoned. "Come with me. I'll take you to your residence. You can settle down first and familiarize yourself with the environment. Our Blue Feather sect is quite good." Walking all the way down to the bottom of the mountain, Ko Wu pointed to two adjacent wooden houses and said, "These will be your residences from now on. Each house has a barrier that requires an identity token to activate. As for your identity tokens, someone will deliver them to you in 2 days. You can stay here for 2 days and don't run around. Once you receive your tokens, you can go out for a walk. Otherwise, you may run into some unnecessary trouble." Understood. Xianxia nodded and said, "Big Brother Ko, what do we need to do on a daily basis?" Ko Wu smiled when he heard this. "For the time being, you don't need to do anything. All you need to do is cultivate diligently. If there's a task for you, I will call you. In addition, we are all under the jurisdiction of Protector Bien. The other peaks have nothing to do with us. We only need to listen to Protector Bien's orders." "Good. That's all for today. We'll talk about it another day." Saying so, Ko Wu turned to leave. Xianxia suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called out, "Big Brother Ko, what's the matter?" Ko Wu frowned, seemingly a little impatient. Xianxia leaned over and whispered, "Big Brother Ko, Protector Master, her cultivation." Ko Wu chuckled lightly. "The third order Dao source realm is not something you can dream of right now. Cultivate step by step." "Big Brother is right." Xianxia nodded. After Ko Wu left, leaving only Xianxia and Lu Xianyun, Xianxia's expression suddenly became indifferent as he winked at Lu Xianyun and walked into one of the wooden houses. Lu Xianyun followed closely behind. The layout of the house was very simple, just a bed, a futon, a table, and a chair. Although it seemed that no one had lived here for a long time, it was still spotless, obviously due to some kind of barrier. After Xianxia took a seat, he released his divine sense to check the surroundings. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, he asked, "You want to ask me why I joined Blue Feather Sect, right?" Lu Xianyun thought for a moment before replying, "I did have this question, but after thinking about it carefully, I'm afraid this is our only way out. And although Protector Bien gave us 2 choices, who knows what the consequences of choosing the other path will be. You've seen the way Blue Feather Sect acts. None of them are kind people." Xianxia sighed. Lu Xianyun also smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect things to turn out like this as soon as we entered the star boundary. If I had known earlier, it's useless to regret it now. Let's take one step at a time. As long as we are strong enough, do you think we can't get out of here?" Xianxia sneered. "That's true." Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly. "In that case, I'll go rest first." The next few days passed peacefully. Because his identity tokens had not been distributed yet, Xianxia did not dare to move around at will, and simply stayed in retreat to cultivate. Without the barrier in his body, the speed at which his Saint Qi was transformed into Source Qi greatly increased. Xianxia vaguely felt that he was about to touch the threshold of the Third Order Origin King realm. Before entering the Star Territory, Xianxia had spent several years in the dead territory outside Shadowed Star, comprehending the infinite emperor pressure that flowed there, benefiting him greatly. After that, he had accumulated a lot of experience in the Starlight Corridor, so he was confident he could break through to the Third Order Origin King realm. However, he was not in a hurry. After all, he had just joined Blue Feather Sect, so if his performance was too eye-catching, it was very likely to attract unnecessary trouble. As such, after accumulating enough Saint Qi, Xianxia put down his cultivation progress and simply let his body absorb the starlight and transform his Saint Qi into Source Qi, trying to make the next breakthrough easier. A few days later, Xianxia and Lu Xianyun's identity tokens were brought over by Ko Wu. With these identity tokens, it meant that the two of them had truly become disciples of Blue Feather Sect and could move about freely except for some restricted areas. Xianxia took this opportunity to walk around and meet many disciples of Blue Feather Sect. Regardless of the temperament of these people, the ones Xianxia met were all Origin Kings who were cultivators of the Star Boundary, so they naturally knew a lot about it. After some inquiries, Xianxia learned some good information. That was, the Emperor Realm did not exist in Blue Feather Sect. There were only 5 masters from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and Bien Yuqing was one of them. This was not much different from his original estimate. After learning that Bien Yuqing was a master from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, Xianxia guessed that even if there were the Emperor Realm Masters in Blue Feather Sect, there would not be many, and their realm would not be high. This was because the cultivation of a protector could directly reflect the highest level of combat power in a sect. In addition to Bian Yuqing, there were 4 other masters from the Third Order Dao Source realm. One was the sect master, while the other 3 were also protectors in charge of the other 3 peaks. The 4 protectors each had their own duties and were not related to each other. Chapter 1946. Time flew by, and soon Xianxia had been in Blue Feather Sect for more than a month. In a month's time, he had basically figured out the general situation of the sect. During this time, he and Lu Xianyun's lives were uneventful. Apart from cultivating, they cultivated. No one came looking for trouble with them, and the sect did not give them any missions. Judging from this situation, choosing to join Blue Feather Sect was a good choice. At the very least, there was a place for them to settle down. However, Xianxia knew that this was only temporary. Any disciple who joined a sect would have to contribute to the sect at some point. The reason why he and Lu Xianyun were relaxed now was because Blue Feather Sect had not encountered any difficulties. Once Blue Feather Sect encountered an enemy or some other crisis, they would have to participate in the battle. Xianxia had no sense of belonging to Blue Feather Sect, so naturally, he was not willing to risk his life for such a sect. Moreover, Xianxia always felt that a pair of eyes were observing him and Lu Xianyun, obviously because they had just joined the sect and were still under observation. Xianxia did not care. He and Lu Xianyun had not shown any excessive behavior during this time, so even if someone was monitoring them, they would not expose anything. Inside Blue Feather Sect, there was a lively shopping district where Blue Feather Sect's disciples exchanged materials or purchased things. In the shopping district, some of the good roads and wide views were naturally occupied by powerful disciples, while some remote locations were reserved for ordinary disciples. Early in the morning, Xianxia and Lu Xianyun arrived at the market and walked straight into a remote location. Inside a simple shop. Outside the shop, there were already more than 30 cultivators lined up in a long line. When they saw Xianxia arrive, they all cupped their fists and greeted him. "Junior Brother Yang, you come early. Junior Brother Yang, hurry up and get to work. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Junior Brother Yang, I'm the first one here today. Help me refine first." These cultivators were basically all Origin King Realm cultivators, with a few Origin Returning Realm Masters. Each of them had a friendly smile on their faces as they took the initiative to greet Xianxia. With a smile on his face, Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "Let's get to work. Thank you for waiting so long, brother and senior sister." While speaking, just as he was about to enter the shop, at this moment, a young woman with an enchanting figure and beautiful appearance walked over gracefully. Ignoring the strange gazes of the surrounding people, she directly took Xianxia's arm and pressed her large and full chest against Xianxia's elbow. She breathed in his ear and said, "Junior brother, don't mind them. Today, I'll help senior sister refine a furnace of 9 revolving void spirit pills. Okay? Senior sister, I'm still preparing to go back and cultivate in seclusion." Senior sister, this shop has rules. First come, first served." Xianxia's face was filled with black lines as he pulled his arm away without a trace. The young woman did not give up and continued to pester Xianxia. "It doesn't matter. Senior sister can go and talk to them. I'm sure they won't dare to refuse. If you help senior sister refine first, senior sister can." In the end, she took the initiative to put her red lips close to Xianxia's ear. Whispering a few words, the seductive light in her beautiful eyes was almost dripping. "Is there such a good thing?" Xianxia's eyes flashed a green light as an excited expression appeared on his face. To the side, Lu Xianyun's pretty face turned cold. Looking at Kai Yang with extreme disdain, from his nostrils he spat out a meaningful sound. Xianxia let out a hollow laugh. Stretching out his hand, he patted the young woman's back and said with a look of regret, "Senior sister, rules cannot be broken. Junior brother can't help, but if senior sister is interested, you can come to my humble abode some other day, and we can have a good chat." Seeing that her seduction had failed, the young woman immediately curled her lips and snorted, not willing to help at all. What a stingy brat. Saying so, she directly shook off Yang Kai's arm and glared fiercely at Lu Xianyun, as if blaming her for ruining her good deed. Lu Xianyun's expression was dull as she took out a sign she had made in advance from her space ring and placed it in front of her, coldly saying, "Brother and senior sister, please line up in order to refine pills. The remuneration and commission are written on the sign. Please also prepare the materials in advance for any spirit pills you wish to refine. If the refinement fails, there will be no refund." Everything she said was written on the sign, so there was no need for her to deliberately repeat it, but she still said it responsibly. While she was speaking, Yang Kai had already tiptoed into the shop, took out his purple origin furnace, closed his eyes, and prepared to start the day's work. After getting along for more than a month, the relationship between him and Lu Xianyun had become more and more harmonious. In this unfamiliar star boundary, although the two of them did not come from the same star territory, because there were too many similarities between them, it was easy for them to get along. A few days after arriving at Blue Feather Sect, though, the two of them discovered a problem. They could not obtain any cultivation resources. Although they were already disciples of Blue Feather Sect, the sect would not distribute cultivation resources to its disciples for no reason. If they wanted to obtain resources, they had to pay a price for the sect or find a way to obtain them themselves. For an Origin King Realm Master, Saint Crystals were useless. The energy stored in Saint Crystals could not meet the needs of an Origin King cultivator. In the star boundary, there was something called Source Crystals that replaced Saint Crystals. The energy stored in Source Crystals was countless times richer than that of Saint Crystals. Even an Origin King Realm, or even a Tao Source Realm cultivator, would be able to satisfy their cultivation needs. Like Saint Crystals, Source Crystals were divided into 3 grades: high, middle, and low, with the exchange rate between each grade being 1 to 10. They were the hard currency used between cultivators. In other words, if Yang Kai wanted to speed up his cultivation, he had to find a way to obtain Source Crystals so that he could buy what he wanted. However, he was unfamiliar with this place and had no idea how to obtain his own cultivation resources. However, after discovering the existence of this market, Yang Kai had the idea of earning Source Crystals by performing alchemy for others. He was an Origin King grade alchemist who had triggered the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone, so although his alchemy skills were not as good as Xianxia's, they were still quite good. Origin King grade alchemists were extremely powerful existences in the territory of Homestar. But in the star boundary, they were very common. As such, Yang Kai was not worried about exposing any of his secrets. As long as he was careful and did not go too far, he believed that his identity as an alchemist would allow him to gain more attention. In other words, his and Lu Xianyun's safety would be greatly guaranteed. After considering these gains and losses, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. After discussing with Lu Xianyun, he began to act in the market. The first few days were extremely difficult. No one was willing, or rather, no one dared to hand over their herbs to him for alchemy. After all, the cultivation resources obtained by the Blue Feather Sect disciples were all risking their lives. So who would dare to hand them over to a junior brother they did not know? What's more, in this market, there was more than one alchemist who could perform alchemy for others, so there was no need to take the risk of losing both money and goods just to find Yang Kai. For 3 days, Yang Kai did not even open a single business, causing Lu Xianyun to almost despair. On the 4th day, Yang Kai steeled his heart and put up a sign stating that alchemy was free and full compensation should the refinement fail. As soon as this sure-kill move appeared, someone finally dared to try it. In any case, even if the refinement failed, full compensation would be paid, so there was no harm in trying. When Yang Kai refined the first spirit pill, Lu Xianyun was like an ant in a pot of boiling oil, anxious and restless. After all, she and Yang Kai did not even have a single source crystal right now, so if the refinement failed, there was no way they could compensate others. After waiting for an hour, the wait felt like a year. Yang Kai actually succeeded. What's more, the Origin King grade spirit pill he refined was of extremely high quality and flawless, greatly satisfying the alchemist. When the pill was completed, a rich pill fragrance wafted across half the street, filling everyone's nostrils with disbelief. The alchemist was also very happy and kept praising Yang Kai's skills, promising that if he ever wanted to perform alchemy in the future, he would definitely come to Yang Kai. Yang Kai generously accepted this praise and made a request to the alchemist to advertise for him so that more people would come to perform alchemy. The Blue Feather Sect disciple naturally agreed after receiving such a bargain. On the first day, Yang Kai refined 3 furnaces of pills, all of which were successful and of extremely high quality. On the second day, Yang Kai refined 8 furnaces. On the third day, a long line of cultivators came to Yang Kai to perform alchemy. Yang Kai immediately asked Lu Xianxia to replace the free alchemy sign with a clear price tag that stated how many source crystals would be charged for each pill refined. After nearly a month of hard work, Yang Kai had earned a lot of source crystals, and more importantly, his name had begun to spread throughout the market. Almost all the Blue Feather Sect disciples who came to the market for alchemy knew that in this remote corner, there was a simple shop owned by a junior brother with extremely high alchemy skills. Not only was his failure rate extremely low, but the quality of the spirit pills he refined was also extremely high. Naturally, many people came to ask for alchemy services, causing the entrance of the small shop to become bustling with activity. Yang Kai was very restrained. He had never refined a pill with pill veins, and from time to time, he would deliberately fail 1 or 2 furnaces as a disguise. Only in this way could he better hide his attainments in alchemy. A few years ago, on Water Moon Star, he triggered the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone, allowing Yang Kai's comprehension of the Alchemic Tao to reach an incredible level. Now, he was even more proficient in alchemy than before, and all kinds of herbs seemed to come to life in his hands. His alchemy process coincided with the Grand Tao and was beyond the reach of ordinary people. As for Lu Xianxia, she was responsible for receiving the cultivator who came to ask for alchemy services, delivering the alchemy herbs into the shop, and at the same time taking out the refined spirit pills and handing them to the people waiting outside. The two of them performed their respective duties and cooperated seamlessly. Every night, after finishing work, Yang Kai would give Lu Xianxia 30% of the day's profits. In fact, according to Lu Xianxia's original idea, she was not even qualified to receive 10%. After all, Yang Kai was the one refining the pills while she was only responsible for receiving customers outside. However, Yang Kai insisted on giving her 30% of the profits, which made Lu Xianxia very grateful to Yang Kai for his generosity. Chapter 1947. Before performing alchemy, Yang Kai had also inquired a little about the Star Boundaries alchemy techniques from the Blue Feather Sect disciples he had met in the market. He found that the Star Boundaries alchemy techniques were extremely profound, on a completely different level from those in Star Territory. Without mentioning anything else, even an ordinary alchemist in the Star Boundary could condense 2 or 3 spirit pills at a time, unlike the situation in Star Territory, where each set of materials could only refine 1 spirit pill. The reason for this was that the Star Boundaries pill condensing techniques had become so widespread that any alchemist was qualified to learn them. However, there was a limit to the number of pills that could be condensed in any furnace. For example, the furnace Yang Kai was refining now was a Luo Wang Fuyi pill, an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill. With Yang Kai's alchemy skills, it was not difficult to refine, and if he went all out, he could definitely refine a pill with pill veins. Even a most powerful alchemist would only be able to condense 9 pills in the final process of condensing pills, which required 17 different kinds of raw materials to refine. 9 spirit pills was the limit of this furnace, and even an Emperor Realm Master would not be able to successfully condense more. Different spirit pills and different pill recipes would result in different numbers of spirit pills being condensed in the end. To condense the maximum number of Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pills, one needed to be at least a Tao Source grade alchemist. Yang Kai's current limit was 6 spirit pills. During the process of alchemy, Xianxia was constantly familiarizing himself with his alchemy techniques and pill condensing techniques, verifying them with the grand alchemic Tao tone imprinted in his knowledge sea, allowing his alchemy skills to improve rapidly. In less than an hour, Xianxia had finished. The Luo Wang Fuyi pill, which could restore an Origin King Realm cultivator source qi, had been refined, and the number of pills condensed was also the limit of what Xianxia could condense: 6. Xianxia stuffed 3 of them into a space ring and threw the remaining 3 into a jade bottle he had prepared in advance. The spirit pills in the jade bottle were for the person who asked for them, so 3 were enough to meet his needs. As for the extra pills, they were naturally pocketed by Xianxia. Therefore, after these days of alchemy, Xianxia not only harvested a lot of source crystals, but also a lot of spirit pills of various uses. If he were to sell it, he would definitely be able to make quite a fortune. Unfortunately, he could only refine Origin King grade spirit pills now and did not have any Tao source grade materials to practice with. Otherwise, Xianxia would have liked to try refining Tao source grade pills to see if he had reached that level. After sealing the jade bottle, Xianxia casually tossed it up and down, secretly lamenting how easy it was for an alchemist to earn cultivation resources. Just as he was about to ask Lu Xianyan to come in and take the pill, suddenly, Lu Xianyan's tender voice rang in his ears, followed by a series of crashing sounds. Xianxia's face sank. He quickly got up and rushed out like a whirlwind. Outside, Xianxia glanced around and saw Lu Xianyan standing to the side with an ugly expression on her face. The sign that had been placed in front of her had been thrown to the ground. It had been trampled under the foot of a cultivator wearing blue feather sect robes and had been reduced to several pieces. Outside the shop, the cultivator who had been waiting in line for alchemy frowned one by one and spread out to watch from a distance. Seeing Xianxia appear, Lu Xianyan seemed to have found her backbone and quickly approached him. What happened? Xianxia frowned and asked. He had been refining alchemy here with Lu Xianyan for almost a month and had not provoked anyone, so he could not understand how someone had come to cause trouble today. They said there was a problem with the pill you were refining. Lu Xianyan came to Xianxia and whispered. What problem? Xianxia raised his eyes and glanced at the opposite side. They didn't make it clear. When they came over, they directly attacked. Lu Xianyan grit her teeth. Her face was filled with anger as she stared aggrievedly at the sign that had been trampled under the foot of the cultivator in front of her. Because she was cooperating with Xianxia in alchemy, and Xianxia generously gave her 30% of the profits, Lu Xianyan had been working hard these days. She felt that she could not help Xianxia in alchemy, so she could only work on the sign. The design of the sign. Every word and stroke on it had been carefully carved by her. Every day, she would take it out when she came and put it into her space ring when she left. Every night, she would even carefully wipe it clean when she returned home. The signboard was spotless. This was the only way she could help Xianxia. But now, the sign that she had worked so hard on had become tattered. So Lu Xianyan was naturally extremely dissatisfied. You attacked without making it clear? Xianxia raised his brow and coldly snorted in his heart. He knew that even if he did not show off during this time, helping someone with alchemy had probably blocked someone's path to wealth. Otherwise, how could such a scene occur? Are you the alchemist here? Opposite him, the cultivator who had stepped on the sign looked at Xianxia arrogantly with a cold smile on his face as he asked, And may I ask what this brother's name is? Xianxia looked at the other party indifferently. Well said. I am Chu Fei, Protector Zhu's disciple. Xianxia's heart moved as he knew that the Protector Zhu this person was talking about was one of the 4 protectors of Blue Feather Sect, Zhu Junshan. This person's cultivation was similar to Bian Yuqing's, a third-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, not something Xianxia could reach right now. However, because the relationship between the 4 protectors was not very harmonious, if it were not for the Sect Master suppression, Blue Feather Sect would have already fallen apart. However, it was also for this reason that the relationship between the disciples of the 4 protectors was not very harmonious. In the sect, there were many disputes between disciples, and some even fought in private, leading to injuries and injuries. Outside the sect, The situation was even more obvious. When Yang Kai heard that the other party was a disciple of Protector Zhu, he knew that this person was here to cause trouble. So if it's Brother Chu, I wonder why Brother broke Junior Brother's sign? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Don't play dumb in front of this, Chu. Don't tell me you don't know what happened. Chu Fei coldly snorted, as if he was serious. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I have only been in the sect for about a month, so I don't think I have ever offended Brother Chu. Please enlighten me. Chu Fei chuckled and nodded. Good. Since you say so, this brother will explain it to you. Saying so, he waved his hand and said, Bring him here. Not far behind him, a few cultivators immediately came over carrying a stretcher. Lying on this stretcher was a man who looked extremely miserable, his strength fluctuating erratically, sometimes silent, sometimes surging fiercely. He seemed to have lost his consciousness, his eyes red and his mouth emitting incomprehensible cries. Even lying on the stretcher, he struggled hard, but there was a layer of restrictions around his body that made it impossible for him to move. A misfire has become the demon race. The onlookers exclaimed. The situation of the cultivator lying on the stretcher was obviously one where a misfire had become the demon race. It was very likely that something had gone wrong during his retreat, causing him to lose control of his strength. If it was not stopped, this person would likely be crippled. However, it was extremely difficult to stop a misfire from becoming the demon race. Unless there was someone with a great divine technique to suppress it, there was no way this cultivator could turn the tide. This was a misfortune that any cultivator feared. Once they encountered it, their life would be over. Junior brother, do you recognize this person? Chu Fei looked at Yang Kai coldly and asked as he pointed to the cultivator on the stretcher. Yang Kai glanced at him and nodded. I have some impression of him. He seems to have come to me for a pill 5 days ago. As soon as this statement came out, Lu Xianyun's pretty face suddenly turned pale. She was not stupid and had vaguely guessed what would happen next, so she could not help looking at Yang Kai with worry. Junior brother, it's good that you admit it, Chu Fei sneered. My junior brother Jiang is a heaven-defying genius, reaching the second-order Origin King realm at such a young age. His future is limitless. Even Protector Zhu has praised him many times, saying that he is the most talented disciple of our branch. So what? Yang Kai looked at Chu Fei indifferently. Chu Fei's face turned cold as he said fiercely, but he was ruined by your hands. Junior brother, how do you think this matter should be resolved? Big brother must be joking. Yang Kai chuckled. Brother Jiang became the demon race during his cultivation. How could I have ruined him? What does that have to do with me? You still don't want to admit it? If he hadn't taken the pill you refined, how could he have become the demon race? You just said yourself that he came to you for a pill 5 days ago. Chu Fei shouted. Hearing what Chu Fei said, the faces of the onlookers suddenly changed. After all, they had all been waiting in line for Yang Kai to perform alchemy a moment ago. If the pill Yang Kai refined was really problematic, who would dare to look for him? All of them could not help rejoicing in their hearts. Fortunately, Chu Fei had come in time, otherwise they would very likely have become the next junior brother Jiang. Yes, he did come to me for a pill 5 days ago, but that does not mean that his becoming the demon race had anything to do with me. Perhaps it was because his foundation was unstable. There are many reasons for a cultivator to become the demon race. Big brother, don't you think it's unfair to slander me like this? Yang Kai looked at Chu Fei coldly. The other party was just a third-order Origin King, so Yang Kai was not afraid of him at all. The only thing that worried Yang Kai was whether Chu Fei had some kind of power behind him. It was impossible for Chu Fei to come looking for trouble for no reason, so the only problem was the spirit pill. In this market, there were several alchemists and shops that provided alchemy services, but they were all established by the Blue Feather sect disciples themselves and had no direct relationship with the protectors. Big brother is not slandering you. Junior brother Jiang came to you for a pill 5 days ago, and after returning, he has been in retreat, but a few days later, he became the demon race. Now that he has become like this, don't say it's just a coincidence. Protector Zhu said that he was a heavenly talent, So how could his foundation be unstable? Besides the problem with the spirit pill you refined, I can't think of a second reason. Yes, after Big Brother Jiang came back that day with a happy expression on his face, saying that he had picked up a big bargain. I even advised him to find someone to verify the quality of the spirit pill he refined, but he was in a hurry to enter retreat. Now it seems that cheap things are no good. I didn't expect that Big Brother Jiang would have such a problem after just a few days of retreat. A blue feather sect disciple who had come with Chu Fei echoed. Chapter 1948. The market was extremely lively, and there were many people coming and going. Although Yang Kai's rented shop was located in a remote location, as soon as this incident happened, it attracted countless cultivator onlookers. The people who came later did not know the whole story. Only seeing the miserable appearance of the cultivator surnamed Jiang and foreseeing his future fate, all of them glared angrily at Yang Kai, as if Yang Kai was really a lousy alchemist who dared to harm his fellow alchemists. Naturally, there were some people who knew that this matter was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. But in Blue Feather Sect, there was little sentiment between the disciples, and none of them had any friendship with Yang Kai. So naturally, none of them would stand up for him at this time and cause trouble for themselves. Yang Kai observed the situation carefully and knew that if he didn't handle this matter well today, he would no longer be able to earn source crystals by alchemy here in the future. It didn't matter if he could refine alchemy or not, but he was worried that the other party might have some kind of follow-up plot. Do you have any evidence that Brother Jiang became the demon race because of the spirit pill refined by Brother Yang? Lu Xianxia asked through gritted teeth, but this question was obviously feeble. Chu Fei sneered. Junior Brother Jiang is here, what evidence do you need? Lu Xianxia was speechless for a while and looked anxiously at Yang Kai. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, 5 days ago, Brother Jiang came to me and asked me to refine an Emperor-grade blood yang pill. This spirit pill's function is to supplement one's vitality. Perhaps it is related to some kind of secret technique Brother Jiang cultivates. At that time, I gave him 4 spirit pills. Dare I ask if he has any left? If there are any remaining spirit pills, he can find an alchemy grandmaster of the sect to examine them and see if there is any problem with them. Lu Xianxun's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. She excitedly said, Yes, if there are any remaining spirit pills, can't you just find someone to verify them? Chu Fei snorted. All the spirit pills have been taken by Junior Brother Jiang. Where do you want me to find the rest? Yang Kai spread out his hands. Brother Chu said so. That meant that there was no evidence at all. It was pure slander, and there was nothing that could be done. Forgive this junior brother for not keeping you company. Brothers, take care. When you find evidence, it won't be too late to argue with me. As he spoke, Yang Kai turned around and was about to enter the store. The other party was clearly looking for trouble, and Yang Kai didn't have the heart to continue entangling with them. You want to leave? Do you think you can escape? When Chu Fei saw Yang Kai's attitude, he suddenly became furious and shouted, A life for a life. A debt must be repaid. You want to leave just like that after hurting Junior Martial Brother Jiang to this extent? How can there be such a good deal in this world? Yang Kai turned around and looked at Chu Fei with a smile, asking coldly, What does Brother Chu think we should do? Come with me to Protector Zhu to receive your punishment. Chu Fei shouted, Nonsense, I am Protector Bian's disciple. Even if there is a punishment, it is Protector Bian's business. Since when was it Protector Zhu's turn to decide? Bold, daring to be disrespectful to Master Protector. You've only just entered the sect, yet you're already so arrogant. What will you do in the future? Let this brother teach you a good lesson on how to be a qualified junior brother. Chu Fei was here to pick a fight, and now that he had finally found a reason to take action, how could he endure? Saying so, Chu Fei arrived in front of Yang Kai in a flash and stretched out his hand towards Yang Kai. The power of the Origin King's territory domain burst forth and completely enveloped Yang Kai, as if it could completely seal the space around him, making it extremely viscous and difficult for him to move. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Similarly, he pushed his territory domain, resisting the suppression of his opponent's territory domain. At the same time, a golden light flashed from his hand and several dozen golden blood threads appeared. These golden blood threads suddenly transformed into a long golden blood whip and lashed out towards Chu Fei. Space seemed to be torn apart. The violent vitality contained in the golden blood threads seemed to have transformed into a ferocious viper, exuding an unparalleled pressure that made it difficult for anyone to take them lightly. Chu Fei was taken aback. He had thought that his opponent was just a junior brother who had just broken through to the second-order Origin King realm. With his third-order Origin King strength, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to deal with him? How could he have known that Yang Kai's attack would be so strange? Not only was his opponent's territory domain not weaker than his own, but it was also much more solid, making it impossible for his territory domain to suppress him. What's more, the majestic power contained in this casual attack also showed that this junior brother's source chi was surging. Otherwise, with a difference of only a minor realm, it would have been impossible for Chu Fei to feel any pressure. As the golden blood thread whip lashed out, a chill surged from Chu Fei's heart. Without even thinking about it, Chu Fei quickly withdrew his hand and summoned a mirror-like artifact in front of him. A burst of light shot out from the mirror towards the golden blood thread whip, and at the same time formed a cone-shaped barrier in front of him. Asterisk pa. Asterisk with a light bang. The golden blood thread whip struck the mirror-like barrier, but was deflected to the side, failing to hurt Chu Fei. This mirror can actually deflect attacks. But if that's all, Yang Kai's lips curled into a sneer. The deflected golden blood thread whip suddenly twisted and transformed into a golden python. This golden python had red eyes and sharp fangs as it opened its maw and wrapped itself around Chu Fei's body at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had wrapped itself around Chu Fei 7 or 8 times before biting down on his neck. Chu Fei screamed, but before he could react, Yang Kai had already rushed forward, his entire body almost touching Chu Fei's. Raising his right fist, a 5-colored light flashed from it as it smashed down towards Chu Fei's face like a giant hammer. Chu Fei wanted to resist, but to his horror, he found that he was completely powerless in front of Yang Kai. The other party's strange golden python secret technique and pure territory domain made it impossible for him to even use his strength. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a muffled bang. Chu Fei was sent tumbling through the air several times before crashing to the ground. The audience went into an uproar. Everyone's hearts shook violently as they watched this one-sided battle with dumbfounded expressions. The battle between Yang Kai and Chu Fei started and ended quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Lu Xianyun did not even have time to help. Only now did Lu Xianyun assume an offensive posture, but the moment Chu Fei was sent flying, she froze in place. She had no room to intervene at all. Shocked, her beautiful eyes trembled as she stared at Yang Kai. She was shocked to find that compared to Yang Kai in the Starlight Corridor, this man seemed to be much stronger. She had never doubted that Yang Kai was not Chu Fei's opponent. After all, this man had caused Yin Lusheng to suffer a big loss in the Starlight Corridor. Although Chu Fei was also a third-order Origin King, the strength of his body had not been fully transformed into source chi, so naturally, he could not be compared to Yin Lusheng. Yang Kai could make Yin Lusheng suffer, so naturally, defeating Chu Fei should not be a problem. However, she had not expected that Yang Kai's victory would come so easily. What part of his opponent was a third-order Origin King? If one were to say that he was a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, many would believe it. Did this man really come from the territory of a low-class star? If they had not met in the Starlight Corridor, Lu Xianyun would not have believed this fact. Lu Xianyun was shocked, and so were the surrounding Blue Feather Sect disciples. Especially those who knew that Yang Kai was also an alchemist cultivator. They could not believe their eyes. One had to know that although alchemists also cultivated because they spent a lot of time on alchemy, their cultivation would not be too high relative to their own level of alchemy. Yang Kai being able to refine an Origin King Great Spirit Pill and being an Origin King Realm Cultivator was already incredible. But now he had easily crushed his brother, a third-order Origin King, with just his second-order origin king cultivation. That's right, the scene before his eyes could only be described with the word crushing. Xianxia's bizarre performance had simply blinded their dog eyes. A disciple with such powerful combat strength, capable of crushing opponents above his realm, and proficient in alchemy, it was difficult for him not to be taken seriously. The surrounding Blue Feather sect disciples looked at Xianxia and could already foresee that after today, he would definitely receive the attention of the sect and be vigorously cultivated. As for injuring their brother, was that even a big deal in Blue Feather sect? Many people were already thinking about how to build a good relationship with Xianxia, so that when he soared one day, they would be able to eat meat and drink soup. The other two Origin King Realm cultivator who had come with Chu Fei were pale at this moment. When Chu Fei and Xianxia fought, they, like Lu Xianyan, wanted to help, but in the blink of an eye, Chu Fei was lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. This scene was completely different from what they had expected. What they had expected was that Xianxia would be severely taught a lesson by Chu Fei, beg for mercy, and allow them to do whatever they wanted. But the cruelty of reality left them with little ability to think. Xianxia's sharp eyes drifted over, causing the two to involuntarily take a step back. One of them was a first-order origin king, while the other was a second-order origin king. Even if they joined forces, they were not Chu Fei's opponent, so how could they dare challenge Xianxia? Fortunately, Xianxia did not seem to have any intention of finding trouble with them, and instead walked towards Chu Fei step by step, squinting his eyes and smiling. Brother Chu, no discord, no concord. Now that we know each other, we can have a good talk about this brother Jiang and how he became the demon race. When Chu Fei heard this, he no longer dared to lie on the ground and play dead, quickly jumping up and shouting fiercely, "What do you want to do?" Brother must be joking. This junior brother is new here. How could he dare do anything to you? I just want to talk to you. Xianxia smiled very amiably, but in Chu Fei's eyes, this smile was like that of an evil ghost. Saying so, Xianxia cracked his knuckles as he clenched his fists. Chu Fei's face was pale, and his eye was bruised, one of his eyes swollen into a slit as he spat out bitterly, "I admit defeat this time, but don't push your luck. Push my luck." Xianxia's eyes turned cold. Brother insulted my reputation as an alchemist for no reason. If this matter is not resolved today, how can I perform alchemy here in the future? Then what do you want? Chu Fei grit his teeth and asked. Chapter 1949. After realizing the gap between himself and Xianxia, Chu Fei no longer had his previous arrogance, but in front of so many people, he did not want to tarnish his reputation. Otherwise, how could he raise his head in Blue Feather sect in the future? So even if he was frightened, he could only throw the question back to Xianxia. It's very simple. Xianxia looked at Chu Fei with a smile and raised a finger. With senior brother causing such a ruckus, I'm afraid I won't be able to continue performing alchemy here in the future. Shouldn't senior brother compensate for my losses? Compensate for your losses? Chu Fei's eyes almost bulged out of their sockets, never having expected Xianxia to be so unscrupulous. Xianxia grinned meaningfully. Junior brother doesn't need much, just a few 100,000 source crystals should be enough. A few 100,000 in your dreams. Chu Fei immediately jumped up, his face twisting. You really dare to ask for such an exorbitant price? A few 100,000 source crystals was an amount Chu Fei did not even dare to imagine. Since he began cultivating, including all the source crystals he had spent so far, he only had a few 100,000 or 200,000. Xianxia asking for a few 100,000. Wasn't that the same as asking for his life? Xianxia's face suddenly became cold as he snorted. Brother, you don't have the slightest sincerity. It seems we can't continue this discussion. In that case, before Xianxia could finish speaking, he suddenly tilted his head and listened attentively, as if he had noticed something. Seeing this scene, Chu Fei smiled happily and laughed. Junior brother, today's matter ends here. Brother will remember you. We will meet again someday. Looking at Xianxia's expression, how could he not know that a master was sending a message to Xianxia? Since a sect master had intervened, he was safe. Saying so, Chu Fei waved his hand. Turning to the other two, he shouted, "Let's go." The two did not dare to neglect and quickly lifted up junior brother Jiang, who was still struggling, before quickly leaving. "You want to leave after insulting my reputation? How could there be such a cheap deal in this world?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, causing Chu Fei to be shocked. When he turned his head, he saw Yang Kai rushing in front of him. His fist, which was shining with colorful light, was once again magnified in front of his eyes. The power of the condensed territory domain lingered around Chu Fei's body, completely suppressing his momentum, causing Chu Fei to only have time to cry out in shock. Yang Kai pressed him to the ground and beat him up. A third-order origin king was not weak, and even if Chu Fei had not fully converted his Saint Qi into Source Qi, he would still be able to put up a desperate fight. However, after the previous confrontation with Yang Kai, Chu Fei knew that he was not this junior brother's opponent at all. So this time, he did not even try to resist. Instead, he simply pushed his Saint Qi to protect his vitals, allowing Yang Kai's fists to fall like raindrops. The onlooking cultivator was completely dumbfounded. A series of muffled bangs rang out. Occasionally, Chu Fei's miserable howls could be heard. By the time Yang Kai got up, Chu Fei was covered in blood and lying on the ground groaning. Obviously, his injuries were not light. Yang Kai turned his head, glanced in a certain direction, and cursed before calling out to Lu Xianyun, "Pack up!" Lu Xianyun was startled. Finally recovering, she hurriedly followed Yang Kai back to their residence. Wherever the two passed, the Blue Feather Sect disciples took the initiative to make way for them, all of them staring at Yang Kai with fear in their eyes. Lu Xianyun followed behind Yang Kai, staring at his broad back in a daze, her thoughts flying. She had not expected that Yang Kai, who usually looked very peaceful, would be so ferocious when he went crazy. In the shopping district, if not for the fact that they were fellow disciples, Chu Fei would have been beaten to death by Yang Kai. However, after this incident, it was likely that they would no longer be able to go to the shopping district to perform alchemy in the future. This made Lu Xianyun feel a little regretful. After all, the two of them had made a lot of profit from alchemy in the past month. They had earned a lot of source crystals. Walking and walking, Kai Yang suddenly came to a halt. Lu Xianyun was caught off guard and almost bumped into his back. She quickly stopped and asked, "Brother Yang, what's wrong?" "You go back first. I have to go to the peak." Yang Kai turned back and said. "The peak." Lu Xianyun frowned, but immediately reacted. "Protector Bien wants to see you? Then the one who sent you a message just now." And Yang Kai nodded. "It's a small matter, don't worry." "Do you want me to go with you?" Lu Xianyun asked. "Protector Bien didn't summon you, so I'm afraid you can't go up. You should go back first." Yang Kai finished speaking and walked straight to the peak. Lu Xianyun shouted from behind, "Be careful." Yang Kai didn't answer and just waved his hand. When he was halfway up the mountain, a figure appeared in front of him and stared at Yang Kai indifferently, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. "Brother Ko." Yang Kai looked indifferent and cupped his fists. The one who stopped him was Ko Wu. It was also Ko Wu who had sent him a message just now and told him to go to the top of the mountain to see Protector Bien. "Your courage isn't small, daring to disobey my orders. Didn't I tell you to let Chu Fei go? Why did you hit him?" Ko Wu coldly snorted. Yang Kai sneered and said, "Being bullied like this, why should I swallow my anger? Protector Bien's faction isn't so weak, is it? If that's the case, Brother Ko really disappoints me. How long have you been in the sect? What do you know? Do you think today's matter was just Chu Fei looking for trouble?" Ko Wu said coldly. "Of course I know he was instigated to come here." Yang Kai sneered. "I just want to make some source crystals by performing alchemy there. Who is blocking my path to wealth? Let me guess, is it Protector Zhu? And Protector Bien doesn't want to have any conflict with Protector Zhu? Is that why you want me to compromise?" Ko Wu looked at Yang Kai with some surprise and nodded. "You're not too stupid." Yes, although Chu Fei's actions were not directly ordered by Protector Zhu, it still involves the interests of Protector Zhu's faction. Alchemy is alchemy, so why don't you enter Treasure Source Hall? You should know that Treasure Source Hall is an alchemy hall set up by our faction in the market. If you enter there to perform alchemy, we can shelter you if something happens." Yang Kai spread his hands. I'm poor. If I enter Treasure Source Hall, I'll have to pay 60% of my earnings. Brother, I just came to the star boundary. How can I not have some source crystals? That's a reasonable reason. Kou knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth, so he didn't criticize him further. But you beat Chu Fei today, giving Protector Zhu an excuse to find fault with you. What if they decide to punish you according to the sect's rules? No matter what, Chu Fei is still your senior brother. What you're doing is disrespectful. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Isn't that why Protector Bien called me over? I'm sure she'll deal with it properly. Kou Wu's face went black as he quickly said, Don't mention the word elder in front of Protector Master. Otherwise, you'll lose your dog life. I understand, she's a woman. Yang Kai nodded. Forget it, come with me. I hope Protector Master is in a good mood today. Otherwise, you'll be out of luck. Kou Wu shook his head and did not continue to reprimand him, instead leading Yang Kai towards the top of the mountain. Arriving at the same palace as before, Kou Wu led Yang Kai into a side room. The air in this room was sweet and fragrant, with pink furnishings everywhere, making it look like a woman's boudoir. Bien Yuqing was lazily reclining on a bench, her exquisite curves exposed, one hand supporting her cheek as she closed her eyes and dozed off, a leisurely posture that would arouse one's imagination. That chair was covered with a precious animal skin blanket, and beside her, there were several young women in their prime who were wearing revealing clothes. Some were gently fanning themselves with a fan. Some were peeling grape-like spirit fruits and feeding them to Bien Yuqing's mouth, and some were kneeling on the ground and gently massaging Bien Yuqing's long and slender, beautiful legs. When Yang Kai entered this place, the first thought that popped in his mind was extravagant. Kou Wu, as always, lowered his head and looked straight ahead at his feet before cupping his fists and saying, Protector Bien, I've brought that boy here. Greetings, Protector Master. Yang Kai did not look straight ahead like Kou Wu, but his eyes were clear and there was no trace of lust in them. Because he knew that a woman like Bien Yuqing was not someone he could touch right now, and if he even had the slightest bit of lust in his heart, she would teach him a harsh lesson. Hearing Yang Kai's voice, Bien Yuqing, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them slightly and swept Yang Kai with a sharp gaze, causing Yang Kai to feel uncomfortable all over, as if he had been cut by a knife, causing his skin to ache. Yang Kai's eyes met hers, and for a moment, he felt as if the other party's eyes had turned into bottomless vortexes, trying to pull his soul in and sink him forever. Startled, Yang Kai hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue and felt a tingling sensation, waking him up slightly. When he looked at her again, Bien Yuqing's eyes had returned to their original state without any ripples. Little one's courage isn't small. You've only been in the sect for a few days, yet you dare cause trouble for this queen. Bien Yuqing's voice was soft and pleasant, but her tone was quite displeased. Protector Master is wise. Yang Kai resisted the uncomfortable pressure and quickly said, This disciple didn't cause trouble, but was bullied and humiliated, so I resisted. Resisted? Haha, I heard that you beat your brother so badly he doesn't even look human anymore. It will take him at least 3 months to recover. Is this what you mean by resisting? Bien Yuqing looked at Yang Kai faintly. Perhaps I was a little heavy-handed, but only in this way can others not dare to look down on Protector Master's branch. If this disciple had tolerated it, I'm afraid others would have thought our branch was weak and easily bullied. Oh, Bien Yuqing raised her brow and said with a smile, Then according to what you said, this queen should gather all the disciples and praise you in front of everyone, using you as an example. This disciple is only doing his duty. Protector Master is too serious. Impudent, Bien Yuqing shouted and waved her hand, sending a huge force towards Yang Kai, directly knocking him into the wall. Master, please calm your anger. Kou Wu hurriedly tried to appease her. Unexpectedly, after Bien Yuqing flew into a rage, she began giggling, causing Kou Wu to be stunned, wondering what Bien Yuqing was feeling right now. Chapter 1950. Kai Yang and Bien Yuqing didn't have much contact. Besides this meeting, they had only met once before. When he first met Bien Yuqing, Yang Kai only felt that this woman was very strong. After all, she was a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source realm. But as for her temperament, Yang Kai had no idea. However, this second meeting made Yang Kai understand that this woman was temperamental. She was extremely difficult to provoke. Her casual strike didn't contain too much strength, but it wasn't something that the current Kai Yang could contend against. After hitting the wall, he could only feel the blood in his chest tumbling, and his chest bones faintly aching. When he stood up, he heard Bian Yuqing's tender laughter. Yang Kai clutched his chest and stared at Bian Yuqing intently. The latter's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, a hint of approval flashing across her eyes as she nodded lightly. This queen likes men with backbone. Your performance was not bad. At least you didn't ruin this queen's reputation. Yang Kai frowned, but did not answer. However, Bian Yuqing suddenly changed the topic. Today's matter can be big or small. This queen does not want to give Zhu Junshan an excuse to find trouble with this queen. After all, you have only been in the sect for a month, yet you dared to offend your superiors. This queen's fault for not teaching you properly. How about this? You go to Ice Cliff for 3 months, and today's matter will be forgotten. She spoke very casually, but Yang Kai felt something was wrong and quickly asked, "Dare I ask, Master Protector, this Ice Cliff, what kind of place is it?" He had been in Blue Feather Sect for more than a month, but had never heard of this Ice Cliff. Ice Cliff. Bian Yuqing smiled sweetly. And it's a place where disciples who make mistakes are imprisoned. The environment there? Haha, you'll know when you see it. Yang Kai's face couldn't help sinking. Kowu turned his head and glanced at him, his eyes full of sympathy, as if Ice Cliff was a very bad place. Take him away. Bian Yuqing waved her hand casually. She closed her beautiful eyes again. Disciple will take his leave now. Kowu respectfully retreated, pulling a Yang Kai with him as he left. Yang Kai was full of questions, but when he saw Bian Yuqing's expression, he knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of her. He could only leave with Kowu. After leaving the palace, Kowu let out a sigh of relief. Every time he met Bian Yuqing, he felt a great deal of pressure. Brother Ko. Yang Kai turned to look at Kowu. Hey, junior brother Yang. Kowu sighed and patted Yang Kai's shoulder, saying earnestly, "Don't ask, you'll know when you get there." Big brother can only say that the master of the Dharma Protector is exceptionally generous this time. After all, it's not a long time. 3 months, it'll be over in a casual closed-door meditation. When the time comes, Big brother will personally pick you up. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai felt even more uncomfortable, becoming more certain that this ice cliff was not a good place to be. However, unless he could kill his way out of Blue Feather Sect now, he would not be able to escape. He could only obediently follow Kowu to the ice cliff. Silently calculating his strength in his heart, Yang Kai could only hide his depression in the bottom of his heart. Kowu once again summoned his ship-like flight-type artifact, and after the two of them boarded, it flew off in a certain direction at an extremely fast speed. Looking down from above, the buildings of Blue Feather Sect seemed to be passing by at an incredible speed. The further they went, the more Yang Kai could feel the chill in the air. At a certain moment, Kowu suddenly pointed to the front and said, "Junior brother Yang, that's the ice cliff, the place where all the disciples of the sect who make mistakes will be imprisoned. They will all be thrown there. And don't even think about running away. Although this place is not close to the headquarters, and there is no one within a 10,000-kilometer radius, if you leave the ice cliff without permission, the master of the Dharma Protector will know at that time." Kowu did not finish his words. How could Yang Kai not understand what he meant? Gently nodding, Yang Kai looked up ahead. Somewhere in front of him, white clouds swirled around, making it impossible to see the real scenery. Yang Kai could only vaguely make out a towering mountain peak, but this peak seemed to have been split in half from the middle. The cut was neat and tidy, and there was a chasm in the middle that made it seem daunting. After arriving here, the chill in the air became more and more obvious. Even with the protection of the ship, Yang Kai could feel the biting cold. What's more, there seemed to be another kind of aura mixed with this chill that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Xianxia frowned and thought for a long time before suddenly calling out, "Emperor pressure?" Ko Wu looked at Xianxia in surprise and asked in amazement, "Junior brother Yang, you can actually perceive the presence of emperor pressure here? Have you encountered an emperor realm master before?" If one had not encountered an emperor realm master before, it was impossible to know what emperor pressure was like. When Ko Wu first came here, he only felt that the coldness here was extremely uncomfortable, as if it had a natural suppressive force on cultivators, but he did not understand why. It was not until Bian Yu Qing explained it to him that Ko Wu understood the reason behind it. Xianxia was a second-order origin king from the territory of a low-level star. Yet he was able to determine that the chill in front of him contained emperor pressure. This was not something that could be explained by profound eyesight. The only possibility was that Xianxia had experienced emperor pressure before. There's a restricted area in the territory of the Great Desolate Star where emperor pressure remains. I have felt it before, Xianxia replied casually. So that's how it is. Ko Wu did not doubt him and nodded. There are many guardians in the territory of low-level stars, each of whom is a high-level Emperor Realm Master. Perhaps the guardian of your Great Desolate Star territory left some traces in that restricted area. But why is there Emperor pressure here? Xianxia asked suspiciously. Ko Wu smiled slightly. This is related to the origin of Ice Cliff. It is rumored that the birth of this ice cliff is related to an Emperor Realm Master who can control ice principles. This ice cliff was created by that master with a single slash of his sword. The ice cliff is surrounded by that Emperor Realm Master's ice concept and has not dissipated even after 10,000 years. Why else do you think Ice Cliff became the place where the disciples of my Blue Feather sect are imprisoned? This place was created by an Emperor Realm Master with a single slash of his sword. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Everyone in the sect says so, but I don't know if it's true or not, Ko Wu chuckled. Junior brother, when you get there, try to stay at the top of the ice cliff as much as possible. Don't go too deep. The deeper you go, the stronger the Emperor Realm ice concept will become. Even the sect master and the 4 protectors can't reach the bottom. With your ability, you won't be able to compete with the Emperor pressure. If you go too deep, it will only lead to disaster. I understand. Many thanks for Brother Ko's warning. Xianxia nodded. In addition, the Master Protector didn't just confine you. Although the environment of this ice cliff is harsh, making it impossible for ordinary people to stay here for long. If you can comprehend something here, you will benefit immensely. Don't disappoint Lord Protector's kind intentions. Ko Wu's words were sincere and earnest. Really? Xianxia grinned. In that case, brother shouldn't go back. How about we go together to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao? No need. Ko Wu's expression became serious as obvious fear appeared in his eyes. I came to this damned place once before and stayed there for a month. I almost didn't make it back. What was brother's cultivation when you came here at that time? Third Order Origin King, Ko Wu replied. Xianxia suddenly curled his lips. The Master Protector really thinks highly of me. This means that the Master Protector thinks your potential is greater than mine. Ko Wu chuckled and formed a seal with his hand, causing the ship to stop moving forward. He then turned to Xianxia and said, Brother will send you off here. Go on your own. I'll pick you up in 3 months. Xianxia nodded and didn't say anything more, jumping off the ship and rushing straight towards the top of the ice cliff. After Xianxia left, Ko Wu immediately drove the ship away from this damned place. The bone-piercing cold seemed to penetrate deep into one's soul, not only hindering the flow of one's qi, but also affecting one's thoughts, giving one the illusion that even their mind was frozen. The hot breath he exhaled was clearly visible and thick like a fog. As soon as Xianxia landed at the top of the ice cliff, he involuntarily circulated his qi to resist the pervasive cold, finally feeling a little better. The space above the ice cliff was as spacious as a flat piece of land, but near the rock face, there were a number of large and small holes. Obviously, these were simple caves excavated by the Blue Feather sect disciples who had been imprisoned for many years. Xianxia stood in place and looked around. He found that there was not a single blade of grass growing on this ice cliff. making it look extremely desolate. Even the rocks had been frozen into ice. Although there was a faint trace of emperor pressure here that contained extremely profound ice principles, it was not obvious, so it was relatively easy for Xianxia to resist it with his current strength. If Su Yin were here, the beautiful figure of Su Yin suddenly appeared in Xianxia's mind. If she were here, this ice cliff would not be an unbearable forbidden area, but instead a blessed land. This place contained an emperor's ice principles and ice principles, which would provide an unimaginable boost to her cultivation speed. As long as she could comprehend the mysteries of these principles and condense her own concepts, her growth time would be greatly reduced. Unfortunately, Su Yin was still on Shadowed Star. As for Xianxia himself, he didn't cultivate the ice attribute, so he could only sigh. Shaking his head, Xianxia dispelled the thoughts and confusion in his mind. After familiarizing himself with this empty and desolate environment, Xianxia went directly to the rock face, drilled into one of the cave mansions, and began to inspect it. Since he was going to stay here for 3 months, he naturally had to first determine if there was anyone alive here. If there was a fellow disciple who had also been thrown into solitary confinement here, Xianxia felt that it would be better to inform them first. After a quick investigation, Xianxia determined that there was no one alive here except for himself. However, there were more than a dozen dead people. These dead people were scattered in different cave mansions, each of them in a cross-legged meditative posture. Their appearances were lifelike, and their expressions were extremely serene, as if they had not suffered any torture or pain at all. Instead, it was as if they had lost their vitality in a deep sleep. Chapter 1951. This discovery caused Xianxia's heart to tremble, because this was the true danger of this ice cliff. The omnipresent ice domain could erode a cultivator's mind, causing them to unknowingly lose their life. This was why the dead cultivator could maintain a serene demeanor, showing no signs of struggle or pain. After inspecting the cave mansion, Xianxia thought about it for a moment before directly jumping off the ice cliff. Although Ko Wu had repeatedly warned Xianxia not to enter the depths of this ice cliff, since there was such a rare emperor pressure here, Xianxia naturally wanted to experience it. Back when he was comprehending this emperor pressure in the dead territory outside Shadowed Star, he had gained a lot. Xianxia now had his own way of dealing with the suppression of this emperor pressure. However, he did not dare to act recklessly and instead controlled his speed as he slowly descended. As Ko Wu said, the further down he went, the stronger the emperor pressure became and the more terrifying the ice domain it contained became. After descending less than 1,000 meters, Xianxia was already struggling. Even if he used all of his strength, he was unable to resist the bone-chilling cold. Even circulating his source qi was difficult for him to do so. In desperation, Xianxia could only push his territory field. When his territory field was formed, it was also under the suppression of the emperor pressure from the Emperor Garden. The Emperor Garden's emperor pressure was even stronger than this place. As such, his territory field had a certain degree of resistance to this emperor pressure. As soon as his territory field appeared, Xianxia felt much more relaxed. He quietly released his divine sense to explore the bottom, wanting to find out how deep this ice cliff was. However, very soon, Xianxia withdrew his divine sense in shock, because he noticed that the icy concept and energy of the laws had actually frozen the divine sense he'd released, and if he hadn't withdrawn it in time, his divine sense would have been damaged. After being aware of this, Yi Zichen said, Xianxia no longer dared to release his divine sense. Down below was a dark abyss, like the maw of a great beast, causing one's heart to tremble. Continuing to descend another 1,000 meters, Xianxia heard a series of cracking sound from outside his body. That was a sign that the territory was about to reach its limit. If he continued to dive deeper, his territory field would inevitably collapse. At that time, with just Xianxia's own strength, he would not be able to resist the emperor pressure and ice concept at this depth of several thousand feet. Only death awaited him. This was his limit. Xianxia understood and didn't try to be brave. Instead, He lifted his body and flew upwards. This was an investigation. Although he gained nothing, Xianxia knew that this was indeed a good place to train his will. In a way, he had to thank that Bian Yuqing. He didn't fly to the top of the ice cliff. Instead, he chose to carve out an immortal's cave 1,000 feet away from the top. This was the most suitable location for his current strength. The Emperor's pressure and concept of ice here were at a level that he could barely contend with. Cultivating in seclusion in such a location would be of great benefit to one's growth. Carving out an immortal's cave took Xianxia quite a bit of effort. The ice cliff had been immersed in this special icy environment for many years, and the rock walls had long been corroded by the Emperor pressure and principal strength. They were no longer ordinary rock, but extremely solid ice. It took Kaiyang a full 3 days to carve out a simple cave dwelling, and this cave residence was only the size of 2 rooms. Xianxia didn't rush to enter retreat and instead sat cross-legged in the cave, recovering while resisting the harsh environment. Fortunately, he had been helping others with alchemy some time ago. He had accumulated a lot of Origin King Great Spirit pills and source crystals. As such, his recovery speed was quite fast. Xianxia spent a few more days adjusting his state to its peak before he began to deal with the most important matter at hand. Breakthrough. His strength had reached the peak of the second-order Origin King realm, and his comprehension of the martial Tao and heavenly way was almost enough. After coming to the star boundary and entering the Blue Feather sect, he had the qualifications to break through. However, he wasn't in a hurry to do so. Firstly, he didn't want to stand out too much. He was now under the eaves of others, so it was always right to be careful. Secondly, he wanted to accumulate as much as he could to make this breakthrough smoother. Most importantly, he didn't have a suitable place to do so. Although he had a residence in the Blue Feather sect and could use his identity token to activate the barrier around it to prevent ordinary cultivators from spying on him, he absolutely couldn't prevent Bian Yuqing's divine sense from inspecting him. Xianxia didn't want to expose his secrets. This was not Shadowed Star. On Shadowed Star, he was the master and could easily find a secluded place where no one would disturb him. Xianxia originally wanted to stay in the Blue Feather sect for a while and gain Bian Yuqing's trust before leaving the sect temporarily to find a suitable place to enter secluded retreat and break through. However, this trip to the ice cliff gave him a different idea. Wasn't this ice cliff a very good place to break through? Within a 10,000-kilometer radius, there was no one, and the Emperor pressure and principal strength permeated the air. Even if he made a commotion during his breakthrough, it would not spread too far. After 3 months, when he broke through to the third-order Origin King realm and returned to the Blue Feather sect, if Bian Yuqing asked, he would have a good explanation. At that time, he would simply tell her that he had comprehended something while in retreat at the ice cliff. He believed she wouldn't ask too much. After all, a third-order Origin King was nothing to her. For various reasons, Xianxia felt that his breakthrough was inevitable. Xianxia had thought a lot about how to break through to the third-order Origin King realm in the past few years, and had a plan in mind. Inside his secluded home, Xianxia sat cross-legged, surrounded by the source crystals he had earned during this period. Roughly counting, there were at least 30,000 pieces. These are all the source crystals Xianxia had now. Even if he was an Origin King Great Alchemist, he had been helping others perform alchemy for more than a month, so source crystals were not easy to earn. However, 30,000 low-rank source crystals should be enough to support his breakthrough this time. Xianxia was not in a hurry to break through to the next realm, and instead sat in this cold environment, recalling his life's journey on the martial Tao, learning from High Heaven Pavilion, walking step by step from a trial disciple, experiencing countless hardships and hardships. Along the way, there were beauties accompanying him, so he was not lonely. Xianxia had not grown up for long, and among all the Origin King realm cultivators, he was quite young. But his life experience was rich and varied, not much worse than those old monsters who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Scenes from over the years replayed in Xianxia's mind, as if they were just yesterday, the excitement and danger still vivid in his mind. Xianxia's mood was as tranquil as an ancient well. Time passed slowly, and Yang Kai forgot everything. The cold world principles lingered around his body, invading his flesh and penetrating his 5 viscera and 6 organs. Inside the secluded home, Yang Kai's hair and beard gradually turned white, as if he had been frozen. His vitality gradually weakened, and even his breathing and heartbeat became slower and slower. He gradually became like the dozen or so Blue Feather sect disciples who had died, as if he was walking toward the end of his life in the cold. But inside his body, earth-shaking changes were taking place. In his lower abdomen, a mixture of Source Qi and Saint Qi exploded violently. Yang Kai's physique and vitality also scattered and condensed in the Dantian region of his abdomen, catalyzing a magical transformation there. The biggest difference between a second-order origin king cultivator and a third-order cultivator was not the conversion ratio of Source Qi to Saint Qi. Even if a cultivator did not have any Source Qi, they could still break through to the third-order origin king realm. The difference between the two was the origin essence crystal. Only by condensing one's own origin essence crystal could one truly become a third-order origin king cultivator. The origin essence crystal was the essence of a cultivator, containing all of the cultivator's insights into the martial Tao and heavenly way. It was similar to the nature of the monster core in the monster beast body. A monster beast could use its monster core to stimulate its own secret techniques, improving their lethality and power. A cultivator above the third-order origin king realm could also do so. The origin essence crystal was the manifestation of a cultivator's insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. When facing an enemy, the power of one's attacks would be even stronger. In a moment of crisis, one could even directly summon their origin essence crystal and perish together with their enemy, just like a monster beast summoning its monster core. There is no difference between the two. However, if one wanted to condense their own origin essence crystal, they would first need to figure out what kind of attribute they were cultivating. An origin essence crystal was not omnipotent. Its existence could often only enhance a cultivator's strength in a certain aspect, unable to cover everything. For example, when Yang Kai first entered the martial Tao, he cultivated a Yang attribute secret art. Later, he could become the demon race, transforming the strength in his body into a demonic flame. Even the golden blood threads and 5 elements indestructible sword Qi he cultivated could be condensed into his own origin essence crystal. However, once chosen, the origin essence crystal could only enhance one aspect of one's strength. If Yang Kai condensed his own insights into the 5 elements indestructible sword Qi into an origin essence crystal, the power of his 5 elements indestructible sword Qi would be greatly increased in the future. Choosing the golden blood threads would be the same. However, Yang Kai did not intend to do so. His origin essence crystal would naturally bear the brunt of the Tao of space. The Tao of space was mysterious and difficult to defend against, far superior to any other attribute. Since Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he naturally wanted to focus on this aspect. This was an idea he had never changed. This was also why he did not dare to break through in Blue Feather Sect at will. This was his trump card. Bian Yuqing still did not know he cultivated the Tao of space. So if it was exposed during his breakthrough, it would likely immediately attract the attention of the elders of Blue Feather Sect. Even in the vast star boundary, the Tao of space was a force few people were proficient in. In his lower abdomen, a mixture of Source Qi and Saint Qi continued to gather and slowly condense, accompanied by an unimaginable pain. At the same time, in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's own perception and understanding of the Tao of space were transforming into an invisible force that cleansed his knowledge sea. Yang Kai's soul was unprecedentedly calm as he focused all his consciousness on his body. Amidst this wondrous state, the ethereal Tao of space flowed out, but Yang Kai was unaware of it and instead focused on perceiving the essence of this force, slowly comprehending it. Time passed quickly and silently. Gradually, extremely obvious fluctuations of space force emerged from Xianxia's body, shattering the layer of frost covering his body. Chapter 1952. 1,000 meters deep inside the ice cliff, inside the secluded cave, extremely obvious space force fluctuations appeared, forming a clear territory that enveloped the entire cave. Cracking sounds rang out as the space around Xianxia became unstable. Numerous tiny spatial rifts slowly took form, and they were like nimble fishes swimming freely in the water before they were annihilated under the self-repair of the laws of the heavens and earth. This cycle repeated endlessly. Later, the tiny void cracks began to connect, forming extremely terrifying void cracks. The surrounding space was like a piece of cloth that had been cut open by a sharp sword, leaving countless scars on its surface. The chaotic turbulence of the void continued to surge about, causing the small, secluded cave to be riddled with scars and gravel. At the same time, a dazzling light of stars suddenly appeared on Xianxia's body. These specks of starlight, like fireflies, dotted his skin. This starlight was what Xianxia had absorbed in the starlight corridor before, but was unable to integrate it into his physical body and instead stored in his knowledge sea. Affected by Xianxia's breakthrough, this starlight emerged on its own initiative, turning into a magical catalyst that allowed the Saint Qi in Xianxia's body to transform into Source Qi. If someone else were standing nearby at this moment, they would likely be able to tell at a glance that Xianxia was a star master. After all, the phenomenon on his body was too obvious, so it was difficult for anyone not to associate it with him. Majestic strength poured out of his body like a magnificent tsunami, but Xianxia was completely unaware of it, completely immersed in his comprehension of the Tao of space. A series of large and small void black holes formed around him, a direct manifestation of Xianxia's secret technique. A series of pitch-black crescent-shaped attacks shot out in all directions. These were the effects of his moonblades. In terms of cultivating the Tao of space, Xianxia had comprehended two secret techniques on his own, and at this moment he had reached the point of condensing them. A metallic clanging sound came from his lower abdomen, as if something was suddenly born there. All of Xianxia's insights and understanding of the Tao of space in this life converged into this newly born object. The origin essence crystal was formed. At the same time, Xianxia's own momentum rose sharply. Clap, 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 clap. The source crystals he had arranged in advance seemed to be attracted by some kind of mysterious force and suddenly exploded. Rich heaven and earth energy filled the cave, and Xianxia's body seemed to have become a bottomless pit, crazily absorbing the heaven and earth energy, filling his body. The shackles of the peak of the second-order Origin King realm were broken in an instant, allowing Xianxia's cultivation to smoothly reach the next level. But this wasn't the end. He continued to absorb the pure energy contained in the shattered source crystals, stabilizing his current cultivation base. It made his foundation even more solid. As for Xianxia himself, he wasn't paying attention to his own realm at all. All of his attention was still immersed in comprehending the power of space. Xianxia suddenly discovered that he now had a new understanding of the obscure aspects of the Tao of space that he had not understood before. Another brand new secret technique vaguely appeared in his mind. He was overjoyed. On the surface, however, he remained calm and collected as he focused on comprehending the secret technique. He wanted to break through the bottleneck that prevented him from comprehending the secret technique and reveal this brand new secret technique. Time flew by, and a month and a half passed. During this time, Xianxia had not moved at all. The 30,000 source crystals he had arranged around him had long been consumed, and his realm had stabilized at the third-order Origin King realm. Although he had not completely transformed his Saint Qi into Source Qi yet, this was not something that could be done overnight. Instead, it required the accumulation of time. But when he opened his eyes again, his whole person seemed to have become a little different from before. In his eyes, there was a faint, illusory power, and with every movement he made, he seemed to be able to cause space to distort. Is this the new secret technique? Yang Kai muttered to himself. With a thought, he suddenly disappeared from where he stood. This was not the teleportation of a space secret technique, because Yang Kai did not move at all, still sitting cross-legged. But if one used their divine sense to scan him, they would not be able to discover his existence at all. With his current third-order origin king realm strength, using this secret technique was enough to deceive an ordinary Dao source realm cultivator. But if one were to look with their naked eyes, they would still be able to vaguely see a transparent figure, motionless like water ripples. This was a kind of concealment secret technique. Yang Kai had fused himself with the void to create a unique concealment secret technique. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai grinned. Let's call it nihility. Different from exile and Moonblade, nihility was not a secret technique for combat, but rather a concealment secret technique. To a certain extent, it was several times more precious than exile and Moonblade, because only by preserving one's life would one have the strength to fight again. However, Yang Kai vaguely felt that nihility was not just a concealment secret technique, it also had another function. As for how effective this function was, it still needed to be tested. After more than a month of secluded cultivation and achieving all his goals, Yang Kai was in a very good mood. He closed his eyes and began to examine his condition. Sinking his divine sense into his lower abdomen, Yang Kai soon discovered that in the Dantian region of his lower abdomen, there was a hexagonal crystal. This was his origin essence crystal, a manifestation of all his insights into the Tao of space. To put it bluntly, if this origin essence crystal was obtained by someone, and they comprehended all the mysteries contained within it, they would be able to obtain Yang Kai's understanding of the Tao of space and use all of Yang Kai's secret techniques. This was Yang Kai's most precious treasure right now. This was not the first time he had seen an origin essence crystal. Back then, he had found an origin essence crystal in Luyan's desert. At that time, he didn't know what it was, but it was later confirmed to be the origin essence crystal of the insect emperor. However, it was swallowed by the soul-warming lotus, allowing the soul-warming lotus to evolve into its 7-colored form. Later, in the blood prison of Green Mountain Star, Yang Kai found the origin essence crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King, and even obtained one from Purple Star's vault. The shape of origin essence crystals seemed to be similar hexagonal crystals, but their colors were quite different. Regardless of what color the origin essence crystals of others were, Yang Kai's origin essence crystal was pitch black, a darkness that seemed capable of swallowing everything in its path. This color also matched his space force, which made Yang Kai very satisfied. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Withdrawing his attention, Yang Kai checked the ratio of his own realm to his source chi conversion. Naturally, there was no need to mention his realm. Condensing his own origin essence crystal meant that Yang Kai had broken through to the third-order origin king realm. However, the conversion of his source chi made Yang Kai very dissatisfied. It was only half of what it should be. Although he had been condensing his origin essence crystal before, he was well aware of his own situation. When the starlight actively poured out of his knowledge sea and acted as a catalyst to transform his Saint Chi, he was naturally aware of it. But now, the starlight in his knowledge sea was almost exhausted, yet the Saint Chi in his body had not been completely transformed into Source Chi, which made him very depressed. This was also the reason why he did not understand the situation of the star boundary. If he knew that even if he was a star master and absorb enough starlight in the starlight corridor, it would take him several years to transform all his Saint Chi into Source Chi after entering the star boundary, he would definitely not think so. For example, Yin Lusheng spent 5 years in the starlight corridor to transform all his Saint Chi into Source Chi. He was also a star master. AI was also a star master, so if there were no accidents, it would take him at least 5 or 6 years to transform his Saint Chi. The cultivator who came from the territory of a low-level star and was not a star master were even more miserable. It was normal for it to take 10 years, and it was possible for it to take 20 to 30 years. Even 40 to 50 years was not considered much. A few decades was nothing for an Origin King realm cultivator. The transformation of source chi could make a cultivator stronger and stronger. So even if their realm did not change, the strength a cultivator could display would gradually increase. However, it took Xianxia less than 3 months to transform more than half of his Saint Chi into Source Chi. This kind of incredible speed was almost unprecedented. Today's Xianxia was more than twice as strong as he was a month and a half ago. After all, his realm had risen by a minor realm, and the proportion of Source Chi he could transform had increased significantly. There isn't much starlight catalyst left in my knowledge sea. What should I do if I want to continue transforming Source Chi in the future? Right? I heard some people say some time ago that there's a source condensing pill that has a similar effect to starlight. Should I refine some source condensing pills? Young, Kai touched his chin and muttered to himself. Source condensing pills, as the name suggested, were spirit pills specifically used to transform the Saint Chi in a cultivator's body into Source Chi. They could only be taken by an Origin King realm cultivator and were an Origin King grade high-rank spirit pill. Although their effects were not as good as Starlight, they were the most commonly used auxiliary spirit pills for Origin King realm cultivators. However, Xianxia had only heard the name of the spirit pill and did not have the pill recipe, so he did not know what materials were needed to refine it. Xianxia secretly decided that after the seclusion was over, he would go to the market and see if he could collect the source condensing pill recipe. There were many other pill recipes as well. There was a wide variety of pill recipes in the star boundary, far more than those on Homestar's territory. Collecting some right now could be considered a precaution as they might come in handy in the future. However, collecting pill recipes also required a large number of source crystals. Thinking of his empty space ring, Xianxia felt a headache coming on. He had never expected that he, who was extremely wealthy in Homestar territory, would become so poor in the star boundary. Putting away the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Xianxia stood up. As he stood up, the layer of frost that had condensed on his body began to fall. Xianxia patted it casually, but in the next moment he suddenly frowned before a look of joy appeared on his face. He found that his ability to resist the harsh cold around him was much stronger than before. At that time, Xianxia had chosen this location to open a secluded home because he could barely resist the harsh environment here. He wanted to temper his will here, but now he found that the harsh cold around him could not affect him at all. Obviously, because his strength had improved, his resistance to the harsh environment had greatly increased. Chapter 1953. There was still some time before the 3-month confinement ended, and Xianxia had nothing urgent to deal with now, so his mind couldn't help becoming active. Arriving at the entrance of the secluded home, Xianxia looked down and saw nothing but darkness. A month and a half ago, he could only go less than 5,000 meters down this ice cliff before he had to return, which showed just how harsh the environment here was. Now that his strength had increased a lot, he was interested in testing his limits. In addition, if he could stay in the Emperor pressure and ice principles for a long time, it would be of great benefit to his will and state of mind. Not to mention, if he encountered any Dao Source Realm Masters in the future, he would not be suppressed by them. Xianxia could withstand Emperor pressure, so how could he be afraid of Dao Source Realm cultivators? Considering all this, Xianxia no longer hesitated and jumped down. Just like before, the deeper he went, the stronger the Emperor pressure became, and the crueler the remaining ice principles became. The omnipresent cold seeped into Xianxia's body and knowledge sea, becoming a great hindrance to him. Xianxia's speed was not fast, but he was testing his bottom line little by little. 3,000 meters, safe and sound. 5,000 meters, still bearable. 8,000 meters, somewhat difficult. After reaching 1,000 meters or so, Xianxia found it a little difficult to continue. After breaking through a minor realm, transforming so much of his source chi, and condensing his own origin essence crystal, he could only dive 5,000 meters further than before. Xianxia shook his head, realizing more and more how terrifying an Emperor Realm Master was. According to his current level, 1,000 meters was his limit. Just as he was about to stop at this position, just as he was about to dig out a new immortal's cave nearby to temper himself, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind that made him excited. I wonder if nihility can resist the ice principles. As soon as he thought of it, Xianxia immediately acted. Immediately, he displayed the new secret technique he had just comprehended. In an instant, he disappeared from where he stood, leaving behind only a transparent, almost imperceptible afterimage, like ripples in water. After using the nihility secret technique, Xianxia immediately felt that the terrifying emperor pressure and ice concept that had been wreaking havoc around him had disappeared. There was no longer any pressure in the place where he was at. It was really effective. However, before Xianxia could be pleasantly surprised, he discovered a new problem. After using his secret technique nihility, Xianxia could indeed ignore the emperor pressure and ice principles in this place. But in just 2 breaths of time, the omnipresent emperor pressure and ice principles had destroyed his secret technique. He let his figure reappear. The pressure that surged like the sea arrived as expected. Standing there, Xianxia frowned, thinking about the reason. Soon he had some insight. His secret technique relied on the power of space to perform, fusing his body with the void, thus creating blind spots for vision and divine sense. Because he had fused with the void, he had deceived the surrounding emperor's might and ice laws, which was why he could ignore their suppression. But the secret technique nihility was not omnipotent. After all, his realm was too low, and he could not control the emperor pressure and ice principles at all. Under the collision of the two forces, his control of space principles was naturally inferior to the emperor pressure and ice principles, which was why he was exposed. In other words, as long as there was an attack that surpassed his own strength, they could break his nihility secret technique. Xianxia understood. This was inevitable. He was not the slightest bit frustrated. Instead, he felt that this drawback was natural. There was no secret technique in this world that could not be broken. In the end, it was still a matter of one's own strength. But if that was the case, Xianxia grinned and once again used his nihility secret technique. Immediately after, his figure flickered and he used teleport. The next moment, he dived down another 500 meters, and soon, the surrounding emperor pressure and ice principles broke his nihility secret technique. However, at the same time his figure appeared, before the surrounding terrifying forces could suppress him, he once again used nihility, merging himself into the void and avoiding the violent, murderous intent. Repeating this process, Xianxia dived down at an extremely fast speed, completely forgetting the dangerous environment he was in. His original intention was just to test the effect of his nihility secret technique, but in the heat of the moment, he dived deeper and deeper. By the time he reacted, he had already gone down who knew how many meters. Recovering from his shock, Xianxia could not help breaking out in a cold sweat. Looking up, he could only see a ray of light. How could he dare to be negligent? He instinctively wanted to leave this damned place quickly, lest he make a mistake and be buried here, which would be a real joke. But just as he was about to leave, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed something. Somewhere down below, a little fluorescent light flickered slightly. What is it? Xianxia kept using nihility while turning his head to look down. A moment later, another fluorescent light flickered in that same location. Xianxia confirmed that his eyes were not playing tricks on him, and that there was indeed something there. After pondering for a while, he used teleportation again and dived down. However, this time, to his surprise, he found that he had reached the bottom of the ice cliff without even realizing it. In the deepest part of the ice cliff, the emperor pressure and ice attribute domain would definitely be fatal to an ordinary Dao Source Realm master. Even masters from the third order Dao Source Realm would not be able to reach this place. Ko Wu had said before that in Blue Feather Sect, the sect master and the 4 great protectors had all come to explore this ice cliff, but unfortunately, no one had been able to reach the bottom. However, the nihility secret technique had given Xianxia the ability to temporarily protect himself and successfully reach this place that no one had visited for 10,000 years. The source of the light was not too far from him. So Yang Kai carefully moved while remaining vigilant of his surroundings, lest some kind of murderous intent suddenly descend. After a while, he arrived at the source of the light. The light at the bottom of the ice cliff was very dim, but Yang Kai was not an ordinary person, so his eyesight was not affected. Looking around, he could not help but light up. Not far in front of him, there was a strange ice flower-like object. This ice flower seemed to have been carved out of ice and was crystal clear, without the slightest impurity. At the very top of this strange object, there were 3 small fruits. These fruits were not big, each about the size of a pigeon's egg, but they also looked crystal clear and gave off a faint glow, making them look unreal. When Yang Kai first saw this, he subconsciously thought that this was not a spirit flower or exotic fruit, but rather a real ice sculpture. However, he soon realized that he was wrong because there was a faint fragrance in the air. It was the unique fragrance of spirit fruits. It was slightly cool, and it made people feel refreshed. This was obviously a genuine spirit flower or exotic fruit. In this terrifying environment at the bottom of the ice cliff, Yang Kai did not dare to release his divine sense, but he could still perceive that this ice flower and the 3 ice fruits contained extremely powerful energy. If a cultivator who cultivated ice attribute secret chi were to obtain these things, it would be no less than a peerless treasure. It was very likely that these fruits were born because of the emperor pressure and ice attribute secret chi here. Yang Kai quickly made a guess in his heart. A spirit flower or exotic fruit that was born in this kind of place would have an unimaginable value, because it was immersed in this special environment all year round. Whether it was the flower or the fruit, it was certain to contain emperor pressure and ice attribute secret chi. Whether it was used for alchemy or swallowed, it was very likely that a cultivator would be able to comprehend the divine technique of the Emperor Realm Master. A priceless treasure. Yang Kai could not help breathing a little faster, almost failing to use nihility in time, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. After stabilizing his emotions, Yang Kai squatted down and, with a thought, circulated his 5 elements indestructible sword chi. In an instant, Yang Kai's right hand was wrapped in a crimson flame. This was the power of his fire sword chi. If he wanted to pick this kind of treasure, it was impossible to not take some precautions. The only thing he could think of was to use his fire sword chi to restrain the ice attribute secret chi contained in this spirit flower or exotic fruit. However, Yang Kai still underestimated the horror of this thing. When his hand touched the stem of the ice flower, the crimson flame actually trembled slightly and was almost extinguished on the spot. At the same time, an indescribable chill spread from his fingers to his arm. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai's arm was covered in a layer of frost. Yang Kai was shocked, and without even thinking about it, he shouted, "Dragon transformation!" Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, a golden dragon phantom suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. The dragon phantom flashed and disappeared, while Yang Kai's right arm transformed into a dragon claw in an instant. Dragon scales covered his arm, giving it a terrifying appearance. Yang Kai grabbed the ice flower and pulled it up with all his might, not daring to linger in his hand any longer, and simply threw it into the sealed world bead. The next moment, he used his heart to sense the situation inside the sealed world bead. Inside the sealed world bead, the huge embodiment that had been meditating leisurely opened its eyes. Yang Kai had left a wisp of his soul clone inside the embodiment, so it was completely free to move around. The mountain-like body stood up, flickered slightly, and disappeared from the place of seclusion. When it reappeared, it was already in another place. This was the place where Yang Kai threw the ice flower in. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk the crisp sound continued. Inside the sealed world bead, the place where the ice flower was located was rapidly turning into frozen earth, and it was also spreading at an extremely fast speed. The terrifying concept contained in the ice flower even affected the space inside the sealed world bead to a certain extent, causing the temperature inside to drop a little. Soon, the area within a radius of 10 miles was covered by a layer of ice. It was only at this time that the abnormality caused by the ice flower gradually subsided. The embodiment inside the sealed world bead and Yonkai at the bottom of the cliff couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of relief, finally feeling relieved. Chapter 1954. Having inadvertently obtained such a rare treasure like the ice flower, Yonkai was in a good mood. This thing was indeed useless to him, but could be exchanged for a lot of cultivation resources, especially source crystals, which he was currently in short supply. If he could find a good auction house to auction off the 3 ice fruits, Yonkai estimated that he would not have to worry about source crystals in the near future. The bottom of the cliff was not a place to stay for long, so after obtaining the ice flower, Yonkai prepared to evacuate. But at that moment, a sharp and strange cry suddenly sounded in his ears, followed by a snow-white ray of light that suddenly shot out from nearby, roaring like thunder, giving off a fierce momentum. Yonkai's eyes narrowed as a great sense of crisis rose in his heart, and he instantly dodged. Chi. The snow-white ray of light struck the air, plowing a huge gully in the ground, sending ice and rocks flying everywhere. Who? Yonkai subconsciously thought that it was someone hiding at the bottom of this ice cliff who had launched a sneak attack on him, because the sudden appearance of this attack just now gave him a feeling that it was a Sword Dao secret technique, and that snow-white light was clearly a kind of sword chi filled with ice principles. But as soon as he spoke, he felt that something was wrong. This was the bottom of the ice cliff, and he had used his nihility secret technique to sneak in. If someone was really hiding here, how terrifying would that person's strength be? Would such a master need to launch a sneak attack to deal with him? So, he quickly looked towards the source of the attack. What he saw gave him quite a fright. In front of him was another snow-white ray of sword chi, wrapped in a cold concept that could freeze one's heart, and principal strength burst out in all directions. Splashing through the void, it was unstoppable, impossible to resist. Yonkai made such a judgment in an instant, and once again used teleportation to dodge. At the bottom of the cliff, he had to constantly pay attention to the suppression of the surrounding emperor pressure and ice concept, while maintaining his nihility secret technique so that he would not be crushed to death. But now, such a violent attack had suddenly appeared. Yonkai was a little flustered to deal with it. After dodging his opponent's second attack, Yonkai took the time to carefully look at the source of the attack. When he saw what had attacked him, Yonkai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was shocked and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" The one who had ambushed him was not a person, but an existence that looked like a demonic insect. The demonic insect looked like a dung beetle with a thick carapace on its back. Originally, it should have been green in color, but perhaps because it had been at the bottom of the cliff for too long, its entire body had a crystalline white color. Spirit-eating demonic insect? No way. Yonkai couldn't believe his eyes. The spirit-eating demon insect was not a specialty of the star boundary. It also existed in the star territory. Therefore, Yonkai recognized this exotic insect. The spirit-devouring demonic insects ate everything. As long as there was a little bit of spiritual energy, they could become their food. Secret treasure, artifact armor, a cultivator's body, Saint crystals, and so on. What's more, their gnawing could ignore all forms of defense and could even devour powerful ancient barriers. In his native star boundary, there was a legend that on a certain cultivation star, there was an ancient sealed place where a fierce existence had been sealed. It was a group of spirit-devouring demonic insects that had gnawed away at the ancient seal's energy. Only then did the ferocious existence manage to break free. That cultivation star had been plunged into a bloody storm, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Of course, this was just a legend, and whether it was true or not was impossible to determine. But in the end, there was no smoke without fire, so the spirit-devouring demonic insects were very difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the growth rate of these things was extremely slow. The cultivator also knew how dangerous they were, so once they were discovered, they would go all out to kill them. Yonkai had also seen spirit-devouring demonic insects before, so he recognized them at a glance. However, the spirit-devouring demonic insect he had seen before were nothing more than a group of caterpillars, unable to cause any harm to a cultivator. However, the snow-white spirit-devouring demonic insect in front of him was as tall as two people and looked quite majestic. Its fierce appearance alone gave Yang Kai a great deal of pressure. A monster insect queen? Yang Kai's face sank. Spirit-devouring demonic insects weren't extremely small and delicate existences. Their structure was somewhat similar to that of ants. Among a group of spirit-devouring demonic insects, there would be a mother, and all the spirit-devouring demonic insects would obey its orders. The one in front of him was definitely a monster insect queen. The most outrageous thing was that this snow-white queen monster insect had two large pincers in front of its body. On one of the pincers, there was a sharp sword condensed from energy, flashing with white light. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. At the bottom of this ice cliff, the sudden appearance of such a huge monster insect queen was already incredible enough. But this monster insect queen was actually capable of condensing an energy sword on its own. What kind of situation was this? As for the two identical Sword Dao secret techniques, just now, they were clearly unleashed by the monster insect queen. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing storms and waves and had a lot of experience, he still felt that his brain wasn't enough to process all of this. Everything in front of him completely subverted his common sense and destroyed his perception, leaving him unable to come up with a reasonable explanation. The intelligence of spirit-devouring demonic insects was very low. Even if they grew for tens of thousands of years, they still couldn't evolve to the point where they could display Sword Dao secret techniques. However, judging from the two sword lights just now, it was clear that this monster insect queen's attainments in Sword Dao secret techniques were not low. Those two sword lights definitely had the demeanor of a grandmaster. There was another point that puzzled Yang Kai. However, he faintly felt that those two sword lights, or rather that Sword Dao secret technique, were somewhat familiar. Just as Yang Kai was lost in thought, the monster insect queen once again raised the energy sword on its pincers, its two small eyes flashing a cold white light as it stared coldly at Yang Kai, filled with a kind of human-like contempt. Immediately, the surrounding ice principles began to linger around the energy sword. White light flashed as a sword light shot out, cutting through the void like a soaring dragon. But before it could reach him, Yang Kai's breathing stagnated as the space around him froze. This was sword intent, a kind of supreme and cold sword intent. The world energy flowing through the air turned into tiny ice needles and shot towards Yang Kai. Snow suddenly began to fall. Yang Kai exclaimed in shock, "Clear sky snowfall." Yang Kai was shocked to the extreme, never having imagined that he would see this Sword Dao secret technique in the star boundary. Yang Kai was well aware of the power of this secret technique, so he didn't dare hesitate and pushed his hands forward, sending out countless moon blades to meet it. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the cold Sword Dao secret technique displayed by the monster insect queen was greatly enhanced by the harsh environment at the bottom of this ice cliff. Although Yang Kai's study of space secret techniques had reached a level that ordinary people could not hope to reach, he was still just a third-order origin king cultivator. On top of that, the harsh environment at the bottom of this ice cliff had a great effect on the Sword Dao secret technique displayed by the monster insect queen. As such, as soon as the two secret techniques collided, the moon blade shattered, unable to resist the sword light at all. The dazzling cold sword light tore through Yang Kai's resistance and struck his face. Yang Kai's breathing stagnated as he hurriedly circulated his nihility secret technique to merge himself with the void. Asterisk Shio, Shio, Shio. Asterisk countless ice needles and huge sword light pierced through the place where Yang Kai stood, directly breaking through his nihility secret technique. Yang Kai's transparent body reappeared, and although he was able to avoid most of the attacks because he had merged with the void, he was unable to completely resist the cold Sword Dao secret technique. After reappearing, Yang Kai felt cold all over and his face turned purple. Before he could refocus his attention to deal with the monster insect queen, The surrounding emperor pressure and ice principles pressed down on him. Panicking, Xianxia hurriedly used nihility again to avoid the violent, murderous intent. I can't stay here any longer. If I do, I will definitely die. Xianxia made a decision in his heart. The moment his body transformed into nihility, he madly pushed his strength and teleported upwards, trying to escape from this dangerous place. Even without looking back, Xianxia knew that the monster insect queen was close behind him because of the numerous sword lights that were flying towards him from behind. If not for his proficiency in space secret techniques, he would likely have been frozen into an ice sculpture or killed on the spot. Impossible. This doesn't make sense. Xianxia flew upwards while dodging the attacks from behind, a look of confusion on his face. The reason for this was none other than the Sword Dao secret technique displayed by the monster insect queen that confused him greatly. After observing this secret technique several times, Xianxia finally determined that he had seen it before. Clear sky snowfall. It was clearly the secret technique that Su Yin had used in front of him before. During his days in High Heaven Sect, Xianxia would occasionally exchange a few moves with Su Yin. He had seen Su Yin use clear sky snowfall more than once, so this secret technique had left a deep impression on him. After coming to the star boundary, how could Xianxia not be surprised to see this secret technique being used by a spirit-devouring monster insect queen? The monster insect queen being able to use a secret technique was shocking enough, but it was actually using Su Yan's secret technique. If it weren't for the sharp pain in his chest, Xianxia would have thought he was dreaming. But then again, this monster insect queen's mastery and understanding of clear sky snowfall was definitely not something that Su Yin could compare with. After all, Su Yin was only a first-order origin king at the time, and this secret technique was something she had learned from Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. The same secret technique had appeared in two different places. The only explanation was that someone had passed it down in the middle. Who was the one who had acted as the middleman? Was this secret technique passed down from the star boundary, or was it passed down from the star territory? Many thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind, but he could not find a reasonable explanation. But soon, he remembered something. Su Yin once said that everything she learned in Ice Heart Valley was created by Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun. Even the profound Frost Divine Sword she brought out of Ice Heart Valley was Bing Yun's personal sword. Opening his sealed memories, Xianxia vaguely remembered that when he was in Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star, Sect Master Bing Long once said that Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun, was most likely still alive because in the frozen pond, there was only Bing Yun's personal sword, Profound Frost, and no Origin Essence Crystal. Could it be Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun, also came to the star boundary? Chapter 1955. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more he felt this was a possibility. Xianxia didn't know how strong Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun, was, but Ice Heart Valley used to be a great sect in Star Territory a long time ago, stronger than Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Sword Union, and Purple Star. However, because too much time had passed and the disciples failed to live up to expectations, Ice Heart Valley gradually declined. Even so, there was still an Origin King Realm cultivator in Ice Heart Valley. To be able to create such a sect, how weak could his own strength be? This sect had been around for 10,000 to 20,000 years. If Bing Yun had left Star Territory long ago and arrived in the star boundary, it would make sense. The clear sky snowfall secret technique used by the monster insect queen was definitely related to Bing Yun. It could even be said that the formation of this ice cliff was most likely related to Bing Yun. If Bing Yun was still alive, with her age and aptitude, it wouldn't be difficult for her to reach the Emperor Realm. The remnant Dao here was also consistent with the ice attribute secret arts and secret techniques cultivated by Ice Heart Valley. Xianxia gradually sorted out the sequence of events, but whether it was the truth or not, he didn't know. At the very least, his guess explained why clear sky snowfall appeared in the star boundary. As the sword wave continued to attack him from behind, Xianxia soon discovered a sign that made him feel slightly relaxed. The monster insect queen chasing him from behind seemed to only know a single clear sky snowfall and didn't use any other secret techniques. All of its killer moves were based on clear sky snowfall. This made Xianxia overjoyed. After all, if this was the case, he had the confidence to deal with it. Fortunately, he was proficient in the Tao of Space, and cultivators who were proficient in the Tao of Space were famous for their ability to escape. It was actually very difficult to kill a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of Space. Whether it was in star territory or the star boundary, this was the case. The last thing a cultivator wanted to offend was someone like Xianxia. The power of space allowed them to come and go without a trace. If he couldn't kill them in one strike, he would be in a lot of trouble. Therefore, once a cultivator offended such an enemy, there were only two safest solutions: kill them quickly or turn hostility into friendship. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one. From the bottom of the cliff all the way up, Xianxia had wandered back and forth between the gates of hell several times. Because he couldn't use his divine sense, Xianxia didn't know how strong this monster insect queen was. He only knew that it was not something he could contend with right now. So naturally, he extinguished any thoughts of fighting and just wanted to get rid of it. But for some reason, the monster insect queen seemed to have gone crazy. It chased after Xianxia like a maggot. His huge body moved with indescribable agility, and he was not much slower than Xianxia when he jumped on the ice cliff. After a stick of incense worth of time, Xianxia shot out from the ice cliff like a cannonball and landed on a nearby mountain peak. Only now did he finally catch his breath. Without the suppression of the rich emperor pressure and ice principles from below, as well as the natural advantage of the monster insect queen, the situation was finally not so bad. Xianxia turned around. Waiting with rapt attention, he exhaled softly. In the next moment, the huge snow-white figure arrived and landed directly in front of Xianxia. Observing the monster insect queen from the top of the mountain, Xianxia could see its ferocious face more clearly, causing his scalp to go numb. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Xianxia found that the energy fluctuations coming from the monster insect queen were not much worse than Bian Yuqing's, perhaps even stronger. The Emperor Realm, Xianxia paled. Even if this monster insect queen was not a monster beast of the Emperor Realm, it was not far from it. There was a gap of two great realms between it and Xianxia. Fighting such an enemy, it was no different from seeking his own death. Xianxia could not help but rejoice that he had not been killed by it at the bottom of the ice cliff. Just as Xianxia's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, he suddenly discovered an extremely strange thing. This monster insect queen did not seem to have the slightest signs of life, and there were no signs of blood flowing from its body. Dead, Xianxia could not help frowning. There were no signs of life. There were no signs of blood flowing, indicating that this monster insect queen was dead. But how could a dead thing be so flexible? How could it display a sword Tao secret technique like clear sky snowfall? However, this also explained why it couldn't kill Xianxia so easily, even though it had the powerful aura of an Emperor Realm Master. It was just an inanimate object, so it couldn't display the power of an Emperor Realm Master. Xianxia carefully observed it again, and was surprised to find that there was a clear wound on its abdomen, seemingly caused by sword qi that had penetrated its entire body. The wound was covered in ice crystals, revealing the internal organs in its abdomen, but strangely, there was no blood flowing from it. It really was a dead thing. Could it be the same as the corpse spirit race? Its soul was not extinguished, and it came back from the dead in the special environment at the bottom of the ice cliff. Since encountering this monster insect queen, Xianxia had many questions, but he did not have the time to investigate, because after the monster insect queen rushed up, it quickly launched an attack. The long sword formed from energy drew a circle on its pincers, and where the sword pointed, a fierce burst of energy erupted. In the sky, snow began to fall, the size of goose feathers, and the world was instantly covered in a snow-white silver. A whistling cold wind swept up, and with the monster insect queen as the center, an area of 10 miles was shrouded in an indescribable chill. In this world, It was as if all the laws no longer existed, leaving only cold. And in this place, the monster insect queen was the ruler. This was the control that masters of the Emperor realm had over the strength of laws. With a single thought, they could change the world, move the stars, and change the moon. Xianxia's complexion changed greatly as he desperately circulated his strength to resist, but he was still so cold that his teeth chattered and his entire body shivered. He had taken a blow from his opponent at the bottom of the ice cliff, and although he had used nihility to neutralize the fatal damage, he had not been able to completely avoid it and had suffered heavy injuries. Now that his opponent's sword had appeared, he was immediately in a worse situation. The monster insect queen's eyes glowed with a strange snow-white light as it issued a sharp, ear-piercing cry. As it cried out, the icy sword intent it emitted caused the nearby world principles to flow, making the originally not-so-cold peak even more unbearable than the bottom of the cliff. Xianxia's face sank as he realized that he had made a big mistake this time. He could indeed fight those above his realm, but there was a limit to this. Facing this monster insect queen that was most likely a cultivator from the Emperor realm and was proficient in a sword Dao secret technique, even if he had the ability to do so, he would not be able to do anything. Xianxia could almost foresee that when his opponent's sword fell, his soul would scatter. At this critical moment, Xianxia desperately urged his space force to teleport away, but to his despair, the surrounding space had already been sealed by the ice principles, and his space force was completely useless at this moment. The queen monster insect's eyes glowed with white light, revealing a cruel light. It raised its long sword high, and the power of law lingered on the sword. On the verge of life and death, Xianxia's mind suddenly flashed, and he hurriedly summoned something, poured his strength into it, and threw it towards a monster insect queen. This thing was a bracelet-like artifact with countless rice-sized rune patterns on it, all of them flashing brightly and containing a rich emperor pressure. When Xianxia threw the bracelet, the monster insect queen turned a deaf ear to it, but when the bracelet smashed towards it, the rice grain-sized runes on the bracelet began to glow and a natural suppressive force enveloped its body, causing the monster insect queen to suddenly scream. Its eyes trembled violently as it stared at the bracelet in horror, like a mouse that had seen a cat, its huge body trembling slightly. This bracelet seemed to have a natural restraining effect on the monster insect queen. Asterisk ding dang. Asterisk the bracelet smashed directly into the monster insect queen's head. Although Xianxia had used a lot of strength, such an attack was obviously unable to cause any fatal damage to the monster insect queen. However, the power contained within the bracelet made the monster insect queen feel as if it had been struck by lightning. The ice principles that had shrouded the world suddenly collapsed, and the snowflakes falling from the sky turned into sharp blades that shot out in all directions uncontrollably. Xianxia's face paled. How could he dare to remain in place? Directly summoning the sealed world bead, Xianxia hid inside it. But the moment Xianxia disappeared, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out, and a violent ice principles poured into the monster insect queen's body, causing it to explode one after another. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the monster insect queen's body was torn to shreds, but there was no blood, and its snow-white body was riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. Even the energy swords condensed from its pincers had collapsed. Backlash. After displaying such a pure sword Dao secret technique, Xianxia had been interrupted at a critical moment, causing the monster insect queen to experience the terrifying killing power of its own secret technique. Asterisk walala. Asterisk above the ice cliff. The ice and rocks were cut into pieces by the overflowing sword chi, and the entire summit seemed to have been flattened. It was easy to imagine that if Xianxia were still here, even if he used all of his defensive means, he would not be able to resist such power, and the only result would be death. A series of explosions rang out as the shattered ice and rocks fell down the ice cliff, slamming into the rock walls, causing a series of loud noises. After a full 30 breaths, the abnormalities at the top of the ice cliff gradually subsided. Only then did Yang Kai's figure flash and reappear from the sealed world bead. The scene in front of him caused him to involuntarily gulp, secretly rejoicing that he had escaped so quickly. When he turned his attention back to the monster insect queen, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that it was lying motionless on the ground. Its body, which had been fatally wounded before, was now in tatters. Obviously, it couldn't be any more dead. A snow-white light suddenly emerged from the monster insect queen's body, twisting slightly before condensing into the shape of a long sword. Its form was 70 to 80% similar to Su Yan's profound frost divine sword. What the hell is this? Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Just as he was about to take a closer look, the snow-white light shot directly towards him. In an instant, an icy cold aura enveloped his body, causing him to tremble in fear. However, this feeling was incomparable to the pressure Yang Kai felt from the monster insect queen. Yang Kai grit his teeth and summoned the sealed world bead, his vast divine sense bursting out like a tide from his knowledge sea, wrapping around the snow-white light as he shouted, "Come in." The next moment, the snow-white light wrapped by Yang Kai's divine sense was pulled into the sealed world bead. Chapter 1956. At the top of the ice cliff, with the disappearance of the snow-white light, the tranquility of 10,000 years was restored. Yang Kai's face was pale as he gasped for breath. Stepping forward, he picked up the bracelet artifact he had just thrown away, a look of relief on his face. This time, he was able to escape danger and even cause the monster insect queen to suffer a backlash from its own secret technique, resulting in its death, all thanks to the power of this bracelet artifact. Emperor Artifact, Insect Enslavement Bracelet. The Insect Emperor Source artifact had a natural restraining effect on exotic insects. The Insect Emperor had fallen from grace and was killed by Yang Kai on Shadowed Star. The two Emperor artifacts he possessed had also become Yang Kai's spoils of war. In addition to the Insect Enslavement Bracelet, which symbolized his identity, there was also the soul-splitting saber. However, the grade of these two Emperor artifacts was too high, and they did not match Yang Kai's strength, so Yang Kai was unable to refine them. These two Emperor artifacts had been hidden inside the Black Book space. Yang Kai had not used the soul-splitting saber yet, but this was the second time he had used the Insect Enslavement Bracelet. The first time was in the Severed World, when Yang Kai and Shui Yu were being chased by countless illusionary void butterflies. At that time, Yang Kai had also used the magical effects of the Insect Enslavement Bracelet to repel the countless illusionary void butterflies that even Origin Kings feared. Using it that time allowed Yang Kai to experience the magical effects of the Insect Enslavement Bracelet at certain times. Just now, Yang Kai had a flash of inspiration and suddenly remembered that he still had this special artifact, so he took it out to try it out. Unexpectedly, its effects were surprisingly good. Looking at the Insect Enslavement Bracelet in a daze, Yang Kai looked a little puzzled, because even if the Insect Enslavement Bracelet was an artifact once owned by the Insect Emperor, it had a natural restraining effect on exotic insects. However, the monster insect queen was not weak, so how could it have been suppressed by this Insect Enslavement Bracelet and directly killed? Yang Kai was somewhat puzzled. After a while, he put away the Insect Enslavement Bracelet. His figure flickered and disappeared, entering the sealed world bead's sealed world bead. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered the snow-white light that had appeared from the monster insect queen's body. Where is he now? Yang Kai's figure flickered again, and with a single thought, he appeared in another part of the small sealed world. Here, the scenery was beautiful and tranquil. Only a snow-white ray of light was flying at high speed in the shape of a sword, like a headless fly. Yang Kai was hiding in the dark. He didn't show himself immediately. Instead, he observed it silently. Now that this guy had been taken into the sealed world bead, it was equivalent to entering Yang Kai's territory. Even if it had the strength of the Emperor realm, Yang Kai was not afraid at all. The more he looked at it, the more Yang Kai felt that its shape was very similar to Su Yan's profound frost divine sword. This also confirmed Yang Kai's previous speculations about Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun. Is this the monster insect queen's soul? Xianxia thought to himself. However, he soon discovered that something was wrong. This snow-white sword-shaped light was indeed somewhat similar to a soul. It was a structure composed entirely of energy, and it also contained a trace of chaotic consciousness. However, it was definitely not the monster insect queen's soul. On the contrary, Xianxia felt an awe-inspiring sword intent from it. What the hell is this? After observing it for a long time, Xianxia determined that this thing could not pose any threat to him after leaving the monster insect queen's body. Only then did he leisurely reveal himself. Xianxia had just appeared in front of it. The snow-white sword-shaped light suddenly let out a clang. An ice concept and principal strength instantly lingered on the sword's body. The sword tip trembled slightly as it pointed in the direction of Xianxia. You overestimate yourself. Xianxia slowly shook his head, stretched out his hand, and waved it gently. The energy in the world suddenly changed and lingered on the sword's body. The ice concept and principal strength, which had been gathering more and more fiercely, burst apart like bubbles. Inside this sealed world bead, Xianxia was like a master on Shadowed Star. With a single thought, he could change anything he wanted. The other party wanting to fight him here was simply a brainless act. The inexplicable snow-white light obviously did not realize this, and after Xianxia dispelled its condensed killing move, it continued to display its clear sky snowfall secret technique without being discouraged. Just rest for a moment. Xianxia spat disdainfully before stretching out his hand and forming a rope of energy visible to the naked eye that tightly wrapped around the other party. Xianxia stretched out his hand again, and the bound snow-white light immediately flew into his hand. Xianxia closed his eyes and carefully sensed this strange thing. He really wanted to know what this thing was. With the passage of time, Xianxia's calm expression gradually changed, becoming one of surprise, amazement, shock, disbelief, a myriad of wonderful expressions. After a long time, Xianxia opened his eyes and stared at the snow-white light in his hand as if he had seen a ghost. It's actually a sentient sword intent. Is there such a thing in this world? Xianxia looked horrified. This snow-white sword-shaped light was not the soul of the monster insect queen as he had originally thought, nor was it the soul of some kind of creature. Instead, it was formed from the clear sky snowfall secret technique's sentient sword intent. In this world, not every existence with flesh and blood could be called a living being or possess sentience. Some trees, strange stones, and even spirit pills, after absorbing enough world energy over the years, may also develop sentience. For example, there were many kinds of world spirit treasures, such as pill spirits. The world was so big that nothing was too strange. It was just that Xianxia had never thought that the sword intent contained in a secret technique could also develop sentience and give birth to its own chaotic will. This snow-white sword-shaped light was the sword intent contained in the clear sky snowfall secret technique. Under the influence of the ice concept and principle below the ice cliff, it had accumulated for countless years and was born. To put it bluntly, it was a sword intent. Just how profound was the understanding of the sword Tao of the master who used this technique back then? It was just a sword intent that could produce such a bizarre change after 10,000 years. However, this also explained why it could not display the true cultivation of the Emperor realm. The monster insect queen had died long ago. It was most likely killed by the master of the Emperor realm back then, but because of the special environment and its powerful body, it had remained intact. After the sword intent developed sentience and gave birth to the chaotic will, it instinctively attached itself to the monster insect queen. This was not possession, but the most basic control of the monster insect queen's body. Naturally, it could not display the full strength of the monster insect queen. It was no wonder that it only knew the clear sky snowfall secret technique, and that all its killing moves evolved from the secret technique. It turned out that this was the reason. It was born from the clear sky snowfall secret technique, so it naturally did not know anything other than the clear sky snowfall secret technique. It had not completely merged with the monster insect queen, So under the suppression of the insect enslavement bracelet, it was directly expelled from the monster insect queen's body. Without a carrier, the secret technique it used would naturally suffer a backlash. There were all kinds of things that he could not understand before, but after Xianxia learned the truth of this snow-white sword-shaped light, everything had a reasonable explanation. Looking at the struggling sword intent in his hand, Xianxia frowned. It was undeniable that this thing was definitely a good thing. After all, it was a sword intent. If he could refine and devour it, it would be equivalent to comprehending the secret technique that the master of the Emperor realm comprehended. He would be able to use such a powerful secret technique. Even Xianxia was a little tempted. Although he had mastered a lot of secret techniques now, if he could use one more, he would have more options when facing enemies. However, if he wanted to use such a secret technique, he would need to cultivate an ice attribute secret art or have ice attribute strength in his body. Xianxia did not have any ice attribute strength in his body, so even if he refined this sword intent, using clear sky snowfall would not have the desired effect. How good would it be if Su Yin was here? Kai Yang wrung his hands and sighed. He couldn't refine it, but he couldn't leave it in the sealed world bead either. After all, there was still a medicine field in the sealed world bead where he planted all the spirit herbs he had accumulated. If this thing ran to the medicine field and destroyed it, Xianxia wouldn't even have a place to cry. Difficult. Xianxia frowned. He couldn't refine it, couldn't leave it, and was even more reluctant to throw it away. He scratched his head, unable to think of a good solution to the problem in front of him. Just as he was feeling quite embarrassed, an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Xianxia smiled happily and concentrated on carefully considering the gains and losses. After a while, he made up his mind and felt that this was indeed a good idea. Not only would he not waste this sentient sword intent, he would also be able to improve his strength in a short time. Considering all this, Xianxia no longer hesitated and flew out of the sealed world bead. Looking around, Xianxia found a monster insect queen's body, which was riddled with holes due to the backlash from clear sky snowfall's secret technique. He rushed over and threw the monster insect queen's body into the sealed world bead before returning to the sealed world bead. Standing in an open space with the bound sword intent suspended in midair and the huge snow-white monster insect queen's body on the ground, Xianxia grinned and stretched out his hand, summoning the sword intent back to him. Although this sword intent was sentient, its will was chaotic and couldn't be communicated with at all. It only knew the simplest of killing and destruction, so Xianxia didn't bother to say anything to it. He directly urged his divine sense to envelop it. Xianxia wanted to brand his soul brand into this sword intent. In this way, he would be able to command this sentient sword intent and make it obey his orders. This was no different from controlling a cultivator. Both were branded into one soul, but because the other party's consciousness was chaotic, it would not actively cooperate. However, it was precisely because its consciousness was chaotic that Xianxia was able to use it more conveniently. Releasing his divine sense, Xianxia tried his best to brand his will into the sentient sword intent, trying to leave a trace of his life inside it. During this period, he encountered a lot of resistance, and even Xianxia's divine sense suffered a lot of damage, but one was an unconscious struggle, while the other was a purposeful act. In the end, the sentient sword intent was naturally no match for Xianxia's methods and was successfully suppressed, engraving Xianxia's life and soul brand into it. Chapter 1957. Branding his own soul brand was only the first step. After doing this, Xianxia released the shackles on the sentient sword intent. Sure enough, at this moment, it no longer had any hostility towards Xianxia. On the contrary, there was a hint of intimacy. The snow-white sword light continued to revolve around Xianxia, like a newborn baby opening its eyes and seeing its parents for the first time. It no longer posed any threat to Xianxia and instead obeyed Xianxia's various commands. Xianxia didn't bother with it and simply let it fly around him, instead closing his eyes and restoring his soul. A day later, Xianxia recovered and opened his eyes. The sword intent had already stopped flying around, and was now resting quietly on Xianxia's shoulder. Come, 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 I'll give you a makeover. Although Xianxia knew that it was pointless to communicate with it, he still couldn't help but ask. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and caught the sword intent in his palm. Immediately after, he stretched out his hand and sent out several golden blood threads to entangle the sword intent. The sword intent seemed to want to resist, but under Xianxia's comforting, it soon calmed down. Not long after, the snow-white sentient sword intent was completely wrapped up by the golden blood threads. The massive amount of vitality contained in the golden blood threads was constantly being absorbed by the sword intent. Half a day later, the originally snow-white sentient sword intent had transformed into a brilliant golden color. At this moment, the sword intent was no longer just a collection of pure energy, but because it was covered by the golden blood threads, it even had obvious vitality fluctuations. It was not an exaggeration to say that it had a body of its own, with the golden blood threads as the body and the sword intent as the soul. In a sense, this sword intent had been reborn. However, this was not the end. But this was not the end of it. With a thought from Xianxia, the golden sword intent trembled slightly and shot directly into the monster insect queen's body. Lying on the ground, the queen monster insect, which didn't have the slightest fluctuation of vitality, underwent an obvious change at this moment. Its snow-white body flowed with a brilliant golden light, and under the influence and repair of the huge amount of vitality, its body, which was riddled with holes due to the backlash of the secret technique, gradually began to heal itself. There were obvious energy fluctuations. From within the queen monster insect's body, his snow-white eyes, which were lifeless, gradually began to glow with a dim light. Xianxia carefully observed the changes in the queen monster insect, as well as the degree of fusion between the sword intent and the queen monster insect. The method he was using now was completely different from when he used his sword intent to control the queen monster insect. Previously, the sword intent had simply attached itself to the body of the queen monster insect. It was a simple way to control the body, allowing his consciousness to have a carrier. However, Xianxia was now using the method of condensing blood fiends to reshape the connection between the sword intent and the queen monster insect. If he succeeds, then Xianxia will have another powerful blood fiend. And if he failed, Xianxia felt that it was unlikely that he would fail. After all, before this, the sword intent had already reached a certain degree of compatibility with the queen monster insect's body, and with his own means, there was almost no possibility of failure. As time passed, the color of the queen monster insect's body gradually changed to gold and white, and the fusion between its body and soul became more and more stable. This was obviously a sign of success. To be on the safe side, Xianxia even cut his palm. Forcing out a few drops of the purest golden blood, Xianxia fused them with the queen monster insect's body to repair its tattered body. At a certain moment, the queen monster insect's snow-white eyes suddenly flashed with a strange golden light, and immediately, its huge body began to move slightly, as if the sword intent was familiarizing itself with its fused body. It struggled to get up from the ground, like a toddler learning how to walk, staggering and nearly falling to the ground several times. When it was finally able to support its own body, it crawled back and forth on the ground. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Success! Although this idea was a bit too bizarre, it finally proved that he was not wrong. Using a different soul and body, he could still condense blood fiends. After all, blood fiends were not real living creatures. This was a divine ability attached to the golden blood thread secret technique that allowed Xianxia to transform a dead object. The requirement for materials were not so strict. Even if it was crawling on the ground, its body was still a head taller than Xianxia. The more Xianxia looked at this new creation, the more satisfied he became. He could clearly feel the chaotic will of sword intent in the queen monster insect's body, which was very close to him. In his previous battle with this guy, he had not been able to probe its bottom line, so Xianxia naturally wanted to see how powerful it could be. With a thought, Xianxia issued a command to the queen monster insect. The queen monster insect immediately straightened its upper body, and an energy sword appeared on the pincers that were equivalent to its right hand. As soon as the sword appeared, an ice concept and principal strength gathered on its tip, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet and causing snowflakes to fall. Wherever the sword pointed, the snowflakes would transform into a fierce attack that blasted towards the void. Clear skies snowfall. A violent power suddenly erupted, causing the world to darken as the void in front of Xianxia seemed to be pierced through, and principal strength appeared and disappeared. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. This Sword Dao secret technique was truly worthy of being called sentient sword intent. Its mastery of this Sword Dao secret technique had already reached the level of a grandmaster, but this wasn't surprising. After all, this was the sword intent of an Emperor Realm Master, and now that it was being used by the Monster Insect Queen, it was equivalent to an Emperor Realm Master personally attacking. The only difference was that the power was much weaker, but the concept was the same. This attack should have the effect of a full-powered attack from a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source Realm, right? Xianxia frowned and muttered to himself while staring at the Queen Monster Insect. He was not dissatisfied in the slightest, as the experiment in front of him had already achieved the results he had expected. Although he had previously felt the power fluctuations from this Queen Monster Insect that were roughly equivalent to those from the Emperor Realm, after being transformed into a blood beast, the power it could display would always be weaker than its original form. This was inevitable. The army of blood beasts that Xianxia had condensed before was also like this. What's more, at this moment, the sword intent and the Queen Monster Insect's physical body had just merged, so it definitely could not display its full strength. After a while, perhaps it could improve a lot, but Xianxia estimated that the Third Order Dao Source Realm was its peak. It was enough, with such a powerful master from the Third Order Dao Source Realm by his side, that he could order at will. Xianxia finally had some capital to establish himself in the astral boundary. He no longer had to be so timid-like when he first came here. However, external help was always external, and the goal of a cultivator was to be strong himself. Kaiyang had already experienced this a long time ago, so he didn't place all his hopes on external forces. This trip to the ice cliff was closed. The harvest was huge, not to mention that the ice flower exotic fruit was a rare supreme treasure. Just obtaining the Queen Monster Insect made Xianxia's trip worthwhile. What's more, he broke through to the Third Order Origin King realm here, transformed half of his source chi, and comprehended the Nihility secret technique. Xianxia was in a good mood as he looked at the Queen Monster Insect in front of him. Thinking about it, it was time to find an ice attribute artifact sword for it. If it had the assistance of a suitable artifact, the power of its secret technique would be significantly improved. Thinking about it, when the time came, the Queen Monster Insect could wield a sword and use clear sky snowflakes to stun its enemies. Although Xianxia had a lot of artifacts on hand, apart from a few Emperor artifacts, he did not have any, nor did he have an ice attribute sword that was suitable for the Queen Monster Insect's use. In this world, how could there be a monster beast that was proficient in Sword Dao secret techniques? After instructing the Queen Monster Insect to recuperate its soul in the sealed world bead and fuse with its body, Xianxia left. There was no need for him to worry about the rest. All he needed was time to accumulate, and the degree of fusion between the sword intent and the Queen Monster Insect would become higher and higher. Eventually, it would reach its peak and become a complete blood beast. Xianxia was looking forward to it. The next few days passed uneventfully. Xianxia stayed 5,000 meters below the ice cliff. He carved out a new secluded home. Living here safely, Xianxia took advantage of the special environment to temper his will. At the same time, he immersed himself in the research of his new secret technique, Nihility. On this day, Xianxia stood at the top of the ice cliff and looked into the distance. According to his estimation, the 3-month confinement should be up today, so he stood here and waited for Wu to pick him up. Although it was already time, Xianxia was still in confinement. But in the end, he was still in solitary confinement, and if he ran back, he might get into trouble again. Xianxia didn't want to provoke any more waves, so he thought it was better to be safe than sorry. But what he did not expect was that after waiting for a long time, Kowu would not show up. It was not until the day was almost over that a small black dot appeared in the distance. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy as he stared over. The appearance of this person was soon imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes. It was not Kowu as he expected, but a cultivator he had never seen before. Judging from the aura fluctuations coming from this person's body, he was only a third-order origin king. The man who had just arrived stopped a short distance away, apparently not wanting to get too close to the ice cliff forbidden area. Staring in Yang Kai's direction, the man called out, "Senior Brother Ko asked me to come here today to tell you that your confinement is over and you can return to the sect." Saying so, he turned around and left. Yang Kai was stunned and quickly flew out from where he was standing and chased after this person at an extremely fast speed. Both of them were third-order origin kings, so with the other party moving at a leisurely pace, Yang Kai was naturally able to catch up. Flying forward side by side, the newcomer frowned slightly and quietly opened up some distance between him and Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai noticed this, he did not care and instead cupped his fists and asked, "Dare I ask brother's name?" The man said impatiently, "I just came here on Brother Ko's orders to deliver a message. There is no need for you to try and curry favor with me." The look on his face made him seem unapproachable, as if Yang Kai owed him a lot of money. Being rebuffed, Yang Kai was extremely depressed, but he still asked, "Why didn't Brother Ko come today and instead troubled Brother to come here?" Brother Ko had a mission to complete and left the sect a month ago. If you want to wait for him to pick you up, you might as well return to the ice cliff first. The man finished speaking very quickly before suddenly speeding up and leaving Yang Kai behind. Chapter 1958. This newcomer's attitude was very bad, making Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable. However, considering that the relationship between Blue Feather Sect's disciples was not very harmonious, and that he had no friendship with the other party at all, in fact, they didn't even know each other before, Yang Kai felt relieved. However, Kowu had actually gone out to perform a task as early as a month ago, which surprised Yang Kai greatly. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of task it was that made him leave in such a hurry. Shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't think much about it and flew straight forward. Ice Cliff was only 10,000 kilometers away from Blue Feather Sect, but this distance was nothing to Yang Kai, so it didn't take him long to arrive at Blue Feather Sect's headquarters. Landing in front of his simple residence, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate the house next door. This was Lu Xianyun's residence, and the two residences were only 20 meters apart. Inside the house, Lu Xianyun seemed to be meditating, but after noticing Yang Kai's divine sense, she quickly opened her eyes and ran out of the house, a look of surprise on her face as she called out, "Brother Yang, you're back?" She had been alone for the past few months, so she felt very helpless in this unfamiliar Blue Feather Sect. Although she and Kai Yang had not known each other for a long time, because of their similar fates and backgrounds, she subconsciously felt a sense of closeness towards Kai Yang, especially since Kai Yang's temperament was very good, and he was also very forthright. When she learned that Yang Kai had been confined, she had been worried for a long time. If Yang Kai had an accident on Ice Cliff, she would really be all alone from now on. "I just came back." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Did something happen, huh? Brother Yang, you actually broke through?" Lu Xianyun quickly noticed the traces of Yang Kai's breakthrough and covered her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. After all, she had heard that the environment on Ice Cliff was very harsh. It was very difficult for anyone to escape unscathed from that place. Originally, she was still worried about Yang Kai's safety, but she didn't expect that not only did Yang Kai return unscathed, he even broke through a realm. "I was just lucky." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "How had you been these few months?" "What else could it be?" Lu Xianyun shook her head with a bitter smile. "That's it." As she spoke, she suddenly coughed lightly, and an abnormal flush appeared on her delicate face. Although he quickly covered it up, how could he hide from Yang Kai's observation? "Are you hurt?" Yang Kai frowned. "Something unexpected happened while I was cultivating," Lu Xianyun hurriedly replied. Yang Kai stared into her eyes, as if he wanted to look into the depths of her heart. Lu Xianxia forced a smile and said, "It's not a big problem. It's just that I was a little anxious when I was cultivating. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." "Was it really an accident while you were cultivating?" Yang Kai's voice gradually became cold. Lu Xianxia was a third-order origin king cultivator, and although it was possible for cultivators at this level to suffer injuries or become the demon race while in retreat, that was under the premise that they were in a life-or-death retreat. She must have been comprehending some kind of secret technique or secret art. How could Lu Xianxia be in such a place? "Why would I lie to you?" Lu Xianxia said anxiously. "I wanted to enter retreat a few days ago to comprehend the mysteries of the Tao Source Realm, but I didn't expect that my strength was not enough. Tell me the truth. I'm not a child." Yang Kai interrupted her explanation. Lu Xianxia opened her mouth but eventually sighed. "Brother Yang, let's just forget about this matter. Don't ask anymore. Protector Bien and Brother Ko are not in the sect right now, so if we cause any more trouble, I'm afraid it won't end well. Protector Bien is also not in the sect." Yang Kai raised his brow. A few days ago, Protector Bien took a lot of people out, including Brother Ko, but I don't know where they went. Also, I'm really fine, just a little injured. You and I are newcomers, so we should just bear with it." Yang Kai nodded slightly, the corners of his mouth rising into a sarcastic smile. He said, "It's good that you can think like that, but I'm afraid some people won't stop here." As he spoke, he turned his head and looked to the side. Lu Xianxia was startled. She suddenly realized what he was looking at and followed his gaze. Her face couldn't help but turn ugly. Over there, a group of 4 or 5 cultivators were walking towards them. The leader of this group was a man with a resolute face and an indifferent expression. His hands were crossed behind his back, giving him an inviolable appearance. Behind him were 3 other people, all of whom were cultivators Yang Kai had met before. One of them was Chu Fei, the one he had taught a harsh lesson in the city. After not seeing him for 3 months, Chu Fei's injuries seemed to have not healed. After all, Yang Kai had not held back at that time. So even if he used pills and Chu Fei's own restorative abilities, it would take him more than 3 months to fully recover. At this moment, Chu Fei was obviously a bit weak, and his face was not as ruddy as before. The other 2 were also fellow sufferers who had been with Chu Fei at that time. At this moment, Yang Kai had just returned from the ice cliff, yet this group of people had directly blocked him at the door of his house. Their intentions were self-evident. Chu Fei glared at Yang Kai, naturally enraged at the sight of his enemy, gnashing his teeth as he whispered something to the cultivator at the front. The man's expression was indifferent and did not respond at all, but judging from Chu Fei's ingratiating look, this person's status in Blue Feather Sect was definitely not low, at least on the same level as Ko Wu, and his strength was probably not much different from Ko Wu's. The group of people walked over, the cultivator at the front staring at Yang Kai, with eyes as sharp as a hawk's, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. When he stopped 5 meters away, Chu Fei stared at Yang Kai with a fierce expression and sneered. "Junior brother Yang, I trust you have been well since we last met. I didn't expect Protector Bien to not kill you after locking you up in the ice cliff. It seems your life is quite good." Yang Kai chuckled, looked Chu Fei up and down, and said, "Brother Chu, how are your injuries? Are you itching for a beating again and want this junior brother to help you loosen your bones? If so, this junior brother will be happy to help." When Chu Fei heard this, he subconsciously shivered. In the battle 3 months ago, he had been completely unable to resist Yang Kai and had been beaten to the ground, losing all face. Thinking back to that moment, he still felt like he was in a nightmare, causing him to tremble in fear. Chu Fei could not help feeling a little angry. "Don't be so smug. If you know what's good for you today, this brother will let you go. But if you don't, oh," Yang Kai shouted with an exaggerated expression. "After 3 months, it seems Brother Chu's courage has grown a lot. Who gave you such courage? Could it be this brother?" Saying so, Yang Kai turned his eyes and stared at the leading cultivator. His tone was not polite at all. The other party was obviously here for revenge, so there was no need for him to show weakness. Chu Fei and the other 2 Origin Kings were nothing in his eyes. 3 months ago, when he was just a second-order Origin King, he could easily deal with them. Now that his strength had soared, he naturally did not put them in his eyes. What Xianxia was concerned about was the helper they had brought. The aura fluctuations coming from this person were almost the same as Ko Wu's. So if Xianxia was not mistaken, he should be a master from the First Order Dao Source realm. Since appearing, he had not said a word, but when Xianxia's eyes met his, a terrifying light suddenly burst out from his eagle-like eyes, and a pure spiritual energy burst out, transforming into a sharp attack that shot straight towards Xianxia's knowledge, like a spinning top. He had directly used a soul secret technique in an attempt to break through Xianxia's knowledge defenses in one fell swoop. Xianxia flew into a rage. Divine sense attacks were extremely dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to one's death. The other party style was so cruel that it was obvious he had no intention of holding back. This was completely different from when Xianxia had beaten Chu Fei. No matter how hard Xianxia attacked, Chu Fei would only need to recuperate for a bit longer. But if Xianxia could not withstand this attack, it would not be a problem that could be solved by recuperating. It would definitely become a nightmare that would accompany him for the rest of his life. Anger welling up in Xianxia's heart, he coldly snorted and madly pushed the strength of his knowledge transforming it into a roaring wave that rushed forward. Faced with a divine sense attack that had locked onto him, Xianxia could not avoid it at all. His only choice was to meet it head-on. At the same time, in Xianxia's knowledge the seven-colored soul-warming lotus bloomed with a dazzling seven-colored glow, and the island transformed from the soul-warming lotus began to spin. As it spun, the seven-colored light became more and more dazzling, and an inexplicable power flowed into Xianxia's divine sense, increasing the power of his spiritual energy attacks. An invisible collision broke out between the two of them, but the degree of danger was far greater than a real clash of swords. The man's eyes shrank as a look of surprise and horror flashed across the depths of his eyes. Obviously, he had not expected that Xianxia's divine sense would be able to match his own. In a moment of carelessness, the man suffered a small loss, his head throbbing with pain and his face turning a little pale. Xianxia was also not in a good state. Such a dangerous collision of divine sense was something he would not have done if he had not been forced to do so. However, he relied on the protection and repair of the soul-warming lotus, so there was no need for him to worry about the consequences. Because even if his divine sense was damaged, the soul-warming lotus could help him repair it. On the other hand, when the man noticed that the opponent he thought he could easily crush had erupted with a strength that could contend with his own, he was surprised and blamed himself for being careless. After suffering a loss, he hurriedly tried to withdraw his divine sense. But how could Xianxia let him do as he wished? Relying on the fact that his cultivation was higher than his own, this man had used his divine sense to suppress him without saying a word, but now he wanted to withdraw? Too late. Xianxia endured the severe pain in his head, gritted his teeth, and urged his divine sense to chase after his opponent. The man's complexion finally changed as he stared at Xianxia with a look of disdain and ridicule. Instead, it was filled with panic. Although he had only fought with Xianxia once in secret, Xianxia gave him a ferocious feeling. Not to mention why this third-order Origin King Jr. brother had a spiritual energy that was comparable to his own, the cruelty he displayed towards himself and his enemy was not something an ordinary person could display. This bastard, does he not want to live anymore? The man's heart was filled with horror. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.